We do.
So yeah, I'm questioning everything, honestly.
Good for you, man.
Good
Like,
on
what-
you, brother.
What
Good on
what
you.
are whatever a few examples of your like that got you searching these alternative topics?
A lot of the specifically flat Earth, I think, would come from like the conspiracy realm of the.
Mainstream.
I don't. Let me figure out how to put this in the words. Give me a sec.
Yeah. Take your time, man.
The thing I would say is like something in your life or your pre-existing conditions to like question things, or something happened to you. You lost your job because of the common cold, and then you like had time to research, or you just randomly had time and randomly clicked on conspiracies. Like,
Not necessarily about it, like flat Earth being a conspiracy itself, but like the conspiracy the of the globe Earth, and just questioning pretty much everything the government has
so
been telling me.
I will predict that you probably saw like globe Earth or flat Earth hit pieces.
I've seen all the fucking like the YouTube fucking half-ass debates and shit, and I never really thought anything of it. And then I don't know, it's kind of been a wild ride.
Yeah,
I agree. Like once
I'm all over the place.
doing truth or research, and once you find flat Earth, and you can be in flat Earth for 7 years, and it's still learning, and it's still a journey, and yeah, it's.
I'd say, man, my best advice for you, man, is when you're putting your feet on the earth every day, you know, your toes hit the dirt, the grass, cement, whatever. You can feel that you're standing on the earth, man. Don't ever think you can't feel yourself standing. And from your perspective, man, you are the center of everything, man. And you have that vibration of whether the sun or the moon, the stars. I don't know if you're into looking up, but a lot of us around here are into looking up at the sun, the moon, and how it moves, how the stars move. And you can really get a sense of where you live by watching the movement of the lights above you, man. But you're not moving. You are not, whatever. Those things are moving. You're not. And get to that grounded position, man. You'll be fine. You'll be just fine. And anybody, man. Get grounded.
You can make excuses for that and stuff, but like that's why I try to build the distrust in government, and like, why would you trust government, and why would you trust anything they say? And like, so, and then the senses also, but like,
yeah,
trust your senses, man.
If they trust the government, they don't care if whatever they feel is flat. They're going to pick up any lie they want. They trust the government. The government never lies. Flat is level, level is curved. Whatever, like triangles don't need angles, or angles don't need triangles. Like, they'll say whatever they want because they believe the government. So, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Fucking one of the things that really got me thinking lately. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this necessarily.
Don't say the C word. Don't say the C word.
No, it's the V word.
V word.
Don't say the V word. Don't say the C word.
No, don't. Yeah, don't.
Yeah, you guys get the gist.
Yeah, definitely.
But that answers the question. Where like I said, you could have been locked down. You could have and then you had free time and you did research, or like you see through
somebody forced him into getting a medical procedure that he wasn't necessarily like ready to do.
I didn't get the medical procedure.
Okay, cool, man. That's good. But it's been promoted so heavily these days. I'm telling you.
So
promoted these procedures.
Forbidden topic.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I would say, other than the forbidden topic, what other instances has the government shown you not to be trustworthy?
7-Eleven was a part-time job.
Yeah. 7-Eleven.
Yeah, I mean, fuck, where do I start?
Yeah. Because
Ruby Ridge. Fucking, the government just hasn't shown that it could be trusted.
Go off, son. Go off.
Carry on.
Yeah, that's why I want those answers, and I want to
rowing that boat, man.
Yeah.
I'll tell you.
The government should never be trusted. Any government, from any NATO, UN, EU, never, ever, never, ever.
Did we ever find out who killed JFK?
Come on, it was hard. It was Oswald completely by himself. I saw it on MythBusters, man. They proved it without.
It was a guy with a little hat and a small gun.
Little neo-Nazi German, Russian. Anyway, carry on.
Yeah, I've seen the JFK conspiracy like from the outside, and I can already tell it's like it's way too deep for me to even want to go down that rabbit hole.
It's all CGI, man. Just remember that. That's the best advice I can give you, man. If you do look at that footage, man, think CGI. Think.
The best advice I could give you is
think Hollywood. Think Hollywood, baby.
If it has to do with history or how the world works, do not trust the government.
It's Hollywood, man. There's so much Hollywood, man. People don't realize how far Hollywood goes back, man, but it goes back to the fucking printing press.
The way I see it, you can't trust a video unless you're the one taking it.
You can't trust the fucking printing press either. You know, you got to check things out. If it feels right, man, you'll know. But it's tough out there, man. There's so many avenues these cucks are fucking throwing at people, man. And they threw this fucking globy earth thing at us, man. We were like, whoa, wait a minute, man. Time out. Let me look into this a little bit more. Let me check it out, man. I'm going to check out this globe earth. Can I prove that I live on a globe? That's a great question, man. Let me give that a try.
Yeah, that would be one of the opening questions. Where can you prove you're on a globe? And
can you prove you're on a globe, man?
You're gonna say satellites or whatever bullshit, but it's like.
But can you prove it, man? Right here on my workbench or anywhere in my fucking reality where I can see you prove that we live on a spinning ball, shooting through space at millions of fucking miles an hour. By the way, millions of miles an hour. Are you kidding me? Who pulled that one over everybody's eyes? You're not shooting through anything at millions of miles an hour. Okay.
But if you just believe.
But if you only believe you are, you're fine. If you watch a lot of Hollywood movies and think you're shooting through millions of miles an hour, not a day, not a week, not a year, million miles an hour. Fuck off.
I guess think of satellites.
Raul, do you have any questions?
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, what do you guys think of satellites?
They don't exist. They could be balloons or whatever, but as they portray satellites, they do not exist. If you Google satellites in space, it'll be cartoons and CGI.
Yeah, someone asked in the debate text 5 minutes ago, if Earth is flat, then how the satellites are there in space? I'm typing out as we speak. Flat Earth?
I prefer a real person as opposed to a federal agent.
Who, this guy in the debate text?
Oh, I didn't even look in the debate, but like, there's either he's a Fed or he's completely a Zoomer noob who doesn't know anything.
Yeah. Well, all I was gonna say was, like what I typed out was flat Earth plus space equals fake news. It's like they don't go together. So you can keep the satellites, satelloons, whatever. We're just saying that the medium they claim the satellites to be in is a violation of natural law. It doesn't exist.
Yeah, but I know you know that to join live stream or voice is like a slight sign of bravery for the Globers, because a lot of them are sock accounts or federal agents or repeat offenders who just stay in chat on new alt accounts and try to waste your time, and then they'll come back with a new account and try to ask different questions and waste your time.
Yeah.
Like, that's why I say join live stream. Let's hear your voice.
Yeah,
Let's
jump on in, motherfuckers. Jump on in.
Oh, no, I
I'm
don't have
calling you
time. People
out,
are sleeping. No,
dude.
yeah, no, no.
I know
You're
how to
the
call
same.
people out, man. Say, hey, man, you got some shit. Bring it
FED.
on into the fucking house. Bring it on in there.
I've challenged 10 to debate, recorded, and they all deny.
They're not coming. They're not coming. Thank you.
Hey, guys, let's not rumpus each other, okay? So, no. Anyway, does that answer your question, Raul, about the satellites?
It probably doesn't. Like, him or other Globers, you're just brushing it off. I would challenge.
I'm brushing it off. It's. I feel like it's a good thing that every time I hear an answer, I'm like walking away with more questions.
See, if you think I'm just talking shite, I would just say, okay, I challenge you, Raul. Google pictures of satellites and show me one that's not a CGI or a cartoon.
Well, yeah, I have no way to know.
No, and you couldn't. You'd Google it, and they're all cartoons. It's all fake. Like, and yeah, you could believe it. Like,
well, that's what got me, man. Was one thing. This guy that I ran into said, "Hey, man, there's no pictures of satellites in space. They're all CGI, man. They're all computer generated, man." I was like, "No, get out of here." And I went home and I looked and I looked. And I typed in satellite pictures from space from satellites. You know, I searched it all, man, up and down. And every one of them came back like it was cartoon. It was like a cartoon. It was ridiculous. It was beyond my imagination. All of them were CGI, man. And you could tell because they were shitty, most of them. But that was back in 2015, man. I don't know what, if I type satellites from space today, I don't know what I'd get. Let's find out, man. Anybody? I can Google that shit, man. Damn, satellites from space. Pictures of satellites from space.
or like, and you can brush it off, say, "Oh, you just dismiss it. It's fake." I challenge many Globers where there's been many blizzards, and I asked them, let me zoom in on the blizzard so I can see the blizzard from the ISS or any satellite. I want to see this blizzard covering my place or my location, but always an excuse. The ISS isn't over your location at this time. There's no satellite there. Or look at this website and try to connect it. It's like, no, I want it now so I can see this blizzard right now. And yeah, it never happens. Just like on the 4th of July, how come you can't zoom in on the US and see all the fireworks going east to west in the time zones? Like, you should see fireworks across the US, but we have no access to any satellites, any zoom in features.
I feel like I know the Glober response to that, something like that. They'd be like, well, what do you expect? They put resources into trying to prove this stuff? Like,
Fuck off.
they don't take the time.
Fuck
even-
off.
writing
Yeah, I love that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you think we're gonna put some money into that? Think we're gonna disprove you guys? Fuck off. They're like, yeah, fuck off. We're not gonna like put any money into disproving you. Oh my god, that would be an embarrassment.
It's not one of their priorities.
Yeah, I don't want to get my priorities straight. You know, hey, here's a picture of a satellite in space, and I'm gonna post it. There you go. Yeah, there's one. That's the first one that comes up on Google, man. That's a picture of satellite from space, motherfuckers. Take that, you flat earthers. Take it. Take that.
Or Raul, I would just challenge you on the opposite side and say, what is your evidence that satellites actually exist? Whether it be the pictures and like, it's like,
I mean,
yeah.
I can see the Starlink shit flying over sometimes, but I don't really have any way to know.
Really? You saw it? Dude,
would.
You saw the Starlink satellites? Where? Where do you live?
In Montana.
Basically. Don't dox yourself, but you saw
Let's say it, Northwest Montana.
Northwest. You saw the Starlink satellites go across the sky.
I have no way to know, but I've seen the trail of lights.
Hey, I've seen lights
over.
in the sky, man. Dude, I'm totally on the lights in the sky. I love lights in the sky because I can see them every night when it's not cloudy. But they're out there, yeah, when those beautiful lights are in the sky. But if you saw like a group of like 64 satellites cruising across the sky, cool, man. I want to see that. I'm not saying you to provide me evidence of seeing that. I want to see that shit with my own two eyes, man. I just do. I want to see it. I want to see those 62 satellites zipping across the sky together. Anybody?
Do you think they might have been balloons attached to, like, tethered to each other?
Man, could be a balloon.
What
could be.
I'm saying is, I don't know what they
62
are.
airplanes for all I know.
I've seen the lights.
You saw
flying past.
lights in the sky.
I don't know what they are.
Cool, man. Lights in the sky, man. We all see lights in the sky, right? Does anybody?
Well, not just the balloons, of course, but the stuff, hardware attached to them.
Yeah. Well, we see lights in the sky, man, and that's a beautiful thing, man. Does it exactly equate to where we live? None. I mean, we can go out tonight and take a picture of the stars in the northern hemisphere with the Big Dipper, whatever, and a year from now, I can go out and take the same exact picture, man. When the stars are exactly where they were a year ago. Now that's a problem, man, on this presentation we've been handed. It's a problem because there's no parallax in the stars. There's none. There's zero. There is no parallax in the star. The distant stars, not the ones they call planets. That's a different story, man. But there's no fucking parallax, man. That's a problem. If we were shooting through space at millions of miles an hour and all these things are trillions of miles away, and it's because they're trillions of miles away. I don't experience any parallax ever. That's their explanation. It's because they're so far away. Well, how about this Venus planet? Have you guys checked out? It's a bright little bitch. It's a bright bitch. And it's supposed to be reflecting the sun. It's this dull, dirty shit rock fucking planet. It's shit. it's not going to reflect light 150 million miles back to your fucking retina, and it's going to be like the brightest fucking thing you've ever seen in the sky besides the sun and the moon. It is so fucking bright.
So Raul, on a scale of 100, what is the percentage of flat to globe?
What do you mean by that?
Are you a glober? Are you
Like,
still
like
sticking to
say you think it's 50% flat, 50% globe. There's evidence for both. There's more evidence for globe. There's more evidence for flat.
I'm seeing. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm breaking out of my preconceived notion of it that I've been kind of indoctrinated into. But it's a hard process. So
Well,
I'm definitely on the fence.
It does take time, man. A lot of people here heard about flat Earth years ago. For me, it was 2017. It takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. Go ahead.
Yeah, sometimes it happens overnight, though. It took me like literally 10 seconds, and I was like, it's flat.
but you were probably a truther before. Some people are not truthers before, and flat Earth is their first conspiracy.
Correct.
So for me, I was a truther in 2011. I knew everything about everything, or like most of it. And then flat Earth came along, and it was an easy transition because like they're lying about everything. Oh, flat Earth! Holy shit! Now I know.
Oh, for how much I know now, though, if I looked at my 2015 self, I wouldn't have called him a truther.
Yeah.
I was myself, but I was.
I knew there was something up with 9/11, and I knew,
I'm as anti-Israel in 2011 as I am right now, but I'm not allowed to talk about it most times. So, yeah.
How dare you?
I would say that, I think that defining the whole thing is the fallacy. Like having to take a side means, oh, I think the whole world is flat and I know it's all flat. And that's what they want to corner us into having to claim. But from your own experience, it seems like a station. And even the ballers have to admit that. So defining it beyond that is the fallacy. It is what it is. It is what it seems like once you stop believing the ball.
I would say truth is a lifestyle, and just like water, if you're finding truth, you're just going to seek the level and follow the truth and wherever it leads you. And if you're biased and if you're going to lie to yourself, you're going to hook on to these other disinfo agents or lies. And if you're honest, you're just going to go with the flow and go with the truth.
Yeah, you wouldn't be making a claim, even if you thought it was the truth. You don't want to make a claim that you don't have evidence for, or a claim that's bigger than it needs to be. I mean, that's why they want to make us claim something about the whole thing, as if we could see it all, and that's what showing us the ball did, as if we could see the whole thing.
Yeah, it's like advanced. This is like really advanced flat Earth stuff. I even like Raul's a newer guy, so
Yeah, I just joined today.
yeah, it's like a flat Earth in whatever intricacy or whatever, but or it's
Have to be advanced though. It's simple. It's like reality is what it seems to be until there's a reason to believe otherwise. And since we gave up the belief about what they're telling us, then what are you left with?
Yeah, we each have our own strategy. Like I said, I try to focus on distrusting the government or everybody has their own. They might talk about gravity or whatever angle their specialty is. As long as it's like a new person, you ask him questions and you're not just doing the same like super sophisticated stuff that he won't even understand. Like you gotta.
That's why I don't go for the black swan.
Yeah,
just in general, I don't do that. with a new person. It's just
the guy. Yeah,
they'd have to understand the argument. Yeah.
The guy didn't understand one reference frame, two reference frames, Earth spinning underneath. It could have been even Raul, but like if you don't understand,
I think that was me.
Yeah, if you don't like, the Black Swan it's simple, it's geometry, but the way we say it sometimes it can be sound more sophisticated than it is.
What, like when we whisper Black Swan? Black Swan.
Yeah, but that's why I keep it simple. Where it's like, does the helicopter rotate underneath globe Earth? And then you say yes or no, and I got you. Either answer. Like,
well, they say that the Earth's spinning with the atmosphere is spinning with the helicopter there, and since the helicopter started at 1,000 miles per hour, it retains that, and they want to have this magic retaining of that speed. Like it's just, I'm like, if you jumped out of a car, you might be going, as fast as the car when you first jumped out, but you're not going to continue to fly along with it.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I think it's better to go over the Black Swan with them because it's basically the basics, and like they can't break a foundation down because it's a foundation. When you look at the Black Swan, and when you're looking from point A to point B from left to right, from 3,958.8 miles, you won't see from left to right a curvature at all. So so if you break down the fundamentals of understanding bonus tolerance, then you can actually be easier to explain that what they are observing is the horizon behind the oil rigs, because every time they try to explain the oil rigs, they talk about the refraction, about how they're trying to talk about the oil rigs like having refraction, but it's not the oil rigs that we're trying to pay attention to per se. It's the horizon behind the oil rigs. If you keep pointing out the horizon behind the oil rigs and then point out the numbers of how far the oil rigs are from where you're standing, then letting them know and letting them see and pointing out that the horizon is further than 9.22 or 1.22 miles every 8 miles towards the horizon at 1 foot at 1 foot. You do you see what you know what I'm talking about? I mean,
yeah.
So if you break down the fundamentals of understanding, then they'll have an understanding of what they're observing, because what they observe or what they're seeing and what they're observing, is difference that from the from when they talk and describe what gravity is, because when they talk about an apple falling from a tree, you're observing. So instead of observing a tree or an apple a tree falling from an apple falling from a tree, you're observing the horizon, how far the distance of the horizon from the oil rigs are.
Yeah, and that there's a point to be made on their side that with this argument, we're pointing out the horizon as if it's a real thing a lot of times, and we have to just make sure, because like the horizon
is a real thing when you look at it, right? Position. But it's not physically a real thing when you go and try to
so that's their argument against it. Yeah, they try to say, well, if the horizon's only apparent, then then how are you saying that's where it is? And that's how they've argued against. They always have like some trick or some tactic of countering some of these things. But just the idea that
that's where they lie. That's where they lie. They continuously lie to themselves, and that's where you have to break.
Well, they have to.
Yeah, exactly. And that's where you got to point out. You got to point out the lie. You have to point out their lie to themselves. So when you talk about the whole satellites in space and the picture of a satellite in space, it's like, how do you get a picture of a satellite? Did you take a satellite picture of a satellite? Like, I don't know. So how does that work? I don't know. You do. So it's all about perspective and their point of view. So if you change their point of view back to the basics of the fundamentals of there's no curvature, then it breaks down all their stories of what they think or about or why they think that satellites were out in space. We haven't ever had an announcement. Oh, satellite launching into space, guys! Everybody watch, because every time they did a launch, it comes right back down. So there, there's no every rocket launch that we've had, they've always came right back down. So I don't know why they keep thinking that we've been up in space for several amount of days. It takes 3 days to get to the moon, and they can't realize this. like, they don't understand that they say it takes 3 days to get to the moon. That's how far the moon is. Did you know that it's actually? Oh, I got a phone call coming.
I just want to piggyback on something both you guys said,
Go
Enoch
ahead.
and Northern Rebellion. Because like personally, I like the Black Swan. I usually go for that with the right person.
Yes.
But like Northern Rebellion said, like I'm in MMA, and there's a saying that in the MMA community that styles make fights. MMA math doesn't make sense. One guy might beat another who like let's say I beat Northern Rebellion in a fight and Northern Rebellion beats like Orion might beat me. Like the math doesn't always make sense. The styles are what makes the fight. So like I like what you said about that Rebellion. So if we all come with our different different styles, our different strategies and stuff like that, that's good, because then we don't fall into maybe you guys have seen Fight Club. There's a scene in Fight Club where the guy's like, his name is Robert Paulson. And everyone starts chanting, his name is Robert Paulson. And it's like, if we don't, we shouldn't fall into that, right? We don't want everyone repeating the same stuff. So that's why it's good that there's different people come from different angles, like Northern was saying.
Yeah, see, what I would say is, like, if you're going to start with the Black Swan, you gotta ask him, do you think the horizon is physical?
Right.
And then move on from there, because if they each individual person, you got to cater it, but some people will get it, some people won't. And you can even ask Raul, did you get anything from the Black Swan, or do you know anything?
Kinda.
Yeah, it's like I said, yeah.
Yeah, I guess you kind of proved your point there.
like Raul, do you think the horizon is physical?
Yeah, that's a weird question, honestly.
Can we go back in time? Let's go back in time a couple years.
Yeah, it's a yes and no question. Do you think the horizon is physical? Yes or no?
No.
Correct.
Exactly. So the guy who measured the radius supposedly measured the horizon, the physical geometric horizon, which you just conceded that is not physical. Therefore, that radius measurement is impossible.
Hello.
Is that Ant Potato?
Hello.
What do you want? You're interrupting a good conversation. Okay.
He's gonna say hello and not finish what his hello was for.
Yeah, I was just gonna say let's go back in time just a few years ago. When I first got into the flat Earth debate, the globe earthers were telling us that the boats were going over a physical geometric Earth curve horizon. And we were saying, no, there's factors, refraction, and observer height, weather, yada, yada, yada. Well, after the Black Swan, now they switched up their story, right? No. Yeah. Well, it's not. We never really meant it was geometric. It's not really physical. So it's just important to know that they've totally switched their argument to what we were saying, which is refraction, which is throwing the geometry under the bus. It's not a physical.
Yeah. Like Raul, if you say the horizon is not physical, you pretty much debunk the globe model, because Al-Biruni measured a physical horizon supposedly, and that's how they got the radius. So if the radius and horizon is refracted, then you never measured the radius because it's refracted.
Yeah, if light's refracting over it, the human eye is not going to be able to discern like the actual point of the so-called horizon.
There's horizons. There's a GIF where the horizon moves up and down, but Al-Biruni, the king of the radius of the globe model, measured the physical geometric horizon as the radius measurement. But there's many different observations of the horizon rising and lowering, which means the radius moves, which means Al-Biruni never measured a physical radius or a physical horizon.
Interesting.
Yeah, so boats do not go over the curve. Boats do not go over the horizon because you can zoom in and they'll come right back into sight. The horizon is not physical Earth curvature.
Yeah, that should always confuse me. You'd think that you'd just lose it completely, but you don't. Which
like
I just don't have any explanation for that.
Like the Chicago skyline, it's 56 miles, 2,000 plus feet of curvature, and all you have to do is ask a glober, "Can you see around corners?" And if they say no, then it's over. Like, you can't see around corners. You can't see around Earth curve. So when we see Chicago skyline from 56 miles, I just see Chicago skyline. That's what I see. If I shot a trajectory at it, I would hit the skyline. I would hit Willis Tower. It wouldn't be a mirage and go right through. I would hit the people in that building.
And
it's not a mirage.
Here is a mirage.
But a lot of people will deny it, or they'll have excuses, and I haven't heard any excuses from you or Spiral, or so. Like, you're the type of person that we would hope stays around, and
I'll definitely be back.
Yeah, like, obviously time and survival and different situations in life, but like,
oh yeah, I'll probably be around. But I think probably about time for me to go to bed. So I'll see y'all later.
It was nice having you, man. You can come back anytime.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
It's like the rare, hopefully honest person.
Yeah, I'm honest. I just want to hear.
He sounds like an honest guy, man.
I know, but we've been around a while, so like.
Oh yeah, I bet.
It's a rare thing, so like, we appreciate the rare times that there's actually an honest person, and hopefully you come back.
Yeah, I'll definitely be around. So I'm gonna head to bed. I gotta fly at 8 a.m. I think my head's gonna be spinning. Probably.
At least the Earth won't be.
Oh, peace out, guys.
Yeah. Have a good night. Have a safe flight.
You too, man.
All right, 1.3. What do you got for us, buddy?
Yeah, imagine if you have like a date or a job interview, and then you like discover flat Earth the night before. Mm-hmm. you don't get any sleep, and you're up. You get like 2 hours sleep, and you're thinking about flat Earth. Oh, yeah, I think 1.3 Yo,
I got a question.
All right.
let's go.
So everyone knows that the Earth is flat?
No.
No, not everyone knows that.
A lot of
Okay.
people are deceived by the government. So, what's your
Do you
question?
guys know?
I know
Yeah,
it's flat.
Okay. Because if the Earth is flat and you take the sun and put it under the Earth, how long would it take for the Earth to see the sun?
No. You already have the troll earther roll. So let's start over. It's a stupid question.
How is it stupid?
What do you mean take the sun and put it under the earth? What are you talking about?
But you think it's flat. That's the reason. What?
Yeah, it measures flat. What does this have to do with putting the sun in weird places?
Do you think that the sun goes underneath the earth when the sun sets?
Pardon?
Do you think that the sun goes underneath the earth when the sun sets?
Well, you guys might think that.
No.
No, we don't.
But you haven't really answered my question.
Well, your
Some
question
people say it's a loaded question, but not really.
It's just a dumb question.
How? It's
the sun is above
about
you.
Earth.
The sun is above you, always. So
Even when it's further away, it's still above you, technically.
Some people have told me that the Earth, that the sun, like, it can actually do that.
No. The sun doesn't go down into the ground, under the ground. Come on, man.
I'm not saying in the ground, I'm saying under.
Yeah, that's retarded. The sun is above your head, moving.
Where does it go then if it, like, travels? Where does it go?
Far enough away so that the light doesn't get to your eyes.
When you hear
but
flat,
it's still above the earth.
Yep.
The sun is just a figure of imagination.
What? Dude.
Yeah.
Go stare at it.
Yeah, mute this troll.
Yeah, go stare at it for a while and then say that.
I don't think MK King was like the same type.
But you're just too scared to answer my question.
Well, your question's retarded.
No, we're not scared.
Why
your question is.
I'm just a little mad. I'm a little mad because you're rude to me.
What if you take the sun and then put it under the earth?
We don't care about your feelings.
Like,
Hello?
dude, what question is that?
Can I take this question? What was the question again, mate?
Yeah,
it's not even a problem.
Yes, I would like to ask about what you think about tide in ocean.
Well, Anthony, I would have loved to have you go back and forth with him, but he left anyway. But Aunt Potato, what's your question?
Like tide and current, like in ocean, like the water is move. How can you explain? I'm trying to learn.
What, tides?
Yes.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Not to divert away, but are there any? Are you a globe earther?
He's a flat earther somehow.
Oh, you're a flat earther. So, are there any unknowns on the globe? If you're a globe earther, are there any unknowns?
I'm not a globe.
No, that's fine. I'm just wondering. Are you aware of any unknowns on the globe side?
Like, what do you mean unknown?
They say that they've explored space more than the oceans. So they say that the oceans are sort of unknown, right? So if I ask somebody, well, if the Earth is a globe, then explain the oceans. They'd be like, well, I don't know. So if you say, well, if the Earth is flat, explain tides, and I say, I don't know, Like there are some unknowns here, unless someone wants to explain tides. I don't.
I can say one thing.
Yeah.
As far as I know, they're large period waves. So I think there's just another type of wave that's much longer.
Right. Like the globe might have an explanation for something, and it might be an unknown on the flat Earth side. I think tides might be one of those things.
Yeah, as far as what causes them, I'm not making any claim.
Yeah, I personally would spin it on him and say, "You're a flat earther. What do you think causes the tides?" And
Yes, this is what I'm asked about because I'm trying to learn here and I do not know.
so, like, what? So, like, you're a flat earther. You got the role, and you have no idea. You know it's not the moon, or you. What do you like? You have no speculation at all.
No, I'm saying that I think that obviously this cannot be globe, but
No,
I think that what
is your explanation for the tides, or what is your guess?
Oh my guess. Look, I'm honestly not sure, but when I look it up, it says about moon and all these things that I'm
Of course.
confused about.
Of course. They've
This is
attached a
why
story to it.
This is why I come to you to try to find answer without
Yeah.
Without people on Google.
So you have no speculation. You're just like, the globe says moon. The globe says the moon and solar tides causes the tides, and then flat Earth. You're just like,
No, I do not believe. But
I know you don't believe. I'm saying you should have some speculation. You should have some ideas, some like, even if they're not real, you should have some speculation on what causes the tides.
Yes, I would normally, but I don't have any today because I'm confused.
Yeah, to be fair, buddy, I don't know what causes the tides either. I rarely wonder, but I have no evidence. I wouldn't even know where to begin to look for evidence for that.
These consequences I think about.
Because it's easy to see, it's easy to observe effects, but it's much more difficult to determine causes of effects.
Well said. Well said.
Yeah, exactly. We know tides exist, but what causes them? Who knows? Speculation.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually resort.
What do you think? How they are made on this place?
I personally think that the waters above and the waters below, and the Hebrew cosmology, not the Hebrew that everybody thinks of, but the real Hebrew. The dome, firmament above, waters below, seemingly magnetic center. But yeah, it's speculation, but we know there's a container. And we know that there's a seemingly magnetic north center. And water does have magnetic properties that can be affected by magnetics. And
Yeah, that's a good answer. My answer usually resorts to what I said earlier, like the globe has unknowns or things unexplained. And equally, the flat earth has unknowns, even if there might be an explanation or a story for it on the globe side. And I think that's totally okay. It's okay to not I would say it's better to not know something than to just make stuff up. You know what I'm saying?
Look, I'm apologize for not know, but
No.
I'm
This is like flat Earth, not flat Earth on flat Earth, but it's just like a newer flat Earth asking questions, I guess. But
yes, but I think this is not globe for a long time when I was little boy.
Nice.
yeah, no. I talked to you a couple days ago. Like I said, is just the language barrier. It's.
Oh, okay. So I'm apologize again. I didn't. Yes.
No problem. That's a good question, though. It's just one that's difficult to answer without speculation. You turn to a globe earther and say, "What's the tides?" And they'll be like, "Oh, the moon and all this stuff," but they can't verify anything. They've got a story attached to something rather unknown, at least in my opinion. But
Yeah, you could even bring up like the new moon and tides and how the new moon disappears for 2 to 3 days, yet it's causing tides, yet you don't know where it is. And it's, yeah. Even there's 2 tides in some places and 1 tide in some places, and it's not uniform to where the moon is. So it's.
see, 1.3 is back. Where'd you go?
I just wanted to apologize.
Yeah, we might have been a little hard on you. I just thought your question was a little silly.
Okay.
I mean, did you have a point you wanted to make, or you were just asking a question?
Oh no, I just thought you guys thought the Earth was like flat, like flat, and the sun going basically around it. I'm not too sure.
No. Well, one thing that you should keep in mind is that when you hear flat Earth, you can't just squash everything in space into some sort of disk, okay? Or just the Earth. So, the flat Earth isn't in space with the sun, doing its normal thing. They say the Earth is rotating and the sun's going under you and all this stuff. It doesn't work like that on the flat Earth. We observe the sun in the sky above you moving. So when people say it's going down, it's not actually going closer to the ground or anything like that. It's not going under the ground or anything like that.
Yeah, I would just ask 1.3 the tough question and say, do you have any globe proof?
Pardon?
What is your what is your best globe proof without NASA or pointing at the sky?
I hear something. What's that? You've been on an airplane.
Yes, many people have been on a plane.
Oh, that's cool.
Okay, so
have you been like to different places around the world?
That's what airplanes do, right? They go different places.
Yeah. Have you seen like the actual Earth right there?
Well, I mean, is there another Earth that you can see?
you can actually, when the planes is going, you can actually see the Earth's curving.
Well, that's mathematically impossible, and I could also present you with several globe earthers who are on your side that say that that's silly to say that you can see curvature.
But you've been on a plane, right?
Of course I have.
Outside of Earth?
What do you mean?
Oh no, did you know that when you're going on a plane, you can actually see that Earth is curving?
That's not true. Mathematically, that's not true. But then again, like I said, there are globe earthers who completely disagree with you. We were talking with the guy earlier.
With my own eyes.
Well, I'm sorry, but you didn't.
You calling me blind?
Well, I mean, people see things that aren't there. Like, that happens.
So 1.3, if you and I go up in the same aircraft and we look out the same window together, and you say you see the curvature of the Earth, and I say I see it as flat, there's only one way that we're going to be able to know who's telling the truth or not, who's right or not, because it's just subjective. It's almost like saying, your favorite color is blue, my favorite color is red, so that's something we disagree on. It's subjective. It's not objective. So in the realm of objective reality, we need to land the airplane and go find a way to measure the Earth directly to know if it's conforming to the shape of a sphere or if it's flat.
Great point. Yep. So,
where's the curvature?
Yes. So do you know of anyone measuring it and finding curvature?
How would you measure it?
By constructing a straight line and then showing where the Earth is deviating from the straight line down the line.
well, the question that question that you asked is a good question, but we would ask that to you as well. If I go to Google and look up Earth radius, a number pops up. So the question is, how'd they measure that?
Yeah, after all, they did give us a radius value. So how do they find that radius value or the circumference? Either one.
Like, I could say I'm 6'8". Would you believe me? Or would you want to see some measurements to back that up? Maybe I'm not 6'8".
He sounds like he's 6'8", but then again, that's subjective.
Right. We want to be able to verify.
Okay.
So, is this going over your head a little bit? 1.3, should we keep it more simple?
Just don't get why you said you sound like 6.68 or whatever.
I was just making a joke. Around. Just silly stuff to say.
Oh, that was just confused me a bit.
I can get it in a way. I can get him in one question. 1.3. Do you trust the government?
Mm.
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 Mm. Do you trust the government?
That means yeah.
What, 2 grumbles is a no, or 1 grumble is a yes, or what? How are we doing this?
Yes.
He didn't know how to answer.
See that? Yeah, it's a yes or no. Do you trust the government? Yes or no?
Didn't I say yes? Yeah, I do.
We didn't hear you the first time.
You do trust. Why would you trust the government?
Hello? I think that this is a question to be asked a lot.
I mean, doesn't he expect the government to protect him?
Hold on, Enoch.
And
Let Potato finish.
Sorry.
Yes, okay. I think that sometime you cannot, but sometime you can.
Can you name one time or multiple times where you should trust the government?
Like if they want to protect country or someone.
No, incorrect.
But
Wars
no,
for profit. Wars for profit is not trusting a good reason to trust the government.
No. Why would you ask a question? No. Why would you ask a question if you're gonna disagree with it? That's so dumb.
What?
Why would you ask a question if you're gonna straight up disagree?
Well, what do you think the point of the question is? Wait,
can you disagree with someone saying 5 is 2 plus 2?
Well said. Wait, can I ask Northern Rebellion, what is something that you would say that we should trust from them?
Like I asked many Globers that, and all they can say, the best answer they can say is the government tells you to drink water. That's their only answer that I've ever gotten.
That's funny.
Yeah,
what would your answer be?
After they fluoridate it, like
yeah,
there's nothing in the water.
The fluoride, yeah, drink up your fluoride, guys.
Or they, like I said, they wait like 2-3 minutes and they can't think of an answer where like it should be instantly. Like, you trust the government because they're there for you and they love you and they're protecting you, but we all know that's a lie.
Yeah. Would you say anything? Would you say there's anything that you would trust or no?
No, I don't think there's anything I trust of them. They do give you some benefits sometimes to help their agenda. They may give you a free furnace. They may give you a free $200 rebate or whatever. But in the end, it, like I said, like I always say, like, countries are just slave plantations.
Yeah.
Well, let's be clear on this. I mean, it's not like, well, let's remind ourselves and remind everyone that we do learn, to read and write in school. We probably should, but it's just, when it comes to certain subjects like this globe thing, I'll be damned, my taxpayer dollars are going to go to that,
Do you think you need the government to be able to learn how to read and write?
No, actually, I don't. And I'll admit, I'm actually against the public education system altogether. I think we should just go strictly private. But the point I'm trying to make is that it's not like every moment we spent in school was completely wasted. I mean, let's not get ahead of ourselves.
I agree. There's a social aspect.
Yeah, but maybe them teaching you how to read and write is just makes it easier to indoctrinate you.
Yeah, it could be part of the grabble.
Yeah, but like also learning to read and write helps you, communicate to other flat earthers and figure out the earth is flat.
That too. I just want to address something 1.3 said. Are you still there, 1.3? Yeah. Do you remember the Red Bull jump? The Red Bull jump Felix Baumgartner did a few years ago?
You mean the draw?
Yeah, the Red Bull jump.
Well, jump entails, like, going up a little bit.
Okay,
he just stepped out of the thing.
The Felix Baumgartner fall.
The
fall.
The Red Bull fall. Yeah. Have you heard of this 1.3 or no?
No.
Okay. Yeah, so this guy went up in a little capsule and went up 128,000 feet up in the air. So, do you know how high airplanes fly? Roughly speaking. I could just tell you. Yeah, it's about 30,000. I mean, possibly up to 50,000 feet. So this Red Bull fall is at least triple to double that altitude. And we've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling us you don't see curvature from that altitude. So what do you think you saw in an airplane? If you can't see curvature from double or triple the altitude of an airplane, how are you going to see it lower than that? Yeah, here's Neil deGrasse Tyson.
You see this curvature of Earth's surface, and he said, "Wow, he's in space. Look at that." No, he's not. You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
So what did you see? 1.3.
Wait, be right back.
You don't see the curvature of Earth from us. Just like you said, throw him under the bus. Oh, Neil deGrasse Tyson, I don't believe him. Once you do that, you're done.
Right. Either you have to dive headfirst under the bus, or you got to chuck Neil under there.
Yeah, like is it throw your priest under the bus?
Yep.
Did he say it wasn't a jump and it was a fall? Like bungee falling. No one ever goes bungee jumping; they go bungee falling.
Ah, this guy's onto something.
Yeah, it's like when somebody asks you, is the water half full, half empty? It depends if it was full and somebody drank it halfway, or if they were filling it up to halfway. Or you can just say whichever one you want, I guess. But
he's just doing classic Glober kind of answers.
But technically,
for bungee jumping, it depends on how much balls you have, really, because you could actually jump off the ledge. And maybe Felix Baumgartner did too. I don't think so, though, because when I saw it, I'm pretty sure he just stepped out.
Yeah, he stepped out and fell down.
That's true percentage.
Some people,
I think if he had jumped,
they
he
just
would have
crazy,
hit his
just
head
like
on
Geronimo, and they just jump off, man.
I'm gonna try to make a clip of like Neil deGrasse Tyson saying, "You don't see curvature at that height," and then Felix saying, "I saw curvature. I saw curvature when I jumped." Side by side, just like
Neil said it with a lot more conviction. The other guy said it like someone told him to say it.
Oh yeah, Felix was he was told in the like pre-game post interview, like say this, say you saw curvature.
It wasn't believable at all.
No, I saw curvature in his accent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the way he said it was like, "Well, no, you didn't, dude."
It sounded forced or planned. Yeah,
totally. When Neil's popping off about not seeing curvature, it sounds good to me. Doesn't sound like he's forcing that.
No, that's organic. He's going off the cuff.
You don't see the curvature of the Earth.
That's a really good impression.
Oh, that's him.
Yeah, like those are the questions you ask him. Like, do you see curvature? Yeah, I saw curvature, and then you bring out Neil deGrasse, and they're like, "Oh, me against Neil," and like you expose them right there.
Yep.
But not that you have to be vicious or whatever. Like you just expose them, and wherever you take it, but you just catch them. Hopefully, it puts them on their back foot. We're like, "Oh shit, I'm lying. I'm double speaking."
Loud a bit. I can't hear you.
Yeah, we couldn't hear you.
Yeah, can you speak louder a bit? I can't really hear you.
Wait, what'd you say?
He's asking someone to speak louder. Which one?
The person that was talking before.
Wait, is 1.3 saying something?
Yes.
Oh, what did you say?
I said the other guy to speak louder because I couldn't hear him.
Well, there's lots of guys here. So do you have a name?
No, the guy that you were speaking to.
Well, he's pretty much done talking anyway. I was about to say something, which is that on the other end of this crazy spectrum, like 3 nights ago, I was in Gem Panda server, and this guy, for a split second, I swear, I thought he was trolling me. Like, I didn't actually think it was serious, but then after a few seconds of talking with him, I realized, oh, no, shit, he's serious. And that is, I asked him, like, do you believe you live on a spinning ball? Do you believe you live on a planet? He's like, yeah, I believe I live on a planet. It's like, all right, have you ever, why do you think you live on a spinning ball? And he's like, because I've seen the curvature. He's like, okay, where have you seen the curvature? He's like, just when I walk outside. I was like, asked him as an example, do you see it from your back porch? And he's like, yeah. It's like, just, he thinks he sees it even when he just walks out his front door. Like, he honestly, without being a troll, I swear he wasn't a troll. Like, and it was weird because, like, now that I think back, like, I wish I had asked the other people on Gem Panda's server, like, are you guys gonna just accept this? Yeah. I mean, I know you guys aren't saying this. I mean, but you guys aren't calling him out either. What's going on here? Seriously.
Gotta do the Glober versus Glober. Be like, do you support this guy? Or like when you bring up Operation Paperclip, it's like, well, what about this affiliation with the Nazis? And then you'll get Glober on Glober, and they'll be defending it, and it's just some defending it. Some, yeah.
Oh, I love pinning 2 Globers against each other. It's hilarious.
Or one Glober saying gravity's not a force, the other one, no, gravity is a force. It's like, okay, let's watch.
Yep, get your popcorn ready. That happens a lot with curvature. You'll get, like, if you had like 20 Globers, like 3 of them would say you can see curve in an airplane, 3 of them would be like, no, you can't. 3 of them would say one weirdo would say you could see if you climb a tree, like.
Could you talk a bit louder, sorry? A bit quiet.
Polly?
Hi. Sorry, sorry to interrupt. You're just a bit quiet.
Well, maybe you should just turn me up.
You're on max.
CB is not. He's 100% at a normal rate. You're the quiet one, dude.
Oh, my bad.
No, I think he's a bit quiet as well. I think a little bit quiet, but yes.
All right.
No, you're good, CB.
Yeah,
CB, you're not. Both of them are quiet, not you.
I always check how I sound on the live stream, so I know y'all are tripping.
Okay, sorry.
There's like, let's talk about something else other than the lack of glow proof.
Well, Polymerp, you're new. Welcome to the panel.
Yeah, I've been here a couple times.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
Any topics you want to get into, or you're just listening, or you want us to ask you some questions?
At the moment, if I have anything, I'll ask.
You cool if we ask you a couple questions?
I guess, sure.
Cool.
I was wondering about satellites.
Oh, yeah, we discussed this a little bit tonight already.
Oh, sorry, must not.
Well, that's fine. It's an easy one. I mean, what do you think about satellites or rebellion?
I know you have. They just confuse me.
Yeah.
Like, they send them up. Why would they?
The best evidence would be asking you for your proof of satellites. How do you verify it? Like, what evidence do you have of satellites?
Well, I mean, I guess I've seen them in the night sky. Like, flying.
Can you send me a picture or post it in live stream of the satellites you've seen?
No, I don't have photos. I was on a hike. I thought I saw a shooting star, but it wasn't.
That is the answer I get from every single glober who claims to have seen satellites or planets or anything ISS.
I mean,
I ask him.
I'm just not sure. I'm not a glober personally. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm reading up. I'm looking at all the stuff on here. I'm just a bit confused because I saw this thing flying in the sky. I mean, what, you're gonna tell me it's a UFO?
No, I'm going to tell you it's a story that you're telling me that you can't post any pictures or videos. And not that I'm going to trust that, but at least it would be something.
I try to look at it from a legal perspective. Like, pretend we're all in a courtroom right now. We got some judges. There's a jury. And you go up to the judge and you say, well, judge, I saw this thing. And the judge goes, all right, well, just present your evidence. And you're like, well, I don't have any. Like, what do you think the judge would do? Doesn't necessarily mean you didn't see it, but if you don't have evidence, then the judge doesn't have any choice but to like dismiss what.
Can you please shut up?
All right, well, we can shut you up. So, bye.
Yeah, so if you saw a light in the sky and you thought it was a satellite in the vacuum of space, like how would you verify that claim? I mean, if somebody claimed a light in the sky is a satellite falling around the Earth in the vacuum of space, how would you prove that to be true? As opposed to just being an unverified light in the sky.
I mean, then I have to ask you the question: how do stars work? How does everything else work? In that case,
unverified. They are also unverified lights in the sky. The sun, moon, stars, wandering stars, which we now call planets, which is unverified lights in the sky.
Okay. How can you tell me the moon exists then?
Because I see it.
What?
Yeah, but
what did you ask?
If I see something and then everyone else, like a bunch of other people see something, doesn't that mean it's something exists?
We all can agree that the moon exists.
Okay, yeah.
Wait,
we all observe the same lights in the sky, but I'm not talking about just observing them. I'm talking about the difference between that and validating any claims about them. So, they might tell you that a star is a burning ball of gas a million miles away or millions of miles away.
Okay.
But that's just a claim. They say it's a burning ball of gas holding its shape in a vacuum millions of miles away. All right, that's a claim. But when it comes to, validating this claim, proving this to be true, well, I have no evidence for it. I don't know of anyone that does. Do you?
Yeah. Didn't think so. Yeah, I was going to say exactly what Orion said. Like, we all observe the same Earth. So it's important to note that.
But yeah, also like,
hello?
I've never seen a satellite. I've never seen anything cross the moon. I've never seen. So that's why I asked for the picture or the video. And like, you've never seen it, and I know it.
Oh, be careful with that one, because technically if you see something cross the moon, you're certainly seeing something moving in front of the moon, but that still doesn't mean that the moon or the object you're seeing move in front of the moon is in the vacuum of space.
No, that's true, but I would even challenge any flat earther to show me anything crossing the moon ever. I've never seen it or a video, but I just see the moon.
I've seen quite a few strange things. But whatever, I'm not going to say I recorded it myself. It's just what other people did. Again, all of it unverified, except for, the planes, the airplanes that move in front of the moon. I mean, those are obviously airplanes.
Yeah, airplane. Yeah, I've never seen that, but I could see how that could happen. I could potentially see that. I've never seen it myself, but just for me personally, I look at the sky a lot. I see Orion spinning left to right in rotation, perfect circular. I never see anything other than planes. I never see any light that does anything other than rotate left to right. I see no satellites. I see no lights in the sky other than planes.
Quick hello to Daniel. I see you just joined. VC verified. Looks like you were muted previously. Do you know why?
Yeah, I said in the live stream. Interrupted someone.
Okay. All right. Welcome back.
Yeah.
What brings you to the panel? You just listening in tonight? You have something on your mind?
Yeah, I just like to listen in, contribute to the conversation. Yeah, all those things, yeah.
Sounds good. Glad to have you. Yep. Feel free to pipe in if you have any questions or you want to throw out an argument or something.
Yeah, not to put you on the spot, but is he not like the only new honest potentially person?
Well, those are few and far between, so go for it.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Daniel, but or how long you've been here or whatever, but I always would just start where like, do you have any globe proof?
Look, I'm not a globe. I'm not a flat earther. I'm just, in the middle, trying to decide, which one I believe in more.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, go for it.
When did, like, for me, I was pretty heavily into the globe and space and all that stuff prior to even hearing about the flat earth. So for me, there was no disconnect. There was no like disconnect into a neutral position and then flat earth. I mean, I pretty much smoothly transitioned into flat earth. My question for you is, when did you detach from the globe? If you're in a neutral position, when did you step back and go, "Whoa, okay, maybe it's not a globe."
Yeah, it was, maybe a few months ago now. Yeah.
Okay, was it flat
Uh,
earth related, or you saw something in the globe that was like, I don't know if that makes sense, or
Yeah, my friend pointed me to this server, and I've been joining into the live streams, like looking at the bottom of the like at the additional information.
Mm-hmm.
Just browsing through there, learning more things. So, yeah.
Cool. Well, that answers my question. If someone else wants to ask him something. Or I could ask you.
Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me.
Sure. Could you name one flat earth argument?
A lot of things just don't make sense to me. Like satellites. Obviously, like these places like Antarctica. Yeah, and I've done like a test at the lake.
Nice.
My friend, he pointed me and gave me the information and said, like, hey, I did this test and it turned out not to be like, curved as much as it should be.
Right.
It was actually Polymer. He's in the server. In the call right now.
I think I recognize the name.
Polymerp. Yeah.
Yeah, hi.
Oh, okay.
You're saying he did observation and then you just trusted his observation?
No, we did it together I remember joining like a couple days ago. I called on this live stream I showed you.
Yeah.
I think. We did it up by Smith Lake in Australia. 3.5 kilometers. Ring a bell?
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember. I know you've been around for a couple days, and I heard that conversation.
No, I've been since December.
So Daniel was on the other side of the lake at 3.5 miles.
3.5
kilometers.
Yeah.
3.5 kilometers.
We use the metric system here in Australia.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 3.5 miles, and what about the Chicago skyline?
No, 3.5 kilometers.
Yeah,
3.5 kilometers. What about 56 miles?
Bro, he just told you they use the metric system.
Yeah, I feel like I'm getting ignored here.
It's like 2.2 miles, mate.
Yeah, I'm not too good with the conversion between miles and kilometers.
So I would ask Daniel, like, where are you at, like, in percentage of Earth is flat, Earth is globe? Say, like, Earth is flat 50-50, or what is it?
Look, I'm honestly, after that test, I was a bit shocked. I'm leaning towards the flat Earth side now, a little bit. But, everything can change if I find, like, more information, stuff like that.
So I'll ask you again, in percentage of flat Earth to globe Earth, what percentage would you think it is?
Like 1% being globe, 50% being on the fence, 100% being flat. Where are you at?
Like, 7 out of 10, something like that.
70%? Not bad. Not bad.
So then I would just, secondary question is, what is that 30%? What is the 30% globe proof or globe evidence?
Emotional attachment.
Yes, Stockholm syndrome.
Yeah.
Look, I've obviously been at school. A lot of people telling me how the Earth, works, and the gravity and the moon, stuff like that. It's pretty hard to just switch.
Well, no, you just got to pick your best couple of proofs, and then if you can verify it with observable, measurable, repeatable evidence, then we're going to shut down the server.
Yeah, but
you're absolutely right, bro. It's hard to switch. It's hard to undo that conditioning. We've all been there.
I've been brought up this way, and taught this way.
For some people, it's hard.
Made sense in the past.
For some people, it's not hard to switch. So I can.
You're telling me you took like 0 time to undo the conditioning? You had no doubts whatsoever. You went from certainty to certainty. Come on,
no,
man.
I doubt that.
I was a truther at 2011 to 2015. On Twitter, somebody said, "Look at flat Earth." I watched Flat Earth Freemasonic Matrix Manipulators, and within 10 minutes, I knew it was flat. But I only came out publicly 2 to 5 months later after doing all the research.
So you knew it was flat, and yet you did research. Why?
Yeah, I knew.
If you were certain in it, why would you do more research?
No, I knew 5 to 10 minutes in, Earth is flat, but I wouldn't publicly. I wasn't ready to debate it. I didn't know the ins and outs. But I knew it was flat. I just needed to do more research.
Yeah, look, honestly, like, I wouldn't switch that fast, and I think that's a bad thing if you can just switch that fast.
Me too.
This is
I already knew
like
the government
important information.
Everyone's different.
Like, for me, at least, I had to.
I'd research it, think about it a lot. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
You can criticize
Think about it.
Clippers.
I think it shows a lack of critical thought.
I really don't know how you just switched in 10 minutes. Like,
one's different though. Okay,
that goes over my head.
It wasn't the same for me. It took me time, so it's not the same for everybody. Some people, their parents were flat earthers; they were raised flat earth. So it's different for everyone. But it doesn't happen overnight for everybody.
A lot of people don't really think about it.
Yeah, but you can claim that the ones that are just raised into it without actually thinking about it aren't actually flat earthers.
Yeah, quite possibly. But for them, the switch, quote unquote, switch would be a lot easier than someone like me, for example, who was like into it. You know, I was pretty into the
Yeah,
globe.
but 10 minutes seems like a bit of a stretch for me.
I didn't care about the globe. I never cared about it. I never defended it. Never thought about it. I already knew that the government was corrupt and they were doing rituals and they were satanic. And then when Flat Earth came along, it was an easy transition where everything fit perfectly. And many people can feel the same way and others don't. And yeah.
It's the same for me, Northern Religion. Totally.
There's
There's
an old saying that's really good that should apply to this. There's many ways to ascend the mountain, but the view from the top is the same. So
yeah, I'm not like I said, I only came out publicly on Twitter 2 to 5 months later after I found out it was flat. Because
Bro, we're not asking about your sex life. At least one person got it.
He said he came out on top, right?
Only the real ones know that one.
No. I don't know how to respond. I'm not going to get triggered or angry. I got a joke. Like I can totally. But yeah, I wasn't prepared to debate it for 2 to 5 months, and then after the 5 months, 6 months, you're done. Any debate, any person, anytime.
Anyway, I was asking before, and then you guys called me delusional. But I was asking about satellites.
I don't think anyone called you delusional tonight.
Implied. My bad. You guys said that I didn't see what I saw, but I'd like to ask about satellites. That's what I just wanted to know about.
Okay.
Look, we're all trying to learn here. I don't think it's fair to, assume things like that. Saying that he didn't see that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, I rarely don't think that there's 7 of us who are hiking.
You cannot play the victim and say we cannot assume that you didn't see it, even though you didn't post the picture, you didn't send the DM picture.
What picture?
It's
picture
in
was 7 seconds.
Well, you're claiming something, but you can't back it up. So, then you're claiming the victim that I'm asking for the evidence.
Okay, in that case, you see something, you don't know what it is.
I'm the bad
It goes away in 5 seconds. How are you supposed to get evidence? How am I supposed to get evidence?
Well, then,
look, I think you should just take his word on it and try to explain what it could be.
Because there was 7 people there, mate. I'm a bit confused. That's how can 7 people all have this
I brought this up earlier, right? I try to look at things from a legal perspective. So, pretend you're in court. You can't lean on. Well, I was there with my buddies as
yeah, but this isn't really court. It's just
I know.
It's a trustworthy place where we
I
can
understand,
all talk freely.
but you also wouldn't tell a judge well, just trust me on this one, So that's just the way I think. I just think.
Look, if you guys are acting like judges, then I don't know if I should be in this server anymore. I'm just trying to learn.
My point isn't that we're judges here. My point is that we're at least looking to have some evidence on the table that we can discuss. But if it's that, oh well, you just got to trust me on this one. I mean, okay, we can. But
I agreed with you that it may not be a satellite. But how do you I'd like you to explain 7 people seeing something at the same time, and what kind of evidence would I possibly be able to give you from a thing that happened in 7 seconds? I don't think in 7 seconds an average person whips out their phone and starts recording something. Unless you're a reporter, so it's a bit hard.
You just destroyed yourself. You're you expect me to get evidence for this thing that I'm claiming? How do you expect me to get evidence?
This was 5 years ago, mate.
Yeah, it's all in the moment as well.
Yeah, it's 5 years ago. I was a complete.
It's all in the mind.
Yeah, you expect us to believe you without any evidence or video or citations when we don't trust We only trust observable, measurable, repeatable, and then there's some speculation.
Look, my question is, why don't you trust him? Like, there's no reason. We're literally trying to learn here, and you guys are not trusting
I asked
us.
about satellites in general, and you guys kept after me bringing up, I think I saw a satellite. I agreed it could not be it could possibly not be a satellite, but I don't. And I said I think it might not be 7 people. Rather, there were 7 people, but that's okay. You don't have to believe me. I want to know about satellites. What the whole theory on it is.
Yeah, that's fine. So I just want to say it's not a trust thing, but what is the claim that's on the table here? What is your claim?
So I was hiking with 7 of my friends up a mountain.
I know, I follow. You guys saw something in the sky. So what is your claim about what you saw?
Nothing.
Okay.
I assumed it was a satellite. You guys asked
Was
me
it a moving light in the sky?
Yeah.
During that time, everyone there assumed it was a satellite.
Okay.
Could be a satelloon.
Assumption. Sorry?
Okay.
Could be a satelloon. You saw a moving light, I assume, that acted different to a star.
Okay, yeah, it moved, and I assumed at the time, again, it was a satellite because at the time I was a complete globe earther. I completely believed everything that was.
Yeah. I would have thought so.
Like, why would you take
satellite.
it? Why would you take a
I said
picture?
that I just said okay, satellite. It's just a normal thing. Why would I take a picture either? You guys are asking for all this evidence, saying all this. It's just something that I did 5 years ago that I thought was a satellite. My bad. It's not a satellite. Could you now explain how satellites work?
Well, it could be a satelloon. Have you heard of them?
No, I have not.
So satellites on a weather balloon.
Huh.
It's
Sorry,
really
I got back there next year.
The Satelloon thing is something you should look into for sure if you haven't heard of it. But it's hard to make claims and speculate about stuff in the sky. I mean, what is that to us anyway? We're just looking up and
it's easy to make claims and speculate, but it's hard to actually prove anything.
Right. Yeah, that's probably a better way to put it.
Yeah, so they see lights in the sky, insert story.
I mean, yeah, that's what a globe head would do, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So you're calling me a globe head now?
No, that's why I didn't refer to you. That's why I didn't say you.
This is disrespectful.
Honestly,
No, man, listen.
I've
That's
joined
why.
this. I've tried to ask about goddamn
Oh my
satellites.
gosh! Why did you get offended?
Never fall for the victim card.
That wasn't to. That's why I specifically said that's what a globehead would say. Not that's what this guy thinks.
And also, globehead is just a very common term to refer to someone that believes in the globe. It's kind of a slur, but not really.
I have purposefully used that to dodge speaking about you because I wasn't.
The flat Earth equivalent is flurf.
Okay, cool.
It wasn't to you, man. Trust me.
Okay, cool. Could you answer my question, please?
Yeah, the satellites. So the thing with flat Earth is that we're just saying that the medium they claim satellites to exist in is a violation of natural law.
Right.
So that's all. I mean, that's really what it comes down to.
Why would they make that up, though?
Well, they have satelloons. It doesn't have to be all completely made up.
All right.
Right.
How does signal transmit?
Well, that's not my area of expertise, but I hear a lot of it is there's multiple ways. There's cell towers, there's underground cables. I mean, but like I said, it's not my area of expertise. I focus more on the fact that the medium they claim the satellites to exist in, outer space, is a second law of thermodynamics violation. So it's not a real place, So
okay.
But it doesn't mean doesn't mean you can't have satelloons. So
all right, I'll look into it then.
Yeah, I mean, the arguments we get into is the gas pressure. Have you heard this one before?
No, I haven't.
No. So the question we ask is, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
What do you mean?
So if I were to demonstrate gas pressure with a container, I could use maybe a can of soda, or a 2 liter of Coke. So the the container is what gives you the pressure. If I open the 2 liter and pour it in a coffee cup and leave it on the counter for a week, it's gonna, no pun intended, but the soda is gonna go flat. You need the containment to have the gas pressure. Same thing with like a car tire. If you get a flat tire, well, you got to get a new tire to contain the gas pressure. You can't just ask the mechanic to just pump.
You get it repaired.
Yeah, you get it plugged or whatever, but you still need the container to contain the gas pressure. Right. So no container or open container, then you're susceptible to the second law of thermodynamics, entropy. High pressure moves to low pressure. So those are demonstrations of gas pressure with a container. The question is, can it be demonstrated without a container?
Nope.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no. It can't. Yeah, I would say that it can't. That's a violation of natural law. And what do they claim it? What do they claim space to be? Well, they're saying that we have a globe with gas pressure, no container next to a vacuum. So that hasn't been demonstrated. That's a grandiose claim with no evidence. So that's why you'll see people in the chat saying space is fake. So, yeah.
It's not even no evidence. It's not possible.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
And just to answer your question earlier, Polymer, about why would they lie? NASA gets paid $60 million a day. Why wouldn't they lie?
Better question.
Yeah. I don't think he said why would they lie, but he did infer it a couple of times, I'm sure.
No, he did say that.
Because there's like whole blueprints and everything. Like, why would they go that far?
What?
Well, that's just one reason. I mean, to deny the creator is another reason. But to make us feel insignificant. And there's a lot of reasons, but I think $60 million a day is a good one.
I always say that if you can believe the earth is tilted, then you can believe anything. So like for example, I sometimes use this example as well. Like I have a little brother. We're about 10 years apart. So when I was playing video games younger, he was really little. Like I could hand him a controller unplugged and tell him you're actually playing the game. So sometimes I think of it like that. Like if they can get you to believe that you're really playing the game, but you're not even plugged in, well, I mean, who knows what kind of advantages that could have. I was the one playing the game, you know what I mean? And he thought he was playing. So
well, that's interesting. That's interesting.
But I don't know their motives. You know what I mean? We can only focus on the evidence. So that's what we try to stick to.
Yeah, we all know their motives, but we're not allowed to talk about it. Like, why would the government lie? To maintain human slavery for centuries and continue it. And tax you, and poison you, and lie to you, steal from you. charge you whatever for gas. I'm sure your gas went up.
Oh yeah.
So yeah. All they're doing is boiling the frog, fucking yeah. Inflation. It's, that is the easiest question. Like, why would they lie? Like, if you trust the government, you've never done any research into the history, into any events in the past 100 years. And if you did, you would notice the government hypocrisy and how they lie and say this and do how they say, we're trying to protect you, but we'll go and kill these other people and we'll go like, and you just look at the hypocrisy, find the loopholes.
All right, I posted something in the chat. It's sort of similar to my little brother unplugged playing video games example. So I have a neighbor who, when when the dad cuts the grass, the little kid will like pretend to cut the grass behind him. So it's kind of like that. Like imagine the dad's cutting the grass. He's the government. He's like getting you to believe that you're the one, doing it behind him. So watch the video. Maybe that'll give a good example.
If you were a slave master, would you tell your slaves the truth, or would you deceive them to maintain your slave master domain? You would lie to the people beneath you so you can maintain your riches, so you can sit around and be lazy while everybody else works. You think the Rothschilds and the Rockefellers are working ever? Or are they just doing rituals and partying?
They're probably working a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's working smart and there's working hard. They're probably working smart.
Working hard or hardly working. Am I right?
Yeah, you're right, baby.
You have any other questions other than satellites? It's been popular tonight. It's like the fourth time, fourth person in a row.
No.
Yeah, you see a light moving through the sky. Sorry to interrupt. You see a light moving through the sky, and then your imagination, because of the indoctrination, makes you think it's a satellite. But if you Google images of satellites, honestly, all you find is CGI renderings of satellites.
No, but to be fair, there are like weird looking machine type things that amateur astronomers can get eyes on. Like the ISS transiting the sun and stuff.
But it's funny how if you Google images of satellites, you just see these cartoons.
But even if they had a realistic picture of a satellite, it still wouldn't prove anything. It would just be a tiny step in the right direction.
I know, right? You could try harder, maybe.
You make your pictures look real, and then like you could have like 0.25% of like viability. If that.
Like I could take one of their photos and make it look a bit realer in Photoshop. Like it's not really hard for someone who
Yeah,
can do.
if you Google or Bing satellite from space, like they're obvious cartoons. Like it's but
Yeah, like which camera's taking a photo of the satellite as well of the pictures they provide. Like it's Buddy right next to him.
You can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah. Hi, Elon.
Yeah, Polymerp.
Yeah.
I don't doubt what you saw in the sky. You know, I know you probably saw a light in the sky because I've seen lights in the sky myself. Now, whether they were satellites, no, I don't think so. Airplanes, maybe. I don't know. Helicopters way up.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
All I know is it was unidentified.
Yeah, see, that's the question.
Not disagreeing.
I ask him to send me the picture and show me all the details, and it never comes. I don't want to see just a picture of a white light on a dark background. I want to see a picture that you took with details of the satellite.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, it could most possibly not be a satellite. Could most possibly, like, I have no clue, to be honest.
Well, and
It's an assumption at the time.
And you add in Starlink in there, you know, who knows what those things are doing.
Yeah.
I haven't done a lot of research on that. I don't know if anybody else here has, but
yeah, neither.
Yeah, but if you're gonna talk about satellites and that's your best proof, then just bring up the Chicago skyline or a helicopter rotating above a globe Earth, and then
I mean,
you got nothing.
I was never really proving. I just said, like, that's...
Yeah, but everything that we talk about is in a way to plant the seed of doubt and to debunk the globe model in every way. So, like, you can be, not that you are, you can try to claim victim or I'm mean or this or like, I'm asking you for globe proof. Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah, like I always say, I want you to be in the lobby spreading flat earth. I want you to stay around and be a flat earther. I'm just trying to ask you direct questions to make you question the globe model, where if the helicopter is not rotating above a globe Earth and you can hover for 6 hours and land in the same spot, then the globe Earth is not rotating. Earth is not rotating.
Yeah.
And all it takes is one of those to destroy the globe model. One.
Oh, I'm sure they come up with some answer for that.
Oh yeah, they say it's they say it's.
What do they say?
They can see there's no drift, and then I say, "Welcome to flat Earth." So.
No, I mean, how do they get around that? When you go up in a helicopter, you wait for
they say conservation of momentum, and then I welcome them to flat Earth because conservation of momentum means that there's no 15-degree drift.
Well, the whole spinning ball should be going 1,000 miles an hour underneath you. I don't understand 15-degree drift.
Yeah, they concede that the helicopter does not drift; it lands in the same spot after 16 hours.
Because the Earth underneath it didn't change.
Yeah, if the Earth was rotating underneath, it would rotate 15 degrees per hour.
Hey, that's the end of spinning Earth. Shouldn't that prove it?
Yeah, or one of the, all you have to do is ask them for an experiment to prove gravity, and they're done.
Yeah, they know there isn't one, so
they'll say mass attracting mass, and you got them. Or there's no experiment to validate space time.
Space time.
All they have is denial, and they'll deny what an experiment is. They'll deny an independent variable. They'll deny, yeah.
Oh, they're just so dedicated to just making sure that, they're just chilling for that ball Earth and NASA and everything. They got to know that they're, I believe they see the truth and their mind goes, no, I got to quash that. You must attack that truth, which is a really scary mentality as far as I'm concerned.
Hey, Ant, are you all good?
We all know that the subjective truth believers always will deny intelligent design.
What'd you say? What was the phrase you just said?
So the subjective truth believers will always find a way to reject intelligent design.
Subjective truth.
Because if you ask a glober, do you believe in objective truth or subjective truth? They will often, or more often than not, say subjective truth. And I believe in objective truth. So it's a separation between the globers and the flat earthers, where we believe in objective, they believe in subjective.
The subjective means exactly what?
Subjective means anything you want to believe, you can believe. Whatever you decide to believe is the truth.
Yeah, no. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, subjective means just by like your feelings and emotions in the moment, and objective is observable, measurable, repeatable.
Yeah.
Natural laws.
It's like the scientism. It's all lies agreed upon. It's consensus science, Well, let's all just agree that, the sun's 93 million miles away and the Big Bang was 14.7 billion years ago, and we'll all just say that's what it is, and that's the end of it. That's not science.
It's government propaganda.
Use the history term then upon as well. All history is a lie agreed upon.
Yes.
Same thing. Then.
So, the history we've been taught is probably a little flaky as well.
Yeah, I think Helios a couple hours ago were like, if you believe anything in history, you're probably a fool. About many things, anything the government says about history, and you're gonna push it, that's crazy.
Well, we sort of just accept like the history we're given, and George Washington chopped down the cherry tree, and Abraham Lincoln wore a tall hat and got shot in the theater, and we don't have any reason to think anybody's lying to us, but it was the same with the flat earth. With the ball earth, we didn't think anybody was out to lie to us. So how many other areas of education are twisted up?
Yeah, I would just say, like, name one story in history that was actually true.
I don't know. I mean,
exactly.
Again, we weren't there, and we were told this and that.
Anything you name would be like, okay, well, how did you verify that? Like Abraham Lincoln, where's the video? Where's the
where's the film of him being shot? Can you prove it? Oh, please.
Yeah, history
Yeah,
is to a different standard of evidence because you can't go and physically verify it because it was 200 years ago, 400 years ago. Journals and pictographs and pictures are not like it's not good enough. It's just a story.
yeah. So I understand that. Yeah, maybe they're telling us some wrong stuff, and I've been hearing about the timeline. The history timeline has been jacked with, and
history's written by the winners of the wars, and then it can be trusted.
Have you looked into that Tartaria and those buildings that?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's awesome.
I don't know what to make of that information. I mean, you look at these magnificent structures, and you're like, "Wow, who built all that?" You know, there's a cart with a horse pulling it. You know, like those people with little hammers and shit built that. I don't know. Makes you have some questions.
No, it's an interesting subject, definitely.
Yeah, I looked at. I saw this one pretty good video. It was pretty long, and it kind of went over the mud layers of. Like you got the bottom layer of buildings that's under the ground. It's just all weird. I have no clue.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I guess
buildings on buildings and things.
I guess the idea that there was some kind of a global flood of mud. I don't even understand.
Yeah, I think people say it was a flood, and then obviously when there's a flood, the water gets muddy because of the earth kind of getting mixed up with it, and then it dries out as mud. But yeah, I love the Tartaria kind of subject, but
Yeah,
they bring up
the back burner with me.
Fairs, the World's Fairs thing, but some of that's a bit sketchy, I think.
Yeah, they're trying to say oh, those towers and stuff. They were broadcasting, free energy and things.
Or they were already there. Some of the buildings were already there that they claimed to have built.
See, then you got to ask the tough questions where you got to be direct and be like, how old do you think Earth is? When do you think Tartaria was? Where did this start? And all this, you got to ask. Every flat earther has a different version of history, a different age of Earth. So we're all trying to figure out history and repiece it ourselves. So we all have a different version.
Yeah, and it's something we can't confirm, so it's always just going to be speculation, I suppose.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious no one in the world knows how old the Earth is.
The one thing is, we know the calendars were changed. We know alphabets have been changed. So we know it's not. I know it's not 2022. Myself, there's no way.
Well, that's just the agreed on.
Yeah, they changed Julian to Gregorian, and there was many calendars before that. So there's no way you can ever verify it's 2022 with different months and different month lengths and different year lengths. No
yeah,
way.
I mean they, when God said, worship me on the Sabbath, or on the seventh day. After they screwed around with the calendars, you'd never know when the seventh day really was anymore.
No. Yeah, my main point is we just don't know what year it is, and it doesn't change how we live our lives and what happens when we die. But it's just one of those fake government stories of it's 2022 AC or whatever it is now.
You think back in 1730, that they're on the same timeline. If you subtracted that many years, it would be 1730. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't quite understand.
No, it's if you look at the population increase from 1400 or 1800 to now, and the technology increase, it supports a young Earth, super young Earth. There's no way we were stupid, or we didn't have wheels from till 1400, or there's no way we were that
wheels.
It's you can tell how much the technology has advanced in 200 years Like, we weren't dumb for 1,400 years or for 5,000 years. You can tell how smart we are in these last 200 years, and you can gauge that on how old the Earth is after the flood.
Yes, it's some of these things are interesting, but I don't really, it's like it doesn't really matter a whole lot. The age of the Earth and this.
No,
brings you back to flat Earth because that's something you can test for yourself. Where everything else is, even recent history, like 9/11, JFK kind of stuff. We don't know if we can't like empirically prove that info. So the only thing you can is by testing flat Earth yourself. So that always comes back to me to flat Earth because that's a thing I can test. Everything else is just kind of speculation or hearsay or a rabbit hole, never-ending misinformation or whatever. But you know what I mean.
Especially nowadays when they're just scrubbing the web of all kinds of information.
Yeah,
they've been doing it for a while.
Terrible.
I got into a thing where people even think, there's people who say like spelling is spells and stuff and things like that. And there's people who even think the English language was created in order for them to be able to use spells easier.
Yeah, I've seen kind of information on that. It sort of makes sense. The whole legalese and word magic and
there's more to power. Power in words.
Spelling, cursive. There's a lot of stuff to it.
Yeah.
I'm
not sure how all that works, but
I dare you.
I
dare you to drive without a license and see what happens.
Drive without a license?
Yeah.
You know that the only drivers that need driver's licenses are those operating in commerce. But people
You'll
don't
still get
realize
stopped
that.
You'll still get
The police don't care.
I've been a couple hours to go to court for 3 hours and see if you can get off. And
yeah, I mean, you should be able to just go in there and say, "Well, I wasn't operating under commerce." Pull out the DMV codes, and it says it right there. And
there's a guy in the UK. There's a guy in the UK who tried it for a year. He took his license plates off and then operated. He just drove his car with no tax, no insurance. And for a whole year, I think he got arrested 300 times or something. Had to go.
Oh my god!
He said it's just not worth the hassle, of doing it.
I live in the Zionist states of Canada. If I drive with no license plates, I get targeted, I get arrested and fined hundreds and hundreds of times. And if I don't pay the fines, they take your house. They put you in jail.
Never ends.
So, Canada is one of the most cucked states in the world, man.
You can claim that you can get out of it, but here, if you don't pay your fines, they take your shit and put you in jail.
My queen owns all your countries.
Well, okay, so how do you prove that it's you? Do you give them a license or an ID or something?
That's a good point. Let me see your ID. I don't have any.
They will just detain. They'll just detain you and hold you, and then identify you, or hold you until they identify you. And then once they identify you, they put the fine on you, and then they put multiple fines on you every time. And once the same cop, it's a small town. Once the same cop arrests you 10 times, and they know your car, they know what you look like.
They're on the lookout for you.
They know you're going to be breaking the law, so they just
Do they take your vehicle when you're caught driving with no license, no registration?
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure they would.
Just
impound.
That's it. They just impound that shit. It's our car now.
Yeah, you can try to fight it, but yeah,
it's an uphill battle, I'll tell you.
Like I said, there's another person in the server who's like, yeah, you don't need a license. I'm like, buddy, I would get every day I drive, I would get pulled over and a fine $300. Pulled over next day, $300, and eventually, once I don't pay, they take your house.
Yeah.
or they just detain you. Like,
put you in a cage for a while.
Yeah, and then he said you can speak your way out of it and say you're not this and I'm not the capital letters and you can get out of it. It's like, well, go ahead, you do it. I'm not.
Yeah, you try that. These
You do
cops
it.
don't know about any of that shit. They're just like, what the fuck? Where's your
Yeah,
license?
I would just pay my insurance and then not have to deal with that.
Yeah, they pretty much just railroad you into it.
Yeah, like if you want to fight everything every time and you're in but not everybody is in the logistical position to like walk to the courthouse, or like sometimes it's an hour drive or it could be 4-hour drive. Like, not the same situation.
Yeah, that whole maritime admiralty law is all it's part of that word magic legalese spell casting crap from set up to where the day you're born, they just glom onto you and create a legal fiction with your name, and it's a whole confusing thing that you don't realize is going on, and it's the way canon law works, and you have no idea.
Like I was explaining to somebody, I was like, do you want every time I drive, do I want to get pulled over and harassed and then have to go through that hour or half hour scenario of explaining to the cop the whole thing at the same time every time? And then he didn't understand that in my location, like there's only a certain amount of cops and they know your car and they know who you are. So like, it's just like, do you want to deal with that every single day you want to go for a ride? Like, and it just, to me, it's not realistic. It's just like, do you want to get pulled over every single day that you drive? No.
Yeah, I used to see the sovereign citizens try that, the law enforcement just doesn't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, they're just gonna be like, I don't care. I'm just doing my job. Get in the back.
They'll write you a ticket, you can show up or not, but if you don't, then there'll be a warrant, the whole drill.
Yeah, the cops are not there to like really stop crime. They're just there to find you, and like it's like a net trying to collect cash and steal.
Yeah, they're just what do you call it? Revenue generating revenue. You ever see these First Amendment auditors videos?
It sounds like the topic where like
it's like guys that they'll go to court like federal buildings and places where police stations, and it's places where it's legal to film, video, but the natural tendency for the employees is to, what are you doing with the camera? You can't have that in here. Shut that off. Blah blah blah. And then they start calling the cops, and the cops want to back up, the complaining women that are weirded out by some guy with a camera, and then these auditors have to try to like teach the cops the law. They're like on the verge of getting arrested. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I try to avoid those situations, but like if you're, some people do it because they have a YouTube channel and they're speaking and they get arrested and then they try to fight it. But like I personally try to avoid government and situations and crazy people crazy people at all times because, like,
yeah, I don't like to go to courtrooms. I don't want to go to police stations. I don't, government facility.
yeah. So you're saying the guy's going to go intentionally, like, film somewhere where he knows there's going to be a confrontation, he knows there's going to be a fight, and then he's like, "I'm going to film it, and I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to try to speak the truth and fight you." And it's like I don't want to deal with like the cops tasing me and arresting me or like.
Yeah,
like,
it's
what do you
pretty
prove?
cool when. Well, it's like this one guy, Bay Area Transparency. He's really good at it, and like he'll go to a police station and there'll be a parking lot, bunch of police cars out there, and some the regular civilian cars, and he'll be out there kind of filming the license plates and filming into the cars. And so as soon as the cop sees that, they're like, "What the fuck?" And they're like, "Can I help you? Can I help you?" And it's like, "Oh no, I'm just taking some pictures, And I'm like, "What are you doing this for?" And then the whole thing ensues. But the Bay Area Transparency knows the laws, like perfectly, and so he knows exactly what is legal and what is not. And these cops are a little more fuzzy on it, and the cops are used to, just getting their way and having people, kiss their boots when they say anything. And when you start like standing up to them with your rights, it's kind of interesting. Some are nice, some are good cops that know how to reel it in and not violate your rights because they're kind of afraid of getting sued. And other cops, they want to be tough guys and assholes and whatnot.
Yeah, it's easier to do that in a big city where, like, if you're in the Bay Area and he's driving a 2003 Civic, they're not going to recognize his 2003 Civic. But if I drive my car here, the cops, like, there's like 9 cops in this
They all
facility.
know you.
So yeah, in a big city, you can do whatever you want because the cop's not going to recognize you. What are the odds that he's patrolling that area? But in my area, there's only like 10 cop cars in like this whole like vicinity. So
You in Canada?
yeah, I'm in like rural Canada where everybody knows everybody. The cops know who's who, where they are, where they live, and if they pull you over a couple times, they know you by car, by name.
Right.
And you get targeted depending on certain situations.
Are you on the East Coast?
No, he's in Alberta.
I would central.
Uh-huh. So what became of the truckers in Ottawa?
Bro, they called the army in and they're getting arrested.
I mean, are there any there, or they're all gone now?
No, if you want, I'm going to say it. It could be forbidden topic or not. There's people that are saying, even I said, like, the convoy did nothing, but the convoy blocked the borders here. I have one of the number 1 or 2 busiest border crossings in Canada. It was blocked off for 7 to 21 days. And this is the first time, March 15th, is that all restrictions are being lifted for the first time in 2 years. So anybody can say the truckers' convoy is a psyop. It's this. It could be. It probably is. But this is still the first time that I have no mask for 2 years.
So they chilled out on the mask stuff after they cracked down on the convoy?
There's no QR code March 1st, no masks March 15th.
Oh, that's good.
So you can say the convoy was a psyop, convoy did nothing, and it could be that. But whether it's connected or not, I have no restrictions for the first time in 2 years.
Correlation does not equal causation.
No, exactly. But because I even said like the convoy did nothing, and then the restrictions are lifted. Like I could be wrong, or like I'm willing to admit I could be wrong.
They can always lift that stuff off, and then next month, oh, there's a new variant. Shut your businesses. Wear the mask. And
I know that, like, say for instance, I played my first hockey game in an indoor arena for the first time in 6 months, and it could be for a month, 2 months, 6 months, or like who knows when the next lockdown is.
Yeah, when they just tell you to stay in your homes. I mean, I don't know, man.
Yeah.
They never tried this before.
Well, I know that I'm going to be locked out of the rinks again. It's just I'm going to enjoy this week or month or however long possible. And
yeah, you got to enjoy as much as you can.
Yeah, because it's going to be lockdown, open up for it's until Agenda 2030 and beyond. Like, we know their agenda.
I mean, I know the thing is, when you understand the agenda, then it's like, what am I just gonna just conform to this shit? I know what they're doing. It ain't right. You just feel like a big pussy for
Yeah, but you're
conforming to this.
I'm not really conforming. I'm just. You have to like survive because everybody's in a different location and a different age, a different truth level, and it's survival. And you gotta,
I know. Yeah. See, they thought it all through. How this is going to work. Yeah, there's going to be pushback, but how much? And then they have think tanks and you do the research and the human psychology, how it works, and they figure out, okay, this should go through. We have enough people that are going to be cooperating and just buying into it like it's gospel, and then of course there'd be some others that are like being upset that their rights are going away and their businesses are closed and they're not going to be able to feed their families or go to church, and that's the type of thing where you might get some serious resistance.
Yeah,
I think
like even tonight, like to me, like I went and joined, and it was like they welcome, like I'm the only unjabbed, and they're like, welcome back. So like it wasn't even, and I was sitting right next to like 70-year-old guy, and like so like
for hockey.
Yeah, for hockey. Yeah.
You're not professional, are you?
No, but it was just like they didn't treat me any different, and so I don't know.
Good. That's good. Yeah,
Weird, like,
I mean,
did they even know you weren't jabbed?
Oh yeah, 100%. I haven't played there for 6 months, and then this is my first game tonight.
Oh, they were all playing in the meantime.
Oh yeah.
Did you win tonight?
It was just a old timers pickup, but. But yeah, I know I lost 3-2.
So how often do you play?
Like 2 to 3 times a week usually.
Sounds pretty serious.
Yeah, I'm 40 plus, so it's. But in Canada, it's a different. Hockey's a different thing in Canada.
It's much more serious up there. Like everybody grows up playing hockey, huh? All the kids.
Yeah, it's one of those like pretty much every Canadian, 90% of Canadians love hockey. It's like
It's like you can't be Canadian unless you love hockey.
Yeah. There's a few who don't, but like 90%, even the women like.
It's like football in Texas.
Yeah, so it's it'll be weird. Like everybody else is doubled. So like, I don't know if they're gonna be like. They're always. It's gonna be friendly, but I don't know if they're just gonna be like envious of like, wow, man, you didn't bow down, you didn't take it, and like, wow, I like. I don't know.
Has anybody that you've known that's got a jab had any
No
bad reaction?
No.
That's good.
Yeah. And even like I have relatives that are like 70 plus, and everybody's perfectly healthy.
That's good to hear.
It's like nobody here died of the common cold, and nobody died of the poker. Like,
yes.
And I'm the type where I'm like, I need to see the bodies. Like, I play hockey with tons of guys, 20 plus, 20, 30. Like, I need to see some of those guys.
What do you mean you need to see?
Like say if like a couple of 26-year-old guys like die, I'd be like, oh shit, okay, well maybe this thing could be real, but like nobody here died at all. Like zero.
I mean from just COVID.
Nothing from anything. Nobody here died.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that died of that shit. I mean, I haven't been sick in 2 years. I don't know. I mean, when they came out with it, as soon as I saw what was happening, you know, like, okay, come on, 2 weeks. Let everybody just stay home for 2 weeks. We're all in this together, blah, blah, blah. I thought, oh shit. They're making their move. I mean, I just didn't feel right. And this is something that in the last 10 years has come up as possible card that they could play on as a pandemic, to all of a sudden, martial law and this and that.
Yeah, to me, it's just one psyop, and it could be over now temporarily, but it'll come back, and it'll be never-ending psyops until they fulfill their NWO agenda.
Yeah, I mean, to me, even this, like all of a sudden, all this business with Russia and Ukraine, I mean, that could be the people at the top of the pyramid just pulling some strings. Okay, Russia, we need you to do that. Like it could be that well, planned. I'm not so sure that these leaders are making their own decisions.
Even like, this is just my spur of thought, where I'm like, show me the live stream of like the guys at the front lines. Like, I want to see a live stream video of a guy with a GoPro on his like helmet, like in war. Why not?
I haven't seen that.
Like, show me, like I said, I want to see it. I want to see everything. And you can lie and say, "Oh, we're not going to put GoPro on this guy. We're not going to put." What do you mean? Like,
should be tons of camera footage of
I want
all
to
kinds of
see
shit.
Like, I've seen videos on Twitter. How do I know that's in Ukraine? How can I verify?
Exactly. You got it.
I'm gonna believe a video that says it's Ukraine, and when I've seen pictures, and like,
bro, if you're saying the conflict isn't happening at all, then you're tripping hard.
Stuff's happening, but we just don't know what exactly.
Oh, can you post the most realistic video of what's happening, or like?
I've seen more than a few.
Yeah,
I've seen videos of like Russian tanks, like hundreds of them, just driving by huge ass convoys. I've seen enough to say that it's definitely actually happening. Why it's happening is another story.
Yeah, it just.
Have you heard this talk about neo-Nazis in Ukraine?
I saw those neo-Nazi There's back in like 2015 when MK was it M the plane got shot down, MK17 or whatever, right before MH370 went disappearing. The plane got down in Ukraine, and they showed the Nazis as Ukrainians.
Is it just like just clubs and groups? I don't know, like KKK organizations there or something? I don't know. I understand. There's lots of them.
Actual militias that are like white supremacist neo-Nazis. The biggest one's called the Azov.
Oh. Yeah, I'm a little ignorant.
Their flag's an SS symbol.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really understand this conflict. I haven't really looked into it that hard. So I don't know, like, all the exact reasons why Putin's doing this right now and all that.
It's because NATO is eastwardly encroaching, and if they take Ukraine, if Ukraine joins NATO, then they'll practically be on Russia's doorstep, and it would be a security concern. They could get taken over, invaded relatively quickly because it's all flat terrain. It would be.
What do you mean NATO's encroaching? I mean,
NATO promised after World War II that they wouldn't go farther than Germany's eastern borders, and yet they've, like, a number of countries now in Eastern Europe have joined NATO, and
but it's just the fact of joining them is what's the problem.
Yeah, and they're like, basically rivals. The Cold War, so you have the enemy right at your front door. It's a concern, especially with that territory. It's kind of like, there's a bottleneck, and this is basically like, it's now or never. So Putin was forced to invade. He had literally no choice.
By joining, they mean there's military, like NATO military bases and things moving into those countries. So there's military presence surrounding Russia.
Shouldn't the UN be stepping in and saying, no, you guys...
Bro, the UN is bought and paid for, man.
I guess they seem like they're running everything, but they're not enforcing anything.
The UN doesn't run jack shit.
Like all the World Health Organization and was it Klaus Schwab? What is he?
Yeah, that's a concern.
That other, they're the World Bank and the World Health and the World, that to me, I'm kind of like thinking that's the UN,
No.
The global.
If anything, the UN is the least global one out of all of them.
Because they send armies and all that crap all the time. Apparently, they're really bad people. I mean, you'd think, the UN, they'd be all peacekeepers and
No, they're the military of the New World Order.
Yeah, I haven't seen the blue helmets for a while, but yeah, I don't know what goes on.
There's a couple of really good videos that like break down the history of it and like what's going on.
Yeah, I need to look into it. After World War I, they had it wasn't called the UN. It was called it was like that, like, we're going to have a new global sort of body that is going to keep us from getting into wars anymore. You know what I'm talking about?
It's like the Super League or like something.
I forget the name of it, but it's like a UN. And I guess what the UN was, funded by David Rockefeller, New York. There, he started up the CFR. What is that? What does the CFR stand for?
Council of Foreign Relations.
Yeah, Council on Foreign Relations. Yeah. These are the places where these, people meet and sit around and decide, what's going to happen in the world and how they're going to achieve their goals and what they're going to do with us and how they're going to, you know what I mean? They're the predators that run the world, and they meet and decide what's going to happen in the next year. There's a lot of groups like that. So Bilderberg, same deal.
Davos, the World Economic Forum.
Yeah. Oh my
Still the
God!
same people.
I saw a video of this. Well, it was Klaus Schwab, and he was giving this speech, and it was really bad. And this other guy who's like, I'm not sure exactly his position, but he's kind of like working with Klaus Schwab, and he was like this little Nazi guy, and he was just talking about, oh yeah, what we're doing is we're getting, like, I forget how he said it, but like stuff inside people's bodies that, so that we can eventually like use technology to control their minds and all this stuff. And he's going, and he's saying that this idea of people that have rights and decide what they're going to do in life, and I'm not saying this very good, but the idea was like he was saying that's going to be over. Like you like decide, no, you're going to go hang out with your friends and you're going to go to the ball game and you're going to no. They got some bad plans for the world, man.
Yeah, it's Black Mirror, the worst dystopian future movie you can think of. That's
this guy was actually saying it, and you hear it, and you're like, "Holy shit, we're in trouble!" It's like a Bond villain, like a Dr. Evil, like for real. And I mean, just like he's talking about the end of humans, and they're all going to be these new, trans humans. These, hooked up with the hive mind of the, I'm not sure how it all going to work, but I'm not interested in participating. Thankfully, I'm old.
You got to tick the opt out box on that one.
I know. I mean, how far are they going to push it? Am I going to stand up and say, you know what? No, I'm not having your fucking juice injected in me. I don't want my fucking body screwed with. And they're going to be going, well, you're going to be in our camp until we do. I mean, I don't know how am I going to go to the guillotine for this shit?
No, I would say it's a benefit to be like 40 plus, to where like you won't have to live through the garbage like the younger people are going to have to live through.
Oh, I know. Terrible about little
Like,
kids now.
How bad it's gotten in the last like 6 years. Imagine in 10 years how bad it's gonna be. It's gonna be disgusting.
They plan to have all their stuff up and running by 2030, and most of us gone. We're not in their plans for the future.
Like even like 2000 to 2015, it was like normal or whatever, like a slow progression. But 2015 to now, like all the agendas and everybody bought into it, and all the different hair colors, and it's crazy.
All that libtard shit all the time makes no sense. It's horrible. Men having babies and 37 genders and all this god awful nonsense.
PC cancel culture nonsense.
Yeah. And then they're just pumping up this fake racial division. They're just creating it. I don't know. That's terrible, man. It's just now these people, they got in full charge, and everything's going to shit, just like we knew it would. All I got is bad ideas.
It's only because the people buy into it because they love money and they love lies. So, like,
you have to love lies if you're gonna, join up with this garbage.
but in a way, like, we know how it's going to unfold. It was already told. Like, this is just the test and the tribulation to see what do you worship money or do you follow truth?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's all I care about is the truth. I mean, the Earth is round or flat. I don't care which, but I just want to know which is true. You know what I mean? I'm not invested in one or the other. Same with religion. I mean, I have my faith right now. I mean, somehow I was proved to me that, Jesus never existed and it's all a lie. I mean, I would have to go with that because I'm looking for the truth. If you don't have the truth, then what do you have? You can't build on a foundation of crap and garbage.
So you're saying Jesus never existed?
No, I'm saying some people are saying that, right?
Oh yeah, that's their whole crux of the agenda. That's the whole crux of the flat Earth versus globe is God versus atheism is the whole debate.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You can even start any debate where God versus atheism, any debate, any person, any noober. That's every conversation begins with accountability or random inaccountability.
Yeah, I was just on another server. These guys were talking about the Big Bang and atheism, and I mean, you hear these like really sound real intelligent, like real intelligent people, but they don't get that our world that we have here with forests and oceans and fruit trees and flowers and puppy dogs, and I mean that came out of nothingness, randomly with no thought put into it, and it just sort of appeared by accident. I mean, to me, that's like dumbest thing ever. It almost seems like it's self-evident that yes, there has to be some creator, some intelligence behind it, what we're seeing here. Are you with me on that?
Oh yeah, I think if you ask them that question, they'll just red herring, or they'll find some. Just like any atheist you argue with, they're going to find that angle, that question, deflect or not answer. Like
I was hearing all these guys' answers and stuff, and it was kind of shocking. Like, oh my God, you're so lost. I mean, how can you be that far into, denying to me is obvious truth? And the thing you're going to cling on to is like so ridiculous and absurd. Right? I mean, look, God's invisible and he expects people to believe in him. That's how that works. When you get here, you look around and your brain is going to say, there has to be a God. This can't happen by accident.
Anybody who comes in here with the evolution claim gets destroyed. So, like, all you have to do is ask them for scientific evidence of evolution, and it's over.
I know that's an old, tired debate too. Evolution. First, you got to figure out how you got non-living matter interacting with each other somehow to produce living things. Solve that little debacle right there. Right?
Yeah, I wouldn't even give him an inch. I just hold him to that couple of questions, and I wouldn't even. Yeah.
I mean, how did you get living things out of an explosion where I don't know what rocks fly around in space? Then like yeah, well, God may sound like we don't know, so God, but yeah, I mean, it's natural for man. Man's always just since day one has looked around and figured out there must be a God. Probably looked at the sun and said, well, maybe that's God up there.
Well, I'm sure humans throughout all of time have tried to figure out what is the purpose of life. And
how did we get here? Who are we? Why are we here?
So that's been the question throughout all of humanity. But the government now controls the media, the schools, the Hollywood, the music, so they can program you with all the bullshit.
They've been busy at it. Good 100 years here. I mean, once they got TV up and rolling, that was their biggest, mind control tool. In every single home, there's the box that comes on and teaches you and tells you stuff.
The box that feeds you the government propaganda.
I mean, when I was a kid, Walter Cronkite, a distinguished journalist, and had news people, and we felt like, yeah, you could trust the news. They're there to, they would keep watch. They're like watchdogs on politicians and stuff, and you get a scandal, and the press will get a hold of it and blow it up, and hold people accountable and stuff. But that's long gone, and slowly over the years, now we don't have journalists. We just have teleprompter readers that paid to say exactly what's on that paper and nothing else. And if they got to lie, they got to lie, and it's just business as usual.
I've seen hockey players, basketball players, journalists, scientists, anybody be blackballed for going against the official narrative. If you ever buck the system or question the system, you're out of their game usually.
Really? In Canada, they're that uptight?
Oh, everything, everywhere. Any politician, any local MP, if you actually try to do good, you're out. Like there's just think of this, like there's 32 quarterback positions in the NFL and 3 backup positions, so say there's like 90 positions for quarterback, yet there's like 500 colleges, yet only 90 positions. So they just give it to like their buddies and their secret society members. Like it's not the best athlete quarterback, it's about your name and your family and your bloodline.
Hey, are you in the club? Are you playing ball with everybody?
Yeah, if you notice in the NFL, it's always family. Like the Harbaugh brothers are playing in the NFL court, or like they're coaching against each other. The Matthews, it's always like a family drop down. Like,
yeah.
Always a white quarterback too. It's always like the 45-year-old white quarterback is the best guy. Somehow.
Yeah, well, I think that's how politics in the world of politics. If you're like a clean, real guy with integrity and honest and all that kind of stuff, come into that environment. Now you're going to try to, sabotage you and get you out because they can't have, Boy Scouts around. They need everybody, playing the game and taking the bribes and going to the Jeffrey Epstein parties and
anybody who says there's a good politician, I would just say, name me one good geopolitician.
Yeah, I mean, again, it seemed like when I was a kid, politicians were people that they are pillars of the community to get in that position, and they're dignified, honest people and all that. I mean, they probably were a lot more today, but that was probably just that's part of the brainwash too. Just
I like when people talk about like George Washington was the first president of the United States, and he was a Freemason. So
yeah,
so I would never trust any president, any JFK. I don't trust him. I don't trust any of the bloodline presidents.
Yeah, it seems like every one of them is in a secret society.
Yeah, like they could say some truth and some lies, but if you're president, you think there's going to be an honest president?
Yes, even someone like, say, JFK, who really tried to be the president and thought he could just fire, the Joint Chiefs of Staff if he got pissed, and he could just shut down the CIA if he felt like it. And, those are people that are around, through many presidents. And some new president come along, some young guy, shit. Start talking like that to the CIA and the Joint Chiefs of Staff, they'll just be like, "You're gonna have a fucking accident, Junior."
Well, it doesn't matter. There's no such thing as draining the swamp. Like when all the geopoliticians serve Israel, it doesn't matter. Like you can pull whatever lie, say you're Christian. Obama's a Christian. No, you're not. Like I don't. Come on.
That's a big lie.
Like I saw you at the wall in Israel with your little tiny hat worshiping the wall. So like,
I'll do that.
Yeah, don't tell me. Yeah,
I don't understand. This fetish with friggin' Israel with these presidents. They go over there and start groveling and kissing feet and sucking up and handing out billions of dollars. I mean, what the fuck?
They print the money, so whoever prints the money controls the corporation. And Flat Earth, the corporation, is controlled by the money printers.
Flat Earth, the corporation. Oh, you mean the whole world?
Yeah, it's just the world's a corporation. All countries are slave plantations, so whoever prints the money is the one in control of the business.
Yeah.
And you can say the Vatican controls the Zionists or whatever. I don't care. Freemasons, Zionists, Jesuits, they're all disgusting.
They're all just up in the pyramid, way up. Not real sure who's above who.
Expose them all. Expose them all every time.
See, I mean, if we had a chance to just say, you know what, enough is enough. This is Genesis. They're trying to kill us all. We need to just round them up, freaking heads on pikes. End of story. If we don't rout them out and get them off our back, they're going to kill us all. Then that sounds like crazy talk,
Have you ever seen the Ant story, or Ant movie? If we let one ant stand up to us, they might all stand up to us.
Yeah, they'll figure out that we're a few, many.
They know that if we surround them, we could rip them to shreds, but they just can't allow enough people to wake up. Or like
they've managed to just divide the shit out of us in every possible way.
Well, no, the situation would be like if everybody had nothing and we were all like on dire survival, then it would be every man for themselves, and we would Like they need status quo. They can't have it so that it's like every man for themselves, because then they're in jeopardy of being surrounded by 100,000 people and being ripped to shreds.
I think they can just relax in their mansions while we turn on each other and kill each other. That kind of situation.
But say everyone in England was starving and had nothing, and they knew that the Rothschilds were doing it. So nobody has money. Everybody's in like complete death survival mode.
Mm-hmm.
Millions of people, and they're like, Rothschild did it, and we know where he lives. What do we do? We surround Rothschild's mansion, and it's over for him.
I know that. I feel like let's find out where Bill Gates lives and go get him.
But the thing we
Army is arresting you for crimes against humanity. Fauci, you too. All these politicians that are dirty as fuck. That's a start.
We can't, because they print the money and they pay the police and they pay the army, and the army and the atheists will do it for money, so they will kill you for money. The army and police will kill you
if they're ordered to do so, just like in Nazi Germany. We're following orders.
Exactly. So until you get enough people that will not do stuff for money and will not kill people for money, then that could be the turning point. But we're on a downward transition into the cesspool. Humanity is going down at a rocket speed, and like there's a few of us that actually care about the truth.
The truth is so fucking hideous and horrible that normal people can't even fathom it. It's just like too crazy. They wouldn't do that, No, you wouldn't do that. They do it all the time.
Yeah, everybody's at a different level, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I feel that there has to be an awakening at this point. This COVID bullshit and all that, and even the straight people that just watch CNN all day probably are thinking, something's up. It ain't right. Somewhere in their souls.
A mild awakening, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But
anybody with just kind of pretty much halfway common sense and is pretty much not going to argue with you when you tell them, hey, this is a scamdemic, and they kind of know down in their heart even before you said it, because we have intuition and stuff and survival promptings within us when we're in danger that just go off naturally, alert you to danger and things like that. But that's neither here nor there when it comes to we're saying here's the mandate from the government and here's our guys with guns to make sure it happens. Right makes right.
I wish I could talk about it, but
we're not supposed to talk about that.
No, like the common cold, we're probably not supposed to talk about.
Okay. It's a tired
no
subject anyway.
No medical disinformation.
Mm-hmm.
It's like even though the government is the king of disinformation and medical disinformation,
everything's inverted. They're saying, "Hey, Joe Rogan, don't talk about ivermectin." Meanwhile, they're the biggest, just doing this horrible operation and just lying to us about every single aspect of it, and blocking every kind of other cure and blocking every kind of doctor that knows what's up.
No, see, you want? I don't even care. Ban me, whatever. If anybody who says like 99% survival rate or 79 or 99.9, it's like, buddy, 100% survival rate. Nobody fucking died. Don't tell me 99.97%. flat earther or not.
I mean,
yeah.
I saw
One
that.
second, guys. Can I have one moment? So I don't want to be a party pooper, but Discord is ramping up the terms of service, which states that we cannot talk about this or they will close it down. So I hope you understand, guys, but we're trying
we don't have to talk about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, subject change, I think.
They announced that they will delete servers, ban accounts if they have a sense of something, misinformation or disinformation, and we are not the ones that determine what they think it is. So, yeah, for the safety of the server, I would ask you guys to change the topic, please. No medical information, please.
Yeah, I've always used the internet to just. To me, it seemed like the last bastion of someplace where we really had the First Amendment. And I just felt like, hey, I'm American. We have freedom of speech. I'll say whatever the fuck I want, you know. But, you know, times are changing.
Oh, no. The one funny thing is I post a video on YouTube. It gets deleted in like 20 minutes or 45 minutes. But I post on Twitter, and it's been up for like 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. So
What'd you put up?
I can't say.
Oh, okay, I got you. It's a forbidden topic.
Yeah,
yes. But it's
where
the
are
biggest
those
topic.
measures of flatness then? Anybody measured any flatness?
Measured flatness? Well, you look at the water and it's all flat.
I don't think I've ever seen flat water.
You haven't? I don't understand.
I just don't.
You pour, you know, if it's released, it'll just find its level and it'll stop.
I've just never seen it do that though. Like I get in concept, it probably would in a vacuum with no other forces. But I just never seen that.
Stop being an idiot, right on eggshells, man. You're just a fucking troll.
Have you though? Honestly, can you show me like a photo or a video or something of like legitimately flat water? Because I can show you a video of
get a glass, pour some water in it, and have a look.
Have you ever been into a bath riding?
Been into a bath? Yeah, I've had a little bath.
So that water is curving then? Is that it? So your water is curving in your bath?
Well, it slops this way and that.
Well, if you're in there sloshing around, yeah, but you know.
When you fill up your bath and you're just about to get in, right? It's nice and hot and just about to get in, and you turn off the tap and you look at your water. Does it curve in your bath?
It's still got ripples and stuff going through it. Like
no,
that's what I mean.
Don't be like this, man.
Yeah,
don't
you're
be
just
like
a balance, man. You just.
Have you seen flat water? Tell me about where you've seen flat water.
Oh in my bath, in my glass,
Jesus
in a lake,
Christ.
in a big lake, sea or ocean. It's always flat to you. Don't be like this.
Do you really reckon though?
There's no humps or lumps in the water. It's just
okay. So there's no humps or lumps in the water. What happens then? How does water both remain flat and have tides? Riddle, square that circle for me.
So let's step one step back, right? So in your bath, when it's nice and in rest, it's flat, right?
A little bit like the GIF that Northern Rebellion posted with the cat going lem lem.
So when you look at your bath and it's all in rest, it's flat, right?
Honestly?
Yes, honestly, yes.
Honestly, exactly perfectly flat.
So you have seen it?
No, it's a question. Do you want me to answer honestly about whether it's perfectly flat?
No.
What does it look like?
I'm trying to understand what you're asking. Do you want me to honestly answer whether it's perfectly
flat? Don't be like this, writing. You've been here long enough. Don't be like this.
No,
You know
but
exactly what I mean.
it's a serious question. I'm not trying to be a dickhead about it. Do you mean honestly? Is it perfectly flat? Because look at the little gif of the cat doing lemlems in the water. Where's the water flat? When is it flat?
So I specifically told you when just before you go into your bath, you turn off your tap. The water is nice and in rest, right? You haven't touched it. There's no earthquake. There's no wind.
So
What
I've
else
turned
do
off
I?
the tap. I've turned off the
Yeah.
tap.
Wait,
And
you
then
know how liquids work?
how long after
cannot
that?
Liquids cannot ever sit in a state of stillness. That's not how liquid works. If it was a
That's kind
solid,
of what I was. Yeah. I'm with Ware down here. Tell me more, Ware.
it's the state of matter, gas, and solids. The fact of a liquid cannot technically be flat, but it can be placed in a chamber where it can be held.
Yeah, that's why I talked about a bathtub. But writing is being a dick, and he's now trying to wiggle himself out. I'm just look at your bathtub when it's nice and red.
Water is a very bad example.
So let's wait an hour. Let's wait an hour after you turn off your tap. Let's wait an hour, right? There's no earthquake. There's no wind. Your house isn't moving. The water in your bathtub, the surface will look flat.
So
right?
when does it? To you, Roger?
So
I
yes
would
or
say-
no? Will it not look flat to you?
No, not unless you are able to answer these questions. So the question I want to ask you is when? Like, I think we would all agree the very moment like that I switched off the tap, it was still like flabbling. I think that's a technical term. It was the surface of the water's flabbling. I think the scientists call it.
And then
it was
a few
flabbling a
seconds
lot,
until it settles down.
and then it flabbles less and less. But I think if you ask me to draw a mathematical equation, which
that's not what I asked.
Bad choice. I don't know how to maths, bro. But if you did ask me to draw a mathematical equation about the flabbling versus time graph, I think I would asymptote towards zero, such that it never actually touched zero.
It's
when
like
do you mean like
close to zero? It would be almost like 0.000001. A liquid cannot sit.
Would the flabbling ever get to zero? Do you reckon? Where?
No, it's like glass. Glass is.
Is this your buddy writing? Is this your buddy?
No, I've never met Ware before. I like the way he asks questions.
Yeah. So to you, it would look flat, right?
To me,
not
yeah,
asking
that
us.
I could agree with.
Yeah.
That I could agree with. To my to my guts, I would be like,
Right.
it kind of looks a bit flat.
So you have seen it then? You just told me I have never seen flat water, which was false then.
No, that's why I said, do you want me to be really specific? Because have I seen flat water? Like I would look at a lake sometimes and go, wow, that's flat. But like, do I mean it is actually flat all the way across its surface? No. If what you're asking is to be really specific,
tilting or anything.
Exactly. And to be specific to the breadth of water I can see, commensurate to the amount of curvature I should see on the Earth, I don't fucking know. What would my eyeballs be able to tell between flabbling and curvature?
Does it matter?
Yes, I think it does. Does it not? Maybe not. Okay, tell me why not.
No, it doesn't prove your ball theory in any way.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, you're right. Roger's question doesn't prove my ball theory in any way. Absolutely, 100%. I'm on board.
No. We were at the point of you stated you've never seen flat water, and then we went to the bath, and then you went into maybe the water drips. No, you knew exactly what I meant, and then you conceded. Yeah, it looked flat to me, right?
Well, yeah. If you weren't a flat earther and you asked me that question, I'd be like, yeah, it lake's pretty flat, bro.
It looks flat doesn't mean it is flat. That's the point of it.
So then we go out and measure it, right? Measure over large surfaces of water. When we get the radius value from globers, right? And then shoot lasers, do long distance observations, and then there is no curvature
Lasers can
to
be
measured.
manipulated, though.
Yeah.
So you go and shoot with lasers. You go do that. That sounds pretty cool. And then these other people put rockets into space. and I'm to trust one of these and not the other. How do I decide
Okay.
which person to trust?
So you can shoot your laser yourself. Is that something you would like to do?
Sure, I could do that in future, but the question I'm asking you is, I've got some blokes over here claiming they shot a laser and they found flat, and I've got other people claiming they put a rocket in space and they found round. How do I decide who to trust?
Your own, I would say your own thing that you did, right? You measured something, right? When you look at your table and you measure the dimensions of your table, right? And you know exactly how big it is and how flat it is and how tall it is, which you then call the IKEA and ask them, how big is my table? Whilst you just measured it.
Roger, have you measured the flat Earth? Is that what you're getting at here?
I've done my own observations, yes, yeah.
What type of observations? I'm genuinely interested.
So I went to a beach in the Netherlands, right? And I saw a windmill park with the transformer platform at 39 kilometers away. And I saw a big fat red oil tanker at 21 kilometers away. Which is something you can do, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm on the fence here, if I'm being completely honest.
That's cool, Ware. That's cool. That's cool.
Like, I joined the server, like, not even 24 hours ago.
Oh, welcome. Welcome.
Yeah. Hi.
Like,
I like the fact that you're willing to hear different points of view.
Yeah, that's true. I think that's pretty good.
But writing has been here for a while, and he knows the argument.
Just obfuscate the terms.
He knows the argument.
I'm aware. I'm well aware of the arguments and the flaws inherent within them.
Yeah, but what we're saying is the Earth is not a globe. It's not, may not be 100% to the billionth decimal point completely flat, but it does not bending around a ball. Water's not bending around a ball. So
broadly avoiding making a claim of flat or of set dimensions or something like that.
What are you even talking about then?
What do you mean? What am I even talking about? What are you talking about?
Why are you determining, like saying the water isn't flat? If it's one tiny trillion micron, whatever, off being flat. What does that bring to anything? Why are you asking that question? What's it got to do with anything?
Okay, I can explain it to you if you'd like. The difference between a single little water flabble as a result of a drip coming out of my tap, I think, would be larger by like 2-3 orders of magnitude, a bigger flabble than the flabble expected by the hump of an Earth curve. So if you're not able to show me water that doesn't have flabbles in it, I'm not able to determine what is and is not Earth curve. I can back this up with some questions that will force you to accept. Would you like to answer them?
The black swan, and that shows that throws all of your nonsense out the water.
Sure. Would you like to answer my questions?
Not really, because I'll probably skate to some other random meaning about something else.
No, it'll be simple questions that you just have direct yes/no answers to, and then you can expand on them if you want.
Go on then.
Okay, so you feel that water is flat.
No, I'm with you. It's not 100%. No.
Okay, all right. So when you say, so what is your position then? That's probably the first place to start. What is your position when it comes to the nature of water and the shape of our Earth?
Well, it's not a globe. Water doesn't bend around a giant ball in space.
Water doesn't bend at all?
Water change. Yeah, water can bend.
Okay.
But not around a giant space ball.
Okay, so what's the issue? So water's not really part of it. It seems like a bigger issue is with the space ball.
Well, keep in mind the thing is supposed to be spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, is it the spin or the space ball? Is it the water or the spin or the space ball? They sound like 3 different issues now.
All of them.
Well, the model is water on a space ball.
All of your model.
Sure, but let's take bits at a time if you're comfortable with that.
Okay.
So which bits? So, like, we could talk about the water. That's where we started.
Okay.
Do you feel it curves? Do you feel water over vast distances curves?
Not to the rate that your model proclaims.
Okay. So I dare say you agree that there are tides?
Yes.
Yes, we can agree.
So what is a tide?
In a beach, away from a beach. Water moving up a beach, water moving away from a beach. That's a tide.
Okay. So I think you'd agree then across an ordinary Earth, there would be tides that kind of come in, I guess, waves, you might call them. There'd be peaks and troughs, right? King tides, and not going to be perfect sine waves, but there'd be ups and downs. First of all, do you agree with that tides would come in peaks and troughs?
Yeah, I suppose so. Yeah.
Okay. So if tides come in peaks and troughs, is water ever level? Ever?
What, the seawater or any water?
Any water that you want to pick, but I'm specifically talking about the tides here. If you're talking about the oceans or vast bodies of water, are they ever flat?
What magnification are you talking? Because I know you'll go.
I mean, just about the tides at this stage. So yeah, sure, ripples on top, but I mean, like, if I'm standing over, if some fucker's standing in Spain and I'm standing in Sydney, we're going to have different upsies and downsies, right? Is water
wind causes waves on water?
Okay, so is water ever flat?
Yeah.
When?
Water in my house in a cup is flat. There's no wind acting upon it. It's flat. Unless you want to go all silly and go
to the edges, what's happening?
Decimal point that it's not, then been silly like that, obfuscating. Then
so as to how much the curvature of the Earth would make a hump in your glass?
Why do I have to use maths?
Okay. Have you done any reckoning or figuring as to how big a hump you should get in a single glass based on the curvature?
Why do I need to?
Pretty much none.
Why do I need to? What are you on about? Why would I see my eyes?
I'm confused as to your claim here. It sounded like we started with this whole thing of water's flat, and it now seems like you're just incapable of standing by that one position you picked.
Now listen, Ryden, you came in to say that water could never be flat because to the billionth little decimal point, there's going to be some kind of rippling or whatever. That's your claim. Now you're skating in all random.
That's not my only claim.
You are. Listen back.
No, that's not my only claim. You're jumping ahead there. My claim is even to the degree of feet, you're wrong. You're still wrong, even if we don't go down to the billionth of a.
This is beyond any point of a discussion.
Wrong, right? If there are high tides and low tides, either it's going up in squares or it's always curving. You don't get to pick both. Which is it? Is it always curving with tides, or is it flat?
It's moving. It's moving forwards and backwards. It's moving. What can separate? I don't know the reason for tides.
I'm not saying the reason. No, I'm not saying the reason for tides. Put the reason out of it. What I'm challenging you with. Sorry, I'll cool it a bit. What I'm challenging with is if tides are waves, where there are peaks and troughs. Could water ever be flat in that context? If the context of by like feet, I'm not talking like millimeters, are there still ripples on the water now? I just mean like, is it high tide at midnight and then low tide 6 hours after that, roughly?
It's different things though. Waves and tides are different.
Sure.
Tides don't happen because waves push the water up the beach. Waves happen because wind creates waves. Tides happen because, I don't know.
Sure.
But it doesn't have to be because it's curving over a ball of some kind.
No, it doesn't.
I don't get what you're trying to say.
Correct. No, I'm not saying therefore it curves over a ball. What I'm challenging is measurements of flat water. If you say I've found flat water, I just need to, at least from where I sit, I probably got this wrong, but at least from where I sit, either water does curve constantly, regardless of whether flat or round, it's constantly curving due to tides, or hey, we measured water and it's flat is legit. Both can't work, if you get what I mean.
I don't get why you think it has to curve because of tides.
Because tides. Okay, so then maybe I should ask a question a different way. Can you describe how I can get low to high peaks of waves of tides without it curving in between?
No, but I don't think you can explain it with curving either.
No. So I'm not saying explain to me how tides happen. I just mean if I've got high tide at midnight and low tide at 6 a.m. and high tide again 12, and it's not quite 6 hours, but roughly 6 hours. If that's what I've got, how could that possibly happen unless it's curving in between? Like the two choices to me are I get a straight line and then a step.
Curving
the point
how?
at which it suddenly drops.
You're not being clear about how it's curving. The surface curving, the whole body of water curving.
You tell me.
Well, I don't know.
Okay,
like if I took a flat pan of water, like if I took a dish bowl of water and I moved it left to right, okay, tilted it back and forth, yeah, it would move from one side to the other, right? That's because I'm tilting it. I'm not curving it. I'm tilting it.
So is that your answer?
Side and it's slide into the other side. Well, no, but that's just an example.
I've got another example for you.
Why are we entertaining this garbage? Seriously, why are we entertaining this garbage?
It sounded like it's not semantics. It's about what is the nature of curving water.
It's 100% semantics. It's got nothing to do with the argument between flat Earth and globe Earth at all. Nothing.
Well, okay, let me make it really clear for you then, so that you can respond to the substance of my argument. The substance of my argument is this: if your entire on, hey, we looked over this flat body of water and found it to be flat, but you don't have an explanation that explains why that tides don't equal curves. All you're saying is I'm not very good at measuring things. Or you need to be able to show how tides
tide and curves got to do with each other. You're assuming that the tides happen because of curves. That's what you're assuming.
No, tides don't happen because of curves. Tides mean curves. So here's the thing: can you have flat tides?
Yeah. So what did we measure between the moment that the tide goes away and comes?
Okay. So
what will happen then? Would you agree then flat?
Somebody is breathing really kind of creepily into the microphone.
Check your
right inside my ear hole.
I'm sorry. Hang on.
That's all right. It's just that I'm a little bit erect right now, and I'm not able to concentrate on what Roger's saying.
A little bit erect.
Yeah. So let me rephrase that. Let us go to a lake, 20 miles. Shoot a laser over that lake from 1 foot, and it hits the other side. Do you think that the tides in that lake, which good luck proving that, right, would affect that measurement?
If you held the laser right at the base of the water and nothing was disturbing the water, and you were to hold it straight across, it wouldn't touch the same spot on the other side.
It wouldn't.
No.
So
distorted by the water.
When I show you a laser test over, was it 24 miles, and it hits the other side, what would you then say?
I'd call the people.
If you had like a completely flat, I'd like to see that picture, like genuinely.
Sure, let me post it for you. 1 second.
Please be the one I hope you're going to post. Please be the one.
Which one would that be? And what were you going to say about it?
I'm just hoping you're going to post the one I'm hoping for.
The FE Core one?
Huh?
Would it?
You post it.
Yeah, the FE Core one. I'm going to post the FE Core one. What is your contention with it?
Post it.
What is your contention with it? I'm just asking you, what is your contention with it?
But I'm just inviting you to put it, and then we can discuss my contention with it.
I'm not going to play this game with you, writing. Just
you're not going to back your
my
current
time
position.
Here. Stop wasting my time and present your what you wanted to say.
Okay, I'm not going to be able to present a rebuttal. I'm not going to be able to present a rebuttal to something you haven't said. So don't post the picture then.
I'm going to post the FE Core link. What is your contention with it? Stop wasting time.
Post it. Like, do it, man. Come on. Thank you. Okay. So now you can look at the FE Core video. And now, if you're interested where, Google and find, did FE Core ever release the raw data? Did they ever release this photo? This is the fucker I was looking for. I was hoping you'd post this one. It would be this one. Is this, for the people present? Oh, I don't have fucking image perms. Okay. Measurement procedure. You need to scroll down to measurement procedure. Somebody
Which
give me.
page is that? Which page is that?
I'm not even able to tell which page it is. Sorry.
Okay.
14,
So
15,
your
15 of
contention
121.
your contention is they haven't shown you the raw data. Is that your contention?
No. It's worse than that. My contention is worse than that. It's way stronger.
Fill it out. Fill it.
Sure. I just want to be able to get the image perms so I can talk it through as I do it.
Fill it.
Can somebody give me image perms so I
I just want you to say it.
Sure.
Stop wasting my time. Say it. What is your contention?
Okay, here's my contention. Do you know FE Core Where? Have you heard of them?
What? Sorry?
I just need to know how much backstory I need to give where. Where?
I don't understand what you're saying. My apologies.
I'm saying, where do you know what FE Core is? How much background do I need to give? So these guys call themselves a Field Engineers Core, but they're clearly Flat Earth Core.
Okay.
And they went out and they set out across a lake with a SALAD, a super accurate laser aiming device, to show that if they shone a laser over a lake with a super accurate laser aiming device, they could hit a target like this, which is, do I still not have image perms? Oh, you motherfucker, Crypto. Okay. Anyway, you need to scroll down to page 15. And there's a laser hitting a target. And it's pretty impressive, right? They've got it side by side, an image of a laser hitting a target.
Mm-hmm.
And you'd go, fuck me, that's impressive. Unless they later admitted that was actually a different photo from a ranging shot, and they never actually took a photo of their long-range measurement. Not a single photo have they released to this day. This is a photo that they admit out of their own mouth is a photo of them just seeing if they could hit a target from a much closer distance.
Okay, so we're at
measurement
procedure, right? Measurement procedure, and you see that picture of they have a cloth with red lines on it. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, that is a lie.
Right.
They've admitted it themselves, and I will get you the video that says that. Where one of the organizers.
Which measurement was this? Which measurement was this?
This
allegedly.
I'm going to forget which one it is. Slice of Arcane with Mark Kavanagh. Open a new tab. Bang! It might be this one. Is it this one? Slice Barcane. It could be this one. He's done a bunch of videos on it.
Was it on Balaton? No, was it on Balaton or was it on ISO?
I think it was Balaton, like Balaton.
Okay, so I was talking about the 24 miles over ISO. Okay.
Is that the photo that's on page 15 though? Because that looks to me like Balaton.
I don't know, but that's not what I was talking about.
Like top floor of a like restaurant or something like that. Not to mention, so here's the other problems with it. Not only did they not release they set out a bunch of people with iPhones and cameras and a super accurate laser aiming device and all sorts of videos and DSLR cameras set out to take a video of a long range laser experiment. And not one of them, they all came back saying we won, but not one of them took a fucking photo of that. But they used the super accurate laser aiming device and then they found it didn't work. So they stopped using it. They also brought a collimator. It didn't work. So they stopped using it. They originally planned on hitting a target, as you see in the picture on slide 15. They weren't able to. So they didn't take a photo of it. So what did they end up counting as a win? I can see the light in the sky. Somebody shone a light and they went, I can see that light in the sky. And they could tell where they were standing and the nature of the ground underneath their feet based on a light in the sky. I shit you not. That is my claim about FE Core.
Okay. Well, I was talking about the 24 miles, not Lake Balaton, right?
Okay.
Where they shot this laser over 24 miles and hit the other side. That is what has been measured. Not only this one, right? We have tons of others.
So not
but
just the one you presented, a different one you haven't shown.
yes, this one, 24 miles, right?
Okay, show me
that is what I'm talking about.
Okay. Because one of the things you can use, just like anybody here can do this, look at slide 15 in what Roger's posted and go, does that look like a laser, A, with a broken collimator, B, at 24 miles? Because they, by their own paper, admit that the beam is like 24 foot wide at this stage. Whereas if you look at that thing on slide 15, it's like 1.5 feet, maybe 2 foot wide.
Where do you see that it was 20 foot?
I'll find that for you if you want, but otherwise you can take my word for it. But over that distance with no collimator, it was uncollimated light, like uncollimated light at 24. Okay, here's a simple place to start. Was their collimator broken on Lake Balaton, yes or no? I can play the whole Sly Sparkane video. I mean, you might not want me to, but
I think the collimator was what was it? Indio knows all about this, and he's not here. Where was it? At Lake 7, measurement 7, target height. I'm looking it up, right?
Can I ask you, if you found the globers, because I would change that question because I think you do find the globers regularly. A great example actually is everybody would have seen it. Was it Discovery or something? This TV channel is like, oh, we wanted to test the flat Earth, and then they clearly, obviously, truthfully fake a chopper shot of a chopper taking off over a lake.
Okay, yeah.
You know that one I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know.
Now,
the Stephen Hawking one.
Yeah. I watching that, I'm a little bit for a second like, what the fuck are they doing? Are they hiding a flat Earth? Like, it seems dodgy as fuck, doesn't it?
The helicopter thing, yeah, it looks dodgy as fuck.
They clearly, I don't know if you know about this, but there's this footage from this documentary where they've got a hot chopper taking off.
Yeah,
and 100% without doubt.
Stephen Hawking, yeah. And they use the same frame.
Yeah, they use the same frame with these birds flying across the shot. Yeah. And I even stacked them up next to one another. Hang on, I can probably find them and I'll share it with you. Oh, can somebody give me image perms? Chopper, I think it'll be in my thingy. But I managed to get them into an editing program and stacked them up together. And ain't no two ways about it. Like, it's the same shot, frame, like pixel for pixel.
Yeah.
The only thing different is the chopper in it. So when I look at that, I don't know about you, Roger, but I would be like, that looks fucking dodgy. you guys are lying. So when you look at FE Core, do you not feel the same thing?
No.
Okay. Because it looks to me like they are doing a very similar.
You're saying they are faking it. Is that what you're saying?
Well, the chopper people are definitely faking it. Okay. I feel like I've confirmed that confidently for myself. Okay. Whether the FE Core people, like there could be a million reasons, right? If there really was a global conspiracy to cover up the flat Earth, of course, a million legitimate reasons why they don't release their data, including that some CIA agents got to them and said, if you fucking release that data, I'm going to, put thumb screws through all of your family or something. Mm-hmm. There could be a bunch of reasons, but that they lied about it, that to me isn't in contention. The FE Core people are clearly lying or covering up their footage.
So one picture made you think, right? So one picture that if I look at it closely, it doesn't state where it was. My internet is bad here, and I need to go in a bit. My lunch break is almost over. It's not loading.
So what were you saying? One photo?
Well, let me load it 1 second. So page 15, you say, once the beam was directly on the target, we took the measurements reading. We used optical visualization with cameras and measurements board, right? So based on the experiments with aiming difficulties, Lake Balikon, Kavanaugh made changes in the software of the Salad and development of automatic GPS target system. The new aiming position of the Salad is plus minus 0.101 degrees. We used a closer distance reference target with GPS coordinates, calibrate the laser heading. And the software was then capable of automatic laser targeting to any position based on GPS coordinates. The observation team placed on the opposite shore shared the GPS coordinates with the laser team, and then the laser was automatically pointed to that location. The laser beam then was fine-tuned by the teams through telecommunication. Once the beam was directly on the target, we took measurements reading. We used optical visualization with the cameras and measurements board. Okay? That is what... Okay. So... they used what is
Can you give me image firms, Roger? Like,
so they used.
If you scroll down to page 36, they show their measurements. It's measurement 2 is the heading of the page, and it is just clearly a laser pointing into the sky. So they've got a video camera or a photo or a camera, but I think it's both, pointing back at the laser. They're pointing across the lake at the laser. And they supposedly win and get this win you're talking about that proves once and for all we live on a flat Earth. And none of them turn around and pointed at the target to show that it hit.
What would happen if the Earth was curved, right? It would shoot over. You wouldn't see that light, right?
Yeah.
So the target was
exactly
the camera.
What you see on, which is exactly what you see on level 30 on pages slides 36 and 37. The laser is going over the observers' heads.
Well, you can see the light, right? So how is it going over? If it's going over, you wouldn't see the light, right? It would just shoot over you.
Are you
wouldn't
telling
see
me
it hit the target, right? The green laser, is it hitting the sensor of the camera or not?
No, it doesn't look like it. It looks like it's going over the.
Well, you can see the light hitting. You can see the light, right? You can see the green flash, right?
Oh, that's true. So there is light emitting from a laser that appears to be going into the lens. Can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question though, Roger?
Sure.
Did they set out to see if they could film light being emitted from the other side of the lake, or did they set out to prove that they could hit a target on the other side of the lake?
To hit a target, I presume. Yes.
Did they hit a target?
They hit the camera lens, yes.
Was the camera lens the target when they set up the experiment?
I think so, yes.
Why did they have a different target when they set up the experiment? Why did they
Where
make
is this different target then? Where is this different
10 foot by 10 foot sheet with cross lines on it that you can see on slide 15?
That's explained in the we used a closer distance reference target. A closer difference reference target.
Right. But so why, if the point is to hit a target, if your whole point is to hit a target, you've made a target, why then when you come to do it, do you just go, I wonder if I can see it, and don't show us it hitting the target? Doesn't that seem a bit strange? Like if Globers did this, if Globers said, hey, we've proved the Earth's a globe by hitting a target, you know, using Coriolis or something, let's use a different example. And they missed the target, but they went, hey, look, I showed the guy shooting the gun. Would you call that a win, or would you go, these guys are fucking lying?
Well, so the gun, the bullet would, in this case, the bullet hit the camera lens then, right? Showing the Earth didn't spin because it had a straight trajectory, and the target didn't spun away from it. The bullet hit the camera lens.
Sure.
Just like the laser hit the camera lens.
Was that what they set out to do? To see if they could film a laser from across the lake?
A target is a target, right? So if you can
No, a target's
hit
a target.
the laser...
Seeing if you can see it's a different thing. I asked you the question, did they set out to see if they could film a light from across a lake, or did they set out to see if they could hit a target from across a lake?
A target is a camera lens not a target now? Is that not a target?
Was it in their experimental design? Was that what they said they were setting out to do? Why would you need a super accurate laser aiming device to see if you can see a light? Light emits in all directions. Why would you need the salad that they spent no short amount of money on? Right? They fucking put money into that, and they boasted about that. It was
Because
a big
if you
old
wouldn't,
expensive bit of
at
equipment.
that distance, having the laser being a few centimeters off, right, would result at the other side in maybe a few 100 meters, right?
So it was So it was important they had the salad device. The
It
super
was important that they shot the laser straight over the water to the camera lens target. Yes.
Okay. So why does
right?
it still count then? So the question is, why does it still count when their salad was broken? The super accurate laser aiming device wasn't working, so they didn't use it. Same as the collimator. So if it's super important, as you just said, if it's super important they had the salad, why, when the salad was broken, did they still get a legitimate result?
They aimed it correctly then,
So it
right?
wasn't necessary to have a salad. The salad was unnecessary, is what you're saying. If you just
Maybe, yes. They aimed it correctly then, right? That was the result.
So it was
if
really
you hit the
important to have
laser,
it, but you could just aim it correctly.
well, that is what you are making of it. It was really, 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 really important. When
Seems like
so I don't. Let me be honest. I don't know if the salad was broken, right? I don't know, but if it was broken and they hit the target, then they hit the target, right? And if Earth was a ball, then it overshot it. It wouldn't hit the target. That was the whole goal, right? To hit a target.
I don't know.
And
This was a flat Earth experiment, and it seemed like they set really clear.
Well, if you look at
parameters for what was
experiment of the globe,
we have proven globe, and they missed every flat Earth parameter and still called it flat.
So the study, the main principles of the experiments are the study of the effect of terrestrial refraction in different ambient conditions, to determine the shape of the surface of large bodies of water. Okay. So that is the experiment goal, not to prove that that it is a flat Earth, to determine the shape of the surface of large bodies of water.
Okay. So I mean, regardless. They set a bunch of criterion that included hitting a target, that included using a collimator, that included and required a salad. For all of these, it set these very clear requirements for what it would be if we found flat. Then they went and did it, missed every target, quite literally.
Well, that is what you are saying.
Which target did they hit that they set out to beforehand? So of the things they said before they did it, what do you feel they nailed? What do you feel they got right?
Well, they hit the target 24 miles on Lake IJssel, right?
So they said when they set out to do it, they said a target, it's good enough that we can see it with a camera lens. They weren't worried about the actual target they made, the 10 foot by 10 foot grid square target thing.
So we already went over this, right?
No, I'm asking you, what do you think they said before they set out on it? When you say target, like they've got a scientific document here, they've got lots of paperwork. Can you show me the bit in words where they said hitting a target includes being able to film it with a camera?
I don't have that. I don't think that's in that paper. No,
that's okay.
If I'm honest,
Earth could still be flat, but these guys are definitely full of shit. That's what I'm. That's my.
Well, that is your contention. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay, noted down, right?
Because the evidence that this is a fraud is quite strong, whereas I would agree with you, the evidence of what we live on isn't. Because it's harder to judge, it's harder to gauge. But if by these guys' own testimony, they said, we're going to do these 4 things, and then they came back with none of them. Well, sorry, I beg your pardon. They claim they came back with all of them. No, they admit the collimator was broken. They admit the salad was broken, but they still claim they hit the target. They just have never, ever, since 2018, so 4 years now, they haven't ever released the images of that. In one thing he says we're not ready to release it yet, and if you watch this Sly Sparkane interview with him on Discord, in the other one he says we didn't take good cameras, so we didn't take a photo of it that night. They took grainy images of a light on the horizon, but they took no images of it hitting the target. They said, no, we didn't have good cameras that night. And then in another one, he goes, oh, we do, but we're waiting for a big event.
And I already stated to you, if the laser, which shoots straight, right? And if it's hit the camera lens, then you hit the target, which will be the camera lens. So your contention. So your contention
honestly
being
think
that they didn't hit the big cloth with the red lines, is to me, can I call it a red herring? I mean,
no, I don't think it's a red herring, but
so you wanted a picture of the red cloth, and then it was proven to you. That is what you want. But I look at the light, right, hitting the camera lens, and then doing the globe math calculation that it would have overshot 100 meters, right? The laser. It wouldn't hit the camera lens.
Well, I mean, I think that invokes a different discussion that I'm absolutely willing to have, and I think that you're right. I think that the point you make that.
But I need to go.
In order to get into that discussion, broadly speaking, I agree with you that the lens could be a target. It would just need to be set up that way. They would just need to set it up so they say this is the target and it's a camera lens. We want to see if we can see the light. But they didn't.
Okay, well. That is what I make of it, right? So hitting a camera lens is a target.
Yes, it is. If they say this is the target, but otherwise, have you heard of Texas sharpshooting? Last point. Texas sharpshooting is when you shoot at a barn, and wherever the bullet lands, you go and you paint a target around that.
Right. Yeah.
If you set the target beforehand and you hit the target, you go, wow, good shooter. Texas sharpshooting, you just bang, you hit the broadside of a barn. I feel this is Texas sharpshooting. They drew a circle around the thing they did hit.
I want to interject just for a minute because I have to go to work. I was listening to what you were saying, beating eggshells to death, whatever your name is. This is weird. Listen, if you can see a laser pointer from, no matter how it's collimated, from 24 miles away across a body of water, doesn't have to hit a target. You can see it.
Okay.
You're not looking at it like if it's 24 miles away. You should be looking at it up in the sky. If it's going, pointing straight, it'd be like the Batman signal.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was thinking about as you said. I was like,
okay. So here's what happened. Here's what actually happened. They saw the laser 24 miles away, straight across the lake. So why didn't they see it in the sky?
Why didn't they see it in the sky? I mean, as I'm agreeing with Roger, I think there are many valid reasons to argue that the Earth might be flat based on the observation or the test or the light. I'm sorry, I was midway through. I'm midway through, then I'll throw to you. So midway through, then I'll throw to you. I'll totally be dead keen to listen to you next.
Okay, go ahead.
But if what they said is we're going to shine a light in the sky and you guys see if you can see it, cool. If they set up a scientific experiment where they say the terms and conditions are X, Y, Z, and then they don't do X or Y or Z, they didn't get the result they wanted. Their experiment failed. That you can see a laser across a lake might be legit flat Earth observation. Is it an experiment? Would you say that was a rigorously controlled and the conditions of that experiment lived up to your standards, Helio? Or Get or anybody? Would you like the data? That's a different question. If they said, hey, we've got it here, here's the Google Drive link, would you click on it? Fuck oath you would. Why are you all pausing? Come on. You lily-livered gentlemen. You'd click on the link. Well, you want that data, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So are you disappointed you don't have it?
I am, of course. Yeah.
Yeah. That's all.
But I heard you earlier saying that the Earth is flat.
Did I? What did I say? I certainly say many things
Yeah,
that sound.
about 20 minutes ago.
Sure.
Yeah. So, you know that, or you believe it?
That the Earth's flat? I don't think the Earth's flat. No.
Oh, you don't think?
No. I try not to
Then
say I know. I try not to say I know things, but do I think it's
Yeah.
flat? Nah.
Well, it's a knowledge, actually. And yeah, it's a shame you still don't know it.
Possibly. I mean, I do feel that
All
if
this year. Yeah, I see you're diving into these details of these measurements of and observations of others, and trying to find the flaws. You know, Mm, my best advice is do them yourself, mate. If you know to do it better than them, why don't you do it yourself?
I could, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I bought myself a sextant. I can show you a thing of it. I plan on, when I do my round the world trip, taking some sextant readings, but I didn't realize how big it was, so I might just make a shitty plumb line one. But yeah, I was thinking that because that challenge was laid to me a lot. Like, go and test it. Don't just trust these other people.
Yeah.
I think that's
Even
fair.
a nice laser, you know, which you can still find at affordable prices, you know.
Well, I think
powerful
there
one.
is, for me, there is enough noise about the laser light over the water refraction argument that I say there's enough noise in that it wouldn't be definitive. So I need to find something better. Like the error bars, to me, when it comes to looking over water, the error bars are here and the measurement is here, as in like the amount of error you can get is greater than a null or positive measurement would give me. It's like, oh, 1 would be globe, 0 would be flat, but the error bars are like 2 either way. So I would want to do something different. I would want to do something where the error bars are like 2, but the result is 90 degrees or something. I think between Sydney and London on a motorbike, I think I've gone about 90 degrees around the globe. That to me would be a good distance.
You'll never be able to see that far away. Not even the most powerful laser in the world, which is about 10 petawatts, it doesn't have the necessary power, light intensity to shine across that distance. How far is London from Sydney?
I think I worked it out as like 30,000 kilometers or something like that, but it will probably end up taking about double that. Because I want to go and meet people in mountains and get lost and kidnapped and shit.
30,000 kilometers between Sydney and Australia?
I'm talking about going by motorbike. I've flown it plenty of times. Flying it's like just teleporting. It doesn't count.
I see. Well, interesting.
If there was a test you could do, like doing that path, what test would you all do? So if I say flat water, put that aside. Laser test, put that aside. Light horizontally near the surface, don't want to know about it. What test would you do?
I will do something smaller scale. And that's, using, I will not use lasers. I mean, the laser, probably I would use it only installed on a linear encoder.
What the fuck is a linear encoder? Okay,
Yeah.
now I'm gonna have to Google. Hang on.
It's a special instrument sensor which measuring device which gives you a reading for precise positioning for printing machines or CNC machine milling, you know.
Okay. Yeah.
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 And there is a company which they build these linear encoders for Airbus. And they make one of the longest linear encoders, like 200 meters long. And the uh, precision grade they use is 65 nanometers in 200 meters. So whenever you move 200 meters far away and come back and then repeat that, you will come back at the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers, which is
Wow.
extremely precise. Yeah.
Wow. Say the full distance again. So what distance have you gone there and back?
200 meters, 65 nanometers in 200 meters. So whenever that printing head is traveling on that track, is always positioning itself in the same location with a precision of 65 nanometers. So
wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So what? How would you use a linear encoder? What would you do?
Well, you install it on a flat floor, like in a large warehouse, yeah? And you use plumb tools at the both ends, yeah? And
Immediately, yep. Carry on. Go on. This is
yeah,
fucking
you
genius.
measure the distance at the bottom of the plumb tool and at the top where they are hanging from.
Yes.
And you should be able to see the angle deflection or if they are parallel.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's a fucking genius one. Get a linear. Oh, I was talking to Bandy about this because he talks about plumb bobs all the time, and I was like, "How can you test some fucking plumb bobs? How can Flat Earth get some tests that are physical rather than optical, that have all this noise about?" That's a fucking cracker. So you get a linear encoder, and they can be. How long did you say? The ones I was just googling seem really long.
200 meters long. Yeah.
So what is the? Have you already worked this out? What would be the difference? Because I guess actually you can make the plumb line taller, and then
Well,
the line will
I
help you.
calculated. I mean, according to the ball Earth radius, yeah. You have a arc curvature in 100 meters of 7.8 millimeters. So you are trying to precisely measure almost 8 millimeters with a precision grade of 65 nanometers in 200 meters. That's like trying to measure 1 millimeter with a micrometer. So, you know,
It'll be
it's extremely high precision. Yeah.
Yeah. So exactly as that's it. That's what I like
It's
about it. It's
beyond.
well beyond error bars that you'd expect.
Yeah.
So that then like nobody can go, oh, refraction causes it to appear to be straight when in fact it's bending inwards. Where you're like, no, I'm measuring this right up against next to it. It's in my linear encoder machine is 1 inch away or touches the string or something. Yeah. I think it's a great idea.
Yeah. So
how much does a linear encoder cost? Because I would think you want to do it like if you could do it in like a two-story warehouse or something.
They can cost. I mean, this one in small size was pretty cheap, but in such big sizes, I mean, they get to couple thousands of euros.
Yeah. Or what about this? Where do they currently use them? Is there the chance you could find somebody who's got a 200-meter linear encoder for some fucking reason? I don't know why. Shipyard, maybe?
Oh, yeah, they do have.
You can say,
Airbus
hey,
has it.
yeah, so where you can say, hey, like, here's our experiment. Can we come and hang some plumb bobs over it? And they might be like, yeah, on one of our off days when we're not using the encoder, sure, you can come in.
Well, the funny thing is, Airbus really have them, and they do have hanging plumb bobs on them too. They have this large 3D printer, which is printing large carbon fiber structure for the aerospace industry, for airplanes.
Of course, of all of the places you need to get it right when they're punching out the
That's why
parts.
they need such high precision grade, you know, and so big.
Yeah, okay. I see Airbus in Germany, Spain and France, UK use Flow International Corp's Composite Machining Center to process skins for wings. Yeah, very cool. Yeah. And so they already have plumb bobs as how to like calibrate them or something.
Yeah, this is how they calibrate the printing head.
So a first step could be like, if your final step is I'm going to buy my linear encoder myself and get a 200-foot warehouse and stuff like that. First step could be, could I just let them in? Like, could I just say, I'm trying to do an experimental design of something. Could you have somebody show me around the warehouse? Because you're not from Germany. Where's your accent from? Europe it is.
I'm Romanian.
Romania. Oh my God, I had these really good Romanian friends. They had the Romanian national anthem. Fuck, I laughed my ass off. The Romanian national anthem is really good, but really quite funny, isn't it? I think.
Yeah, it says we are asleep.
Just go to their, that would be cool. Find their place and go talk to them about their linear encoder and going, where are the plumb lines and.
So.
You need to be able to raise it up, though, actually. That's the test, isn't it? They can't actually test it.
Well, that's not a problem. I mean, you can use actuators or even ball screw bearings, which is one of the most precise linear motions, achievable linear motion, you know.
Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, I've got a problem that. Okay, I got a problem. How would you make sure that the pole, the track, the actuator runs along is not curved up or down? I don't mean with curve. Like, would it, if you lifted it up, do you not have to spend ages like getting it dead flat again?
Well, in CNC machining, we have these tracks, ball bearing tracks. According to your requirements, they provide you lengths, and you have specific installation guide, you know, to explain you how to precisely install them. Great, you know. In CNC machining, you don't play. I mean, these tracks is imperative to be within tolerances. Yeah. So when you're using such an encoder, you have these tracks already made, and they can be assembled one after another together. You know. So all together, they will make a 200-meter long track. You know. And they are using this encoder. According to that encoder, it will tell you precisely if you installed correctly the track. You know, you verify it everywhere on all its points after installation. And if you have an installation error, like a couple of microns, deflection, bending, and stuff like that, you will you will see it in the measurement.
Yeah, right. No, I think it's a great idea. It's a cool experiment. I was like, when you started talking about linear actuators, I was like, and then when you explained it, I was like, that's genius. That's a really good idea. I really like it. It's yeah.
I tell you, I seen it. I was searching for linear encoders because I want to make a desktop CNC machine, and I came across this company, you know, selling linear encoders, and I've read that they actually are the manufacturer for Airbus, and they explain how they make uh, these encoders, which are 200 meters long and with a 65 nanometer precision grade. And
How much
they
60
said
is because I know it's
they said that this 200-meter linear encoder, they can make it on request. They can make any length, even 1 kilometer if you need. But they said they had no such request. I mean, Airbus was the company which requested the longest linear encoder until today. So yeah, it's not some like that's the maximum we can do. It's just a matter of market request. The market needs. Yeah.
That's a true point. Wolfgang's made. Where is new here and hasn't had much of a chat, but I'm an old hand. That's really cool. I really like that idea. The White's word in Geo's server is talking about another test that's also physical. I think both of them are really cool ideas. I think your one's actually more solid. I think his absolutely riddled. Talked to him about this many times. I'm not trashing him behind his back. His has a logistical issue, whereas this to me seems like it'd just work.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway, you talked to
Well,
where.
I appreciate that.
That's a great idea. I think that's one of the things I love about the community that I've always said. It's like these ingenious ways of of empirically testing something for yourself. I think it's just, it's really cool. Also because it's different from so many others. Yeah, nails it.
In Gem Panda, they made fun and they were laughing, but I know they didn't understand.
Yeah, I mean, I think it'd just be Jim. Like that's how they be over there.
Hello. Science, Gustav.
Say again?
Sorry, I was at the shop.
All right.
Yeah.
Anyway, what's your main reason for thinking you live on a globe?
My main reason?
No, where's? Guy in here called Where. I was going to for a conversation.
There is a guy named Where here. I'm actually quite a young fellow, and I've been, as I was talking to Wolfgang earlier today, because I'm in Australia, I was just telling him, I was very much what you'd call a sheep, and so I was just like, I wanted to branch out. You know what I mean? I wanted to branch out my knowledge and see, there's so much stuff on it. I wanted to know, where does it all come from? What's the actual? It's very open to learning.
Seemed get disconnected.
He's legged it.
I think he's probably his phone's cut out. I don't think he'd.
He said he was in the supermarket.
Yeah,
But no,
that's
I
what.
was just. I just found the server. I was.
Fuck off! You're open though. You like. Oh, Professor Warden, sextants can only be used. Nobody's open to it. Like you flip. This is one of those topics that you just go snap over to the other side, one to the other.
I've always been very open to like listening, and I like knowledge. I like just reading stuff and hearing about what other people think.
Oh yeah.
And so I just like listening. I just like listening to what people think and how their brain works. So yeah. And some things people say on this server, I completely disagree with, right? Some of them are just, they make me laugh. But some of them, they make me, they make me think and they make me go, oh, no, hold on, this makes sense, this is a really fair point. And then I'll go deeper into it and I'll tend to start agreeing. But yeah, no, I'm very much an open, I don't know what you're going to call it. I'm a very open person when it comes to knowledge. Like, I'll read everything and anything if I can get my hands on it.
Oh, somebody can step up and flat smack you. I'll only be good for shilling for the globe over here. If you want to hear what people think, they'll have to speak up.
I think I've joined because I know, I've only known Globe, and so I'm very much inclined to hear the other side of it. If that makes sense, if you know what I mean, because I'm quite a young fellow, so I've heard one side because I've just been taught all this stuff while growing up, but I've learned all this stuff out of the blue. I'm actually quite interested. So I'm hooked now.
Good morning. Is anybody hiding around here?
Hello, my friend.
Hey, good morning. How are you doing?
Oh, good morning. Oh, I'm in Australia, so it's quite late.
I was gonna say it's not morning there.
No, it's 11 p.m. as we speak.
Well, so it's almost morning then.
Well, yeah, I mean technically, yeah, it is.
Yeah, so
because you call it like the Twilight Zone. I know.
There you go. That sounds about right. What part of Australia are you in?
I'm in Victoria, so like the more south part of it all, like the right but south, below New South Wales.
Ah. So what, over towards Harriettville?
I have no idea what Harriettville is, if I'm being completely honest. Melbourne? You know Melbourne?
Oh yeah, you in Melbourne?
Yeah, like city centre almost.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah. When you said just south of New South Wales, I thought maybe you meant you were.
Oh no, I meant like state-wise. I'm south of it, like as a whole, like puzzle piece type looking thing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, I know a little bit about Victoria. Not been there, but I know a little bit about it.
It's got I think it's got I think it was one of the most effective transport systems in the southern hemisphere. No
doubt about it.
Yeah, no, okay, now I know what you just heard me say, right?
Yeah.
All right, but I am very new here, and I'm very open to. I was talking to Wolf before, and I was talking in here, and I was just explaining that I've just kind of discovered all this stuff. You know what I mean? Like I'm very much learning, and I'm very open to listening, and I love knowledge, and I love just kind of all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Sure.
Like I've just been sitting here for the past hour or two, just listening to the things, and I've been reading all the things that they've been posting, and it's some of the things, I'll be honest, I've gone, yeah, okay, and I've laughed at, but some of the things they've really caught my attention, and I'll be honestly, I've actually really enjoyed, learning this stuff, and it's.
What have you laughed at?
I don't know, just the way some people are. I mean, I don't know in particular because it's nighttime. I'm kind of just browsing, if that makes sense. But I've just kind of. I know there's been one or two comments that have kind of they've contradicted themselves, but I don't want to get into that because I don't want to, I don't want to start anything. And I'm very as I said to Wolf earlier, I said I've just been a sheep for most of my life, and as he put it, he's like, you want to know why you're a sheep, and why you've put on why you're with the sheep. You want to stand back and you want to be your own sheep, which was nice. But I'm yeah, I'm just it's kind of a strange topic, but I'm just kind of sitting here trying to just, expand my knowledge of everything that kind of I can get my hands on, if that makes sense. And I'd be more than happy to, listen and ask questions to you guys because the flat earth is a very much new topic to me, so I don't know much on it, and so I'd be more than inclined to talk to you guys and ask questions, and
Okay, so what I was asking you was what was funny so we can talk about it.
Oh man, I don't remember. It was a while ago. It was just I think it was. I can't remember the dude's name, but he was in here before. I mean, I was laughing at Egg a bit, Eggshells, because he's a bit of an odd one. I don't want to, And he was saying some stuff, and I was laughing at it. And then the other guy that was getting a bit heated was. I don't know. It's just I'm not laughing at the facts of what they're saying. I'm more laughing at how they interact. If that makes sense.
Yes.
It's just a bit funny to me, that's all.
Yeah, that's understandable.
It's just so the way people interact is amusing. That's what I should have said. The way they're interacting is more amusing than the actual topic themselves.
So, do you believe you live on a spinning wet ball?
Honestly, at this point in time, I just kind of think I'm here, you know what I mean? Because I actually haven't had much proof in either at the moment.
Can I take you to the 3 points question quick? This is not a IQ test.
No, you're right.
It's something we ask all the people who are new in the server.
No, go for gold. No, of course.
Okay, cool. Let's go. Now, first question is, do you know which man in human history discovered that the Earth is a ball, and by which method?
I don't know the name of the dude, but I think it was. See, like it was a while ago. I learned all this stuff. That's why I'm delving into it now. But I will answer your question. I remember wasn't it the guy that like mapped it out via like a boat and he like sailed around or something?
No.
No. Oh, then I have no idea.
You know, you can have in your neighborhood, you can travel in circle, and then you will say your neighborhood is a ball,
That's
right?
fair enough. That's a
Okay, good. Second question. Do you know who discovered and proved that the Earth is spinning around its axis, and by which method?
Oh, the spinning. I don't know. I think it was I'm being completely honest off the top of my head. It was some like it was like Leon something. I'm not too sure, but like I said, I'm not very.
Yeah, that's not the answer. But anyway, yeah. So you don't know either.
So no, I don't.
Okay. That it's no problem. It's the best thing you can say when you don't know. Yeah, it's the most honest. That's
Yeah,
important.
that's all. I don't know. As simple as that.
Yeah, good. So the third question is, can you have gas pressure without a container?
Can you have gas pressure? I want to say, yeah, you can.
Really?
I mean, if you contained it in a liquid, yeah, you could.
In a liquid?
If you contained a heavy gas underneath the ocean that was less dense than the ocean, I believe that you could. Sorry, more dense than the ocean. I believe that you could.
Well, what happens with the gas which escapes from the ground? You know, in the ocean we have this underwater places where we see gas rising from the ground. What happens with that gas when it enters the medium of the water?
I guess it doesn't mix, just kind of rises, doesn't it? But
it does rise, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to, like, if there was a gas that was more dense than water, then technically it could be contained, could it not?
Oh, yeah, that will be interesting to show me a gas more dense than the water.
I don't know a gas more dense, but it just kind of entered my head then. It was like
Yeah.
That's what I
Okay.
meant.
Then,
Well,
yeah.
what you're saying there is that the water would be the container. That would be the container in that case.
Yeah, then what is a container? If that, like, are we contained by what we are surrounded by then?
Yes, according to the law of gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics,
So everything
we are contained. We live in a closed system because we have gas pressure. That is what we experience. And you cannot show me that you can have gas pressure around your car wheel without a tire.
That is a fair point. I think you can
Yeah.
hold gas with gas.
Yeah, or to hold the gas pressure, 3 bar or whatever, around your tire, around your bicycle wheel, and without a tire. You need that rubber to hold it. It's a closed system. Yeah, it's a closed container.
Gas itself, I don't think so. No, a gas itself cannot hold gas. No.
Correct. Correct. That's very correct. So yeah, if you can prove this, it means also that there is no way to demonstrate gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum, next to a vacuum. So that medium of space, which NASA is telling us, is a direct violation of the laws of gas pressure and the second law of thermodynamics.
But like, I understand that. So what you're trying to prove
Yeah.
here is that space doesn't exist. Is that the going right now?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. That's fair enough. I've kind of wondered about that. You know what I mean? Space is a kind of odd subject. Sure, it's a nice
Yeah.
thing to delve into. It's a nice little thought. It's
Yeah, it's the
interesting.
place where the stars, where the celestial bodies are. But to claim that we know this and that about them, that they are that far away, no man has ever been. No man has ever walked
Unless you can show me a
that
star
distance.
in person and I can hold it, I will.
Exactly. Well, I can show you on the sky. Yeah. And I can show you the sun also or the moon. But
Yeah. But
anything other than that,
stars
other
are
than pointing you to a tiny source of light in the sky,
I have to ask. This is
it's just a fancy story.
Yeah, it is. I was reading before because I got caught up in the tides and waves things before. And how I was trying to explain it, and I was watching a video, and in the server, and they were trying to explain how tides exist from this thing called like something moves below us, and the tides just kind of happen. Like how do tides come to be? That's what I'm most interested about at the moment, to be honest.
Well, to be honest, I do not know what causes them. I can speculate about that, but
we do not know.
that's not science.
Yeah,
Yeah.
fair enough. Because what I was watching was
what we like to do in this server is to stick to scientifically known facts, and everything that is a wild story, a fortune telling, a palm reading, we don't like that.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, we like to speculate with people, but we want those people to actually acknowledge that, hey, this is speculation, what we are doing now, and this is not something that we positively affirm, because every positive claim carries the burden of proof, so yeah.
That's a good point. That's what I mean.
But
this is what
we know for a fact that does not causes the tides, and
Yeah, that's a
this
bit
is
of.
how we learn in school by default.
I mean, yeah. There's the there's the centrifugal force and whatnot, but that's a bit odd. And you can prove that on a tennis ball when you spin it, and you can stick stuff to it. Like at those rides in the thing at the Ferris wheel when they spin so fast, you stick to stuff. But that's more on the outside than the on the more on the inside than the outside. But there's the both
Yeah,
idea.
but you see, the globe does not increase in its rotation or decreases in its RPM, I mean, it has one revolution per day.
And it's always that, huh? That's just kind of
Yeah.
odd.
And because it's a spin, it's actually a constant acceleration. Wherever you are on this spinning ball, it means that you are constantly accelerating.
Mm.
And it's an acceleration which is impossible to measure.
Yeah, it is. It's quite impossible to.
Yeah, but it's funny because you are using a mobile phone, a smartphone, yeah, and it has a comagnetometer inside it, probably one rubidium atom inertially suspended on 6 axes, and that's a device for detecting acceleration. It's very, very small device. It's inside your phone's microchip, you know.
Yeah, I'm aware how it works. It's like it rolls, and then when it turns a certain way, it triggers a.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
and
'cause it's a 3D.
when you get in your car and you're moving with 100 miles an hour, your phone shows you that you are moving approximately 100 miles an hour, that you are traveling. When you come to a stop and you get out of your car and sit on a bench, yeah, on somewhere, it will show you that you're not moving now.
Yeah, it's because it's. It's going to sound quite silly, but
Uh,
I've actually I've done a little test on that. It's like the scales that you can set a weight to, and then
mm,
when you put like if I put just say I put a bowl on there, and it'll come up as like 200 grams or something, right? And then I can
yeah,
set it back to 0 with the bowl on it, and then I can put something else on it, and then it'll tell me how much is in that bowl. You can
yeah,
do that with a phone. You can have it set to a certain you can have it set to a certain speed. If you were to
yeah.
look at it, you can set it to a certain because it's set to whatever technical term they want to use. It's set to Earth spinning speed. Whatever whatever that is, right?
Well, in the phone, you do have also pressure sensors, like when you press your screen, it's very much like a scale. Um, I'm not sure if it's a piezoelectric sensor or a different kind.
It's done by momentum.
Yeah,
The constant
when you
force.
apply pressure on that glass, there is a warping in the glass. It's very small, like
Mm,
nanometers. Yeah,
that's a really good. It's a really good way to put it.
yeah, yeah. And if you have that device inside your phone, then yeah, of course you can access it. Just take root, and then you can tap into all these sensors, and yeah, you can use them as a scale also. Newer phones definitely they can measure like
They're much cheaper
jewelry and stuff like this
science.
on the screen.
Hmm.
Yeah. But yeah, we went to the 3 points, and yeah, the purpose of these 3 points was to establish that you don't know the globe model. For
No,
you,
no,
it's only a belief system. It's not knowledge. It's
no,
not
no,
something
no.
that you know. That was the only purpose of those 3 questions. So yeah, I just wrapped it up to explain the purpose, and yeah,
Yeah,
from
I'm just
here you can ask questions to us like, hey, I want to know what
how
do
does
you
blood
guys think?
work?
What do you guys know about this and that? Yeah. So
It's been a quite a been quite a I don't want to say aggressive community, but there's been a few people that have DM'd me personally and been like, then I'm not very happy.
Yeah, take your time. Don't put everything to your heart.
No. I've just kind of
Science doesn't have feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
It doesn't work with feelings. So yeah, it will take you a little bit of time for you
It
to
will.
get used here in this community and
Especially when I'm
to
so
get
new to
known.
They'll kind of
So
come away with how I talk and what I mean when I say certain things, and it'll be like, oh, he actually is trying to listen. He's not trying to be spiteful or something.
No, you sound very intellectually honest person, and I appreciate a lot. I appreciate that a lot.
If I don't agree or something, I'll tell you I don't agree, and I'll try to
Yeah.
explain it. And if you give me a genuine point and can prove me wrong, then I'll listen to you. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
I think
You
what I
see,
think until proven wrong.
so have you seen the Black Swan argument?
I've seen a lot of the word black swan, and isn't it the things on the horizon, like the oil thing?
Yeah, the oil rigs photographed in California beach. It's two oil rigs, one at 6 miles away and one of them 9 miles, and the horizon, you can see it behind them. Indeed, the horizon is blurry, but you can definitely see that the horizon is behind the oil rigs.
Yeah, I'm looking at them.
Yeah, you have to be an honest person. So only if you're not honest and you will say that the horizon is not behind those oil rigs. I know the image is not very, crystal clear, has super high definition because it's the high zoom of that camera, and
The camera's
it's
not very good.
maximum zoom, and it's the furthest that camera can see in that day.
But
So yeah.
you can I can see the horizon quite easily, from
Yeah.
this picture alone. But it is a
But
very
we had such kind of people, dishonest people, who said that no, the horizon is not behind them, and
I mean, yeah, it's I don't know how, in that picture there, the horizon is behind it, but could be
yeah.
another picture where they've actually changed it, or we've changed it, or
It also looks blurry,
It is, yeah, it is a very.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, it's a really shit photo. Like this,
Yeah.
it's got so much
It's not
stuff
a
going
shitty
on.
photo. I mean, hey, that's actually a very high definition. It's a very long distance
This is a
observation.
long distance photo. Like, it's just like
Yeah,
it's
that's a
miles away, I guess. Yeah.
that picture. Listen, that picture is a still shot from a video taken with a P900 Nikon P900 camera.
Yeah,
Is one of the most advanced, technologically advanced commercial cameras. So it's not just a shitty camera.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying the camera's
Yeah,
bad. It's just when I look at this photo
yeah,
alone, it's just like,
yeah.
without knowing that stuff. You see what I mean? Like, if I don't know the background, which I didn't, now I do. It's much more impressive.
Well, I
But
tell you, if you go outside and look with your naked eyes,
I will not see what I
you
see in the photo.
exactly. I mean, to see that far away with your naked eye and at that quality, you should be Superman.
I know. If I could see what I'm
Yeah,
seeing here.
yeah. So anyway, according to the ball Earth radius, 3,959 miles, um, that you're describing an arc curvature of 8 inches per mile square drop. So with distance, Every time you double the distance, the drop increases exponentially. It's an exponential drop. This is not our claim or stuff like that. This is basic geometry, tree of sphere and circles, you know, and in this case, when the Earth radius was almost 4,000 miles, that means that the horizon line, yeah, that place where things start to disappear from the bottom up, is going to be happening at 1.225 miles away, because that camera on the beach is 1 foot from the sea level. So that's like when you go to the beach and you lay down on your belly to get a tan, yeah, you raise your head up and you look at the horizon on the sea. And that's a 1 foot observer height, like 30 centimeters, something like that. So the horizon for you from that observer height is supposed to be at 1.225 miles far away. But we see further than 9 miles. We see that the horizon is behind the second oil rig, which is 9 miles away. So that means the horizon is at least 10 miles far away. That means the horizon is 10 times further than it should be. You get me? There is a Earth curve calculator. You can find a lot of them, even on GitHub, even on NASA website. And you can use that, and you will see that none of these calculators will ever match what you actually see in reality. When you try to find that curvature, it's not there.
So he's split then?
Yeah, that's a bye-bye ball.
You killed him with that, and he left.
Oh, he left. Well, pity. I hope he returns, because he didn't sound like a troll or clown.
Was it concern trolling?
No, I wouldn't say that about
Well, maybe you
him.
just lost internet service for a little bit or something.
Sometimes I will say that real life intervenes, so people have to drop off, they dip out without saying anything. So yeah, it's a common practice.
It
Yeah,
always happens on Discord. They seem to just go away and they never come back because they
yeah,
can't log back in because of the internet, especially with professors.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know when that professor had it.
I think it's two
There was
times.
that
I think it's two
Dawkins
times
guy.
now. I think it's two times now. Professors they couldn't get back on Discord and their internet sucked because I guess they can't afford internet. That's my guess.
Yeah, with QE, he had this argument. They had a show and it lasted 5 minutes.
Right after the first question, his internet broke.
Yeah, yeah.
QE broke the guy's internet with one question.
Yeah. And it was about science, the scientific method. He got there. Like, that's what they started with, discussing the science and scientific method to establish the common ground. And once he did that, like, that professor was like immediately dipped out. Yeah.
Yeah, he knew he had lost.
Yeah. See ya. I mean, my Discord. I can't Gotta
Yeah.
go.
Yeah. Well, I gotta go back. I gotta go to work actually. Catch you later, guys. It was nice to hear you.
Yeah, have a good day. That's one of the things I notice on Fascist Book is these trolls will they will act like they are smarter than you, etc., etc., etc. And then the very moment you ask them a question they can't answer, block, or they just disappear, or and then when they reappear, they're back saying the same stuff again. And then you say, "Hey, I asked you this question the other day, you never answered," and then they disappear again.
Well, they show me those two arms spiraling galaxies, you know. They are very nice images. Yeah, I can give you that. But why does a droplet of dichloromethane, when you drop it on water, it starts spiraling just like that galaxy, you know, and the the moment it will start spinning, you know, and you can see like two arms, like a shooting jet, yeah, and it evaporates into nothing, you know, it's completely vanishes, it evaporates. So the moment it starts spinning, we see it accelerating, and it reaches a certain quite fast spin. But the faster it spins, we see that the faster it's evaporating. And yeah, we don't observe why are galaxies so stable, you know. I mean, obviously we see these liquid droplets that when they are spinning, they are not stable anymore. Like, they evaporate much faster. The evaporation process actually accelerates. And yeah, the funny thing is that it's a huge mystery why that droplet is actually spinning. You know, it's not scientifically explained yet. Nobody knows the cause. There is a guess which says that evaporation causes that spin, but it's not proven yet. So yeah.
I posted my question that I used in Cogdis yesterday, which caused a 4 to 5 hour disturbance.
Oh,
They couldn't answer a yes or no to the question. Look at what I put in there. I drop an egg in water and it sinks. Is this considered gravity?
It's so funny you say that in response to it, because that was this comes off the tail of a discussion where I was asking for a simple yes or no about what is the black swan. And I find the same. I find that both sides do it.
So what is the
and that
black
is
swan?
refuse to answer a yes or no question.
Black swan says you can see too far.
Sure, yeah. I was asking a yes or no question about it. How is the wording I put for it? Are we taking a measurement from the eye of the observer to a horizon, an angular measurement that is based on an assumption of a straight line?
It's an observation, and the straight line, it's from your eye to that oil rig. Yeah.
Sure. From your eye to that oil rig and to the horizon beyond, correct? The oil
Line
rig
of
is
sight,
pointless without the
line of
horizon.
sight is straight, but you see, in water, where you have a higher refraction index, there's a strange thing. Like, if you are far enough from the light source, yeah, you see that light source, but it doesn't mean it's actually in that exact position where you see it, because the light comes to your eye in a curved path.
Sure.
Yeah.
I like that. It's a good description too. Like not the light curves, but it comes in a curved path. I think it's a good description.
And it reduces your visibility. I mean, when you dive in the ocean, you can barely see 2 or 3 meters, 4 meters away from you.
Is that refraction? That to me is something a different effect. When I'm in the water, for example, it doesn't bend. It doesn't sort of wibble. It just gets cloudy. And cloudiness and wibbliness I would put as two different things.
Yeah. Well, it's not transparent. I mean, it's a transparent medium, but not perfect. So
Yeah, it's got some opacity to it.
a
bit opaque.
Translucency, or not
sure,
opacity, but it's not a perfect transparent. So you don't see unlimited distance. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So my question about that was just about the black swan, which is like, we're taking a measurement from our eye. It presupposes a ball, right? It says if the Earth is a sphere of radius 3959, which is P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 square root height, blah, 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 Q.
I can show you a very good example. Like, try to do a scuba diving in Australia. Yeah, because you're in Australia. Probably you are close to the ocean.
All of us, yep.
So, do a scuba diving in the evening. Yeah. And have a guy, a friend of yours, like 100 meters far away. Yeah. Each of you dive underwater and shine a flashlight towards each other and see if you can see each other's light. You will not see it from a 100 meters distance underwater. But if you stand up from the water and you shine the flashlight towards each other, you will see the light.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah. And you can also, come towards each other and see what's the distance where you can start see the flashlight from himself underwater, and you will find that, hey, it's just a couple of meters, So,
yeah, I think,
gotta go back to work. I have to go to work.
Have a good one.
Take care,
Work well.
Eggshells. You too.
See you, mate.
You
Good
too.
talking.
See ya.
Good to talk to you again.
I'm at work cheating on Discord at the same time.
Geez, what do you do? What's this Discord enabled job?
Oh, it's not. I'm an administrator, so I can run whatever apps I want.
Ah.
Privileges.
Yeah, so only the point about the black swan I was making was, it appears to me that the black swan is making is presupposing a ball and then saying what one could do with the measurement of a ball is draw a straight line between the eye and the horizon and know that exact distance from me, which is quite cool. So what the fuck's a curved adjacent about? How can you suddenly go from, hey, given ball, I can test straight lines, to, well, you can't test that without a curved adjacent? Like, the two arguments are incompatible. In my book, you need to pick one. Exactly. It does relate. It relates to the sextant. If we say you cannot have a curved adjacent, what we are saying is the angle measured is your toe and your line of sight is curved across the surface, which is not possible. Therefore, black swan isn't possible. Or the angle is from your eye and one can take a measurement of the horizon.
I think we need a debate with you and QE on this.
Oh, he mutes me pretty quickly, which is a good sign of the people I've heard debate him lately, because obviously there's this McToon bet and I was invited in because I had a sextant, so I've been on the inside chat with that. People who understand the argument get muted pretty quickly with QE. Because he needs it to stop at curved adjacent. He needs the argument to stay at curved adjacent, which is totally incompatible with black swan. But he needs it to stay there because if you look at sextants, every single step that is so clearly only possible on a globe. He needs you to not look at the other steps.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, like if you grant for a second that you just go, right, I'll put the curved adjacent aside. I'll grant that maybe you can get an angle from the horizon like in the black swan. What does it say next? And the very next thing it says after subtract that angle from 90 is times that by 60 to get your nautical miles from the location. So if that celestial body is at 40 degrees, you go 40 times 60 nautical miles is how far I am from the GP of that star, right? You make a nautical mile, arc minute per nautical mile, linear measurement, correct or incorrect? So either the two choices to me are either you cannot take an angular measurement from the eye and there is no black swan, or you can take an angular measurement from the eye and there is a black swan and there's no curved adjacent. There's a good chance I'm missing something. Crypto might help me out with it. Should we go live, Crypto? We've got percentage on too. Ah, you motherfuckers. Another
It's
night.
8 o'clock in the morning where I'm at. I'm at work, like I said, so I can pop in.
No, I understand. So, because it seems like a fairly simple point, he gives you the height of the observer. And the height of the observer is relevant, right? In the black swan, if the height of the observer was 0, what would the measurement be? 0, right? It's got to be times the observer's height in feet. So if you anywhere along a chain of times tables, you put a 0 in, the whole answer is always going to be 0, right? That's just how times 0 works. So if the observer's height's 0, then you cannot do that measurement. So the observer's height cannot be 0 to do the black swan. It must be 1 foot or 6 foot or 12 foot or something so you can times it by something. So what we're saying is the eyeball is not on the ground, which, is reasonable.
The eyeball's not on the ground, therefore globe.
Yeah. So the eyeball's not on the ground. So what you're taking is a measurement from, let's say, 6 foot off the ground to the horizon. Where's the curved adjacent in that picture? That's all you're doing with a sextant, isn't it? Eyeball to horizon. But for some reason, you can do it in the Black Swan. But then you get to the sextant, you're like, nah, not allowed to do that anymore. Not only are you not allowed to do that, but you're not allowed to hear any of the other steps.
There are no more steps.
Okay, tell me the steps in triangulating or trilaterating, I beg your pardon, your position on Earth with a sextant. Go for it.
I don't have my sextant. I haven't done it yet.
Cool. So,
I have my book.
but you know the steps, right?
You
If you're
cannot
going to
get an
argue about what
elevation
the steps
angle.
are.
You cannot
from
get
a
an
curve
elevation
adjacent.
angle unless you know that the horizontal baseline to which you're measuring your elevation angle is a straight line. It's the one necessary requirement
what's the
for any elevation angle.
Sure, cool. Thank you, Solar. What's the straight line you're talking about?
The horizon, the flat baseline that we call affectionately sea level.
Okay, so where does the angle? Right, you're talking about the curved baseline, right? Which is a curved line that joins an angle.
No, incorrect. There is no curved baseline. Okay. There is a flat horizontal baseline.
No. I'm inviting
known
you
as sea level, to which all the elevation angles are taken.
Okay,
that's
so
not negotiable.
Can you please the angle for me?
Did you miss the point?
Just give it a label. The
baseline is a flat horizontal line. You keep talking about a curved adjacent. You cannot get an angle from a curved adjacent.
That's what I wanted you to say. Yes, thank you. So could you describe angle A? Do you want to call it A? Do you want to call it my eyeball? Do you want to call it my toe? What do you want to name the angle so we can go through this maths together? What's the name of the angle that has the flat baseline or the curved adjacent?
The point of observation, it's irrelevant what we call the angle. The fact that the baseline is
but I'm inviting you to call it something. I'm just inviting you to call it something. I'm going to call it something.
When it's irrelevant.
Can I give it a name?
It does not need discussing. The fact that you have an angle means you have a flat baseline, and then you have a flat line that you're going up to the elevation angle point of the observation.
Yeah, I'm aware of it. I've been around the argument for months. Let's not take that long with it. Let's call the angle Dave.
Keep asserting you can get an angle from a curved adjacent.
Yes, I am. So call it Dave.
If you've been around
call
the argument for a few months, you would know that that's impossible.
So call the angle Dave, which is Crypto's suggestion. I think it's a cracking suggestion, Crypto. Call the angle Dave. Where is Dave? Is Dave in my eye or in my toe? Where is Dave? Where's the location of that angle that is the problem that has a curve next to it?
And is Dave standing on a flat horizontal baseline to take this measurement?
Where exactly?
Or an imaginary curved baseline like you're asserting?
Exactly. That's what we're trying to test. You're on it. You're on what we're trying to test. You're just not trying to test it. The test is where exactly is Dave? Dave is a point in space. Is that point in space somewhere right next to my eyeball, or is it somewhere next to my toe? Which one is it?
Once again, it's irrelevant.
Now, come on, it's irrelevant where the point is. We're talking about taking an angle, and we've got a problem with the angle, and it's irrelevant where the angle is? Come on, man. You can do better than that. It's irrelevant where the angle is?
Baseline that's required for any angle measurement.
The baseline to what angle? Label the angle.
It matters
Where's
not
the
where
angle?
you place Dave, along the straight flat line to which you measure your elevation from.
Okay.
It matters.
Where do I hold the sextant? In the world, when I hold the sextant, do I hold it next to my foot, Solar? Or do I hold it next to my eyeball? Where do I hold the sextant, Solar? Come on, man. You're a really smart man. We've had lots of chats. They've just hoodwinked you with this sextant bullshit. You hold it at your eye and it does matter. Come on, you know that. You might not understand the rest of the argument and you feel on unsteady territory, but come on, you recognize that you hold the sextant at your fucking eye, man. Come on.
And that's relevant to the flat baseline how?
Because what is straight in the Black Swan? Is it a line between your eyeball and the horizon? Or is it a line from your toe round the curve? What is relevant to it is the same motherfucker that told you the story about the Black Swan is telling you a completely incompatible story about the sextant, and you aren't fucking questioning it. It's one dude saying this shit, right? Maybe two. And you all just parrot it without going, the two things aren't compatible. You could still live on a flat earth, but he's definitely having you on if he says these two obviously incompatible things. He knows he's full of shit and he sells you this shit anyway. I'd be angry, man.
What's truly amazing is everything you said there was fallacious.
Which
being
bit?
in a group like this, we all test everybody's assertion.
So
Because
test
the
this
only way that
assertion
you
with
can
me.
discover
Does
the
it matter?
truth is by taking someone's opinion and then
Yeah.
doing your own research to either support or disprove their opinion.
Okay,
When you
so
come to
so you
real
need to
truth,
challenge it, correct?
no
So
one,
challenge
no
it with
one
me
is
now. Does it
parroting
matter where the angle
your
is?
assertion. All right,
Is
do you
the
not
angle in
understand
your
what
eye?
do you not understand what dip correction and changing the height of the observer correction? That you place the sextant against your eyeball, yes, and then you factor in your height above the sea level, which is what I was talking about, the level line to which you measure any angle. The height of the observer is taken into consideration and therefore removed from the discussion or the equation going forward, so that it's as if the eyeball is on the flat baseline where the toe of the person is placed.
Yes,
So
correct.
like I said
Really
to
good
you,
description. Wow, that's a good description, man.
Your
Far
limited
out, that's a good
understanding
description.
that an observer height correction takes the eyeball down to Dave's toe, and you were trying to make a distinction between Dave's eye
No, I can still
and
make
Dave's
that
toe.
distinction.
The
I can
dip
still make
angle
that
correction
distinction.
or the
That's a
height of
great
observer
description.
correction is putting Dave's eyeball at Dave's toe on the flat horizontal baseline, not a curved baseline. Correct. On the flat baseline, known as sea level, to which any elevation angle must be taken according to the flat baseline, which we know is level, which we even affectionately call sea level. You obviously cannot
I agree
see
with you.
level.
No, I agree with you. I agree with all of the things you said. I just
You
want to
cannot
add
see
one thing.
level.
I just want to
You
add one
agree with
thing
that?
on in the form of a question.
Do you
Does
agree
it matter?
that you cannot see level?
Let me finish the question, because I'm going to accept all of the things you've said, and I think you've said them really well. Which is that
when I've just countered
that
your
what we are
point, you
doing
can't
by
agree
the
with me. Do you understand
so,
that? If I've just rebutted your point, you cannot say, I completely agree.
Because I'm about to rebut your point. I'm about to rebut your point, but
So
I'm
then
going
don't
to
start
agree
with,
with.
I completely agree.
Well, I
Why
say I don't
be a
completely. I
man
don't. No.
by your
Okay,
point?
I disagree with your
Say,
conclusion.
no, you're wrong. There is a curved baseline, and we know it's curved by measuring where. Where can we measure this curve?
Sure.
That you keep asserting there's a curved baseline to which
So
angles can be
where do we
taken
measure it
with
is the question. Where do we measure it is the question. And the question is, where do we measure it from, not what do we equate it to? So we measure it with all 6 foot, 12 foot, 20 foot off the ground. Why? Because we cannot measure it at zero. We are not able to measure a curve at zero for exactly the point you stated. It would be zero. The observer's height would be zero, so the distance to the horizon would be zero. You're not going to get anything meaningful out of that. So you have to raise it up and get a wrong result that you can correct back to as if it was zero, because you can take a straight measurement to the edge of a curve as easily as I can take a photo of a basketball. Is a photo of a basketball not the same thing?
Observer correction when they place the eyeball at ground level so that the observer height is zero.
No, it doesn't work.
Why
Nobody
would
does
they
that.
do that correction?
Nobody does that. Why do they do that exactly?
The Navy does it.
Exactly. Why do they do that? Why do they correct it down to zero? Why don't they measure it at zero? If they can't measure it at zero, why do they correct it down to zero? Ask yourself that question.
Not a distance to an imaginary curve, which you keep mixing two. You're mixing two pieces of mathematics. One is a fiction idea of curvature at some random distance based on an observer height. The other, what we're actually discussing, is taking an angle measurement with the observer height at sea level, as in at zero observer height, so that you can measure the angle accurately. Those are two different things. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. The one measuring an imaginary curve based on some observer's height, and then the sextant being used to measure an angle, those are two different pieces of mathematics. But you've now merged them into one, claiming that no observer height is ever corrected for, no dip angle correction is ever done to a sextant to place the observer's eye at sea level so that the elevation angle can be calculated from the flat.
To clarify, I agree with you that a dip angle correction
That
is
you've mixed
done.
two pieces of mathematics.
Yes, I've mixed two pieces of mathematics. Absolutely, you're right. I'm not claiming they're the same bit of mathematics. What I'm saying is they're measuring the same thing. Just the same as you might measure my weight and do that maths for two different things. My weight will be a constant you might use in different models. What I'm saying is both of these. Let me finish, Solar. Come on, Solar. Let me just finish a thought. Let me just finish the thought.
The one is
you're not
going to
let me finish a thought? Come on, man. You had a long go, didn't you?
The other one is measuring the distance to the horizon. Do you think that those are the same thing? You just said now the mathematics is basically used to measure the same thing. The one is an elevation angle above horizontal. The other is distance to an imaginary horizon. Those are not the same thing. Are you following along?
Well, why are they not the same thing? How do you measure the angle of elevation? Sextant measurement. What do you take it off? What's the name of the thing you take it off? You've got a mirror that sights a star or celestial body, and then you have a bit of half silvered glass. What do you call that mirror? What's the name of the mirror? Come on, Solar. The horizon glass. What is a measurement? What is the word that continually comes up in the black swan?
Flat and horizontal.
Horizon, right? So are you saying they're not the same thing when both of them are saying I can take a straight line between my eye and the horizon, that they aren't talking about the same thing, that one of them has a curved baseline from which such a measurement is impossible, and the other one is totally okay because it disproves the shape of the Earth? Do you not see that as a double standard?
Once again, you're conflating 2 points. If I'm standing looking at 10 degrees above horizontal,
how do I determine horizontal?
Elevation angle.
How do I determine horizontal?
The sextant is used to calculate the angle of the elevation point above a horizon. Your other mathematics is asserting the horizon is the edge of your geometric sphere and only calculating the horizontal to that point. One is elevation angle above the point. The other is a supposed angle horizontal to that tangent. The tangent and the 10 degrees above the tangent are different. You're trying to say, no, they're the same.
No, I'm not trying to say they're the same. I'm trying to say, here's how the same they look to me. I am saying they're the same. I actually am saying they're the same. I'm saying they're doing the same thing. I'll make this little image and I'll send it. No, I'm not double speaking. I'm saying you're taking both are the horizon. You use horizon in both of them is what I'm saying. And here is an image I can line up that will make it irrefutable. I'm just making this right now. So just stick with me for a moment.
Okay.
This is immediately taken off a website. Oh my God, somebody just used it above.
For two things. Therefore, it's exactly proof that they're identical because my eyes were used in both observations. So therefore, both observations are identical because my eyeballs were used. You're saying both of these are identical.
So pay attention, Solar, can you see the chat? Can you see the chat? I've made an image in the chat. I'd like you to talk about that image. Could I cite
on the black swan?
Could I? The question I have for all of the room is this: could I, if I wanted to, use my sextant and take my reading of the horizon from between the two oil rigs? And if not, why not?
No.
And if not,
because
why
your
not?
Sextant, this is exactly the point which you're misunderstanding. The sextant is used to calculate the elevation angle above the flat baseline.
Right.
You're never using a sextant to measure the distance to the horizon.
Correct.
You're never using the sextant for that. You use the horizon mirror in the sextant to line up your sextant so it's level. And then you're measuring an angle above the level, which means your head
Well
is
done.
pointing upwards.
So describe to me the problem with the curved baseline. So now, yes, you're right. Where's the curved baseline?
Where the sextant is not used in the black swan. Not at all.
The question was, can I direct you to the question?
To do with the sextant, and
could I direct you to the question, please?
By putting both of them together is fallacious, because you're not ever going to use a sextant to measure the distance to a horizon. Do you not understand that?
Can I direct you to please answer the question? I will restate the question. Could you take a sextant measurement of an elevation of a celestial body from between the black swan derricks? And if not, why not? That's the question I want you to answer. If I cannot take a sextant reading from that point, why not?
So exactly the point I was talking about. Yes, you can take an elevation angle off of the flat baseline, to which we know is horizontal.
Where's the baseline?
Which we term sea level. It's the level line.
It's from zero. So it's from 0 foot.
Where that horizon appears 10 times further than it should at a 1 foot observer height. Yes, that horizon.
1 foot. At 1 foot. Okay,
that's
not at 0 feet.
You can use that as your baseline to measure the elevation angle of something existing above the horizon. Now tell me, what part of the black swan includes something above the horizon? Or is it simply pointing out that the horizon exists 10 times further than it should, based on your geometric curve, which should have been evident at 1.2 miles?
Go back to the description of the sextant and tell me what the curved baseline is.
What is above the black swan image that you're trying to measure the elevation angle to in the black swan?
You chose the height.
What are you trying to measure above?
Sure.
What are you trying to measure the elevation angle to above the horizon in the black swan?
Above the horizon, yes. So if the horizon is 1.22, yeah, so I'll explain it. The maths, the maths
What are you measuring above the horizon in the black swan?
Yeah. So the measurement is the 1.225 is how you get to 2 arc minutes. In fact, it's
maybe you didn't hear the question. Maybe you didn't hear the question.
I'm telling you.
What is above the horizon that you're measuring an elevation angle to in the black swan?
Sure. So
not horizon.
I'm measuring horizon.
Something above horizon. Remember,
I'm measuring the horizon and subtracting them from that.
Angle means above horizon.
Solar, I am trying to let you speak. Can you sometimes let me speak? Is that cool, man? Because we do get on. We're just having a fiery debate, but I just don't feel like I'm being allowed to speak.
Yes. Over him, so expect the same behavior to you. You need to take some breaths and calm down and slow down. You need to when he answers your question, count to 10 before you start talking again. I mean, come on, man.
What you're demonstrating here is your misunderstanding of this topic. What I'm simply trying to elucidate, which is obviously falling on deaf ears, is that nowhere in the black swan did anyone describe anything above a horizon. The only point of the black swan is, look, we have some rigs which are distance markers, and look where the horizon appears to be.
Nobody talked about being above the horizon.
Location. When you bring up a sextant, you are talking about elevation angles of an object above the horizon. And what is the angle?
But I'm asking where the angle is, and you said it's on the surface, and there's nothing about it being above the surface, but it's got a description of the height above the surface and how it's relevant to the measurement. So is the height above the
again? You're conflating the maths.
This is QE.
Explained this to you.
This is QE. This is the black swan I'm presenting. You're arguing now with the black swan.
This is called flat earth solar speaking. And like I started our discussion, I said, no one in here just hears something and repeats it the way that you're doing. Everyone in here goes and actually researches themselves.
Okay.
And this is
Let me show you the research about the height above the surface. Let me show you the research.
Distance to a curve, or are we measuring elevation angle above horizon, which are 2 different points?
Okay,
nowhere
here's the point above the I've highlighted it for you.
Horizon
I've highlighted it for you. I've highlighted it for you. It's in the chat there. 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height is definitionally the opposite of what you're saying right now. You're saying it's not on the surface, nothing above the surface is mentioned, and it is specifically in a 3-line thing, takes up like half a line.
Okay. And the black swan is measuring a distance to the horizon. Sextants are used to measure elevation angles of objects above the horizon.
Well
what
done,
part
yeah.
of above the horizon is the same in your mind as distance to the horizon?
Okay. So
which part of those
let me try and make sure I've understood you.
those are the same?
So let me try and understand you. A black swan, because it's a measurement across the flatness of the surface to the horizon, because it's from sort of my feet upwards essentially to the point of the horizon, that's the point at which it terminates. That's different from taking a measurement from the top of the horizon up from there. Correct? Is that the gist?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the most logical thing you've said in the last 20 minutes.
Great. Okay. So, okay.
Do
So
you
I haven't
understand
misunderstood
that
you.
Are those fundamentally different?
I think, they are definitely different. I get you now.
The horizon?
Yeah. Could you describe to me in what way that difference makes a difference with regards to the curved baseline? Because it sounds to me like the curved baseline is saying it matters where angle A is. Is it against the curve?
You don't have a curved baseline. You don't have a curved baseline. You, even in the mathematics of height of the observer times 1.22, you are still drawing a tangent, which is a flat line. And you are apparently drawing that flat line to a tangent point. No, there's no curved baselines ever. There is only either the flat tangent meeting the geometric edge, or there is the flat horizontal horizon to which we're measuring angles above. There's never a curved baseline.
Right. Where do we take the angle from, though? Do we take the angle? We take the angle as we've accepted. I don't want to go back to this. We take the angle through our eye. Where is the curve of the light that comes out of our eye that hits the horizon like it does in the black swan? That's all we need to know, right? We just need to be able to see in a straight line to the horizon. Whether we're measuring below it or above it doesn't really have any real bearing, don't you think?
Then you're not looking at the horizon, because the horizon would be the middle point. You wouldn't be above the horizon
middle
or
point.
below the horizon and still be
What
talking
you've got to
about
do
the horizon.
Is try to
Does that not
figure
make
out where
sense?
that line is. In both of them, you're trying to figure out where that line is so you can go how much above it or how much below it. But the line's there. If it's there and I can use my eyeball to need to see the horizon in order to do the black swan, then I must be able to use it for a sextant without there being a curved baseline bullshit. Because if it's just a line between my eye and where this supposed geometric Earth curve horizon is that's no more than 1.225 the observer's height in feet, that's square root.
It cannot be. It can be no further than. And that black swan picture shows you it's 10 times further than. So
and it must rely.
It cannot be further than 1.2 based on the numbers that your side has already given us in terms of the radius dimension and the diameter of this presupposed imaginary spherical ball. In real life,
all of it.
Go and take
Happy to grant all of that.
It is not where it should be if the Earth were a ball based on the known measurements that they claim. The point that you're not understanding here is that my floor is not also my walls. Okay, so if I'm measuring something that's elevated on my wall, I'm not talking about my floor any longer. The fact that I use the
I'm not following you on this. Tell me.
All right, well, then rather don't interrupt and let me make the point.
Right,
if
I just
want
need
to
to
measure
go back a bit.
how high is something on my wall, you're claiming we're still talking about the floor, the flat horizontal baseline. We're not talking about the flat horizontal baseline when trying to measure the angle of something on my wall, because the thing on my wall is not the floor. You're claiming because a sextant measures an elevation angle of something on the horizon, We're still talking about the horizon. We're not. We're using the
You're not still
horizon
talking
as
about
the
the
flat
horizon.
baseline to measure an elevation angle. In the Black Swan, you're trying to measure the distance to the horizon. Black Swan, you're measuring the distance to the other side of your floor. In the sextant example, you're trying to measure the elevation angle of something on your wall. And you've spent the last 20 minutes trying to say that the angle measured on my wall is the same as measuring my floor. Makes sense here?
Yes, yeah, I'm with you. Like, I've drawn a diagram of it while you're speaking. The floor is in blue. And what you're saying is the measurement CAB, which is horizon, eyeball, floor, is not the same as measurement CAD, which is horizon, eyeball, star, right? They still rely on line CA to exist. That is my point. If line CA is curved, then the measurement to AB doesn't work. If the line AC is curved, so is there anything wrong with that diagram? That's what I want you to sort of focus on for this bit, because otherwise I feel we might get into semantics about things, whereas I think that's a fairly simple point I'm making, which is the line we're using for the horizon is the same in both, which is CA.
I don't know how more simply I can put this. The Black Swan is measuring the length of line AC in your diagram. Black Swan
how's it measuring it?
The length of the line AC, whereas a sextant is measuring the angle of DAC, meaning the angle at A between the lines of DC. So the one is measuring the distance along the line AC, Black Swan. A sextant measures the angle between DAC, only talking about the angle at A between DAC.
So
those
is
are two very
CA?
different
So
things.
I'm with you now.
You understand
So is
that
the
those
line?
are two
Yeah, I'm
very
with you.
different things.
Yep,
The
you're
length
measuring
of
two
the
different
line
things.
and the elevation above the flat line are two different points.
How do you determine the length of line CA? Geometrically, what
On a sphere with a radius of 3959, the geometric edge to which you would draw your tangent can be no further than 1.22 miles times the height of the observer squared.
So if it could be no more than 1.22 miles, could that line be curved? Or is it impossible for that line to be curved because it is no shorter than? There is no shorter distance than a straight line. So is it not saying that C and A are a straight line?
No, it's saying
Say it
that
again
the
then.
tangent.
Say it again.
It's the tangent that you would be drawing to your geometric physical edge. You're measuring the straight line distance. So
It's
like I even
saying
said to you,
CA is
you
straight.
don't even have a curved baseline in the Black Swan because you're measuring the tangent, the straight line distance to the supposed sphere edge. So you're not even measuring according to the edge of a sphere or a curved baseline. In the Black Swan, you're using a flat tangent. In the sextant, you're using the flat horizontal baseline called sea level. Both of those describe the flat baseline. So if you're drawing a tangent to a presupposed curve, and that presupposed curve should be that it does not expand and inflate and contract at will. Okay. Therefore, the geometric edge should always be where the geometric edge is. And thusly,
so can somebody give me...
we say can be no further than 1.22 because that is where your geometric edge should begin and doesn't.
Okay, so here's the other drawing I have for you. Is this...
Do you understand the point?
I understand the point. I understand the point. Would you like me to repeat it to you to demonstrate it to you? The geometric
skate right past the evidence, man. Why do you just skate right past it like he didn't even say anything?
I'm happy to repeat it. I'll steel man it now.
You just completely ignore it.
For lying about the FE
You completely ignore it and then move on to horse shit.
So no, hold on. I'm not even giving this dude a chance. Look, I just listened to the shit you said about FE Core. You're a fucking liar. You
Is
said
it
that
not
they
true?
got
Have
rid
they
of
released
no
the
everything.
footage?
Yeah, it's in the
Show
fucking
me.
document
Awesome.
Roger posted. Listen, go down. Each
The document
experiment.
Roger posted is the one I was
Listen,
challenging
dude,
its
let me
validity.
finish my sentence. You
Beg
just
your pardon.
asked for something, and I'm going to tell you exactly where it is. It's in that document. So each test is listed. Experiments 1, 2, 1 and 2. Those are done at Balaton. 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those are all done at Lake Issel. 2 of them were done in April. I think it's the 21st, or no, 14th, and then 3 more were done, like the 24th. So they were done 2 weeks apart. At the end, they have an image of the laser in the document. How did you not see that? In each individual measurement, they have images of it in the document. How did you not see that? You called him a fraud, right? You called him a fraud, right? If you watch their live stream,
If it's the one I'm thinking, if I'm
live stream they gave out when they did the measurement where they put the green laser on the screen, it's well known that that was a test shot. Okay? They did a live stream of this. And you're saying they're misrepresenting it. That's a lie.
So what's the bit that I said specifically that was wrong? What's the thing that I said that didn't exist that does exist?
I'll tell you the blatant lie. The salad didn't work, so they stopped using it. That's a lie.
They still did use it? Okay, maybe I got that wrong.
Listen, dude, you have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. That's
I'm not sure about that.
And
this
you
is just claims so
frauds,
far.
which in my opinion is slander. And
we're both just stacking claims up against claims here, and I don't know.
Look, no,
fair enough. I can see you're upset
now you're
about
like backpedaling on your bullshit. You're just a fucking liar.
I'm still sticking by it. Show me that I got it wrong. I'll show you the Slice Barcane.
I've watched it. I watched it live when it was happening.
Discord call with him where I think unless there's details I got wrong
when it was happening. Why?
There's maybe details I got wrong,
stream, dude. I saw it a long time ago.
Have you watched it recently? Is there a chance you've misremembered some in the meantime? Because it was painful. I would imagine you wouldn't watch it again.
Is an idiot because he's stupid. Slice Arcane is fucking stupid. He doesn't.
So that's a genetic fallacy, isn't it? Why the fuck do we care about Slice Arcane? The questions about whether the FE core guys lied. Why are you talking about Slice Arcane? It's just clearly a genetic fallacy. Talk about the people in the salad. Tell me about it, man.
Okay, and I'm going to tell you why Slice Arcane is stupid. I'll just tell you why he's stupid.
I don't really give a shit.
Because he says things like they didn't level the laser. In the document, that FE core document, there's literally a picture of the laser level sitting on top of the salad. Right? And there's images of the ruler they used to measure the height of the salad with the laser level laser and the laser from the salad pointing at the same fucking tape measure.
Okay, so let me just check this.
This is in the whole fucking document.
And yeah, no, I've seen those photos.
This is simple shit. Shut the fuck up. I'm just gonna mute you. Shut the fuck up. You're not gonna come in here and accuse people of fucking fraud, dude. Like seriously. You're not going to do it. You're here all the time. I don't tolerate liars. There's no point in having a discussion with the liar. There's no point. It's like, why are you here then? If you're just here to lie, what's the point? You're just rooting for your team. And your bias has clouded your judgment. You didn't actually analyze the document. You're just parroting some stupid shit from another ignoramus that doesn't understand simple things. Right? The point is that, so I'm going to just say, one thing you said was, the salad didn't work and they stopped using it. Actually, the salad didn't work because they were trying to hand aim it. So what they ended up doing was, they added electronic control and a stepper motor so they didn't have to hand aim it. So they actually modified it to make it work better. And when they made it work better, because when you're shooting over a long distance, a small change in the angle makes the other end of the laser move hundreds of yards. So in order to increase precision, all that shit's in the document too. If you go all the way down to the bottom, it says stepper motor, 0.000024 degrees of precision. They added that. The other thing you said is they got rid of the collimator. No, the collimator wouldn't work, so they didn't use it anymore. The collimator was fitted for the green laser. It wasn't, which had a different housing than the blue laser, so they couldn't use the collimator on the blue laser, obviously, because it doesn't fit. Okay, so you sit there and say, it didn't work, so they got rid of it. Those are just lies. They're just lies, dude. So don't come on the server and lie, or I'm going to just kick you off, and you won't be here anymore. You can get your own platform to tell your lies.
And as India so succinctly demonstrated here, is that he's not just simply repeating something that someone told him. He went to the actual documentation, down to the date that those observations were taken.
Yeah, like it's all in the documentation. If you read it, right, and actually try to comprehend it, and not just look for things that are going to try and, like, I don't know, pick apart or whatever, however you analyze information, I have no idea where you even got this idea from. You guys don't understand, like, simple things. So I'll give you an example. Slicer Arcane does this demonstration where he takes a laser and points it at the wall and said, this is some point-to-point thing. Well, they did a horizontal pan of the laser from target to target, right? So the thing is, if that, and this is his contention about it not being level. The thing is, if you take a laser and you shine it like on a wall or something, right? And if it's not perfectly level and you rotate it, it's not going to trace an arc on, it's not going to trace a straight line on that wall. It's going to trace an arc because it's not level, right? Because it's a light being projected on a wall. And if it's tilted, that light will trace an arc across that wall. But when they pan the laser, they had the same elevation across all these distances. There was no arc. And this is another thing that Slicer Arcane demonstrates in this thing. It means he just doesn't understand things. He's too stupid to really just understand how this stuff works. Like, it's a total geometry fail. Anyway, I'm going to unmute you. You better have a pretty good goddamn excuse for why you told a bunch of lies, or I'm kicking you out of here.
Right.
Go.
G'day, mate. Sorry I upset you.
Did you look? Listen, I don't like liars, dude.
I don't think I don't. So I certainly didn't intentionally lie. That's the first thing I want to say. I certainly didn't intentionally lie. All the things I thought.
You shouldn't go throwing around the word fraud.
So yeah, and I probably went a bit far at that point. That's actually fair enough. To me, the fundamentals for me about what I was claiming was that they, in their design, in what they said they were going to do beforehand, they said a salad and a collimator is important. And for whatever reason, I can remain agnostic to the reason. I've got no idea if it broke or didn't work or they found they didn't need it or whatever. They didn't use two of those crucial bits of kit. And it seems that you agree on both of those things. You're saying there was a reason that they didn't use it. That's fine. I'm happy for there to be any reason in the world. Then they came back with a result. But to me, my only point about them is I'll go back to this point rather than calling them frauds, because I think you're right about that. I don't know what happened, but it sounds to me like we agree that they didn't use the salad, they didn't use the collimator, they said that was important, and they still counted their results.
They did use the salad. They modified the salad so that it was no longer controlled by hand, and they added electronics to it to control where it was aimed. Right.
My understanding is in the final that is the case.
Where you punch in the coordinates and but the salad automatically pans itself and aims at the location where you say the target is.
Yeah,
because they were trying to do that by hand, and the precision is too much for the human hand. Because think about it for a second.
That makes sense.
Well, think about it. At 25 miles away, a deviation of what they said the collimator was, so 0.008 millirad. A deviation that small is 2 meters at the other side. Dude, that's like the width of a human hair.
Sure. Did they, for the final, their results, their positive results where there was a laser on the horizon, was that using the salad though? Because it looked very inexact. It looked like it was bouncing all over the joint. It looked like it was being held by hand.
What are you talking about?
So the final images, some of them. So this one is the one that is often passed around, but hopefully most people know this is not real because they even admit that, is my understanding. They weren't showing this even, by their words, they weren't showing that as a positive result. They were showing that as a sighting shot. They were just sighting it in. But in these shots...
I go off what I saw in the live stream, right? So they live streamed all them doing all this stuff. None of this stuff was secret. Right?
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they did it secretly at the time.
Globebusters live streamed on their channel. Jaronism live streamed it on his channel. And Karen B live streamed on her channel, all from their individual unique viewpoints. Right?
Sure.
So, like, none of this stuff was, like, hidden. It was all done out in the open. If people draw conclusions that this is this is what they're putting out, right? First of all, they're not thinking. because obviously the laser can't be like, this would be 12 kilometers. There's no way it's going to have that tightness of a beam at 12 kilometers away.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter like what,
Well said.
you're not a thinking person like if you're doing that.
Sure.
If you draw a conclusion that you think they're passing that off. No one tried to pass that off as an observation.
To be clear, that's why I was careful about why I was careful about my wording. I don't think, and that's why I said it this way. And you heard
that
me
isn't even their
this is why
target.
you're not
That was like
angry
a
at me.
test shot. That wasn't even done at Balaton.
I'm not
that
saying
was done
they
before
passed.
they ever went to Balaton. Because like obviously you have to
Okay, I
set
didn't
up
know
what
that.
you're gonna right. They came up with a plan to do something. They tested all the equipment before that. Right? You just don't go somewhere and just start doing things. You have to like test all this stuff. Right? So we're gonna like, okay, we're going to do this test distance. This wasn't even done at Balaton, I don't think, if this is the image I'm thinking about. Because I know they did test shots.
So would you agree that they don't
like the
make
fourth
it?
time they did this.
Would you agree that they don't make it super clear on their website such that I have seen flat earthers passing this top image off as the final result of them hitting a laser over too long a distance?
I don't know who's passing that off. I can't speak for other people.
Jin for one, but I don't know. Like he regularly does it, but he also admits that he posts things that he thinks are going to be impactful, not necessarily.
Well, I mean,
well, it sounds like you're a headline reader, and that you expect that every piece of information that's valid or going to be repeated should have been in the headline. Because like Indio just explained to you, there's multiple PDF documents indicating every little thing which you've just been proven wrong on. But
did
yet
they hit the
here
target? The question remains.
You're
The question remains, did they hit the
Sparkane
target?
and one or two other really worse than uncredible references. And they're making up lies which can be easily disproven in 3.5 seconds of actually reading the document yourself. That's
So
why
I've read the document. I'm not
is
going to
repeating
take the
what
document's
he
word
says.
for it.
Listen,
Everyone
because
here is curious.
Even hitting the target at the Balaton, it wasn't their goal was to shoot 30 kilometers, but the weather conditions didn't allow it. A lot of people came from all over the world to go there. It's like it's not cheap to just go to Hungary and post up. So because of the weather conditions, they couldn't do the distance they wanted. This distance isn't even like this. They can make this shot on a globe. The Balaton measurement, I mean, it's like within the margin of error of the measurement. I think at 12 kilometers, like it's supposed to be, like maybe 3 feet under the horizon or something. I haven't
So
done.
you're
I
saying
can't remember
even
if this is Balaton. All this blue stuff, these blue, this target, that, all that stuff, all this is Balaton, Lake Balaton.
Hang on. So Balaton was a bust in your view. It would have been possible on a globe, you were saying.
Yeah, Lake Balaton. Yeah, it should have been possible on a globe. It's within the margin of error of the experiment.
Do they make that clear on their website? Because I'm on their website and they say we went out and did 2 experiments. They do not ever say when we tested at Lake Balaton, we only got up to the point that we observed.
This is in my opinion.
And beyond that, it was weather.
I'm going off of memory. All I know is I don't ever talk about the Lake Balaton one because it just isn't. It isn't enough for me. For me personally, it's within the margin of error. It's within the margin of error. Like
that's good on you.
When you're talking about a foot here or there, I'm not. That's not good enough for me. The thing is, Lake Issel, this is two orders of magnitude different than the globe prediction. It's not a small error. You can't say, well, there's maybe a little bit of refraction. You need to refract around a 44-story building, and that ain't happening. That's the difference, right? So the globe prediction at Lake Issel, where they actually did more measurements, they did them further apart and took meteorological data and all that stuff, right? So that test, the globe prediction is that the laser is 127 meters in the air, but they measured the laser height at 1.5 meters. So this is 2 orders of magnitude. Right? 0, 0.
Yeah, I think I've found what you're talking about. The first one's over 12 kilometers, so it's really short. I agree with that, yeah.
So, and what they did was, so there's one target. We're going to punch in the coordinates, aim at it. Okay, what's the next target? Punch in coordinates. The laser horizontally pans. This is a control, right? So horizontally pans and it picks up the next target. Now, if you have like successively, like, you know, one target is supposed to be lower than the next target if it's close or if it's further away, and then the next target's supposed to be even further away, and that's supposed to be even lower. So how can a horizontal pan intersect all those targets?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Exactly. I don't know, man. And unless they completely lied, I mean, it would have to be an epic, you know, just a complete and utter lie, which I doubt because they do have lots of pictures because they have
Yeah,
pictures
I don't
with
think they lied.
timestamps and all that stuff.
Like, here's what I think about it. It's what
The
you
people
would
that did
think
you gotta
about
remember, these
me.
people, what me to say, the people
So-
that did these tests aren't like slouches. They all have university degrees. Mike Kavanaugh has 3 degrees. Yeah,
So
he
do
has
you think?
3 engineering degrees.
So let me just jump in here. Do you think that globers who are deluded about the shape of the Earth, whether they have degrees, helps them with that? Or do you think people can be deluded about the shape of the Earth, still work in physics or engineering or something like that, even though they've got degrees?
Look, listen, this isn't a point of like. What I'm saying is,
does a theology degree?
It isn't about their credentials. It's about when you have
Exactly.
certain types of degrees, right? If you
Does
have
a
an engineering
theology
degree,
degree-
if you have an engineering degree, that means you have the experience necessary to make a device like this, right? So it's not.
I agree.
Listen,
I'm not saying there's something
a
wrong with
normal
making the device.
person-
Let me talk now
I'm
a little
saying
bit.
let me just finish. A normal person can't go out and replicate this easily. It would take effort because
all I'm
the
pointing out-
precision required to actually do it because you're
Yeah.
dealing with very fine tolerances. Now they would go. They could do
all
it.
I'm po- come on,
Theoretically,
come on,
they
let me
could
say
do it
something. It's been
after
a
a
while
lot of
now.
tries, a lot of
Am I
failures.
muted?
Well, listen, no, I hear you,
So-
but I want to finish my statement and don't.
But it's
please
just
don't
been
talk
like
over me.
I'm just not allowed to talk anymore.
Look, the point. Hold on, I'm getting a phone call.
No, Indio, I got this.
What's the
Look,
phone?
Eggs, you are not allowed to talk over people anymore. Okay, don't get butthurt about that.
I'm not trying. I try not to talk over people. I just thought it was like I might get a go.
Listen,
been
I
a
am. But
while.
listen, I'm trying to sorry, I have complex thoughts and I don't have like sound bites.
No, that's fair enough.
A normal person can't just like go out and do this. They could, but they're gonna fail a lot. So if they have a big budget, they're gonna go out there and try it like 50 times before they learn how to like, hey, this is what I have to do to actually make it work. This was their 4th attempt. They've been doing
get
this
what you're
for like
saying.
over a period of like 4 years, and every time they did
Absolutely.
it, you globe earthers would go, oh, that wasn't good enough, or this wasn't good enough, or that wasn't.
Yes.
So they go out and
Yeah, we
they
do.
like take everything in consideration that everybody said was a complaint, and then they get the result, and then like, oh, you guys like the Hail Mary, it's a fraud. Like that's the only thing you can say now. It's a fraud. You had people that went to like where they're incorporated and took pictures of the building, and like they're not even really a fucking a nonprofit. Like no, like you guys like.
So
it's silly shit like that.
It seems that it matters. It seems that it matters that they are experienced engineers if they are in FE core. But if you're an experienced engineer who claims that it's a globe, it's not valid. That's the first thing I would say about it.
If you're an experienced engineer
if we're going to appeal to expertise,
no problem.
Which is fine. I think it's good to appeal to expertise. But if we're going to appeal to expertise, I'm not sure you're going to win that.
Why don't you list the engineers that have tested the shape of the Earth?
Secondly, regarding the fraud, whether it's a
dude.
fraud, I don't know them. I'm not going to be good.
Because they
I'm not
don't
going to be good at
exist.
playing that game. But
Because they don't
on the
exist.
issue of whether it's a fraud, it sounds like you agree that one of the measurements is unimpressive. If you look at the FE Core website, do you think they make it clear that measurement was a bust because of the reasons you stated? Do you think they make it very clear that they went, we didn't get a result here?
Look, they make a document. They released all the information. You were trying to say that they were hiding shit.
My question is,
they released all the information. It's on you to go through it and decipher it. What are they fucking hand?
I have.
Well, you
and my
couldn't
question
decipher that one.
My question is, in that document, in that 15-page or 32-page document, do they make it clear that the Balaton was a bust? As you said it was in your opinion.
Yeah, they make
did they
it
make
clear.
that clear? Okay,
The numbers.
Please tell me which bit.
Read the numbers. Read the fucking numbers that they posted.
I mean, like,
Yeah, they
do they
make
have
it clear.
Okay,
Read
show
the
me.
numbers.
Okay, where
Dude,
about
they
the numbers?
post the
I've got it
numbers. They
open.
post the distance, right? They post what the laser is. They post their elevation. You can just read the numbers. They posted the numbers, right? How is that ambiguous? Do they need to say? Do they need to put their conclusion? Hey, this is a bust.
Yes, absolutely
Why?
they do. What do you mean?
It's a report.
Why do they need to report that their experiment failed?
Because they don't need. It's because they don't need to draw. They don't need to have an opinion about it.
They don't need to have an opinion that they went to test A or B and failed to find A, and it's not worth measuring that in your 32-page document.
No, but it's not a failure.
No, dude, because it's a report on a measurement.
Come on.
Have you ever read a report on like a data report? You just get a data report. You just read it. No, the engineers don't write on it, hey, I don't like this measurement because of X, Y, Z. They don't write their conclusion. You just get the numbers. The numbers say what they say.
You don't write a conclusion at the end of a report. What fucking reports are you writing, man? All of them have a conclusion. It's the bit that everybody skips to.
This is a measurement report. This isn't.
In summary, we should or should not build on this ground. In summary, this is a perfect location for a dam. Like, that's the conclusion bit, right?
But they're not doing it for that purpose. They're just making a measurement. That's all they're doing. They're just making a measurement.
And they didn't report that it was a bust. And
you
think
it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant that it's a bust.
You're saying that you're trying to say you must draw a conclusion and draw a conclusion to tell us what your conclusion is on whether this is. They put the numbers. They're not saying, hey, these numbers mean this or these numbers mean that. It's within the margin of error. So you just draw your own conclusion. Here are the numbers. You're trying to imply they're hiding it or misleading it. No, they're not. They're putting for Balaton. They just put the numbers out there. You scroll down, but you're completely ignoring the vast majority where they put the numbers. They also don't draw a conclusion. You're not complaining about that.
Are you claiming that they are
consistent with the geode model? That's what they say. There's a WGS84 model. This is what it is. The only conclusion they draw is this is not consistent with that.
In your opinion, do they make it clear that Balaton was a bust? Do many other flat earthers here know that Balaton was a bust?
Why are you characterizing it as a bust? Why are you characterizing it as a bust?
You used the word bust first. I'm just copying your word.
I never said it was a bust. Listen,
you said it was within the tolerances of the.
I said it wasn't good enough for me. Don't try and put words into my mouth.
Right, but
listen. You're a propagandist, dude. This is obvious that you're trying to characterize things as a bust. You're making the assumption that they were trying to prove something one way or another. They were testing a model. They're testing.
I just don't think they make it clear. I just don't think they make it clear. I don't think in this image, when they release this on this website, I don't think they make it very clear that is a sighting shot.
Obviously, you've never done any actual science, and you're phony. Because when you test
real
the
science
model,
writes conclusions, doesn't it?
Well, dude,
it has conclusions.
Listen, you test a model, right? The model has certain measurement results.
Yes.
You make a measurement, and then the measurement says, here's the predicted, here's the actual value. You compare the two. Then you go, okay, what's the margin of error? What's the precision? What's the inaccuracy? Maybe they should have done that, but I don't know why they didn't. Because that's kind of hard to like quantify, and it's actually not necessary because the margin of error. There's no way you have a fucking 2 order of magnitude margin of error. You're not going to go, oops, I didn't read the tape measure right, and I read 4 meters instead of 440 meters. Like that's not like I didn't read the tape measure right thing.
And the experiment wasn't bust, so that's a misinterpretation. What India was saying to you, it wasn't definitive. It wasn't definitively towards one or the other. So it's not to say that one is fallaciously propped up with fake information.
Yeah,
what India was eloquently explaining to you in a lot of detail.
It set out to measure something and failed. That's what it did, right?
No, the measurements
they did not fail.
Okay, what did they measure? Tell me what they measured.
You globers wouldn't see it as definitive. So they went for longer measurements to make it more definitive. The measurement was concluded.
It was concluded.
This is the entire point.
Was it a meaningful measurement?
Have you seen the results? Have you looked for this information?
Yeah, I've looked.
No, you haven't. As Indio just schooled you about 20 minutes ago, pretty much everything you thought you knew was wrong. And as he went into thorough detail on every point with you.
Kind of silly, so I didn't remember it very well. It's entirely possible I've forgotten parts.
You have too many feelings about this.
That's your problem.
Well, I feel you guys are being conned. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you have no evidence for that.
Well, I do. I think I've got good evidence for that. The evidence I've provided thus far is that they don't make it clear. Is that they don't make it clear that these are just sighting shots. That they don't make it clear in their results that the first experiment was a bust. That many people share these images, claiming them to be.
Quit using the word bust. Quit using the word bust.
What do you mean a bust?
Quit using the word bust.
It's set out to measure something and failed to measure that thing. That's a bust.
Did it
succeed?
Did it
succeed?
What are you talking about?
It succeeded in what it was trying to do there. Yes.
Which was measure something or not?
It's just that the distance of it isn't large enough to say definitively whether.
Okay, give me an example of a non-bust. Give me an example of a non-bust. What would have been not a bust?
You hit the target. You measure the distance. How fucking clear can it be? You set a target and you want to know what a hit is. Come on, man. You don't need to do any mental backflips.
They did do that. They did do that. What are you talking about?
Well.
And they didn't release any. And they don't release any images or footage of that. So they did hit the target at Peloton. Okay, so we've changed the story again. We're disagreeing now with Indio.
Listen, they live streamed it. What are you talking about?
Hitting the target. Awesome. Show me the image of it hitting the target. That's my claim, that there is no image of it hitting the target in any of the experiments except this sighting shot.
Eggshells has been a part of the server for quite some time, right? If I'm not mistaken. He's been in here. I've seen you in here, Eggshells. That's why I was asking.
Hey,
but
listen,
what's going on, dude? Like, it sounds like you and I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm just coming in here because I hear Eggshells with the laser test. It sounds to him like it's very unconvincing, which I know he's been in here kind of debating this kind of idea of where he feels he stands with the globe. But Eggshells, like you're very adamant about coming in here and seeing if everything that Flat Earth is doing to provide enough or substantial evidence for the case is good enough, right? So you're basically just challenging the case and putting up your points as you see from, I guess, your perspective, and then saying, okay, making a ruling and saying, this is not good enough, right? I mean, basically, is what you're telling Flat Earth individuals in here right now. Did I just summarize what you're
ridiculous red herrings at that?
The vast majority of it was absolutely correct. I don't.
Okay.
I like debating with people and arguing with people. I don't want to make.
I
agree. Like to be like I'm better than you. I don't like that idea. No, that doesn't gel with me. Maybe it's a bit on a dark bit, but no, possibly. I don't like the idea of.
Can I say something real quick? Why don't you post in the live stream a peer-reviewed research paper where they took pictures of the result you want? Go ahead, post that. Post a good for you, a good enough peer-reviewed paper. Post it in the live stream. Go ahead.
I'm not even sure what you might be talking about.
Exactly, because you've never actually read any papers, right? Okay. So you've never actually read any papers, right? Have you ever read a peer-reviewed research paper ever in your life?
Yeah.
Okay. Tell me which one have you read? What was it about?
It was mostly psychology ones, so about the Milgram experiment, about the Stanford prison experiment.
Did they take pictures of the people?
At the Stanford prison experiment, I'm pretty sure they did. Whether they were live pictures or recreated ones, I'm not sure. The Milgram experiment, I don't think they've got any. I'll try and find some. It's a new.
I'm going to just say these people don't even exist.
So should we discard the Milgram?
Because there aren't pictures of the people. In fact, the scientists don't even exist unless there's pictures of them. And the universities don't exist if there's not a picture of the university. This is how fucking dumb your argument is.
Yeah, so basically, Indio.
So excuse me. That's a ridiculous straw man.
No.
I'm saying.
No, it is a ridiculous straw man.
Let me say
I
it.
read research papers.
Let me speak.
They don't post pictures of bullshit, dude. They usually just give you the numbers. Usually, in the papers I read, they just give you numbers. They don't give you pictures of everything.
So
right. So I'll give you an example of a laser test where they don't give you pictures. You're just wrong, dude. I'm not going to let you.
If they're experimenting a photo of it and their result didn't include a photo of it, just because I can't think of a psychology experiment happens to have that, I can find you a million experiments that have a photo in the results. I've posted
and
one.
Where did FE Core say that they needed a photo? Where did FE Core say that they needed a photo and that their measurements were invalid unless there was a photo?
There was also no requirement in this study for them to photograph the flying frog, but photograph it they did. Are you telling me people stood there in front of a target? Hang on. No. I've got an easier way to settle.
You agreed that the Milgram had no photos.
We can settle
agreed
this
the Milgram experiment had no photos and therefore it should be discarded. You agree?
No, this is a ridiculous straw man of my position that I think that every experiment must have photos, otherwise it is false. It's a ridiculous straw man of it.
That's your only point. That's your only point that you've been bringing up. Where's the photo of them hitting their target?
So that I can't make the point. The point is there were like 20 people there with cameras and none of them have a photo of it. And this study, quote unquote, releasing, proving the globe to all of us, didn't include photos.
And that's
and
a lie.
Suspicious about that?
There's a lie that's not in the... Listen, there is not photos in the report. What is the photo I just posted? What's that? Is that not a photo?
Let me find it.
I just posted a photo.
Yeah.
Is that not a photo of the laser?
Drives. The right window. Is that a photo of it hitting the target? Where's the target?
Listen.
And there's Google Drives are full of photos.
That was live streamed.
Sure. Where's the target in that photo?
It's not in that photo, but they do show in the live stream that was watched by, I'm sure, some Globers, and I'm sure Globers saw it. I'm sure you do, right?
Well, I'm
You're just
sure
here pulling bullshit.
We would have images of it. That's what I'm sure. If it was live streamed and there were multiple people there with cameras,
I have an idea. I have an idea. I have an idea. The people that were involved in this are all listed. Why don't you email them and ask them for a photo?
Sure. Why don't you email and ask?
You'll never do that.
Why don't you email the people from NASA and ask them why they lost their footage? Isn't it suck that NASA lost
because they issued a report on why they lost their footage. They say that they taped over it. I don't need to ask them shit.
Okay, so isn't it weird that these guys also lost their footage? Isn't it a bit NASA-like?
Who said they lost it? No, who said they lost it?
I haven't seen it. Have you?
So if you haven't seen it, they've lost it.
Well, they haven't shown us, so they certainly
but that's your logic. You haven't seen it, so it's lost. That's the next logical conclusion.
No, I think they're hiding it. I don't think
maybe you're just not important enough to give a fuck about.
Hey, Excel, let me ask you, bro.
Why would you hide it? Why would you take
now see the characterization as hiding it? Who said they're hiding it?
Excel,
because you're so fucking important, right? If they don't show it to you, they're hiding it, or they lost it, or fucking goddamn, there's a great criminal conspiracy because they didn't show it to writing with fucking eggshells. The most important person on the goddamn internet. Maybe I don't give a fuck about you.
You're Indio.
You're a retard, dude. Like, seriously, your fucking sophistry is beyond all hell, dude.
All of you in here, you all should have seen those images. It's not about showing it to who irritates you. It's about showing it to you guys to prove that you're right. You do live on a flat Earth. They've got the evidence they could show you, but they're not. Did they lose it? Maybe. Are they not showing you for a different reason? Maybe.
Maybe it's irrelevant.
It's irrelevant whether you live on a flat Earth.
No, it's irrelevant. That particular image is irrelevant. You see the image I just posted? Right?
Is it hitting a target? Oh, no, the
what
same
does it matter? Yeah, it's hitting a target. The fucking camera.
Hit a target. What do you mean? What does it matter? The goal was, can we hit a target? They made a giant deal about getting a super accurate laser aiming device to hit a target. It doesn't matter. If you're just going to wave a light in the sky, do you need a super accurate laser aiming device?
There's something called a beam centroid. You don't see, you're another ignorant fuck that doesn't know how lasers work. There's something called a beam centroid, right? It follows a Gaussian. Do you know what a Gaussian is?
No. So
a Gaussian is a bell curve. That means the intensity of the beam is going to be more towards the center. If you are not in the beam centroid, you will not see a bright center and a degradation of the light as it goes off to the sides. That's how you know you're seeing the beam centroid. This is an image of both.
How do you know that?
Because that's how it works. Pardon me?
What does it look like from the side that you can tell that you're in the centroid?
You won't be in the centroid if you're aside. There won't be a bright center to the light.
So you mean all of those lasers that they've taken images of are shooting straight towards them?
That's right. They're in the beam centroid.
Not look at the photos, man. They're shooting like off to their head and over to the right.
Hey, Indio, he's just going to keep picking apart.
You see, like,
because it's broken, man. It's bad.
Look,
they tried to hit a target and they waved the light in the sky, and you saw lights in the sky and concluded what was under your feet.
Wrong. You're wrong. You're just lying now.
Hit a target. Did they hit the target? Yes or no?
You didn't justify your lies before. You're lying now. No one just waved the light in the sky and said, "Look, we see the laser."
Did they hit the target?
Yeah, dude. Listen.
Okay.
Did light
Did they
particles,
show us that they hit the
answer
target?
this one question. Did light from the laser arrive at the sensor of the camera where they took this image?
I don't know where the camera is. I'm waiting for it to hit a target that they made.
You don't know where the camera is.
They brought a 10-foot.
So they took a picture of the laser that the light from the laser didn't reach. That's what you're telling us.
I want
Like,
them to
really,
record the
that's your
result.
argument. So they saw a laser, but none of that light reached the camera. How did that fucking happen?
It wasn't what they were testing, Indio. How I don't know how many other times to say this. They set out saying we need a super accurate laser aiming device because we have to hit a target. It needs to be down to the micron. But if the result included waving it in the sky, it doesn't matter if they use a super accurate laser aiming device. They can wave it in that direction all afternoon.
They're trying to characterize this shit with emotional terms, dude, instead of just analyzing it unemotionally.
Did they hit the target, Indio?
Yeah.
Why didn't they show us that? Why is there no footage?
What do you think this picture is? Where was this picture taken from?
I don't know. No, it doesn't show it hitting the target,
in
does it?
front of the target when they took this picture.
I want to see it hitting the target, and I just have to take your word for where the camera.
He's not going to believe you, Indio. He's not going to do it.
Listen, it wouldn't matter anyway, right?
Why wouldn't you show the target being hit? Why would you take so much photo and video of a light on the horizon and not take an image of the target being hit when your whole reason out there that weekend was to take a photo of a target being hit? Come on.
You're really arguing.
It doesn't matter if you did. The point is, even if they took a picture of the target, you would make an excuse about that.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's exactly what I'm telling you, Indio.
A direct image of a laser. Listen, shut the fuck up. The direct image of the laser, which is in this photo that I just showed you, is more conclusive than a picture of a target because you can clearly make out the intensity of the light is in the center. That means you are in the beam centroid. That means it is aimed right at you. If they were off to the side, say 25 meters, they wouldn't see an image like this. They would just see a little blue halo off in the distance. Okay, this is how lasers work. This isn't my opinion. You can go look at it on the internet anywhere. Type in laser centroid. It's how they calculate divergence. It's how they calculate
eggshells. You know it's hitting the optic. Eggshells.
Isn't this why they had a collimator?
You can actually measure this with a photometer. You can take a photometer and a laser and fucking move the photometer up and down and watch the readings go up and down as you move it along the laser.
That's common knowledge. You know this. Come on,
the very function of a camera sensor is it works by photo intensity.
Now, just agree. Just agree on that point. Just agree on that point at least. At least.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree. The light's got to hit the camera. If you're seeing a green light, that green light has definitely come from that laser. I'm not absolutely going to argue with you on that.
Okay. Well, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I agree. It's clearly light has left the laser from the other side of the lake and traveled over.
And you're standing in front of the target, that there's no way that laser could also hit the target. No way. So they got. This is what they did, right? They took a photograph. They took a photograph, but then like the target, we're just gonna pretend that like because the target that's hard to do, but the fucking camera is easy to do. So they went and faked the harder thing. And hid the easy thing, right? That's what they did.
What did they fake and what did they hide?
Listen, think about it for a second, right? They show images of the camera in the beam centroid, which is harder to do than actually hit a big, huge fucking square.
Right. Okay.
So they hid that, right?
What?
So they hid that. They hid that. Something less inclusive they're deciding to hide. And they decided we're gonna the shit that's more conclusive we're gonna show you, but we're gonna hide that stuff that is not conclusive.
I mean, I don't really understand the point.
Because
if it's harder to be in the centroid,
accuracy and precision, right?
If it's harder to be in the centroid, wouldn't they have just used the collimator? If they want to show exactly where the
precision, dude, do you understand?
So how can you tell?
Right over a target is not as accurate as taking a camera and pointing it at a laser and capturing the beam centroid. One is harder to do than the other. One is a less precise measurement than the other. You're saying they hid the less precise measurement and showed everybody the more precise measurement, and you have a problem with that.
No, that's a bit of a straw man of what I'm saying.
It's not a
What I'm
straw
saying
man.
is they
Because
set
you're
out.
complaining about the target that they don't show it as if there's something. You're trying to characterize it as a fraud and they're hiding it or something.
Yeah,
but they do show you the more precise measurement. But you're going to ignore that for your straw man, for your red herring bullshit.
That's more precise, Lou. I have nothing to base that on except your say so. That you sorry, I beg your pardon, Miggy. No, Miggy, that's not Miggy talking.
Indio, thank you.
That's not me.
Sorry, man. Sorry, Indio. We've got nothing to base that off except your say so, right? So that's an untested.
My say so.
This
You
thing
can
about
Google it, dude.
This thing about the Centroid, I would want to know. I want to know what bandwidth I'd be seeing it out of, and I guarantee you that if I Googled it, I would find a function that mattered about the collimator and beam divergence and strength of the laser. I couldn't just tell it by looking at it across the lake. It would be a complex. It would be a complex. If what you're saying is right, I imagine it would be a complex formula.
You can measure the intensity from the photograph. You know they have histograms like in Paint and Photoshop and all those things, right? You know these things exist.
You've done that?
Dude, like literally, you don't even need to do it. You can just look at it. But if you actually want to if you want me to cut this out, right, and put it in a histogram and measure the intensity, the pixel intensity across the image, it's fucking trivial to do.
Yeah, it's trivial to do. I just don't know what number would say this is definitely the centroid, and here's how wide the centroid is of a distance of that. Does it include refraction?
You're going to get a Gaussian curve, dude.
It sounds just complex and nonsensical to me.
Complex because
what makes sense to me?
What do you want me to say? What do you want me to say? If that sounds complex, a Gaussian is a very primitive, I don't know, first or second year university concept. It's not complicated.
Okay, so can you correct me then? If I go quickly through my claims about FE core, can you tell me which ones are false? Did they set out originally?
Every single one, just about.
Did they set out originally to hit a target with a laser using a super accurate laser aiming device and
WGS-84? No, they set out to test the WGS-84 ellipsoid.
Did they bring with them a laser and a super accurate laser aiming device and a collimator and a target?
Yes.
Did they, in their design, claim that they wanted to hit that target with that laser using that super accurate laser aiming device and the collimator?
Oh, yeah.
Did they succeed at that at a meaningful distance?
No.
Did they make that clear to everybody?
Did they make it clear to everybody? No. I mean, no.
No further questions.
Okay. So, but what does all that mean?
I don't think it means, like, when I used the word scam before, I was probably being a bit inflammatory or provocative, but I think the same thing about them that you think about geodetic surveyors.
But the thing, that was a pretty slick maneuver you just did there, because you switched their purpose.
I don't know their purpose. I've got no idea their purpose. I don't think it's meaningful to me.
WGS-84 model, they had a particular way of doing that, and you say, did they do that? Yeah, they tested the model. Did they test it to the extent they wanted to test it? No, but that wasn't because of the Earth's a ball. It was because
I'm not saying that. No, I'm not even arguing with it.
And there was weather. So they couldn't do the third measurement that they want to do. They couldn't perform it. Okay? Was what they did, the measurements result they had a test of the WGS-84 ellipsoid? Yes. Is it conclusive enough to falsify the WGS-84 ellipsoid? No.
Hey, Eggshells, are you saying that it's too complicated?
It's a fucking maneuver.
Is it too complicated for the layman?
At this shit, okay?
Is that what you're saying?
Maybe you should go back to law school.
Yeah,
that's right. Go back to law school.
I wouldn't get into law school.
So, Eggshells, are you saying that it's
a pretty slick maneuver, dude? I'll give you credit, because that was some pretty selfish propaganda bullshit you just tried to pull.
Yeah. Hey, Indio, is he saying that it's too complicated?
To make it look like something it's not, but switching the purpose from one thing to another in the middle of it. That was pretty slick. I'll give you credit for that.
Yeah,
right.
You guys hear me?
Go back and listen to the live stream. If you write that down in text, dude, and read it, dude, pretty slick. I'll give you credit for that.
Hey, let me ask him a question, Indio. Like, was he saying that it's too complicated for like a layman to understand? Therefore, he's saying like it's not easily digestible for anybody just to look upon and say that they can make a conclusion from looking at this that the Earth is flat because of this test. Is Eggshells? I need your opinion or your voice on this. Like, is that what you're telling? Because you were giving them a line of questions, which I was listening to, but towards the end of that, it kind of sounded like, is it something? And I'm rephrasing it kind of in a way that I'm thinking what you were trying to say. Is it easily digestible for a layman to understand? Is that what you were basically saying to him? That it's too overcomplicated for anybody?
No, so it wasn't.
Okay.
No, it wasn't really about how easy it is to understand. It was just did they set out to hit a target? And then the second question is, did they hit the target? And the last question is, did they make it clear? What I mean is not like, was it beyond a layman's ability to get it? But I mean, when they came back, they had lots of backers, lots of people following them on Twitch and stuff. People really excited about this measurement. When they came back, did they loudly say to everybody, this was a failure? So
because it wasn't a failure, dude. That is a mischaracterization. That's a mischaracterization.
Sure. I'll own that. I'll own that characterization. I would say if I tried to hit a target, like I just got my gun license, and so I've been like playing with guns a bit. If I miss a target, I'd call that a failure. Let's just say
listen. You're trying to simplify everything into fucking like 80 level IQ shit. Things are complicated. Experiments are complex. They can't be boiled down to one phrase of a bust. Okay?
Did they hit the target?
That's for low IQ people, dude. Like, seriously, no, that's for low IQ people.
It's just to me.
Yeah, say it. You, like I said, low IQ people.
No, it's free thinking people.
No, you're a low IQ person. No, you're just a low IQ person. Everything needs to be boiled down into a 3-second soundbite. Or fucking, like, it's not worth looking at. If this isn't like I gotta be able to characterize this bust, not bust. Thumbs up, thumbs down. What is this, fucking Rome? Is this the Colosseum? Thumbs up, thumbs down? Is that how the world is?
Do you give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to Foucault's pendulum?
Thumbs down.
Foucault's pendulum? What is
down, dude?
So it's okay to give thumbs downs to things. I've given you my reason for giving a thumbs down to this.
And because it gets spurious results.
All right.
It gives results that are unexplained.
All right,
so never actually looked at anything. Tell me about Foucault's pendulum. When they did Foucault's pendulum and where you think is the South Pole, what result did they get?
I don't know.
You don't know. You don't know anything about it. You're just talking out your ass.
I don't know. I think it's acceptable that you give it a thumbs down for your reasons and you share them with me. I give this a thumbs down, and I've given it
exactly because I have reasoned reasons. You have your feelings.
Actually, I did want to ask you though. Go ahead, Lou. You go ahead.
You asked Indio thumbs up or thumbs down. You gave him two choices. He gave you one out of the choices. Okay, and now you're going to say like, "Oh, I thought we don't do thumbs up, thumbs down." Again, this is how dishonest you are.
He just that just came off the back. He said, "You gave a thumbs down to my experiment. What are we Caesar now?" And I just interjected, if he's brought up the idea of thumbs down, do you accept that you do thumbs down to Foucault's pendulum? Straight up, he goes, "Yes, I do thumbs down to Foucault's pendulum." So ergo, there's nothing wrong with it.
All right. So you read it off.
I also gave like 5 reasons why.
Yeah, you read it.
Reasons again, if you want.
I gave 5 reasons why. You're like, they didn't show this image of a fucking target, but they showed other things which are better than that. But I'm going to ignore those.
So he wrote it off already. It's written. It's written off. It's a thumbs down for him. It's a written off. He doesn't.
Yeah, it's not like someone brought out something better than Foucault's pendulum.
So,
right?
but,
so there's Foucault's pendulum, right? And I go, well, they didn't show a picture of Foucault's pendulum, but they did something better that they did take a picture of, and I'm going to ignore that.
What's better?
I'm going to red herring on this fucking other bullshit over here.
What's better than showing the result?
The photograph. The photograph of the laser. Look in the live stream. This is a Gaussian. I posted it. It's right there. It's right there, right above the laser. See that? That's a Gaussian. That's what a laser looks like when you're in the center of the beam. Oh, look at that blue one. Oh my God. What is that in the center?
Okay.
What is that in the center, dude? Do I need to fucking actually do a fucking histogram of this? You can see this with the naked eye.
Okay.
Now this one over on the right, it's a little more clear, but if you zoom in on it, you can actually see that it's faded around the edges. Right?
I'll zoom it
so
in a bit.
Maybe this one
the screen, and I'll show you, and we can zoom in on it. You can take my perms away in a moment if you want.
What are you talking about?
Like,
we're not talking about stuff. We're not going to let you red herring to something else. Address this shit.
We're staying on this.
Address this shit right here.
Yeah. We're staying exactly on this amplitude of this centrum you're talking about, right? I just want to know the distance.
The laser.
Yeah, I want to know the distance when we're talking about that wave. How do I calculate? Let me put it back in the chat.
How do you calculate that? You take the half angle, the center of the beam, for whatever the beam divergence is of the laser.
How do you know the beam divergence of this laser?
Well, the green one had a collimator of 0.008 millirads. So the beam divergence from this distance is probably, well, what was that? So I don't know what they use the green laser for. 6 meters? It doesn't matter. I don't even want to talk about Balaton. Listen, Balaton is pointless to talk about. It's not a definitive frickin' test. It's wasting my time.
The question is, did they make that clear? And time and again,
it is with the numbers.
You and other people in this chat
image.
Accepted that they didn't make it clear that
they
this
made
was
it clear enough. They made it clear enough to thinking people, the people that know what they're doing. Okay, they made it clear enough to those people. Maybe they didn't make it clear enough to you. Maybe they didn't make a children's book that they explain Balaton like I'm 5. Okay, maybe they didn't make that. Maybe they need to make that version of a PDF, and I'll send it to you. Maybe I'll just make it myself, and I'll send it to you. Explain it like I'm 5 because I'm fucking dumb. I'll fucking make that just for you. Like, seriously, this is this level of I'm treating like this because you know exactly what you're doing. You're a sophistic liar. You know exactly. You're not this dumb. I can't buy that you're this dumb after using that slick maneuver you fucking just made. I can't buy you're this dumb. I just can't buy it. You know what's going on.
I guess I just don't understand.
You're a liar.
It sounds like what you're saying is we went out to do an observation or a test or a measurement or something, or maybe even an experiment, and we didn't make it clear what our results were.
No, they did make it clear. They did make it clear. You see this picture? In that report, there are numbers. The numbers describing everything.
Show me the numbers that make it clear.
Because science doesn't go... Listen, when you read a scientific paper, they have an abstract, then they have the experiment, and then they have their conclusions. You can ignore the fucking top and the bottom and just look at the experiment, because guess what? Only the experiment is the science. The other shit is people's opinions. And people's opinions don't fucking matter in science.
Right. So the conclusion...
They don't matter.
Would you say normally an experiment or measurement or surveying report or anything like that, you know, even Indiegogo, that kind of thing, typically people would expect a conclusion. It's like a normal thing.
Depends on your listen. It depends on the level you are in the hierarchy of whatever that project is.
Yeah, I'm not in the hierarchy. I'm like, if the government released a report saying, you know, you need to.
Depends on where you are in the hierarchy.
Windows, and I go, can I see you working on that?
Okay, so it depends on where you are in the hierarchy. So say we had a bridge project, right? So there's going to be people that go out and actually do the surveying. And they're going to write down numbers. And they're going to put that in a report and they're going to send it to their supervisor. And he's just going to have a bunch of raw data, right? And he might send it to his boss that summarizes exactly where it was taken and when the conditions are. So he'll add a little information, the background information. So this is the raw data. This was taken at, the east side of the Mississippi River on June 4th, blah, 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 blah. And when it goes to the project number, then he'll send it up to his guy. So there's levels of where the data goes. And each person, because usually when you go up management, the less fucking educated they are. So you have to dumb it down as it goes up. So you're perfect for upper management. You should just apply to a CEO of a company at this point.
What kind of measurements would he have to take to do that?
What do you mean?
Like to do that work of giving, like if let's saying a bridge is going to go in, what kind of things are going?
It depends on what level you're at. It depends on what your job is, right? So people have different jobs. We have we compartmentalize stuff. So someone has a particular assignment. So maybe one guy, his job, he has to see something, but the information he needs, right, is for the insurance, right? The information somebody else needs is for the government. So he makes another type of report, and they have their requirements. And then someone has to take the data and give it to somebody else that has their needs, right? This is why we have people doing jobs that don't matter because, everybody needs their little, slice of information shaped in a different way. Apparently for you, it has to be dumbed down to such a level that the numbers aren't good enough, and that you need crayon level coloring book shit where you need a picture of the goddamn laser hitting a target when in place of the target, they've taken pictures of it, right? Images which are actually measurable, which actually have measurable data in them, which is far more definitive because from this distance, you're not going to actually be able to distinguish the beam centroid on a target. That would be nearly impossible unless you're doing it like in vacuum in a completely dark chamber because of ambient light is always going to ambient light is going to wash out the target. Plus the target's going to absorb some of the shit, blah, 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 blah. You know, they do these tests, not just like us, right? So the Air Force does laser tests.
Sure.
So they
what
did
kind
a
of things
laser
do they
test
test?
between the Hawaiian Islands.
Yeah, right.
Right? So and what did they use? What did they use?
I hear you switching it.
What did they use? And you know what? You know what they didn't do? They didn't take pictures. They didn't take pictures. So obviously the fucking Air Force got defrauded. I think I'm going to file a claim under the Federal False Claims Act and get a little bit of money because obviously if they don't have a picture, then it didn't happen.
It makes me doubt it, certainly, as it makes you doubt the 9/11 missions because they don't have the original footage. It does cast doubt on some. Does it not?
What missions were those?
Sorry, the moon missions. The moon missions.
You don't know why I doubt the moon. I doubt the moon missions because they're just full of shit.
You don't,
okay?
And so something that contributes
because I know
to
how
that,
physics work.
And something that contributes to that, is it or is it not that they are missing important data? And you're like, well, they lost the tapes, which I think is a good question. They just lost the tapes.
The telemetry tapes are gone, but
telemetry?
that doesn't do it for me. Listen, there's images taken where the crosshairs are behind shit, dude.
So do you think is
it's called a Rousseau
reasonable
plate. There's a Rousseau plate that's inside the camera. But I'm going to tell you why. Just personally, there's a Rousseau plate that's inside a camera, right? And there's these little crosshairs. And the purpose of the crosshairs is that so you can measure shit in the image. Some of these crosshairs are behind objects. Now, if it's behind an object and the plate is inside the camera, that's impossible. That means it's a composite. Okay? And if I see one fake thing, I'm not going to say, well, they only fake this, and then the rest is okay. The fact that image exists, several of them, where the crosshair is behind an object, that's enough. It's over right there. Then there's the other stuff. I mean, and then you can, like...
So just to
then
jump
there's so
in,
much other stuff,
do you
I'm not even
find
going to get into it.
Do you find that these... what do you think about the lack of available telemetry data and original tapes?
Irrelevant to me.
Irrelevant. It doesn't
irrelevant
affect...
because the shit they've put out that they actually said is the real stuff is so bad that alone is enough. It's not their lack of information.
I'm not
it's
saying
information that they do put out that tells you that they didn't do it. It's not they did put out.
So it sounds like you're saying I'm very convinced for another reason. So this one doesn't factor into why I'm convinced. That's fine. But what I'm asking you is, do you think that people not having footage of something quite important, an important piece of data, is a bit sus? If you don't want to talk about the moon missions, that's fine.
It is suspect, but that's like the easiest thing to fake.
Sure, and because it's not just the moon missions, is it? It's like, where's the videos of like lots of? I mean, flat earthers would say, "Where's my videos of lots of different things?" Right? So the requirement.
Which flat earthers say that?
Loads. I mean, I don't know. Is percentage still in here? Percentage love saying it. Lots of people say it. I want more evidence of it. Do you not want more evidence?
No, dude. Like you've been in here before. Like I said, I'm mentioning it because every time that you come in here, you put flat Earth on the trial, right? You're testing everything out. You're asking the questions, but you've never really stopped to think all the information that you've gathered, even being in this server, you've never challenged it, bro. Like really, you're on about this whole idea that you just honestly believe in your heart, like with all your might, that the Earth is a globe and that everything that has been given to you, secondhand information, is absolutely correct. So everybody that's in here, including Indio and everyone that's giving you the information on the contrary, is really just challenging your worldview, and it's frightening for you because you don't want
I
to.
think that's very
You
true.
don't.
I think all of that's very true.
Well, I'm just saying, man. I'm stating the obvious because you've been in here before. I mean, I don't see why at this point you would be challenging India on these things because you've heard about the laser test. You've been here many times, and the thing is, you want there to be enough evidence for your own satisfaction that will never happen because it seems like with everything that is given to you that's substantial, it sounds like to me, from what I'm listening to you having a conversation with Indio, it sounds like you're going to pick everything apart. And then on top of picking that apart, I hear you switching topics. And you're not slick, dude. I've been doing this. I've been doing this a while, so I know that every time you ask him, that you go off to another thing and you tag another thing. It's an endless line of questioning. That's to you. I guess you love it because you just admitted you like arguing, but you just keep going to the
We all
next.
do, don't we?
Well, we do, but like, listen. At some point, you and me, as individuals, we have to come to a conclusion. Either you are going to continue to believe that the Earth is a spinning ball in the outer space or whatnot, or you're going to say, hey, wait a minute, you've used this term before, and I don't think you really understand what it means. But a free thinking individual is not somebody who just takes information secondhand and then just says, okay, I'm making a conclusion that I was taught this, and I'm going to believe that it is what it is because maybe hundreds of people came together and said so. I will challenge it by then doing something myself to verify that information. I don't think you've gotten to that point. I think you're at the point where you're asking us. You're telling the panel why would they lie, and you're on about giving like us a hard time about us trying to explain to you why they would lie in so many different lines of questionings that you've given us. I'm summarizing.
I've dropped the why would they
I got a
lie.
question.
I don't think I've
question is,
asked.
do you think you've made an honest inquiry into this topic?
That's
yeah,
what
I think I have. Yeah, I think
I know that's what you're getting at, Miggy, but I was just putting it like
No,
I think I have. I think you could test me on it and see whether I have. Whether I've.
Have you put the level of scrutiny that you put into the FE core document into any globe evidence?
Yeah.
Anything. The Coriolis effect, the fucking Foucault's pendulum, the Cavendish, any of the globe so-called proofs. Yeah,
we're not examining like the globe evidence right now, eggshells. But what I am saying is that being honest with you and me, I don't really honestly think that you've done that much investigation into the globe because you, in your mind, you're satisfied with the whole world knowing that it's a globe. Like to you, that's good enough. Like you're like, well,
yeah, that I would agree.
I mean,
right? Do you have doubt? You're evaluating a laser test, which blows me away.
How much doubt do you have,
how
Miggy?
the device works before you evaluate it.
Yeah, what'd you say, eggshells?
How much doubt do you have, Miggy?
Doubt on the globe or doubt on flat? What do you?
Doubt about flat Earth.
Doubt? No, I don't think there's doubt.
See, I tried to flip it. Now you're the religious one. Now,
no.
What about your belief, Mickey?
I think this is fair parody because I think what you're saying about me is absolutely right, Miggy, which is that I'm coming in here with a very strong globe bias. Like, yes, I would go further. I would say my globe bias is now stronger than it was like a year ago when we were first talking. Absolutely, I'd agree with that. And it sounds like what you're saying is because I'm like 100 and more than 100% on the side of the globe, I'm not able to come at it in an honest way.
Well, not only that, but
why wouldn't that also be true of you? Wouldn't that be true of all of us in this room?
No, eggshells. Here's the thing, because I'm gonna say that you use the term free thinker, and I really wanted for you to understand a free thinker isn't somebody that just takes secondhand information like the way you just described and completely would 100 or more than 100% as your point said right now is just going to just believe it. Like that's not a free thinker, brother. That's really somebody who's just taking information because the consensus had said so and just saying, hey, well, I got the majority of people on my side that say that the Earth is the opposite
of. That's the opposite of what I meant by free thinkers. I mean, you guys are free thinkers. To me, free thinkers are exactly what I think you would say, which is people who aren't ruled by consensus, people who are able to like weigh any idea regardless of how like ridiculous it might initially seem so that they can properly explore it rather than most people who sort of follow the hegemony. No, I don't mean free thinkers as people who follow the mainstream. That to me would be the opposite.
Well, but I'm trying to get at like... And the whole reason why you're here is you're hearing information that's coming at you all the time in the server, and people in here, and like you've asked me the question. I kind of wanted to get back to that. Like you're asking me like, well, what do you think about flat Earth and all of that? And I would say ever since I began my journey back in 2015 was that it's been startling for me to actually have the conversations with people, and I hate to use this word, but evolved into a different model of mind from the time that I started. And I could tell you things where flat earthers came out and said something that right now in the back in 2015 was incorrect. And now it's shaped up to the argument has shifted to like a more refined understanding, because we started with the idea that we had to give evidence on our side, like that we got to give them something because the globe Earth is coming in here and they're demanding evidence. So we have to hand them something every single time they come in here. So because of that, there has been some misconstrued arguments from the flat Earth side. I'm gonna admittedly say that I was part of that because I was announcing certain things that now, at looking back, I'm like, I should have said that, right? But now it's easy to see that I don't have to do that any longer. I let go of all of that. Like at this point, eggshells, I don't have a dog in the fight, man. Like if you come in here, you're like, dude, the Earth is a globe. Show me the evidence. And they were like, okay, here's the evidence. And then you're like, well, that's not good enough. Okay, well, that's fine. You just made a point that now you think the Earth is a globe. What's even more disturbing is when one of us say, okay, man, have a nice day. Think about the Earth being a globe and dream about space. Because that, to me, to you, is the worst thing that can happen. Subconsciously, and I don't know if you were talking about it psychologically, but subconsciously, I think you want us to challenge you. You're like, dude, I'm gonna argue, because this psychology behind all of this, I've been around these conversations, so I know people that come in here, they come in with a purpose because they're like, dude, damn it, man, I've been taught all my life, and these people are saying the Earth is a globe. Now you're gonna have to do a really good job at convincing me that it's not, because from what I hear, everybody's saying that it is. So really, it's your job to convince me, and I think. You're not saying that, but I'm saying this is the kind of conversations we get into because people are trying to get to that psychology part of it. Like, well, if it's such a grand lie, there must be grand evidence, right? That's going to support the case of it not being what they say it is. So
Right,
I'm getting to the meat and potatoes right now of the conversation, which is if you're going to continue to believe that it is a globe, why do you continue to come in here? See, now that is the question that it's rhetorical. You don't have to answer to me. That's something you got to answer to yourself. Because what we do in here is we provide the evidence. And like like I was saying from the beginning, early on in Flat Earth, we were talking about all kinds of crazy stuff. The Pac-Man model, the azimuthal equidistant.
I've heard the Pac-Man model. Yeah, I love the Pac-Man model.
Well,
It solves the four corners thing. That's I do quite like hearing the different cosmologies in Flat Earth.
Well, I know, but there's a lot more, right? And on the globe side, you have as much tomfoolery, right? I mean, you got how many map projections are out there? You got plenty, hundreds probably. I don't know if you know about this or not, but there's so much on the globe Earth side that's even more wacky that you think the flat Earth truth is stranger than fiction, brother. Like there's a perspective that I really don't think of the times you've been in here that you're really grasping. That I'm already at the place where I'm like, dude. It's so easy now. I can just throw a pebble at this glass house and shatter it, and it'll go to a million pieces. I don't have to get in complicated mathematical linguistics with anyone. I can easily destroy the globe with like the greatest of ease. It doesn't even take me like 10 minutes to do it, and you can walk away going like, man, I had nothing to say back to him. So, but I like to hear you kind of come in here, and people in here sometimes get frustrated with you because it's like, dude, I want to prove him wrong. But like, that's not me. I'm more of the side of like, okay, it's either it is or it isn't, right? So, and I mean the globe. So it's a globe or it's not a globe. Because if it is a globe, then, we can all call it a day. We'll all of us go and watch some space movies and forget about this server ever existed. But see, here's the thing, man. Over the time that we've been here, and all of us have been challenging the idea of the globe and the arguments that we've come out with, like the Pac-Man model and fallacious arguments of like the sun doing things. Like there's a lot of things that are coming at us, and we're just like free thinkers, man. We're thinking of different things. We're speculating. We're talking about stuff. So sometimes when people come in here, they're hearing us speculate. They're like, oh, that sounds really hooey. Like who's gonna believe that? But it's us kind of giving an explanation as to what we think it could be. not what it is. And that's the distinction of like the things that you probably hear coming in here. But I'm clarifying some of the things where flat earthers are saying, no, this is how it is. Look at the AE map, look at the whatever map, and you have it like, okay, well, this is the Earth as a whole. Let me put this to the test. We'll see flights in the south don't match, and you start getting into your little whatever. But that's not it either, right? And I'm putting the record straight, man, because a lot of people in here do a lot of due diligence, right? And that is what I'm trying to tell you, is that because of that, there has been over the time a lot of arguments that you probably heard that don't make any sense. Well, I must agree that is true. But for the majority of the time that we've been in here, we haven't come to any reasonable doubt that the Earth is a globe. Any whatsoever. It seems to be on the contrary for the globe. So, I mean, it's really challenging to not find anything that we're gonna say, well, okay, the Earth is a globe, so now we're gonna, make it so. But it's not that way, Eggshells. Like, you're never gonna reach a point in your time looking for things. Like, I know that you're challenging flat Earth, but bro, you really gotta take some time and challenge the globe, like we all have been doing. And if you do that, you're gonna come over to this side. You're gonna be like, okay, it ain't a globe, so now let's get these guys who think that it is, right? But until that point, you're just going to come in here with this bias, like you said, and you're going to keep wanting us to convince you that it is, that it's not a globe, that it's flat. But like I can tell you real easily, man, there's no way that you can tell me that you know that how they measured the curvature of the Earth, or how, when, and where that they measure that thing. There's no place in time you're going to tell me how they measured the spin of the Earth, axial rotation. No place in time where you're going to tell me that. There's no place in time where you're going to tell me how you know that the ever-expanding universe that you think that it is a vacuum, bro. At no point in time are you going to be able to substantiate any of those claims. And there's only 3. These are the major pillars.
I certainly agree with that. I'm not able to prove them.
Well,
I do think sextants, which is where this whole discussion started. I do think sextants do a bit of that, because I don't actually know when they first came up with a nautical mile, but I'm sure you've all heard the arguments about the importance of a nautical mile to a sphere, right?
All right. So did you hear what I just Eggshells? All right. Yeah. I know you want to ask about
but you're saying that nobody's measured curvature. Nobody's measured the spin of the Earth. Yeah. And I think a sextant has done both of those things.
You can't listen, man. For the life of you, you're trying to paint a globe. You're superimposing the globe over everything that has been taught to you, which is fine. I don't care. You can keep thinking that because they use a specific device, they could tell that the Earth is a globe. But brother, let me tell you, nothing is conclusively going to tell you that the Earth is a globe. I don't care what device you use. It doesn't matter what you use. There isn't any device that's going to get... Because, let me tell you, if it was the fact that the Earth is a globe because of a device, bro, it would have been already solved. This server would have dissolved. Easy. But because of the fact
So you know the argument about how many 360 degrees is in nautical miles, right?
Yes, all these arguments they equal the same, man. The value of each argument is the same each time. It equals non-conclusive, brother.
The simple thing is, if you think an arc minute equals a nautical mile, what you're saying is you accept that there is 360 degrees. If there's 360 degrees, you can calculate that. If you calculate that, it gives you pretty much bang on the radius. So
but you're basing
minutes. That's a great circle route. So that's north, south, or east.
You're basing everything. You're basing
might work.
Eggshells. You're basing everything on a presupposition, bro. Everything is built on, like, the foundation of your understanding is built on the presupposition that the Earth is a globe.
If I presuppose my car is a manual and I'm really good at driving it, would you use that to conclude that I'm probably presupposing the correct thing and my car is a manual?
What I'm saying is that
okay. So what I'm getting at is, would a presupposition that works be a good indication that presupposition was accurate?
No. I don't use. Listen, a presupposition is what fundamentally is incorrect in this whole globe argument, because people come in here with the bias thinking, okay, so we got this ball, right? So on this ball, we're going to look at how we can measure. You can't do that. You don't even know if it's a ball or not. So here's my thing to you. Prove to me, like I said before, that it is a ball, and because the burden of proof lies on those who propose the claim, and that's not you. It's not you, Eggshells. I'm saying the argument is
that was also
the Earth.
false equivalence, by the way.
Glass maybe. Yeah. Should be.
You're somebody's coming in.
Mike. Yeah, Mike.
I muted him.
All right, so you're presupposing that the Earth is a globe. So you're coming into this conversation locked and loaded, talking about sextants already on top of a ball, and you're saying, well, I have to, right? Because that's where we can get the idea or the evidence that the Earth is a globe. But no, you don't. You first have to start.
So then help me out. If we start with a presupposition, we throw out the presupposition, but we stay with the observation. So a presupposition, I think, could lead you to an observation, even if that observation was wrong. Like a person could presuppose a globe, then go test it and find they live on a flat Earth.
No, riding on eggshells, incorrect. No, because I could tell you the same thing for a cube, and you wouldn't be able to tell me the difference if you're measuring a cube or a globe.
I think you've missed my question. I probably didn't state it well. I mean, somebody could start with a presupposition and then still make an observation that might be accurate, even if it was based on a faulty
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because you're taking something and you're adding to something that you don't need. In other words, I'm telling you, okay, so if you're going to start here, you're telling me, well, first we have to come with a claim. The claim would be the first thing.
So what about? So let me try then a thought experiment of if you can indulge it for a moment, a group of people who haven't heard anything about a globe, but they make the same observation that mariners have since time immemorial, that the Polaris changes 1 degree linearly if they sail north-south.
Okay,
that's an elevation angle.
But hold on, but that's a problem for the globe.
Yeah,
that's
but
an elevation angle.
So what are you saying next?
And it's actually not, because that's actually not true. But that's not true statement. That's not a true statement.
Yeah,
so you're saying Polaris does not change linearly with distance. That is not a true statement, and it's not even in the globe model that it does that.
Yeah, you're talking about because stars move, right? Stars are doing something, and I'm saying it in a more general way so you can actually see the point. If stars move, then Earth globe.
No,
right?
no, I'm just saying. No, I'm just saying it doesn't matter who first came up with it or what their presuppositions were. If you have a measurement that says degrees per distance, then to me, you can straight away just test that and propagate it out and go, what about 360 degrees?
You don't actually, but you don't have that observation. Hold on, but you don't have that observation. Let's fuck this hypothetical shit. That's not what's actually measured in reality.
Okay,
they don't do any measurements from 40 degrees down. No astronomical observations are done from 40 degrees down.
I'm not talking about.
So within this very small window of the sky, that's true. Yeah. But for this other part of the sky, that's not true. Right? For the vast majority of the sky, that's not true.
Well, I mean,
and also they don't assume the Earth's a globe in celestial navigation. They assume that the Earth is a point in space.
Well,
hey,
well
Indio,
in that you are doing a rotation about this point.
So I've got a few things to say on that. If it's working in a window in the sky and you trilaterate your position off 3 stars, isn't it actually working for 3 stars in the sky at the same time? And aren't you always working out your distance to those GPs, which is i.e. the radius of that line of equal altitude? The radius of that line of equal altitude equals 60 degrees, 60 nautical miles per degree.
Yeah, but that's just a convention. It doesn't mean anything.
What do you mean it doesn't mean anything? You can actually longitude and latitude with numbers that don't mean anything.
You're lying.
Hang on.
Accurately. You just see here, you can accurately find your latitude and longitude. Confirmed how? Confirmed by driving around, right? And then when you do another measurement, I'm a degree off. I got to make a correction.
No. The question is, how did ancient mariners use sextants?
I got to make a correction to my course again.
No. It's not about driving around. How did ancient mariners? How did Captain James Cook get to Australia? Why did he put the Southern Cross on the flag? Because they navigated by the stars. Come on. We all know they navigated
by the stars. The Carolingian Islanders navigated by the stars, and they could hit frickin' rock islands that were like a kilometer across from 600 kilometers away, and they thought the Earth was flat. How did they do that?
And they've had to convince because they've got a linear relationship. because they've got the relevance here is that they've got a linear relationship between lengths and degrees. Here's a simpler way to put it. You know, a protractor. Everybody knows the thing you would have had in a school kit as a kid, a protractor.
For sure. But you don't
So
have.
it is a specific shape. What shape is the protractor?
Dude, you just keep saying shit that's not true. I'm not letting you get away with it. You're saying shit that's not true.
All right, but here's the error.
If you take a protractor and you cut it in half at the top, that's what you got.
Yeah, Indio, he already. That's an error though. If you're using a protractor, or a T-square, whatever you're using, it doesn't matter because you have a curved surface. The bottom of the protractor is straight. It's flat. So if you're putting it along a curved surface, you're not going to get the same values, man. Think about this.
I'm asking you.
I'm telling you where you're wrong.
I asked a question and neither of you have answered
This
it.
is where you're
So
wrong.
please-
You're wrong.
Okay.
You can't use a protractor because if you lay it against
the question, we haven't answered it because it's based upon a false premise, and this is why
it's a false premise.
you have a presupposition that's wrong in the first place.
It's a false
No,
premise.
it's not even a presupposition. I want to leave it open for you guys to answer the next question.
Yeah.
I just have this question and another question, and you'll be free to answer them the way you want.
Yeah, but we're answering this one right now, and I've told you you don't want to address the point, and this is very specific to you, right? Because you're using a protractor. You brought it up. Well, have you seen a protractor? We know what it is. If you lie a protractor straight down on a flat table, it's level to the table, right? Because you can see the bottom of the protractor. But if you do it to a curved surface, are you going to allow the same kind of measurements that you're getting from a protractor on a flat surface versus curved? Absolutely not. So what you're saying is using that same kind of idea, putting it on the earth that's curved, and it's got a flat bottom, the protractor does. How are you going to get the same measurement every single time? It's going to be completely off. You can't use that formula and those types of mathematics, apply it to the curved earth, which you think we live on.
Exactly.
And so my point to you is that you couldn't use triangles, you couldn't use protractors, you couldn't use anything that's flat to the surface because you would not be able to get a value that's satisfactory to something you could apply to real mathematics, man. It would not turn out.
I agree. And that's why nobody sensible would use a protractor that way. I absolutely agree. That would be a bad way of measuring it. The question about protractor, the reason I wanted to ask it is, what I am invoking is not the flat bottom of it, but the curved top. It is always curved in a circular fashion. It is never flat. It is never straight. It is never like one angle and another angle. It is always in a circle. And that is because that is the only orientation, that is the only shape where you can get a linear relationship between degrees and distance. For every tick along that curve, you get another angle, degree of angle, right? It starts at 0, goes up to 90, all the way around to 180, and evenly spaced dots. And it's the only shape you can make that because an angle is a measurement of a circle. So if you've got a linear relationship between degrees and angles, what the protractor, the shape of the protractor tells you is that can only fit on one thing. So what you need to disagree with, in my view, is that sextants give you a linear relationship between degrees and nautical miles.
Yeah, I see what
They do. A flat circle.
They do.
A two-dimensional circle.
But they do. But this is the thing. They do. There is not a linear relationship. There is only a linear relationship if you cherry pick a small portion of the sky and ignore the rest of the sky, which is the vast majority.
I mean, that's that. I can rebut that if you want. I'm not sure if you're saying that on
say
purpose.
whatever. In this linear relationship, it's contrived anyway because you actually have no measured distance to correlate the distance you moved, right? How do you measure how far you went on a boat?
With difficulty, but dead reckoning will get you some of the way there. GPS, I guess you can do it with nowadays.
So basically, you can't.
No, I think you can get a pretty good job of
right?
estimating.
So there's ocean current.
Yeah, there's ocean currents
so
and things. But like Shackleton's navigator, he was pretty good at dead reckoning. He managed to only take 4 sites.
Yeah, and they dead
across
reckoning
like
that
18
they did
days.
What did Captain Cook dead reckon? That Antarctica is 60,000 miles around?
Could well have done. I'm sure some people sucked at it. This guy was Wigby or something, I forget his name, was really good at it. He's the reason all of Shackleton's men survived, apparently. This guy wanted to go and see Antarctica.
Cool There's a lot of bullshit in the Antarctica narrative, but I'm not going to get into.
Well, he didn't even get there, so he could have been on
totally about it. That all the shit that they say is a bunch of lies.
Well, The top of the
listen. I want to go to this. Okay, this linear relationship between distance traveled and the movement of stars across the sky.
Mm-hmm.
This is circular logic. Okay, because
tell me why.
Because the distance moved is assumed to correlate to that, but you don't actually have the measured distance that actually verified that I went 60 miles, right? And then the star moved that amount, right?
Well,
that's
I mean,
not
I think,
actually being done. What's being
well,
done
I think
is
that was done a lot. I think that, I mean, you know what latitudes are, right? Latitudes are basically the number to your celestial pole. That's the elevation you will see it. If you're standing on the North Pole at 90 degrees north, it will be at 90 degrees above you. At 80 degrees north, it'll be at 80 degrees elevation.
Got a picture of that?
And then
you
can test this yourself.
Listen, you got a picture of the North Pole of somebody pointing their camera straight up of Polaris.
Test it yourself. Test this yourself.
I got a question.
It's the easiest.
Do you have that picture? Has anybody ever produced that picture of being at the North Pole, pointing their camera straight up, and taking a picture of the North Star?
Oh, sorry, at the North Pole. No idea.
Yeah, the North Pole. Has anybody ever taken that picture?
No idea. No idea.
Yeah, they haven't.
It's irrelevant for what I'm saying.
No,
what I'm saying is you can find your lat
You just
long.
use that as your evidence. That if I do this, I'll get this result. You have no evidence for that. You're just saying it.
Okay, that's fair enough. That is true. I don't know what happens at the North Pole. I presume that's what happens. That's fair. You can, but if you just find your latitude, you can go out until within half a degree or something, because Polaris isn't on bang on the North Celestial Pole. You can tell your latitude by looking at Polaris. That's why North.
You can tell your latitude.
Sorry,
by
latitude is. Yeah,
that's bullshit.
That's exactly what latitude is. That's what latitude is. If you find the elevation.
No, latitude.
What's 0 degrees?
No. See, you're
0 degrees is the equator, the point at which Polaris is bang on the horizon.
See, you're jumping the shark. The coordinate system, latitude and longitude, don't exist on the ground. It is a celestial coordinate system.
Exactly. That's
it's
what
not
I'm telling
measured
you.
on the ground.
That's what I'm telling you. That's the thing I'm trying to currently say.
But you're not at 40 degrees. You're at a place there. If I'm at this place, I will look at Polaris and see it 40 degrees above the horizon.
What I mean is, we've got a convention known as latitude.
A convention.
And what that latitude means is, if you're at, let's go with degrees we might be at. You guys might be somewhere between 50, 40, and 30 north. And if you go outside and use a sextant or something else to shoot Polaris, it will not be more than a degree off that.
Okay, cool, great. What does that mean? Nothing. It means literally nothing.
It means what you can do is test that relationship yourself, but it absolutely means something, because the sextant, the sextant was, and the astrolabe and all of those things that preceded it, was how ancient mariners managed to cross the globe.
Yeah.
And
how many people are at the bottom of the sea?
So if what you're accepting is that 60 degrees, a higher latitude is a smaller circle as it gets in towards the center, that's great. That's a wonderful thing to recognize, because it fits with a flat Earth. The challenge is, if you're accepting that this celestial coordinate system works in the north, what you'll find is 60 degrees south is getting smaller. You can test this. You can find this out yourself. You suddenly find that degrees don't equal the same amount of sky declination east and west, while they still do the same amount north and south. You know that you're on a smaller circle.
What the fuck you talk? What? I didn't get that.
You can test the latitude you're on by how high the light is in the sky.
Okay.
Is this still conceptual?
And then what?
As you go south, a point rises in the sky.
And?
Do you get what I'm saying?
Have you got proof of this?
As you go north, circles of equal altitude, which are known of lines of latitude, will get smaller the higher the number. So the 90 degrees is a point, 80 degrees is a small circle, 20 degrees is a bigger circle, 0 degrees is sort of infinite circle, or you could call it. It doesn't really fit. It's against the horizon. But 10 degrees is like the biggest 10 line of latitude, right? You can tell that as that light dips lower in the sky, you're drawing a bigger circle. When you go south, the light rises in the sky. The central point of rotation, the further south you get, will be above the horizon.
What are you talking about?
This is still conceptual.
Listen, let me ask you a question.
This is why it's on our flags. This is why it's on the Australian flag. This is why they put it on the New Zealand flag.
If I draw a circle, is that a rotation? Yes or no?
No, if you keep it light at a certain height.
Why are you calling it a circle? It's why you calling it a rotation.
Because you keep a light at a certain height and move in a forwards direction, which pulls you around like a horse being lunged on a rein, pulls you around in a circle. That's the circle you do by keeping a light at a certain altitude.
Is that a rotation?
No, it's not the Earth rotating. No, it's you figuring out how long a line of latitude is. The higher in the sky it is, the smaller the line will be.
But who's ever done any of this stuff? You see,
mariners, mariners since time immemorial.
They actually
ancient Polynesians use this shit with coconut sextants. They put coconut.
No, they use a sidereal compass. Good try though. Good try.
I'll show you the coconut sextant. It's pretty cool.
Listen,
yeah, they could have used that as well.
A sidereal substance, and the way they did it was they assumed that the Earth was flat. They didn't think it was a globe, and they sailed under a sky road. This is how they sailed between places.
That's quite cool.
They called it plain sailing.
And it had nothing to do with being with a globe. Like,
that's the coconut sextant I posted a picture of that they think they use.
The Carolinian Islanders, the Europeans found these people in all these places, and they're like, how the fuck did you get here? Right? Yeah. They're finding them in the Philippines. They're finding them, like, how did you get here? Because they knew they didn't have Polaris. They knew they didn't have any of the tools of celestial navigation that the Europeans had. They didn't believe the Earth was a globe. So how did they do any of this stuff?
Yeah, I think people could. I wouldn't put it beyond the realm of possibility that people could think they're on a flat plane, and if they stayed near the equator and told themselves stories about the stars, that they could have missed out on this. I'm not.
It gets worse than that, dude. So, like in 1897, there was a dust storm off of Africa, like from the Canary Islands all the way down to Cape Horn. There was a giant dust storm where no one could see the sky or the horizon. There was fine dust everywhere. You know, you heard what I just said. They couldn't see the sky or the horizon. It's like being in a giant fog of red dust. This is what it was described at. This is a report of the Royal Meteorological Society. There's a guy of the HMS Britain. He sailed 2,000 miles using dead reckoning. Dead reckoning uses planar triangles, right? What happens if I sail 2,000 miles on a course of planar triangles on a ball?
I'll be way out.
Yeah, it would be way out. Somehow he got there. How do you do that?
Dead reckoning is also pretty unreliable. I mean, that could just be survivor's bias right there. You've got a bunch of other people at the bottom of the ocean, as you just said, who did it wrong. He got lucky. I mean, I don't know. I'm not saying that's the answer, but am I saying it's possible? Sure.
Because you got to think of how many times he had to correct his course, right? You're acting like that. They take this measurement, assume the Earth's a ball, set a heading, and just sail off in that direction, and they'll get there. It's not
I think they take sightings whenever they can. I think they take sightings and trilaterate their position using a linear relationship between degrees and miles.
Yeah, and then there's a margin of error. So they make a measurement, right? And then they sail for a while, then they make another measurement, they go, oh, we're off a little bit. And then they sail for a while again, and then they're off a little bit. They're taking a small view of the sky, they're off a little bit, and they keep sailing, and they meander back and forth, until eventually they're close enough to the place they want to be. Oh, we're going to this place. Oh, we see seabirds. We must be close. Like, it's like they're not, this isn't like some precise thing that you're trying to make it out to be. Well, it's not that precise.
Well, they teach all.
Did he ever answer your question? Did he ever answer your question about, is there any piece of globe evidence that he's ever applied the same scrutiny towards?
Yeah. Well, he thinks that, like, if you intend to build a house of straw, brick, but there's no bricks available, and you build a house of straw, you failed at building a house. It's a bust.
My test was.
I didn't build a house. That building a house was a bust because I didn't have bricks, so I did. But my intention was to build a house, but that doesn't matter. It's not actually a house. It's something else.
The reification fallacy is also like a
goal was to set out and build a brick house and build a straw house. I would say that's a myth.
Well, dude, they set out,
but it's like transportation.
That's the WGS 84. They had a plan to do it. They changed it to something else. Boom. They still did what they had to do.
The reification is like saying anything that gets you from point A to point B is a car. And you say, here's my feet that got me from point A to point B. No, but it's fine. We can assume you were in a car. Here's my bicycle that got me from point A to point B. No, we can still assume your bicycle's a car.
Is this you steel manning my position or doing the opposite?
trying to explain to you the reification fallacy which you're doing. Certainly not steel manning anything that you've said.
Yeah, it doesn't sound.
I still think it's a valid question. Have you ever scrutinized any of the globe evidence?
Sure. I think since being in this community, I've scrutinized most of it. I think.
I think what's evident from today
Aristotle's method was pretty cool, but relied on assumptions, and it was difficult to tell the actual distances. Satellites seem like they're pretty cool, and they do seem to be up there.
They do seem to be up there. Is that your idea of scrutinizing? Is that your mediocre attempt? Whereas today, everything we've said, you've gone down to the nth degree, down to the half millimeter measurement.
Yeah.
You're saying satellites seems legit. There's my scrutiny of that topic. I think you've answered my question. Thank you.
One of my tests of like satellites that I just did the other day out of interest
seems legit, right? Seems
got
legit.
A GPS,
that's all we need to look at.
A GPS app, and tested how many satellites it could find based on what.
Okay, so the Flat Earth app. So the Flat Earth app proves that it's flat because it's an app.
That's your
point.
But based on
your test was to download a satellite app.
I mean, it's a very weak straw man. It's very weak. Oh, he said app, so I'm going to make fun and pretend there's another app. Like these things are equivalent. Like it's not. It's pretty transparent, Solar. Nobody thinks that I was going, because an app exists.
You're not here when I said scrutiny. Do you know what scrutiny means?
You're not scrutinizing. You're just sort of nitpicking at
He's
nonsense.
asking you if you're scrutinizing. That's what he's asking you.
I think
the
I
level
do.
of scrutiny that you're applying to flat Earth evidence, are you applying the equal skepticism to the globe evidence? And from where I'm sitting, doesn't even seem like you even come close.
I mean, like there is obviously the difficult challenge that we will all accept is that, like, for us, our favored cosmology will give it a better run. We'll look at the best evidence for it, and we'll struggle to see the strong evidence on the other side. That's true of you. That's true of me. That's true of all human beings. So I do try and scrutinize it, despite being aware that I'm going to have a bias.
Let me ask you a question.
Coming back with
what to you is the best form of evidence?
I don't think there is one best form of evidence. I think that things are best.
Yeah, there is. It's super simple, dude. It's like,
well, you might have different views to me.
No, this is empirical. This is objectively true. It's not even personal. This is objectively true. It's not my personal opinion on whether the best type of evidence. It's direct measurements of things. Direct measurements.
How do you decide what's best?
Because some are objective, some are subjective.
Can you measure everything?
Inference? No, you cannot measure everything, but that's irrelevant. That's irrelevant. We're talking about what the best method is. What is the best form of evidence? Are direct measurements of things. Is to measure them directly.
I will happily grant that that's to you. I don't agree. I don't think there's one best.
So you think indirect things where you have to assume things, are better than where you have to make no assumptions?
No, that's just denying the antecedent. That's just suggesting that if I don't agree with you, I must therefore take exactly the opposite contrary position. I just think many things can be good evidence. I don't think there is one thing that is the best evidence.
Look, you just straw me in my position, because there is a dichotomy there. Do you have a third option? Do you have a third option? Direct versus indirect. What's the third option?
Or indirect?
I do have a third option.
Okay, what's the third option?
Multiple forms of evidence. There is not one best one.
Hey, you just gave it to you very simply. Direct versus indirect.
They're either going to be an indirect or direct. They're not going to vary from that. There's not a third one.
Okay. Is there sometimes a time when a direct measurement is not the best?
No.
Never. Okay. When I went and got new tires and I put them on my truck, I said, "Can you give me some 32s?" He went, "Yeah, sure." I came back and there were some indeed wheels that looked big to me on the truck. Is that not the best form of measurement? Trusting a guy, paying for them, picking them out of a thing, or
not even a measurement.
So how should I be confident that I've got 32s?
If you measured the tire to be 32 inches, would that be a bad way to measure it?
No, absolutely not.
Well, that's India's point.
No, it's not. He said it would be.
Direct
measurement. The best is the only measurement.
He said,
you're literally trying to convince us
versus indirect.
Okay, fine. Direct measurements.
You're literally trying to convince us. You're literally trying to convince us that it's better not to measure, and you should just trust somebody's word on it.
No, I think when it comes to tires, yes.
Listen,
I don't think every time it's good to trust people. Sometimes I've got different tools for different jobs. What can I say? Anyway, fine. I'll accept that it's the best form of evidence because I don't mean to sort of nitpick and be a dickhead to you.
To admit it, right? So we have the distance across the ocean. Now, if I could theoretically take a tape measure across the entire ocean and read the tape measure result, is that better than sailing across the ocean and like measuring my speed first, my distance times speed, and then getting a distance from that?
Sure. Yeah. The better the measurement.
Which would be more accurate?
Measurement, right? Because I'm measuring speed and I'm measuring time, measuring distance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where when I take the tape measure, I am measuring distance.
Yeah.
So which one is better? Which one do you think is more accurate? The tape measure,
tape measure would
or
be
measuring the other two quantities and then doing a calculation to get a distance?
So you concede direct measurement. So you concede that direct measurement is the superior form of measurement.
Can I check a third option before I agree with that? Would direct measurement include doing something like averaging? So you're measuring a really long bit of wood.
That's indirect. That's indirect.
Yeah. So yeah,
that falls into the other category.
Sure. So I just want to check with you though. Like it may be indirect. I don't fully understand this, but I remember my granddad used to tell me this because he used to make boats, like with wood by hand, like the old men used to. And he always said, "Oh, you measure it a bunch of times, and you don't actually pick the middle one. You average them out." And I was like, "Oh, okay, right. What an unnecessarily complex way of doing it." Do you think that's a worse method than directly measuring it?
Those are directly measured measurements, and then you're averaging from the direct measurements. So it is still direct. There is no third option. If you can think of a third option from direct and indirect, please
Didn't
provide
you tell me
it.
averaging was indirect?
If you are generally averaging, like you say, the average temperature of a daytime could be 21 or call it 80 something Fahrenheit. If you're saying that's the average and you're just using it very loosely, then it's not direct. But if you say, I measured these 10 temperatures, they varied between, say, 82 and 87, and therefore the average of these direct measurements is, you are still averaging a direct measurement. If you're saying, I measure my water, my pool, if you measure my tool, listen, if I measure the temperature of the water in my swimming pool, and then assumed what the daytime temperature would be based on the temperature of my swimming pool.
That's not going to be a measurement.
Indirect measurement like that, I could still average indirect measurements. Would be your measurements. But then you're assuming that because the water temperature is one thing, you
am I getting laggy or is he?
I think he's lagging.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. It sounds like averaging them is an indirect measurement. I can absolutely see in some situations that being better.
Look, and you wouldn't take an average; you would take a mean. Averaging is not what people do.
Quite possible, actually.
Sometimes you'll take a weighted mean. It depends. But that you do that because
the air temperature. I think, India. I think this conversation third option to die.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What Solar? Is he still on here?
Yeah, I'm still. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you were cutting out. That's why I started talking. You actually went out. Go ahead. Sorry if I was talking.
Sorry, it was a bit of a lag then.
No, you go ahead.
No, nobody's talking. Is it really nobody talking?
Yeah, he must have lagged out or something. I've been disconnected. I thought maybe sometimes Discord screws up and you can't hear somebody, so I disconnected and reconnected, and I still can't hear him. So if he's talking, he probably.
I'm back now.
There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I was lagging badly. But I'm not sure what point we were on, because I was just trying to reiterate your point of that you get either direct or indirect. There isn't a third option. It's
Sure,
kind
it
of
just
like you
sounds
get
like it just sounds like in some.
deductive logic and you get inductive logic. Inductive means you're inducing an answer, means you're saying these birds mated on this day of the year, therefore I can assume X, Y, Z, versus the actual logical following of a measurement. There's two parallels here. You either are assuming things or you're directly measuring them.
Okay,
and
so
Indio's
can
point
I
to you
ask you
was
some
what
questions
was
then?
more satisfactory, direct measurements. And what you spoke about, your direct measurements, were elevation angles. And as you and I discussed earlier, every elevation angle is taken off of a flat baseline. So
Oh man,
anytime
we can't have two
believing
discussions at once.
individuals, every time you guys want to assume
Yeah, it's going a bit robot-y. Like to me, it's pretty simple. If direct measurements are better, then why would anybody ever use indirect methods? Why would you ever average a distance you've measured directly? And are there other times you might want to use an indirect measurement and it might be quote unquote the best?
I think long distances would be more precisely measured using like a radar and assuming using the speed of light than to use a tape measure, because I think any inaccuracy on the how much is a meter on the tape measure is going to accumulate the longer the distance, right? So I think, and that wouldn't happen with radar.
They make these devices and they have an inaccuracy, and it depends on the turbulence. So they get wildly inaccurate. They're called scintillometers. So these devices exist, and then if you have things like okay, so we measure the speed of light, but if it's going through a lot of turbulence, right, the beam is slowing down and speeding up, basically. That's what's happening. So it's going through one pocket of a one medium of one density and another pocket of another density, and then but there's millions of these, right? Because they're like we can't see them, but think of it as like a beer with a bunch of foam in it. There's a bunch of these bubbles in the air. So as it travels through the air, this speed accumulates, right? So you're gonna get an accurate distance. It's actually not very accurate. It's not pretty much not accurate past like 45 meters.
And that's why
the
I think
idea of like shining it across the Atlantic Ocean is like that'll never happen. And obviously a tape measure is never going to happen either.
Exactly. That's why I think that there are some things, like I was just sitting here thinking, how do we know the heights of a mountain? Surely there's just no direct way to do that. So it seems to me to be reasonable that in many situations, flat earth or round, an indirect measurement, an averaging or a use of a metric or geometry or something like that, to me seems totally reasonable. I mean, that's all of Black Swan is an indirect measurement, isn't it? It's using a ball and creating an arc of a certain length to figure out what where a sagittal would be and where the horizon would be, right?
No,
so it's got to be acceptable or useful in some.
That's not how you get a horizon.
So how did you measure the distance to the
the
oil rigs?
geodesic surveys that were conducted in the 1800s set elevation points for most countries on the realm. So the heights of mountains were physically measured all the way from sea level. And if you want to understand that more deeply, you can go look up the geodesic surveys that were done to determine the elevations above the sea level. That level line to which we're always measuring our elevation angles. That level line gives us our altitudes. The point about direct versus indirect is that direct is always more accurate. Indirect can be close, but direct is accurate. If I wanted to know
why would you average lengths?
Let me explain. If I wanted to know how big my foot is, I could say, what is the foot size of a 6'1" individual? And you could give me an average.
You keep giving the most ridiculous strawman of what an indirect measurement is.
Whereas
nobody
if I
claims that an
place the
indirect
tape
measurement is
measure,
taking an average of the
listen.
average population.
Okay,
That's silly. Come
I
on.
know it's upsetting because it's that simple. I know it's
No,
upsetting.
come on. A better
But if I
example would be
place the
what's its
tape
angular
measure
size
against my
from
foot,
head height and how tall am I?
if I place the tape measure against my foot and I see it's 15 inches and 1/8 of an inch and it's a little bit more, I've got a couple of millimeters left over, and I take that measurement, that is the size of my foot. Whereas your indirect measurement would say an individual of this height should have a foot size of, and gives you the indirect measurement.
And how specific do you think that direct measurement would be?
It depends what tape or what measuring device you're using, because you could go down to nanometers in an actual
down to the
measuring
nanometer.
device.
If I took you out this weekend,
there's probably
if
going
I
to
took
be
you out, let me ask you a question then. If I took you out this weekend and said, Solar, I'm buying you some shoes, but we're figuring out your foot size, and we went into six different stores.
I'm 6 foot.
No.
Just buy
Come on,
me
let me
shoes.
come on,
Go
let me
out
talk.
tomorrow,
Let me talk, Solar. You don't
use
get
your
to get to
indirect-
both present the straw man and then not let me
but I've
present my
already
side. Come
destroyed-
on.
I've
Come on,
destroyed
man.
your straw
Come
man
on,
in
be
my
reasonable.
first sentence. I've
Be
destroyed the
reasonable.
straw man in the first sentence.
Let me ask you
So
the question so you can respond to
would
it.
you more successfully buy a
I
pair
think
of
you can mod
shoes if you
this.
know the length of my foot,
Come
or
on,
if you know the
let me ask
height
the question.
of me?
I'm taking you out to buy
which
shoes,
shoe
and I take you to
size
5 different
is
shoe
gonna be more
shops.
accurate?
Do all the shoe shops have exactly the same size down to the nanometer? No, they don't. Why don't they? Because direct measurements aren't that specific down to the nanometer. It's going to about how much pressure you have, whether you were standing or sitting. There's going to be so many things. How much you've sweated between one shop to the other might have affected a nanometer. Bullshit, you're going to get a consistent measurement from different feet down to the nanometer with a direct measurement.
Which is more accurate, to directly measure the foot before you purchase the shoe, or to assume you know the size of the foot based on some other information which is not the measurement of the foot?
Like an
That's not
average,
an
of the,
assumption,
average
then.
an average of all of the shops, you mean? I think an average of all of the shops would be better. Because that would be the
Incorrect. We're
shape of
talking
your foot
about
over the
foot
course of a day.
size and the shoe that you could purchase. The
Right.
most
Does your foot change
accurate
size
would
size
be
and shape
to
throughout the
take
day
the
by
foot-
nanometers?
The most accurate would be to take the foot to the shoe store and put the foot in the shoe and then see which shoe fit best, because that would still be a direct measurement.
You know the
Any
fundamental point you
indirect
still got
assumption
dismantled
would be
on,
false.
which is direct is better, but you accepted that it wouldn't be accurate down to the scales that you're talking about. So direct is therefore not necessarily always better, and averages can work.
Give me one example where an average is better than the actual measured distance.
I already gave one.
Just one.
My granddad used to make boats by hand out of wood, and he accepted 1 millimeter tolerance from stern to bow to
How would he
stern.
get to 1 millimeter tolerance without using measuring devices to measure
He
the
used
wood?
measuring devices, and then he would average the
So
results.
that's direct.
That's what I
He's
started by.
averaging direct measurements. He's not
averaging direct.
Yes, is an average. So let me ask this question to
Direct.
both of you directly:
All right,
Is
you
an
obviously
average
don't understand this.
of is an average
done with
of
this.
direct measurements? Is an average of direct measurements an indirect or direct measurement?
I would say, well, I would say it would
Indirect,
be direct
clearly.
measurement. Yeah, that would be indirect.
Yeah. Right? Same as like
Because
calculating the
averaging
height
is-
of a building
averaging
based
isn't
on
a
trig and a
measure-
known distance.
Averaging isn't a measurement of any type. It is a mathematical calculation done for the purpose of taking into account systemic errors that are done in any type of measurement. Any type of measurement that's done
100% agree.
has potentials for systemic errors, user errors, all sorts of stuff.
Exactly.
Typically,
And what would be more accurate?
Yeah, exactly. There's always an inherent inaccuracy in every measurement because the world's not perfect.
Yeah, absolutely.
The point about your dad's boats. So would he successfully make 100 boats if he averaged all 100 boats while doing it? Or would it be more accurate for him to measure this one beam and see, oh wait, I am that 1 millimeter out. So let me include the 1 millimeter extra to make sure that this boat is as accurate as the other ones were. Which one's more accurate? To just assume your average
I don't know about the
is the
100.
number
I don't
you
know what you're
need,
talking about.
or to actually
saying is
measure
that, like,
the thing you need?
He just gave an example of where averaging is not the right thing to do. So he could have, like, every boat, right? So say you had one plan and there was a center
averaging is
beam,
sometimes
and
going
he
to be a
averaged
wrong thing to do.
every
Nobody's going to
beam.
argue with that. But
He averaged
that
every
it's
beam
a
that was
bad
ever
choice in
made.
some examples doesn't mean it's always a bad choice. You were just accepting that, right? Sometimes it's a really good thing because there's inherent errors in it, particularly if you've got to relay a measuring tape, right? If you've got to measure something that is longer than a measuring tape and you want to get it quite accurate, you've got two problems there. And one is you don't always know that you've put the start of the tape at the end of the last bit of tape perfectly. And a bigger problem is you don't know that you're going straight. It's really hard to keep going straight. The tape measures help you by guiding you a fair bit, but you can still meander this way and that. So that you would average those measurements and get a more accurate result than picking one of those, absolutely. We would all agree with that. Exactly as you said, there are systemic
You don't actually use
and
averages,
user
you use
errors.
a
And so
mean because averages can fuck things up. You have to use a
Sure.
mean.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon.
A
Beg your pardon.
mean is
Bit of
where
calculation.
50% are above and below that. Like if you take like 10 measurements, like 50%, like you find the value which is 50% of the samples are above what you measured and 50% of the samples are below what you measured, which is not the same as an average. An average is you sum them all and then divide by the samples.
Right.
And in woodwork, if your dad really built boats, you would know that he always used a square. Granddad. He would have used a square at the edge of the plank of wood and then measured along the flat side, not simply taken a tape measure out and meander it across the piece of wood at whatever zigzag he feels like at the time.
Exactly.
If you're doing woodwork, you're doing incredibly precise calculations and measurements, and you often measure 2 or 3 times before you set what that distance is going to be. Direct measurements. You would directly measure 3 or 4 times before you even start writing down the numbers that you're actually measuring. You'd measure the left-hand side of the beam versus the right-hand side of the beam. You'd also measure if the top of the beam was level and horizontal or square to the two sides. If it weren't, you would take it off. So it's very precise when it comes to woodwork.
So
and
would
therefore,
we
it was a
say
bad
then if
example to bring up woodwork as something being done with indirect measurement.
Okay, so if we were to then loop this conversation back to what we were talking about just a moment ago, I'm going to post an image in the chat, which is their completed results from FE Core. Was that a direct or an indirect measurement, and how precise were the measurements? First of all, did it have a number? Because originally they were going for a number of beam spread. Do they have any numbers in this measurement?
No. Who cares?
Not really. Well, it's not a measurement then, is it?
Listen, the thing
neither
you just
direct
posted,
nor indirect.
are you seriously asking me, are there any numbers in that picture?
No, I mean, in there. No, not in the picture. That's
like,
that's
are you high?
shitty questions to ask. No. No. I more mean like if we're saying we need to have direct measurements, we won't trust these other measurements that are averages and things like that. Did FE Core meet this standard for you?
In this picture?
In any of their results,
They
did
tell
they
you the height
say
above.
here's the beam spread?
They measure their elevation above the surface of the water. Right?
Right, but I mean, like they were trying to hit a target, and they wanted to know about how brightly the target would be hit. Did they matched up to these standards? Do you reckon?
What are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Like, I don't have no clue what you're talking about.
So, if we're talking about the importance of taking a direct measurement, that taking angles to stars because it's an indirect measurement because it uses trig, or in fact doesn't, uses a linear relationship. It isn't acceptable because it's not a direct measurement, and direct measurements are always better. And is FE Core a direct measurement?
Yes. It's measuring the height of a laser above a surface.
How high was it above the surface?
Pardon me?
How high was it above the surface?
I think 12. If I remember right, these were 10 feet on one side and 12 feet on the other.
The targets that they hit.
If I remember right, but like I'd have to go look at it. I don't even know if that's in the PDF. So we're talking about to the lake level. So it's above the lake level, and yet, well, I'm more familiar with the Lake Issel part of it because that's more definitive to me. This is just like I mean, we could talk about this. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, but it doesn't do anything.
It just doesn't seem to me like I'm
Well,
looking
he's
through
just
their
leading
data
us
now.
down the next
So, like
point.
Valentine is like
This is where we started. We've been talking about this for hours now. I'm not changing topics. I'm
What is
folding
it-
this topic
the
back into
whole
the
point-
old one.
What is the point of this direct measurement? Like, well, let me put a nice tight bow on this because this is just like a waste if we're just arguing over arguing. Why do we use indirect? Why do we want indirect measurements versus direct measurements versus indirect measurements? Why? Because looking at the sky is an indirect measurements that come with, as Miggy was saying, presuppositions. In the alternative, the thing we're concerned about is right the fuck under our feet, and we have direct access to it. Instead, you guys go, never mind that. Look up at the sky. We have a whole that shit. Forget the thing at your feet. We don't need to measure that. But we're going to make claims about that and teach to everybody in school as if it's some objective empirical truth, right? And that we're going to design their entire lives around this idea. Then you say, hey, well, let's measure that thing. If you're going to, socially engineer everybody's lives around this concept, maybe you should go out and measure that thing and show it to everybody. But no, that's too difficult. We can make LIGO, we can make fucking CERN, we can make spaceships, we can do all that shit, but we can't measure the curvature of the Earth. Why can't we do that? When we can actually measure that directly and have an exact, definitive measurement with no assumptions about what it is. That's our problem. And if you think that's unreasonable, I don't know what to tell you.
I think it's unreasonable. Like I feel you on the.
Do you think that the idea that the Earth's a globe is used for social engineering?
Wait, before we go there, I just wanted to.
Yeah. Let's not get into that. That's it. Forget that. That's a deep ass rabbit hole. I don't even want to go there myself. Forget that.
I just wanted to go back to your presupposition thing about the assumptions. When you go and actually look into the globe model, you will see that they always place the observer on a plane, meaning you take the orange and you slice the top off the orange, so you back down to a flat surface, and then they call it the celestial. Then they call it the celestial dome, which is apparently domed around us. And then when they do the mathematics, they assume the ground you're standing on is domed and the sky is actually flat. Now, in the actual real world observation, you are standing on a horizontal level ground, horizontal so much so they call it the horizon. You're standing on this horizontal line. You're measuring the celestial dome ahead of you or above you. So there's an interrelationship between one flat surface and one domed curved surface. Then they assume the ground you're standing on is domed or curved, and that is actually a flat background to which, so they've just changed what the actual measurements are. We watch the sun rise and set according to the elevation angles that we take off of a horizontal flat surface. And then that distance the sun and moon travel is an arc. It's on the celestial sphere. But yet you guys always claim that somehow taking a measurement of the sky that's spherical proves that the ground you're standing on is spherical. And you cannot take an angle measurement off of a curved baseline. You can only take it off of a flat baseline. So no matter where you place yourself, no matter where you put Dave along that long flat line, it's irrelevant. The fact that you're measuring an angle means you have the flat baseline
what is
to
the flat
measure
baseline?
that angle.
That angle CA that we talked about before. What is A?
We've discussed this already. We've discussed
what is
this
A?
already.
So that's the thing. Like to just reiterate that A is my eyeball. We know this, right? This is how the black swan works. You've just looped the conversation back to 5 hours ago. If C is the horizon and A is my eyeball, then what the black swan is measuring, the red triangle, and a sextant is measuring the green triangle.
So you really want to go back 5 hours and start repeating everything that you said fallaciously from 5 hours ago?
You're repeating yourself.
What's the black swan?
I was not repeating myself. When I'm talking about a single plane Earth and a celestial dome, and that you've juxtaposed that to be a celestial sphere that you're standing on, and a flat sky. We haven't discussed that, buddy. So no, I was
fair
not
enough. That's true.
repeating
That's true. We
myself.
haven't discussed
It's a
that.
brand
It's
new
still,
point.
it's still, you're still going to need some,
But
in my
you're
opinion.
sidestepping, as you've done through Indio's conversation and Miggy's conversation and my conversation. You deliberately misunderstand the point so you can answer a different question. And then we
fine.
try
I'll
and
respond
actually
to the point
answer
about the
your
dome.
question.
I'll
So we
respond to the point about the
entertain
dome. It's the topic keeps
that
changing.
one surface. Okay, so let me repeat the point. One surface is flat. One surface is curved.
Mm-hmm.
When you're taking angle measurements, can you take angle measurements off a flat line or off a curve?
I mean, yes, you can take it off a curve, but it doesn't matter because you're taking a line from your eye to the horizon. Point A is an eyeball, which is where you put the sextant
you just said a
to.
curve.
So what? So
can't
okay,
point
describe
at a
to me
flat
then.
horizon. You
So
cannot
describe
point at a flat
to me.
horizon
Describe to me solar.
if that's
Describe
meant to be
solar.
curved.
Solar. I've drawn the image and put it in the chat. AC is the line I'm talking about. Describe to me that line that is AC, how it is curved.
Okay, so AC is an imaginary line floating in the sky. Do you see your picture you drew? Can you see the little blue line at the bottom? That's called sea level. That's where your elevation angles are taken from. And I've explained this to you already.
I didn't ask you about the blue at the bottom. I asked you about a really clear thing. I said, tell me about the shape of the line AC.
Lines
AC.
are straight,
What is the
dude.
what
Like,
is the
what is
shape
your
of
problem?
AC?
Like, I don't understand what you don't understand. Like, what is your issue here?
I'm happy with it being straight. Exactly. It's solar doesn't want to admit that it's straight. It's simple. It's straight, right?
Yeah, and straight is flat. So, like, what are you talking about? So
exactly. So where's
like
the
they
curve?
do a measurement to the horizon, and then they correct the elevation, right? And they bring it down to the surface of the Earth, and then they assume that is flat. Like, what exactly?
It's a great description of it.
Demonstrate
it's a great description of it.
How do you
That's
take
exactly
an elevation
well
angle
described.
off a curved base?
Where's the
Demonstrate
curve? I've got the picture for
out.
you.
No, I asked you off a curved baseline. Show me how you're taking your elevation angle, and then move the observer further away, and tell me how you take that elevation angle again off of the same flat baseline.
Okay,
when you talk about
here's a diagram for you. Here's a diagram for you. I'll put it for you in the chat. And it is both a sextant taking a measurement, but it happens to be taking a measurement bang between the oil rigs. For some reason, if I take that measurement between my eyeball downwards, that's acceptable. That indirect measurement of distance is acceptable. But for some reason, that same horizontal
So you're showing us pictures of flat baselines.
Why are you interrupting my answer?
The flat one. The flat horizontal line.
Yeah,
the question was off of a curved line. Off of a curved line, show us how you measure an elevation angle.
Hang
so
on.
you post
Your
a
curve is
flat
going left, right,
blue
or east?
baseline of the ocean.
Fine, I'll
and
do
you
it
want to
for you.
continue describing the black swan with a flat baseline, which is not the request. We said
How
show
can it
us
be?
because you said yes.
So does the black swan? The black swan has a flat baseline. Does
measure
it?
an angle of a curve adjacent.
So
we're not measuring an elevation angle in the black swan.
Trying to use a sextant on the black swan.
What the hell is this section? I don't I'm lost. Like, what the hell does this section got to do with a black swan? Like,
so you're missing it out. You're missing it out.
Black swan is supposed to be distance to horizon. Stay on topic.
Okay, I'm getting solar in very late.
Black swan is a test of the globe prediction that the horizon is a certain distance away.
Sure.
How does the sextant measure that distance in any of the images? Like, how are you measuring that distance with the sextant?
It doesn't.
Then
I'm not saying to measure it.
Point?
Okay, so this is a discussion we had ages ago before you got here, which is
which you've brought up again. Fallaciously, you've brought it up again.
I'm just trying to tell Indio what the argument is so he can debunk it. Let me finish, please, man.
Like, it debunks itself, because if the sextant can't measure the distance to the horizon, then it's pointless. Like, it has nothing to do with it. Bring a hammer to it. I mean, we could bring any instrument and say, what's this? Like, I had a wrench. Like, what does the wrench have to do with the distance to the horizon? Nothing. That the sextant is just as useful as a wrench is.
Do you want? I'll tell you though. It'll make it easier. What this has to do is If P then Q states this, if the Earth is a sphere with a radius 3959, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. Geometric horizon curve calculators, not Q, therefore not P, right? So what is Q? Is Q a curved baseline, or is Q a straight line from the eyeball of the observer of
Where
their
does it
height
say
to the horizon?
sextant?
It doesn't.
And where does it say a
It
sextant
doesn't.
is used
I'm
in that
constructing
example?
an argument. I'm constructing an argument. If you're right,
With a
you would be able to
sextant.
follow my questions through and then show how they're wrong.
Listen. So you want to
what's
know
the problem here?
is the distance to the horizon the distance from the eye to the horizon, or the distance from
Yes.
the ground to the horizon? Why does it matter?
Do you know
what the difference in that distance would be? Something like a half a millimeter.
No. No.
Yeah, it would be something like half a millimeter.
What I'm saying
We're
is,
talking about the difference between the straight line distance, the tangent distance, versus the what do you call it? The great circle distance. And there's actually a calculator that does that. And I guarantee I'm going to do it in a second, that the distance, it might not even be measurable. They might not even go to that level of precision, because this is only 10 miles. It doesn't even really matter until you get to like 100 miles.
Is this then a good description of what you're saying about what's being said about the black swan? I'm putting it in the chat now. It's an image of a person standing at Z foot, and there is a terminating point that is where his eye line meets the horizon that should be in front of the oil rig, that is 1.22 times Z foot. Are you happy with that being a presenting the case of the
shitty sphere, but whatever.
Sure, it's a shitty sphere, but it's a curve, right? You get the point of it.
Yeah.
All I need to do is stick a sextant in that man's hand, and you can see
that's
he's
the
looking
idea
at
behind the black swan. Yes.
Yeah. So if you stick a sextant in that man's hand,
not a sextant. Wrong tool. You might as well be talking about the range that Indio just explained to you.
If you put a sextant in that man's hand, he could use what you're using for a measurement of the horizon, which is CA, lines CA.
You don't measure horizons with a sextant, Eggshell. You don't measure distance to horizon with
you
the
don't measure the distance to the horizon.
Listen, this is part of the indirect
don't measure
versus
distance
indirect.
to horizon with a range.
Yeah, but you're just come on. Nobody's saying you're measuring the distance to the horizon. I'm aware that they're not measuring the distance to the horizon. But what's clear is that you're taking a measurement from the horizon, so it's not a curved baseline. It's a straight line of light.
You're using the wrong tool for the job. What is a sextant measure, and what are the values? See, there's something called absolute values. Angles are actually abstractions. They are not even capable of being directly measured, because they're actually abstractions. There's something they're called improper measures. So they're not an actual measurement of something. They're a measurement of like our concept of things. As in an angle, as you wrongly put it, is not a subdivision of a circle. It's the separation between two lines. Now, you can put that inside of a circle if you want. That's fine. But, you can put two lines in there.
So why does the height of the observer matter?
Listen, you're not going to... Dude, stop. Sextant measures angles. That is all it measures. You cannot get an absolute distance by measuring an angle.
This is why I'm trying to interrupt. You're following Solar's red herring. I'm not talking about measuring distances. Nobody is. What we're asking is whether we can take a straight line from our eyeball to the edge of a curve, which is what P then Q is asking about. Is there a limiting point between line A in my drawing here where we see the horizon? It doesn't matter how far it is. We're not trying to measure that yet. We're just going, do you see line AC? And then the next line is about calculating it. But for some reason, QE has made people freak out and go, oh, you can't have a curved baseline, when the P then Q is a straight line from the observer's height in feet. It matters what his height is. It's not being taken from the surface. It's going, at what point will my eyeballs hit and go tangent to the globe such that that is the vanishing point behind which things should disappear, which the black swan oil
Which it
derricks
doesn't.
haven't disappeared.
You're not
Exactly.
on. Listen,
So the point is, if we're seeing in straight lines, you can take a straight line measurement to the horizon. What you do with that, whether you calculate a distance or use it to measure the elevation of a star, that's totally up to you. But if you can see the horizon in a straight line, which is the P then Q test of black swan, then you can use it to make a sextant measurement. If it's irrelevant and impossible to use it for a sextant measurement, then you can't have the black swan. It cannot test it.
We're going to let you use the sextant.
Okay, so I'm going to tell you why.
Okay? And I want you to tell us what you're pointing at in the sky and measuring with that sextant, because that's the only thing you're going to do with the black swan with the sextant. So tell us what you're looking at in the sky.
One of the 56.
You're not on the ball anymore if you're off the ball, right? So there is no ball measurement. You're not even on the ball at all.
I want to stay on this point about this line
anymore.
CA.
To find the tangent of a ball, you're off the ball. You're outside of the circle. You're not on it anymore. You're outside the circle. You're not in the circle anymore. You're off of it. So the circle that's somewhere, you're finding the line of intersection between a straight line and some other point in space. So this is the way you do it. Got a point somewhere, you got a circle, you draw a line between them that just brushes the circle somewhere. You're not in the circle. Right? So there is no ball. So like when you actually do that what do you call it? That dip angle correction, you just move back down to the you move back down to the surface, right? So you are touching it, and then you make a flat plane. And then you measure
height of observer correction. And like Indio just said to you, okay, you obviously didn't understand. Imagine you're at the top of the sphere, okay? So every part away from you is falling away from you.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're talking about height above the surface. So draw a circle on your page and then draw a tangent, a horizontal tangent line above the Earth circle. And show me where that tangent line that's horizontal above the circle intersects with the circle.
I think I've already got one of these for you in my manual. Just let me.
You have a horizontal flat line above another circle that's below it, and you think that horizontal line will intersect with that circle at any point.
Look,
in other words, it's a floating
is not
tangent.
part of the circle. It's a separate mathematical entity.
Floating tangent.
Yes, it's a separate mathematical entity. It's not the same thing. You're never
figure 11 in my manual for my. That's a figure 11 in my manual for the sextant.
No, but that's at his
man.
toes.
That's
at his toes or below his feet. And remember, we were saying from an observer height, which means you're above that ball. So draw that circle and then draw the line above the ball, like I just asked you to do. I don't know if that was difficult to understand.
Yeah,
but if you draw a circle and you draw a floating tangent, as in the tangent doesn't actually have an intersection point because it's above the surface. Remember, if you're standing at the top of the ball, every other part is falling away from you, and then you have an observer height placing the tangent off of the other circle. Like that, precisely, but horizontally, like your previous example, a horizontal line off of your sphere, and show me where that line, that tangent, intersects with your horizon.
Hang on, did you just say put a line that doesn't intersect with a circle and then show me where it does intersect with a circle?
Correct, because you're at an observer height above
do you understand?
a sphere.
Do you do that on purpose? Like nobody here thought that was a reasonable question. I don't think you just asked me to draw something.
And
that,
thank you for
in your definition. In your definition, I drew it wrong.
Providing the picture. Okay, so
and
now,
then you went,
now
can
we
you show me how this is
tangent.
different to the thing I just asked you to draw for me?
Okay.
Like
this is why
a bit weird, man. Come on, that's a bit weird.
This is why I asked you in the beginning. Do you agree that if you're on the sphere,
don't have it touching it. Oh, see how it's not touching it? Like what?
Because now you've got an observer height. Now you're not on the ball, you're above the ball. Because you've got an observer height.
Right.
Do you understand?
Or an observer standing on that ball.
Do you say right to mean right, or do you just say right to start your sentence?
No,
because right,
I won't agree with you if it's incorrect.
So if you're an observer and you're off the surface of the ground, and in all other directions away from you, it is falling away from you. Then your observer height is placing that line off of the ball. And that at every other point, the ball is now curving away from that line. What do you mean it's not?
Well,
You've
it
agreed
touches
with me
the
up until this
surface.
point.
So right, so it touches
Why?
the surface.
No. If it's
So
touching the surface, then
let me
it's like the
fuck,
eyeball.
man.
Then the eyeball
I'm
has
getting
to
really
be on the
tired.
ground. But then the eyeball has to be on the ground if
No,
it's
it
touching the
clearly
surface.
doesn't, man. It clearly doesn't. It goes from your eye, out of your eyeball, across to the last bit of the ball it can see. It goes out of your little eyeball and out of, like, have you looked at a ball lately?
Okay, so
When
look
you
at your
look at a
picture you
ball, let me
posted.
finish, man. Let me finish.
Just look at the
If
picture
you
you
look at a
posted, the first
ball,
one,
you can
of the
see the
man
edges
standing
of
on
the
the ball.
ball. That is your eyesight seeing ball, and the ball curves away from you, and then there is a point the ball starts curving back in the opposite direction behind you that's hidden from your view. Like
Eggshells.
the edges of a ball, like a
Eggshells.
beach ball or something.
Your
Why
first
wouldn't the
picture.
same be the case for a sphere? Why does suddenly now
first
looking
picture.
at a sphere invoke a
at your
bent
first picture.
line?
Look
Is
at
your
your
does
first
your
picture.
does your eyes bend when you look at round
Look
things?
at your first picture. Eggshells, you posted this. Look at your first picture and tell me, is the tangent coming out of that man's feet or out of that man's eyeballs? Like you've just presupposed that I can look out of his eyeballs and I will still hit a tangent point in the distance.
Yes.
Whereas that man on the sphere that you posted, he's at the highest point on the sphere that he can be.
Yes.
And if you lifted the tangent line up to his head,
which you don't
where his
do.
where his eyeballs would be, that's
Right,
where the
which would be the
eyeballs
wrong
sit.
thing
is
to do.
in the- No, it's where the eyeballs sit. So you would draw the tangent from the eyeball. Okay, so shrink the man down a bit. Still the same
No, I'm
point
not drawing it
applies.
anymore. I feel it was
You
just a
have
silly
to-
game last time to be like,
you have
make it
to
not
lift
intersect and
the
then look at that
tangent.
it doesn't intersect.
Okay, let's go back one step. Your first picture you posted with the little black man on like a gray ball, and there's a dip angle and a height of eye. You see the height of eye piece.
Yes.
The height of eye. Now, why are we not using the tangent at the height of the eye? If you say my eye is looking at a tangent.
Because that's what you're correcting. You may take an indirect measurement. You're doing a calculation of the measurement afterwards in order that you can put it at your feet, because that's what you're trying to figure out where your feet are. It's not going to make
So
much of
your
a difference
eyeballs
either
are
way.
at ground
It's only going to make.
your-
It's only like it's
your
what kind
eyeballs
of
are
a
at
difference
ground
is it going to
level.
make? Well, it's just going to be
a black
fail.
swan.
Look,
Black swan
essentially
wasn't
what
at
he's
ground
saying, what Solar's basically saying real simply is that line H is that tangent line that you're calling P. So you have P is nothing, okay? You just need to rotate this over a little bit so that line H is level like P, okay? And now that's that tangent line that you're drawing with your eye height to the horizon.
Yeah, that's closer to what I'm saying. What you're trying to do with a dip correction is you're getting the line H, and that will be subtly different, about 1 minute per 5 foot of height or something like that. I forget, some sort of thing like that. That it
Does
will be
the tangent
out by.
come
And
out
so
of his feet?
exactly as you just said, lunatic. As you just said, what you're trying to do is move that point at which your eyesight meets the ground, i.e. the point on the ground, exactly as you said. Really good description. I don't really need to say it again. You're turning that around till it matches with line P.
Okay, so tangent P should be at the height of eye, at the same angle that it was at when it was a tangent.
Not at height of eye.
It should be.
I don't know. Lou's got it. Lou's understanding it. Why does it need to be at height of eye? What difference would that make to the final
Because you
calculation?
don't look down. You're not ever looking down below horizontal at the horizon. You are always
That's just
looking
stating your belief.
level
That's not.
out. No,
I'm
that's
saying
what we observe in the real world.
But I'm saying
What
when
we
you're
observe in
using a
the real
sextant,
world-
what does that do to the measurement? Why does that change the measurement? Why does it matter where this tangent point is unless it matters for how you do a sextant measurement?
Don't use a sextant for a tangent.
So your complaint about this doesn't actually have to do with how sextants work. It's just
your
a
misunderstanding.
moral belief
your
about where tangents should
misunderstanding
be.
of how sextants work continually triggers me to try and elucidate that a sextant isn't used to find a tangent on the horizon. It uses the horizon to measure an elevation angle of something above said horizon.
Could it do
so
that
your
in this picture with a
misunderstanding of
curve?
how the sextant is used is what constantly makes me have to bring up this retarded point. The simple thing is
Maybe
that based
we're
on
miscommunicating with one another because I feel like I understand you. I feel like what you're saying is
Why
if
you
I
gotta
turn
finish
this
what you're
around, but
saying,
I'm
man. Like he wasn't
your
done.
picture.
Yeah,
Your
fair
picture shows a height of I that's parallel to the tangent P, that P line tangent that's touching the sphere, where the height of I just has like a little piece of line to kind of show you where the line of eyesight should be. That is where P should be. From the person's eye going horizontally outward, and it, in your imagination, intersects with the sphere at some point. Logically, they could never make the height of I line be horizontal and ever intersect with the ground, so they've dropped it down to his feet or below his feet. But your explanation
let's accept
was,
it then.
I'm taking a line of sight from the observer's eyeball to a horizon, and that line is horizontal, which is the P line at height of I. It is that simple.
Fine. Okay, so fine. I don't agree with you, but I'll happily grant it for the sake of conversation so that we can move on. Let's move it to the height of I. Let's say it's floating off the sphere. It is a tangent. What's wrong with that? It's a straight line from which we can take an angle measurement, correct?
If it's floating off of the sphere, it's never going to be a tangent to your sphere.
Sure. Does it have to be anymore? We've done the correction. We've now got the line we need. Can I do the next step with this thing? Even though you don't seem to like it, what will it do to how we use the sextant?
I don't, like, maybe you just don't get it, dude. If you're off the sphere,
honestly, I think you guys don't get it.
Like, what are you,
You
talking
should be
about?
able to.
Like, what are you talking about? Like,
Well, you
you're
should
off
be able
the
to say to me, this is going to make your measurement out because it's going to do X over Y distance. You can't just go, well, I've decided the tangent point. They've drawn it wrong in the book, the manual that comes with the sextant I've gone. The celestial navigators have got it wrong. The tangent's up here. And I say, what difference does that make? And you're not able to give me a justification for arguing about this for half an hour?
The diagram
Fine, put
is
it there.
concept,
What difference
but if
does it
you
make?
look at it from a straight mathematical point of view and forget concepts, right? What are they doing in the math? And just look at it that way.
The
There
math's
is no
super
sphere.
simple.
They're doing it from a point in space. You're going to make the argument the Earth is a point in space?
In a way.
Oh boy, and there's
As
the
much as
problem.
they are. I mean, they're bigger than us in my model, remember? Stars are bigger than Earth. When we're looking at them, they're fucking enormous. Like Polaris is a binary star.
When we look at them, they're enormous. Whoa, I mean, like, I don't know.
Let's go back to the pictures you posted.
So the position on it, if we're going to have this long discussion about how terrible it is that the tangent's there, and I need to go to bed soon, like what? Okay, fine. So tangents now.
So
the
the
eye height,
second-
it's not
Okay, so
intersecting
now-
with the sphere. What now?
So you agreed that P line that's presently touching the earth below my feet should be at height of I, and it's still
Clarify this
horizontal.
again. I'm happy to grant that for the sake of conversation. If you're asking me what I really think about it, no, I don't think that's the case, but I'm happy to grant it for the sake of conversation so we can move on.
Okay, correct. So then the next pictures that you posted shows a tangent line at a height of I off the surface of the sphere.
Mm-hmm.
And then you started to laugh because you thought that's quite ludicrous to place this tangent at height of I, which is how this is always done. It's always done with the height of the observer as a factor. So there's always a height above the sphere because you're the man at the top of the ball. And then there's a height that you are now above the surface of the ball. And every other part of the ball has to be falling away from you. You're now at the height of I, spheres below. I said, at that point, continue your example of how the tangent intersects with a horizon at a known distance along that tangent line. Where
I'm just
where does
asking you,
your
what
horizon
difference does this make?
now?
We've now
because in-
done all of this effort to correct this. Rather than now asking me questions, I'm trying to ask from you. We've
I'm
corrected it. I've
elucidating
drawn
the
a little
point.
man. I've drawn a
This
little
is
man
the
for
point.
you. Right.
This
So
is the
what difference
crescendo.
does this make? Awesome. Thank you.
This is precisely. This is the crescendo. Like I've just said to you now, where along that line that's floating off of the surface of the sphere does your tangent intersect with the sphere?
No.
Because in the
I wouldn't
real
call it a
world,
tangent anymore.
in the real world, we stand at bodies of water, we look out horizontally, and we can see the flat horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the ground. And that's at a level observer at height of eye.
You're just stating your conclusion, but you've not led me the premise to get there with you. I don't quite understand it. So we've got this straight line that's at height of eye that isn't tangent to the sphere, but due to the correction we've made, is would be parallel to a tangent right where we stood. Let's say it that way. Could I take a measurement from this line now? This corrected
Okay, so
line, this indirect
I haven't even got to the height of eye correction yet. I'm just trying to get you to understand the point.
Question. I'm just asking you a direct question, and the direct question is this: could I take an elevation measurement from that line?
So the line that you're talking about has been height of observer corrected back down to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Either way, could I take a measurement from it?
So if you look at the picture that Roger posted, it's just a little bit above your latest one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You will
Going robot-y again, and I need to go to bed.
Yeah, he's roboting. So, dude, listen. You're never taking you need a 90-degree angle. That's the point. Okay?
Red line,
the initial
diagonal red
measurement,
line pointing up toward the sun comes right.
You were roboting for ages, so we lost you.
I don't know if I should interrupt him and continue or wait for him to fix his shit. I don't know what to do.
That sucks. It's really difficult for that end too.
Is it better now?
It sounds actually better now, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds better.
Okay, yeah. So in Roger's picture that was posted at 49 minutes past, the angle, an elevation angle, is always taken from ground level or assumed to be sea level because you adjust for the height of the observer. But when you're the observer taking the angle measurement, you are taking that prior to height of observer adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
So you're taking it from height of eye, which means you are not tangential to the earth. You are taking a horizontal baseline from height of eye, which is above the sphere. And then you guys believe it still intersects with the sphere. And I simply asked you where. Along your diagram.
I don't think it still intersects with the sphere. You've gone off on a long thing. You're now strawmanning me. I asked you a really simple question, man. Maybe it was roboting when you went out to it.
Where does it intersect with your sphere?
This. I've said it doesn't. The question is this. Could I, of that corrected measurement, take an elevation measurement? Could I take an angle from that straight line? Now that it's up above the head at height of eye, why not?
You can never take it off of a curved surface. You can only take it off of a flat baseline with a height of observer correction already done.
Okay,
yes,
so hang
you
You're
can.
not taking the elevation.
Assuming
Listen, hold on. Let me just say this real quick. Nobody is taking the elevation angle off of that straight line. Nobody is taking the elevation angle off the line of sight. The elevation angle is always corrected.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
So
you take the angle,
that correction,
and then you correct it.
It's not corrected.
You don't correct it, then you take it.
It's
Back to
just
front,
a
man.
translation of the line in parallel. Like you got the line of sight, you move it parallel, you move it to a lower position. That's all you're doing.
You've got it slightly backwards. It's close, but there's no way to know. Like even if you know I'm going to make a height of eye correction of 2 arc minutes, let's say, you can't make that beforehand because what you're trying to get is the measurement. So the very first thing you do is take the measurement and then you subtract from that height of eye. So it's already in there in the measurement, but with the first subtraction you're doing is quite close to what you've been talking about, Solar. The question I'm asking is that line still straight?
So say I take a sextant here at altitude and I take an angle measurement. Then I do the height of observer adjustment and I adjust the angle that I did record from height of eye. The point being, height of eye always places the tangent off the sphere. Then you don't have a horizon. If you have a sphere and you have this tangential line at height of eye, it never intersects with a horizon, is the point.
Yeah, but
so,
I mean,
you've
regardless
moved the line, how big the sphere becomes,
but let's be clear how we got there. How we got there was you made me draw it. You changed the maths, which nobody in celestial navigation says. Nobody says you're trying to get this line that's off the thing. We clearly say we're taking it from a measurement to the horizon, and then we're correcting it. You've moved it to a place where it doesn't intersect with the sphere, and now you're going, it doesn't intersect with the sphere. It's not a meaningful debate.
Okay, place it right tangentially on the ground. That's the point that it's now touching the sphere. Where else does it interact with your sphere?
It doesn't. It just hits it at one point.
Okay, and that's the crux of the argument, is that we look out at a horizon, which is said to be the point where it's now intersecting with the sphere. And you've just told me that even if I place the tangent on the sphere, there's no other point that it can interact with the edge of the sphere.
Yeah, sure. Tangent point's only going to be tangent in one point.
It can only be a tangent at one point, and that's where you're standing as the observer. So you don't have a sphere. You don't have a horizon on a sphere. You only have a tangential point wherever you're standing if you're looking out horizontally.
So I know you keep stating the conclusion, and I kind of it's kind of stalled here. I think
not soaking in
because
yet.
I'm kind of
is it not soaking in yet?
Well, I think what would help it soak in for me. What would help it soak in for me is if you just when I ask a simple question like, "Is this line straight, or can you take a measurement from it?" That you gave a clear answer. That would help me figure out where I'm at with this. But if I feel like I often
the answer is
ask
always
really direct,
only straight lines.
Simple questions.
The answer's always only a straight line.
But that's not always the question, right? That's not always meaningful for the questions I'm asking you.
To get an angle. No. You said, can I get an angle measurement off of a straight line? Absolutely. That's what we've been trying to tell you for the last 2 hours. Is that the flat baseline, which is the straight line to which we're taking an angle measurement from. That is the point of this argument, is that you need a flat, straight line.
I'm not unaware of it. You don't need to keep repeating it. Honestly, Solar, I've heard you say it 35,000 times.
But it's
I'm very clear on what your position is. I just think it's wrong, and you haven't heard mine. Honestly, I think it is. Let me steelman your position so that you can understand it. You feel that what I don't get is that what I need is a curved baseline. I cannot take an angle measurement from a curved line. If what I'm standing on is a curved surface, then what it requires is the angle that I'm measuring, trying to get an elevation from, is from a curved baseline. You cannot do that, so it must be taken from a flat baseline.
No, I don't know whose argument you're reciting. No, that's not my position.
It's not yours? Okay, what's your position?
My position that I just repeated over and over until you told me to stop is effectively that once you're standing at the top of the sphere and you draw a horizontal tangent, there is no other point that sphere interacts with that tangential line. So
that's old. We've both agreed to that. That's not the substance of your argument, right? It's not the disagreement between us. The disagreement is whether you can get
that tangent at the height of the eye or at the observer's height, then you have 0 tangential points.
Yeah, right. But which you don't need anymore because you've taken. Right,
but in real
don't
life,
need anymore because you've already taken the tangent to make this weird measurement that you don't really do.
In real life, I can be at the top of a building and I can look out and see a horizon.
What difference does this make to the sextant measurement?
Which means that the sphere is interacting with my tangential line at eye height, which means it can't be the spherical shape You presuppose it is.
I know
Is
you
the
can
crux
keep
of the argument.
repeating your conclusion, but you're not really like what you would need to do is go, why is this straight line observation acceptable in one situation? Because I strongly feel you must understand my position by now, which is if you can create a straight line between your eyeball and the horizon in order to do a different measurement to get a distance, then you can use exactly that same measurement and not get a distance, but get an elevation angle from now. If it's not possible
I thought your
to
point
do it
was that curved lines. I thought your point was curved lines because my point is straight lines. What's your point?
Sure, my point's about straight lines as well. The sextants use straight lines.
Your point's curved lines. That you got a curve.
I'm getting tired of you telling me what my position
you could
is.
be up
It's been a bit of a long day.
I think. Well, here's the real point. You could be off the surface of anything, a pretzel, a fucking pineapple, right? You could just assume it, like you're looking at the edge of anything and measure an angle between the edge of that and anything else.
Sure.
I mean, this isn't it. Like it isn't rocket science. Like,
yeah,
because the line of sight is a straight line, but you're measuring from the line of sight. You're making no measurements other than where something appears to be in the visual angle between those two things. Doesn't mean anything. It only means that.
It does.
That simple thing, dude. That doesn't mean anything beyond that.
Well,
I see the edge of something. I see a dot in the sky. Here's the angle between them. Boom. That's it. That's the only conclusion you could draw.
Well, it helps people find tiny islands in the middle of vast expanses of ocean.
Yeah, and there's a bunch of methods to do that, as we already went over.
Yeah. So writing, why is the horizon 10 times further in the black smoke image?
There could be a bunch of reasons for that. I guess light bending a bit is one of the simplest.
So you don't have straight lines then.
See, that's a good rebuttal. That's a good rebuttal that I think more people should do because I think it's a solid rebuttal. Yeah.
So you don't have straight lines.
You think refraction's a solid rebuttal? Really?
Yeah, because it's using global logic back on you. And it's true. Sextants rely on straight lines, and refractions are a problem for that.
Literally, there's no empirical. I can confidently say that.
There's no empirical.
Don't run this, Roger.
A single drop of empirical evidence that the model of refraction used to make the claim that when we see things picked up is the reason, like light is bending through the air. That model, that physics model, there's not a single piece of evidence to support it. Not a single.
You're talking about the other kind of refraction, though. Like
I'm talking about
he was just raising refraction with a sextant. I think it's a good rebuttal.
Terrestrial refraction in the literature. If you look at it, you can pretty much see every single fucking person, scientists that say we tested this and we can't make this shit work. We have been doing it for 100 years, dude. And you can read all the documents. It's all publicly available. They take the meteorological shit, they measure that, they put it into the model, then they compare it to the survey, the observations, measuring angles, right? They don't match. They don't even remotely match.
Yeah, that's why I think it's a good rebuttal.
And there's other observations. There's other observations which show it's not happening. So because you guys think refraction just does like one thing. Why, I don't know why you guys think this. Some reason that refraction just like picks things up over the horizon and doesn't do anything else. Like we make lenses, right? And how do lenses work?
Yeah, same principle.
Lenses
I'm not even invoking anything to do with
principle to work. And there's consequences of light when it's refracted, namely dispersion.
I feel like you just ran off on one though. Like if I can just jump back a second. Roger brought up refraction. All I said was that's a good argument. I'm not arguing for or against it.
It's trash. It's a horrible argument. It's actually a horrible argument. It's always been a horrible argument. It's an ad hoc hypothesis without any experimental support. That's all it is. It's just a Hail Mary because you got nothing else.
Roger's using about my point.
But riding.
Point about the fact. Okay, let me ask you. I want to ask you a question. So I want to actually get back to the section. What is if I am 1 foot above sea level, what is the dip correction?
I think it's close to negligible. I think at 5 foot, it's 1 arc minute or something like that. And then 2 at 10 foot.
See, this is the funny thing. I looked in a set. So there's a guy on YouTube, one of you guys, right? Glober, says the correction is 1 arc minute per foot of elevation. And that puts the horizon at 0.6 miles away from the observer. And that debunks the black swan, which is odd. He thinks that black swan, the 1.23, is like QE's number or something. That's the globe prediction. So even, I'm assuming what he said is true, that he read it in a nautical manual. That debunks the globe math.
I'll check. It's in
But
my
then I
book
read
here,
the
just a
sextant
second.
manual, and the manual for the sextant said that amount, it's the horizon's going to be, what would it be?
It's a minute
I gotta do
per.
it in my
It's
head
a
real
minute
quick.
per 5 foot.
In a minute per 5 foot. Well, they had 2 degrees at 5 feet.
Oh, yeah, it's 2 degrees at 5 foot, but nobody's going to take it from below 5 foot, right? Nobody's 5 foot tall and standing
That looks like
directly
the
on the
exact
water.
document I read, at 5 feet. So 2 degrees is 120 arc minutes. So if it's in an nautical manual out there somewhere, like, y'all need to get your shit together, man.
Not
Because
2
y'all are
degrees,
living
it's
on
2 arc
different
minutes.
size spheres.
It's 2 arc
Y'all
minutes.
need to get your ball down to the right ball. You don't want to have balls of different sizes, man. You might need to see something about that.
No, it's pretty good. I think the 1 degree per nautical mile, I think, is fairly reliable, fairly robust, and creates a circumference that you can divide by pi. And you get 3956 or something as your radius. If you go nautical miles times 360 and then do the maths to turn that back into a radius, you get something pretty close to the given radius.
Well, have you ever plugged this 5 foot height dip correction into like a curve calculator and see what like it says?
No, haven't actually.
I mean, I can do it real quick, but I don't think any of these numbers match. It's just my opinion from looking at this and looking at the curve calculator gazillions of fucking times. I don't think that they match. And like I've looked at nautical charts with the distance to the horizon, and they don't match like the predictions. They're all different. Yeah. So I don't know like what that is. If you're sailing around the world thinking it's a ball, as you think, and but like if you look at the actual geometry and everything's completely different, right? Distances to the horizon, how far things are away, the angles between things, like all this stuff is completely different. Like so, but I don't understand why that is. It's like the size of the Earth changing, and I'm only bringing this up because you black swan. And the problem with the black swan is the horizon distance. So if you have a globe that you go out and you make observations and they're inconsistent, like how can you conclude that it's a globe?
Yeah, I think it's like the same thing we were saying before about indirect measurements. If you've got thousands of different things that are all pointing one way, that's what you do. You don't pick it, you don't sort of rest it on any one particular one.
There's a mismatch of the data. There's a mismatch of the data. They're not pointing one way. They're like, listen, the different, like, what is, so if the nautical almanac says the horizon is 0.6 miles away, in the globe math, right, says that the horizon is 1.23 miles away, that's a giant error. That's not a small error. And because it's such a short distance, it's even a worse error because it's such a short distance. The errors accumulate, like, the further away something's supposed to be, that's how errors accumulate because, like, it's like a lot, like, because you're using units of measure, and as you're using more of those units, any small error in any particular measurement is going to get greater as you accumulate them, right? Errors accumulate. So you're using a small distance, super small distance, I'm 1 foot above the sphere, like, and we have depending on the way you look at it, assume the 0.6 is correct, right? It's 100% error, and if you assume the 1.23 is correct, it's a 50% error. Those are giant errors. They're not small differences. They're giant differences. You'd be really pissed if your bank account had half the money that you thought was in it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
No, a couple bucks you might not be too irritated about, but half your money's gone, you're going to be, this isn't like, if they were like, oh, it's we got a model, it's almost right. You'd be mad. You still wouldn't be happy about that. This is when we talk to you about, have you investigated the globe to sufficient capacity? The globe model is rife with errors such as these. There's so many of them. It's almost boundless. Like everywhere you look, there's something like this. I don't know if anybody's looked as hard as I have, but everywhere I've ever looked, man, I'm like, you ever seen that movie Fracture with Anthony Hopkins?
Which one? Say again.
It's a movie called Fracture with Anthony Hopkins. He tells a story about how this guy is super anal retentive, where he had to work on examine eggs to see if there was any cracks, and he was such an anal retentive asshole. When he was a kid that he discarded every single egg. He was a perfectionist. I find errors like that. I find inconsistencies, discrepancies, like how my mind works. I just find anomalies, exceptions to the rule, man. I find that shit really quick. And there's so many with the globe. It's boundless. It's just, no matter what direction you look. You think that after all this time is something that they're saying, that they claim people are stupid for not believing, that you could at least look in one place where they say it's a globe and find near perfection. And
wouldn't it be
the only thing that's perfect is the propaganda. That is absolutely perfect.
Wouldn't it be a bigger discrepancy, 1 degree for 60 nautical miles on a flat surface? Wouldn't that be a very big discrepancy?
Yeah, but that doesn't actually exist. See, that's an idea that you think exists, but it doesn't actually exist in the real world. You look at how they do measurements and how they're correcting them, and the limitations of the actual observation of observing in a very small, narrow window of the sky, right? And then I was just telling it to this guy. They make an observation of a very small window of the sky. It's well known that doing astronomical observations in navigation, usually the error is about 15 miles a day. If you just take one sighting and sail, your error is going to be about 15 miles. Obviously, if you sail a long distance, you're really fucked up by the time you get to the other place.
But no, you're not. You assume those. You assume those add together. They don't. So
and
a measurement you take today is
unaffected
by a measurement you took yesterday. If you take two sites, you can know with a very high probability your position within 1 nautical mile.
But the more sites,
you can get totally off course.
One site and sail a heading 15. If you're off 15 miles in one day and you keep sailing on that heading, you're going to be off more on the next day.
You could put untrue. If you put somebody on a boat with a sextant who is a navigator and you put them on the boat in a coma and let them float around for 3 weeks and wake up, they would straight away be able to trilaterate their position. They don't need to rely on previous headings. That's useful. It's helpful. But if they could sight 3 stars or sight the sun 3 times in a day, they can absolutely trilaterate their position. It doesn't rely on yesterday's measurements. Those help, but only in making it a bit quicker and knowing where to look.
Yeah, that's a cool story, and that's what you think, dude. That they can wake up
how it's done.
And know their position. How do you verify? How do you verify that you're at the known position?
Because you can test it. We can test it with lat or long.
How do you test it?
Know your lat and long. Test it against your lat and long. Do I hit the island?
Let me give one example. Like if you see a star straight up, like you look up, you see the star. You can just get the GP of that star on the almanac. That's your GP, and you can do that on land. You can do it everywhere. It's like one example, and that you can verify it, right?
Yeah, you can even do it in Stellarium. Just go to Stellarium, take a rough eyeballing of what is straight up, and then use Bacon's app to just show that star. And what you'll see is it just draws a circle around or near your location. And the closer to 90 degrees it is, the closer the circle will be to you, and the smaller the circle will be.
Look, yeah, that's all cool stories, but too bad none of that shit's true.
That's how people navigate.
That's how people navigate. But the only way to verify your position on the ocean is to sail somewhere.
What do you think they do when they're aiming for a Polynesian island, like way out in the middle of nowhere?
You guys can try and talk over me, but I have the power to mute you, and I will shut you the fuck up if you don't let me talk. Okay. The only way to verify your position to where was I in the ocean? Okay, I'm going to say I'm here, but I don't see anything. All I see is water and the sky. This nautical almanac says I'm at X amount of degrees. Right? How do I verify that? You can't.
Well, you can do the same thing on land.
In some direction and say, well, I'm predicting I'm here. Now I'm going to take another observation. Is my prediction correct? That's not exactly correct, but it's close enough. But it says that I went kind of in the wrong direction. It must have been the currents, must have been the wind, must have been something else. Oh, so I'll sail another direction. I'm not looking at the whole sky. I'm only looking at this small portion. Then I'll sail for a little while more, and I'll do the same thing over and over and over again. Then you guys say, whoa, you can just do this and it's super accurate. It's not how it works in reality. How it works in your mind.
Where do you get
in the physical world? Where
what makes you so sure it doesn't work?
Nothing but water.
Because you're right. I've got a sextant, but I haven't taken a full sight yet. I just trust that people who work for the Navy or claim to have used a sextant to navigate did that. Why are you saying they didn't? What are you basing that on?
No. Because I've actually looked at shit. People actually test the accuracy of instruments. Do you know this?
Well, yeah, so tell me about a test for the sextant.
Okay, so I know about tests for the actual lane and tests for sextant. On average, when you take a sighting and you fucking try to go between point A and point B, right, on that sighting, the average that you're off, 15 degrees per day, or 15 miles per day. This has been the same thing since Columbus.
Hmm.
Yeah, since Columbus, and Columbus didn't have a sextant. He used an astrolabe.
What, he was off 15 additionally
on the accuracy of Columbus's method of sailing to the Americas. You know, Columbus was lost. He ran into the Americas.
He sounded like he was a pretty poor navigator. The little bits I know about it.
All I'm saying is they know, like, from what he did, they know because he wrote it all down. So they tried to, take his route, right? They found out that he was off on average 15 miles a day, and that he probably used other cues to find land. Namely, that's why I mentioned it earlier, seabirds. When you start seeing seabirds, you know you're not in the way deep in the ocean. You know you're closer to land, right?
So because Christopher Columbus was out by 15, which is like slightly out but not terrible for celestial navigation, it therefore doesn't work.
It's in pragmatism. Like, no one said it doesn't work. It does work for practical purposes. Whether you think it's measuring a globe or not is another question.
But I just don't think they've looked into it.
Try to conflate things and fucking use the logical fallacy called appeal to utility or appeal to pragmatism. Yeah, lots of things work. Condoms work. They're not great for making a family. Okay?
Yeah, but if it works for practical purposes on assuming a globe, does that work? Does that work assuming different geometries for Earth? And I don't think that's the case. Like, if you apply the same thing that is being done onto any other geometry, I think you'll get less of an accurate position. You'll be more off if you pick a different geometry.
Yeah, but you can think what you want. That doesn't really matter. You can believe
whatever. But do you have any points on that? Like, do you think there's any geometry that can work besides the globe?
There's other civilizations other than Westerners that navigated the oceans with incredible accuracy, and they thought the Earth was flat. They used a different technique. They didn't have Polaris. They didn't have magnetic compasses. They didn't have a globe idea in their head. They didn't have sextants. They didn't have any of these tools.
What is the method you said?
I'll post actually a link to it's a fucking paper, dude.
Sure, but I mean, the sextant working on a globe doesn't imply that there's no other accurate way to navigate. The fact that the sextant can be used to give you a position is what it's. I think it's relevant because it's using globe math to do so, right? And it's very hard to.
See, that's another mistake you guys make because it assumes that you're at a point in space. That's what it does. You're at a point making an observation. And the angle between two things is a rotation. Mathematically, I'm talking about. When you do the math, all it is a rotation. You're at a point and you're rotating the lines in space. That's all you're doing. It doesn't assume any surface.
It does when it's using.
You can project across one of these points when you're assumed radius, right, and say I'm here and there. But that doesn't mean anything. Like
Yeah, but you need the surface to do the trilateration, because if you know the distance you are from two known points, and you want to know your position, then sure. But that's what I'm saying. You can say that's wrong or that's assumed, but that's still assuming globe math, which is your contention, like, right? Isn't that what you're putting in contention, that it's using globe math?
What do you mean? What my point of contention? My point of my contention is at that the practical uses of this stuff is not measurement of a globe, because of you are saying things are more accurate than they actually are. There is lots of fudging. Saying things, there's a linear relationship between the stars and our motion across the surface of the Earth. No, it's not how it works. It's not how it's actually done. That's not what is actually happening. You're looking at a small portion of the sky. You're assuming, right? You're assuming.
What do you mean small portion?
That tells you, that if you see the Polaris at 45 degrees above the horizon, then you're on 45 latitude. Yeah, that's a cool story, but dude, you haven't done any measurements of the surface of the Earth, okay? You've looked at the sky and says, how does the sky change when I move around? That's all you've done.
Sure.
But you also ignored half the sky and said,
sure, but
I'm going to ignore half the sky and pretend that doesn't exist. And I'm going to look at this half. If I assume this half and I'm on a ball, then yeah, it works. But if I assume the other half, I might be on a flat Earth. So I'm not gonna do that.
But that would not produce the same observation, would it?
Why don't you make observations below 40 degrees?
No, I'm saying.
Why don't you make celestial observations below 40 degrees?
Why do I make celestial navigation? What?
Celestial navigation makes no observations below 40 degrees. Why is that?
Below 40 degrees?
Below 40, I'm talking about elevation angle, right?
Sure. So
you got the horizon up to 40 degrees. Astronomers, they don't make any observations in there. Only from that point up, right? From 40 degrees, depends on, each profession is different, right?
Where did you get it from?
And there's the other way. So you can measure up from the horizon or down from zenith, right? So if you go from the horizon and you go up to, I think, was it down from the top? Now I'm confusing myself.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this is restriction of 40 degrees. I think I've seen people using 30.
Horizon to 40 degrees up. They don't do any observations there. Why? Because they say, it's inaccurate if you look there.
Where's this information? Where'd you get it from? Because I never heard of it.
The first place I read it was Understanding Astronomical Refraction by Andrew Thomas Young.
Sure. Can you link that?
I mean, you could just Google it, but yeah, I guess I'll link it.
All right.
It's a fairly published paper, and he goes over
what terrestrial refraction say?
What? Say that again.
What's the title? Understanding what?
Understanding Astronomical Refraction.
All right.
He presents a bunch of models.
Sure. Does he claim that
don't have a linear relationship with the sky? So even in your model, when you say that the sky, the elevation of stars have a linear relationship with the movement of you across the surface of the Earth, even that statement's not true. That statement's not true in your model.
Why?
I just told you why. Because you make the observations in that limited part of the sky because you say refraction changes the positions of stars.
Mm-hmm. And why is that not part of the model?
Because if it changes the positions of the stars exponentially, right? It's not a linear, it's exponential. Yeah, so you have from zenith going down to the horizon. That's an exponential function. That's not a linear function.
No, it's not an exponential function.
The math says it is. The refraction model that you guys claim to fucking exists half the time when we see too far, right? Says that refraction is an exponential function.
No. What do you mean? No.
Understanding
the position. Wait. The relation between the angle and the distance, if you take into account refraction, is not going to be exactly linear, but that's not going to be exponential.
According to the mathematics.
Okay, can you get the formula? Let me see if that looks like an exponential formula.
You know that if you see a star on the horizon, that the model says that star is actually under the horizon. You know that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, so you know that. So what do you mean that's not slightly off, dude? It's under the horizon
I
by
didn't say it's slightly off. I'm saying that's not exponential.
diameters. It's under the horizon.
I'm saying that's not an exponential.
It is exponential, but it's an exponential function. Dude, it is. It's an dude. I don't make me pull it up and show you the fucking graph, dude. Like seriously.
Exponential sounds like it's bending more and more.
That's right.
And it's a specific rate, and on like it's
So the exponential
X,
it's
a constant.
where it just like takes off and does just basically a hockey stick. 88 degrees being zenith distance. So zenith distance is 0 is zenith, right? And it's the angle from zenith. So 88 degrees would be 2 degrees above the horizon.
Mm-hmm.
So they say even at, according to the model of refraction, even at zenith, according to them, there's refraction. Even at zenith. This is according to you guys' model. Like
at zenith, what do you mean? Like
models. Like
at zenith, the refraction. Well, but that just doesn't make sense. At zenith, it would be refracted towards which direction?
Pardon me?
Okay, so if I'm seeing a star at zenith, right, you're saying there's the position is actually changed by refraction. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Even if it's at zenith?
By 0.01 degrees. And this is also in the astronomical tables.
Oh, sure. If it's 0.1 degrees. Well, I'm saying if it's exactly zenith, right? If it's exactly zenith, we there's no correction you can make for refraction, right?
There's no correction you can make because it's not measurable with the instrument you're using, right? But it's still there. But the thing is, as they get further and further away from, like, listen, you have
position
and an apparent position. This is how it works: true position, apparent position, right? So you have the true position at zenith. The true position from the apparent position is a difference of 0.01 degrees. As you go from zenith down to the horizon, that difference between the true and apparent increases. And as closer you get to the horizon, that becomes an exponential function. This is why they only make it up between 40 degrees and below. The globe excuse is that, we live on a ball, and that must be an error because of bendy light, right? But then you guys
one second.
We make the observation of as we move around, it's like a perfect dome over us, and as we move around, it's a perfect linear relationship. That is not.
No one's claiming it's perfectly linear, but it's very close to. And that exponential term of the formula would be a very small constant. So it would be the exponential of the angle times a very small number, because it's mostly still linear. Like if you look at the chart, if you plot the function and look at it, that would still look very much like a line. It would be a little bit curved in the very end, but it would still look like a line. So that's why would that be a problem for the globe? That needs to be the case for the globe.
Obviously, it's a problem.
I feel like you guys are talking past each other. India, can I clarify for Bacon? I talk to Bacon a lot, and I understand that he's going to be very hard-headed about this. India, are you saying that there are effectively that they approach it in two ways? In that there's a linear function above 40 degrees and then an exponential function below 40 degrees?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's basically flat. Like the curve is basically flat till you get to 40 degrees, and then it starts to hockey stick.
Perfect. Okay, so I've understood that. Bacon, when you say that it's a linear relationship at certain points, you're not said, and that's why I think that you guys are like talking past each other.
Okay, what needs to be addressed?
His argument the argument I hear is that it's insignificant. It's so insignificant that
it's not insignificant.
It's enough they don't make observations below that.
No, that's not my claim. My claim wasn't that it's insignificant. And I don't think it's true that no one makes observations below 40 degrees.
That is a suggestion. And I can give you a link to somebody that teaches celestial navigation for a living.
Right, sure. So, please do that. Let me take a look.
It's a video. It's like a 2-hour long video on celestial. It's a whole course on celestial navigation. I mean, it's not like something you're gonna like watch right now.
Yeah, but I'm gonna watch later. That'll be good information, I think. So if you can link that, I'll watch it at some point.
Okay, hold on. I mean, yeah. The point is this: is that there is no linear relationship. So a linear relationship is if you cherry pick your data. Period.
Yeah, but it's very close to linear.
Who cares?
Well, whoever is navigating.
Think about this. Just think about this, okay? You have a fudge here, a fudge here, a fudge here, a fudge here, a fudge here. Where you're making a measurement, but the measurement is so imprecise, and then you're taking a bunch of very imprecise measurements, and you're using other things other than these imprecise measurements. You use a bunch of accumulated knowledge, not just this sextant, to traverse from point A to point B, right? And you're using mathematics that use a bunch of different methods and don't even presuppose a globe. And
they do.
They don't. They don't, man.
Okay, have you ever done a position fixing?
A point in space, dude. There's no arguing this. It's the same as in astronomy. They say the stars are an infinite distance away, so we assume that the Earth is a point in space. The origin of coordinates is the exact term. They say the Earth is the origin of coordinates. That means Earth is the 0x, 0y.
Yeah, the center of the Earth. And in 0z as well. That's where for example, if you get the raw data of GPS, you can get a XYZ that the 0 would be at the center of the Earth. Sure. But when if you're not just only using points, but you're also using distances between those points, that tells you about the geometry of that surface. And the way we are using it, the way we're calculating it, implies a sphere. You can say that's it's not a sphere because we're using imprecise measurements, but the whole position fixing is still sphere based.
What are you talking about? No, it isn't. What are you talking about?
Have you ever done it about position fixing? You know how position fixing is done.
Listen, the sphere is not the Earth. The sphere is the celestial sphere, and it's your orientation relative to the celestial sphere. You get that?
No,
right?
Actually, no. Actually, no. That's we're not.
What are you talking about?
We're not trying to. One second. We're not trying to find our position in the celestial sphere because you can use 3 different sites that were took in different times. So in those 3 different times, the celestial sphere would be in a different position. But you're trying to get your Earth coordinates. So that's the sphere you're trying to find your position on Earth, not on the sky. The sky is just the star's coordinates that keep changing. That's not what.
Look, I don't think you understand what's going on. You have the celestial sphere. Mm-hmm. The celestial sphere is in motion, right? It moves. So we have our time coordinates. Where is my orientation against versus the celestial sphere? Movement, so-called translation across the surface of the sphere, and the motion of the sphere, so-called rotation. It's just 2 rotations, right? From the center, from a point. This is what's happening mathematically, right? So you got 2 lines that go out from the center of a point, and then we push those lines into a direction, right? But that direction is changing, so with time, right? So where something is actually. You don't even have to assume anything about a sphere. It has nothing to do with the surface of a sphere.
It does when you're doing position fixing.
After the fact, ex post facto, we've said, look, when I see these stars in this position, I'm going to say this spot of ground is 42, 52, whatever latitude, longitude. We've done this by convention. And if you look at the International Terrestrial Reference System, they admit this, that latitude and longitude are determined by convention, and the UK Ordnance Survey says it is a myth that latitude and longitude are points on the ground. Your own shit says this.
Sure, yeah, they're not physical points on the ground, but it's not. Wait.
Not precise points.
But when you're trying to
geodetic surveying results don't match astrogeodetic results. They've known this since the 1400s.
Okay, but when you're getting your position using celestial navigation, you're not going to get your coordinates on the celestial sphere because that coordinate you get is not time dependent. So if I make, if I do celestial navigation right now, I'm going to get my position on Earth. I'm gonna get a value. If I do in the next hour, I'm gonna get more or less the same value. It doesn't matter when I do it. I'm always gonna get more or less the same value if I'm on the same position on Earth. So that's not giving you your celestial position. It's giving you your position on Earth. Whether or not latitude and longitude are actual physical points, which is not the case, I agree with you. They're not physical points. But it's about the position on Earth. It's not about your position on the sky. Like if I ask you what's the coordinate of your house, you don't ask me, well, to what hour.
Am I measuring anything about the Earth when I look at the sky?
Depend on what you're doing.
Okay. So there's a coordinate system in the sky. We make measurements of it. The sky looks a certain way at one time. It looks a certain way at another time. Right?
Mm-hmm.
We know from use, practice, blah, 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 that if I'm standing in one place, New York City, the sky's going to look like it this at this time. The sky like this going to look like this at the next time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So we are making measurements of the sky. The coordinate system is in the sky. Just because we've, right, you could actually do it the other way around. We could have the ground changing in the stars fixed, right? And we could reverse the entire coordinate system, but that would really suck.
Yeah, but your position, the coordinates of the coordinates.
We could actually reverse the coordinate system, and we could have the ground coordinates changing constantly in the sky coordinates fixed.
Yeah, you can do that.
Yeah, and what good would that
be? But when you're, yes, when you're doing, it doesn't matter. You can do both. It would still have to assume a sphere when you're doing celestial navigation, because when you're comparing the distance between the measured and the expected, the correction you use is a correction for spherical distances, right? That will not translate to a flat surface.
Look, you act like you're making. Listen,
okay, let me give you an example.
Like a flat surface, you have no evidence for that.
No, if you have any mapping of points on the surface of a sphere, and you translate them into points on a flat surface, the distance between those positions are no longer the same. They will change. Some of them might get preserved.
Do you think that that's what they're doing with the globe model? Is that what you think? What they're doing with the globe is that? It's
no. Let me finish the point then. What they're doing in celestial navigation is that they're using distances over the surface, and they're not doing that in a way that is consistent to any other shape of the Earth that is not a sphere. So how are they not using globe math?
I'm having a problem really understanding what you're saying.
Yeah, I think his whole shtick is that nautical miles only work on a globe. That is what he thinks globe math is.
No.
No.
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but to me,
just made the argument that a globe projection doesn't work when a spherical surface doesn't work when projected onto a flat surface. Yeah, no shit, we know that. Who cares?
But that's not the point I'm making.
It has nothing to do with that. So, what the fuck are you talking about?
That wasn't my whole point. That was just my first sentence.
Like the distances are different. So what?
That's not my point. I'm not saying distance is different point, and I said nothing else. No, I kept that. That was just my first sentence. That was not the argument. The argument is
connect the first sentence to the second sentence.
Right. The argument is when you're doing position fixing, when you're trying to work out your position, you want to correct for those distances. And the way they correct for those distances is using distances on a sphere. Right? They're using globe math. And that's not the distance on the sky, that's distance on Earth that they're using.
Okay.
So those coordinates.
Yeah, but what is globe math? Right?
No,
because you're arguing. He's arguing against.
You're wrong.
So he's arguing against celestial navigation. I don't get it.
No. I'm completely.
What is then the globe math? What is then the globe math to you when using celestial navigation? What is it that you are trying to say? We use globe math. Specify.
Yeah, Yeah, when they're getting their distance to star based on the azimuthal angle, and when they are doing the position fixing using the calculated distance of the star, which they use either the Haversine formula or they use tables to make a quicker way to get that. It doesn't rely on calculators.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Instead of a radius of 3959, say they thought they just decided tomorrow the radius now is 20,000 miles. How does celestial navigation change?
It wouldn't. But it would still be a sphere. Yeah, but
over.
I'm not arguing for the radius. I'm arguing for the shape. Yeah, if you get a cube with the same diameter, that wouldn't work. If you get a pyramid with the same diameter, that wouldn't work. If you get a sphere with a different diameter, that would still work. Because the diameter isn't what makes it work. It's the math.
You won't actually have a measurement of distance. That is the
I agree.
The fact that you change to a radius of any size says that you're not measuring the surface of anything.
But the distance doesn't have to be right. It has to be proportionally. It has to be proportional against the other positions you're changing. So, for example, let me give you an example. Let me give you an example.
Proportionality, dude, I understand it. I understand what you're saying. Because of the proportions, the relationship between the sky and how we travel around, that proportionality, that linear relationship is holding. Predetermined.
That's not about that.
Exists.
That's not actually what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so if you're taking 3 sides to 3 stars and you're measuring the same elevation angle for the 3 of them, and it doesn't matter the actual distance. It matters that you're measuring the same distance between all of them. So if you try to map those GPs to a different shape that is not a sphere, they're not going to be the same distance to you anymore. So it's not about the scale of how far they are. It's about how those distances compare to each other. And depending on how much they compare to each other, you can get your position on Earth. And if the Earth was a different shape, that method wouldn't work.
So I have an idea. Get 3 boats. Right? Get 3 boats, go out in the middle of the ocean, take sightings of 3 stars at the same elevation angles, and then sail off until you're under all 3 of them, and then figure out how far you went. How about do that?
Well, that sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah. Well, fuck it, dude. We'll just use our imagination instead. You guys say a lot of things exist. I don't get it. You guys say all this stuff exists, but you basically have to ignore every anomaly. You have to cherry pick data. You have to use confirmation bias. You have to do all these things, right? You ignore the errors of the fact you have to do innumerable course corrections. Innumerable. How many, if I sailed from, say, New York City to Australia, how many course corrections do you think I would have to make in that time? Thousands.
Sure, but every
those course corrections, right? That I'm actually somehow measuring the surface of the Earth and somehow
they don't add up.
Use this assumption that the Earth is a sphere. I got there, but if I assumed it was something else, I would have sailed into the abyss. That's nonsense, dude. It's just utter nonsense. This navigation is just good enough for practical purposes. It has a small amount of precision. It's precise.
How is that?
To get you where you want to go to probably within 1 degree. I mean, seriously, it's that bad.
No, you can get your position. Okay, well, one second.
It's taken sometimes to cross the Pacific Ocean. One time it takes one amount of time, and one time it takes the other some fucking vastly 50% longer, even though they supposedly went, according to celestial navigation, the exact same way.
Okay, let me ask you something. Mention about your point of making thousands of course corrections. Yeah. So if I did one position fixing, now I'm doing the next one. How am I using the last one in the current one?
You're not.
Okay, so they're independent, right? Actually, you are, because you usually start with the guess position to save work.
I mean, technically they use rum lines and all that shit. So it's more complicated than just even the complications even more complicated than that in actual practice.
Okay, but they use
like they're using a bunch of navigators on a ship. There's only a couple. There's like one guy, and you got to really hope that he's really good. And they call it more of an art than a science. This isn't my words. Like, this is what people that do this shit say. That this is not like this is. It takes skill to do this. It's not like anybody can pick up a sextant, look in the almanac, and sail across the ocean and live. Like, it's not really working that way. It's that they have to use lots of different, like, what would you call it? Lots of different data points, right, through the whole experience of the journey to get to where they want to go. And it's been this way for a long time, even in light of what you think GPS satellites and every other thing.
Okay, let me try to understand your point. Like, what exactly is your
on the ocean that should just sail between America and fucking China with with goods on them? Like, why even have fucking people going across the ocean? We could just automate all this shit.
Yeah, like GPS. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, like GPS.
Celestial navigation.
You could actually have a fucking computer look at the sky and figure out where you are on Earth. You wouldn't even need a person.
Actually, that's much more difficult. It's very hard to get the.
And this is one of
you're both swinging.
Want to hear something funny? One of the first things I looked up when I started investigating this topic was exactly that. A computer system that they were going to put on planes that would tell them where they are on Earth by, like, it would take the sightings of like 7 different stars. And if they assumed a flat Earth, it was the most accurate. Yeah, dude.
Can you link me that?
Oh, dude, this is almost like 4 years ago. I'd have to find it. I might be able to find it, and if I do, I'll send it to you.
Because I really doubt that.
They used 3 different methods. They used 3 different methods of calculating the angles between the stars. And the one that was the most accurate with the least error was assuming a flat Earth. I shit you not.
Yeah, I want to see that. I really doubt that that's the case. But I'm still trying to understand. I'm just still trying to understand your point about we having to make.
Very hard to do rotations in computers, as you should see from 3D graphics.
Sorry?
It's hard to do rotations, mathematical rotations. In computer graphics, if you want to do rotations of objects, right? Well, because you have to model this mathematically, right? So you're modeling rotations. You're modeling the rotation of the celestial, you're modeling rotation of the Earth, right?
One second. How is it exactly hard to make rotations on
Because
with graphics?
There's several different ways. You can use matrix mathematics. You can use Euler angles, right? You can use quaternions.
Yeah, they use but the quaternions. Wait. The quaternions are used to generate matrices. So even if you're using matrices, you still can use quaternions.
Yeah, but there's in certain situations there are issues, right? That it doesn't work exactly.
Yeah, but having multiple ways of doing something doesn't mean that's hard.
Now,
I mean,
we're talking about now, in the 1970s, right? So this paper is from like the 70s.
Sure.
At that time in the 70s, we didn't have the compute power we have now. We could do it now because we have graphics cards that that can do these types of operations, parallel operations like crazy, right? These are matrix mathematics and vectors. This is what they're designed for.
But any other rotation method is going to rely on the same mathematics, not exactly the same formulas, but you're also going to need same trigonometrical functions. And after that, you only need adding and multiplying. There's nothing more complicated than that. Even if you're using, let's say, matrices, because you can get a rotation matrices from Euler's rotation, let's say. That's just some trig functions, and you get a matrix. Okay. And multiplying matrices, there is nothing that requires today's technology to do. Okay. It's just multiplying and adding. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's awesome, dude. But if you're on a fucking airplane and the computer's computing it, yeah, theoretically, given enough time, it can actually do that. Yes. And theoretically, the people on the airplane could do it by hand. And theoretically, somebody could use a slide rule and another person could use a calculator. Yeah, it can be done. I didn't say it was impossible, but it needs to be done in a timely fashion. So the best way to do it that they found using the system that they wanted to use, the most accurate from what they were observing, because they would use the computer system and test it and say, okay, this is what we fed into the machine. This is what the machine spits out. What's the most accurate? but they're also trying to balance it against what can actually be done. So obviously, because rig functions are actually an infinite series, you have to truncate at some point. That truncation leads to errors, right? Plus small angles lead to errors. Errors are introduced into the system. You have errors in the floating point. So like you're looking for some level of precision, right?
Sure.
So okay, so you just brush these off like they don't matter.
No, I'm not. No. I'm never.
Computer
One second. The error of floating points when applying to coordinates, let's say, it's a centimeter. If you get the smallest difference between two coordinates and translate that into distance, that's like less than a centimeter, and that's a floating point, which is the less precise.
That's
no. Yeah, no. Now we use doubles. Now it's way less. But that's how it used to be. Sorry?
What do you think they were using in 1977?
Floating points.
How many
bits? How many bits of precision wasn't they using? When they were dealing with floats, weren't they using 32 bits of precision?
The 32-bit computer came out like in 1980s.
But it's not about the computer. It's about it's about the. Yeah, but the 32-bit processors is not referring to the calculations. It's referring to how memory is addressed and what the size of the instructions. It's not about the size of floating points. You can have 60-bit computers doing 32 bits multiplication between floating points. So it's not about the computers being 32 bits. It's about the operation between floating points.
Listen, they typically would not design the software to use numbers larger than the addressable space. Okay? You're obviously young, so I'm older than you. This is just how it was done back then. You had your addressable memory space, 32-bit. People didn't typically use precisions larger than the addressable memory space because of bugs in the code, basically.
What do you mean?
Okay, so you have to have addressable memory space, right? So you have a number, right?
Sure.
Right? So you have to put it like you have like, okay, I can address. Oh God, I can't believe we're going to talk about this. So you have a 32-bit address, right? And that any particular operation can address. If I want to do more precision than that 32-bit address, I got to break that up.
No, but that's the memory address. It has nothing to do with the precision of the number. You can use bigger numbers. The addressing isn't tied to the size of the number.
Okay, so data stored in the computer memory has to go into the processor and back into memory, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. The addressing of the memory is where the error is stored, right? So that's why they went, dude. Like seriously.
No, the address of the memory just tells you how many bytes you can address. So if you have a memory of 32 bits, that gives you an amount of addresses you can address bytes. It tells you nothing about floating points because when you're loading things from memory, you're not tied to only 32 bits of memory coming to the CPU. You can get you can get much more than that. It's just gonna come one by one, but you can read more from the memory than just 32 bits. So you can use more than one word of the CPU to store a number. So that what you're saying is it just doesn't follow.
Look, maybe I'm not explaining it right, which I'm probably not.
Oh, I think we were very far from what we were speaking before, which was celestial navigation.
I'm trying to dig up my memory, like. No, never mind. Let's go back to the other thing because I end up talking about like assembly language shit, and I don't really want to get into that. Anyway,
Sure.
I don't know how much you know about assembly language, so I'm like old school. So like, we're talking about like memories from like 30 years ago. My brain synapses, I don't think are ready for that right now.
All right.
I haven't had to deal with that level of hardware level bullshit in a long time, so it's not fresh in my memory. But there was a reason that we didn't use memory space memory space on the larger than the floating point error. I know that like there's ways around that. We knew that back then, but there's a reason for it, and I just can't remember the reason off the top of my head.
Okay. So going back to
the whole point, like, yeah. So let's get back to the subject because this is all fucking nebulous bullshit. The point is that there's a lot of imprecision in what you're saying. Only works on a sphere. I don't think real world observation says that it's a sphere because you don't really know what you're doing, right? You don't really know what you're doing. There's a lot of variables which confounds what is actually happening, and that you can make up a mathematical model that quote unquote works, but we can make lots of mathematicals that quote unquote work and come to any conclusion we want.
Yeah, but I agree that if you have a flat surface that produces the exact same observation of the sky as our model do, then yes, it will work on a flat surface.
Let me give you this idea.
But my point.
Well, I'm going to ask you a question. This is related. Now, if I was underwater and I could see the sky, which you can see the sky from underwater. Did you know that? That you can actually see the horizon from underwater. There's something called Snell's window. You can see everything on the surface if you're underwater.
The horizon?
Underwater, yeah, you can see the horizon from underwater. Yeah, it's amazing.
Well, because usually if you try to look up from the water, it gets pretty reflective. It gets pretty reflective and narrow angles because the refraction just reflects the light back to water. So
yeah, right.
How exactly can you see the horizon?
Okay, so the point is if I was under the water and I did celestial navigation, what would the surface of the Earth be?
Well, you would need different correction for the star's position, but then it would be the same.
You think you'd still get a sphere?
Sure.
No, I think that's hilarious.
Again, if you adjust the correction for refraction, you would get the same thing.
Okay. That's hilarious. I mean, there's no reason to think that.
Okay, so let me give an example. We're below water.
This is what your correction has to be, right? So you have a ball on top of a ball, and then the correction's going to be Snell's law, two flat interfaces touching each other.
You don't have to use Snell's law.
This correction, and you think that you're going to come out with the idea that the Earth's a sphere. Like, you're nuts.
No, the thing is, if you have positions below the water, and they're unique, so you don't have ambiguity of positions. Like, so if I give you a latitude and longitude, there's no chance you're going to get to the wrong spot and still read that as a position. So it really makes positions unique. So it identifies all positions. And if you go below the water and you have a correction that will give the same angles as you get above the water, then that would change nothing about the shape of the Earth. You're
not going to have the same angles.
Translate exactly. Well, if you're correcting, what I'm saying is if you can correct for the angles to give the same value you would give outside of the water, that correction is all you have to do. And if you can do that correction precise enough, you can then get exact same results on the surface. Right?
No. Okay, because I'm going to tell you why not. Because you have like these interfaces, right? So one interface is flat, the interface, but from the flat part to the other part is two curved interfaces, right?
What do you mean?
So you got the surface of the Earth, which is curved, right? But the boundary between the water and underwater is flat.
It's pretty close to flat.
You have the sky, which is curved, right? So you have this change. You can reverse these. I'm talking about the boundaries. Each of these boundaries is where you're making the correction in the angle of the light, right? Because that's what we're measuring, right? We're measuring the angle of the light relative to somebody on the surface of the Earth.
Wait, no, the refraction of
the angle of the light to someone in the Earth and your orientation relative to it. And the light's coming in from
one second.
The way these angles are going to change. And you're going to make all these assumptions about how these lights are changing in your position.
No, it's not assumptions. You can get... Because you can go inside the water and see how the angles are changing. It's not an assumption. It's something you can test before you you have your calculation done. Like, before you have your formula for correcting the angle inside of the water, you have to test it. And when you test it and that's giving you consistent results, then you say, now I have a formula that can correct for stars positions from inside the water. And when you have that formula, that's going to translate to water. So that's not going to give you a different position. It would still work the same.
All you have, so what you've made now is you have a mathematical model, right? That says what? That's all you have. You have a mathematical model that makes predictions. Now,
Yeah,
what
but
if the
what you're asking?
mathematical model assumes 5-dimensional space and it makes
So
predictions?
you're agreeing that I can't have that working, right?
No, I'm not, because you could actually have it reversed. You could have two flat planes, and then like you could be looking out of two adjacent curved surfaces, right, on two flat planes, and it would look the same. That's the thing is, you can't tell the geometry from the light.
Well, we're not. The thing is,
yeah, because that's the
my
whole
claim.
point. Is that the Earth's a ball. That's the point, right? You're
Well,
trying to
actually,
infer
no,
the
that's not
geometry
even
from
that.
the light. That's what you're
My
trying
point,
to do.
My
Infer the
point
geometry
is
from
just
the light.
that. The point is just that.
Seriously, admit that. You're trying to infer geometry from the lights in the sky, right? Of what you're standing on. Is that not what you're trying to do? You're trying to infer the geometry of the Earth, its shape, from the lights in the sky and how they are observed.
I'm not. I'm explaining to you why that's inferred and why that's used on celestial navigation, and you were objecting to that.
I don't care why it's inferred. Like, listen, all I know is it's an inference in that it doesn't actually prove anything, and whether
But that's not my point.
Mathematically, it's not a sphere, mathematically, and I already demonstrated that because you can just reverse the coordinate system.
What do you mean?
You can have the latitude and longitude on the ground change and everything in the sky being fixed.
Yeah, but it would still require a spherical surface.
You just keep saying that, but that's not true.
What you're saying, moving one and fixing the other, isn't about changing the shape. It's about changing the motion. It's about the relative motion. So if the Earth is spinning and the sky is fixed, or the sky is spinning and the Earth is fixed, of course that will not change celestial navigation. The math will be the exact same. But that scenario is not proposing any difference in the shape. That scenario is posing a difference in the movement, which is not a claim made by celestial navigation. And when you claimed that it is not globe math, that's what I'm trying to demonstrate. I'm not trying to demonstrate this proves the globe. What I'm trying to demonstrate is that the way you get your position, the way you do trilateration, is globe-based. It assumes a globe to do so. It might be not a globe, but you're right. If light behaves in a very weird way and produces the same observation on a flat surface, it would still work on a flat surface. But that's not what the calculation that is being used is assuming. It's assuming sphere. That's my point.
I just think it's funny, man. You say these things like that they use trilateration and they get these points and that there's some linear relationship between all this stuff. That shit's not true. And you just keep saying it as if it is.
Well, I actually didn't keep saying it. I agreed with you that that's not exactly linear. It's just close to linear, and that's corrected for. So we have the correction.
It's not corrected for. That's a mischaracterization. It's not corrected for. It's ignored.
No, it's not ignored.
It's a partial observation.
It's not
data
ignored
which is inconvenient. No, data which is inconvenient for a non-globe surface is discarded as inaccurate.
No, we can't.
The elevation angles, right? The elevation angles. That data is considered inaccurate. But listen, if there was a difference, okay, flat Earth versus globe Earth, where would the difference in elevation angles of stars be observed? Where depending on where you look, where would the greatest difference be?
That depends on what map you have of the flat Earth.
Dude, no, seriously, you know this. Where would the greatest difference be?
If you're assuming a map, for example, it will be in the certain.
It's a flat surface. I'm looking at the sky. The sky is flat. I'm looking at stars, and I want to determine am I a flat surface or the globe? Where, if I compare what it looks like on a globe versus what it looks like on a flat surface, where in the sky do I look to find the greatest difference? The horizon.
That depends.
The horizon, and you know it. The horizon
No,
is
actually,
where the
I'm
greatest
not getting your
linear
question.
difference would be, right? So Polaris in the sky, the angles stop matching greatly, right, at the horizon from what the globe predicts, because the globe predicts a constant linear relationship all the way to the horizon. And a flat Earth predicts a non-linear relationship all the way to the horizon to change an angle. Where do we actually observe the greatest difference?
But let's talk about that.
From the
Let's talk
globe is
about
at
that.
the horizon, and you know
Let's
it.
talk about that. You just made you just claim what's the prediction for a flat surface, and you said it's non-linear. Sure, but the function that it gives you is much more different than what we measure than the difference to a linear one. The one we measure compared to a linear one is way closer than the one that we measure compared to the trigonometrical one on a flat surface. So if you had a flat surface and you try to get a function to describe the angle to the distance, that would be a tangent function, or the inverse of a tangent function, and that's way more discrepant to the measure.
That's dishonest. What you just said is completely dishonest.
What? That's just what you said.
No. Listen, you just said what we observe, right, would be more. What we observe is closer to what the globe is than what the flat Earth is, and that's just crazy.
No. I'm saying that the function.
The function, the mathematical function.
The globe would predict a linear function if we have no atmosphere. If we have atmosphere, it would not be linear. It would be closer to what we observe. And you're saying that doesn't match. And on a flat surface, you said it would also be non-linear. Sure, it would also be non-linear, but the function given by a flat surface would be much more different than a line than the one you get from the Earth with refraction. You get a tangent function. That's just way more different than a line than whatever function we use. That's my point.
Well, listen, why don't we just say the Earth is flat, and then we'll make up like bending in a certain way that makes it just look that way.
Yeah, good luck.
Well, good luck. I mean, that's pretty much what you did. Not
of
you,
course not.
Not you personally, but you know what I'm saying. That's what the globe has done.
Actually, no.
Ignore from here to there because that doesn't match the model, right? Ignore this part. In that whatever refraction we need to work is what's happening.
I don't think that's the case.
It's
consistent. No. It's consistent because the refraction you get on the globe is the same to every direction. So if you look north, if you look west, if you look east, you get the same refraction.
That's not
you get
true.
stars
listen, stop that. That shit is not being measured, and you know it.
No, I'm talking about the correction. The correction you get is the same for every direction, right?
They don't do the observation. You stop saying the correction. They don't do the observation. Look, you're credit for a non-English speaker. You're pretty slick, but they're not doing a correction. You mischaracterize it. They're ignoring it. That's a difference. A correction is when you make the observation, then you add some mathematics to it and to try and fix it. They're not doing that. They're not saying, yes, we have this model that works. Let's fix it. They're not doing that. They're saying, ignore this part because we can't fix it. Because we can't fix it.
Okay, so
right?
Wait. Let me
tell me what I said was wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be characterizing what I'm trying to say correctly. So let me try to rephrase myself then, not using the word correcting.
Because it isn't a correction. A correction is a fix. They're not fixing anything. They're ignoring it.
Okay, the thing is, if on the globe you have the atmosphere becoming less dense as you go higher. So because with Snell's law you get the light bending towards the denser medium.
That's incorrect.
What's incorrect? What's incorrect?
Snell's law is a special case of Fermat's principle. It's not Snell's law. You guys always say this.
Wait. Doesn't Snell's law tells you that light is going to bend toward the denser medium? Isn't that what it says?
Okay, so no, what it says is that light that crosses from a medium of a lesser refractive index to a greater refractive index will bend towards the normal. That's what it says.
Yes, which is going to increase the angle towards
But it's optical density, not matter density. So it is
Sure, I agree.
Yeah,
I just
so it has nothing to do with So when you guys say density, right?
Yeah, the refractive density. Yeah.
And the idea that density is a gradient, right? A vertical gradient is also a model. right? So the U.S. standard atmosphere is a model that's actually been shown to be wrong by balloon tests, right? So the model, the greatest factor in determining whether light is refracted in the refraction model is the temperature gradient, right? So this temperature gradient is also part of this U.S. standard atmosphere model, right? Which is based completely on assumptions and has been shown to be empirically false, right? So the temperature actually rises with altitude up to 1 kilometer, and then it follows the lapse rate that they say it is. It's been verified by balloon launches. So we have this like infinite stacking of models. And then we have Globers that come in here and says, well, our model predicts refraction is happening. No, it doesn't. You just believe that. Okay? There's no empirical evidence for it. It's just shit y'all say.
Okay, let me try to address
if I
something
ask
you
you
said
right
before.
now to give me data, right? So you just said light is bending. There's model refraction. Light bends toward the denser air. If I asked you for the empirical data to show that is happening, what would you give me?
But
What
that's
would
not
you
my
give me?
claim. I'm not claiming.
What would you give me? You said light bends towards the denser
I
medium.
wouldn't give anything because that's not my claim. I'm not gonna find evidence for things I haven't claimed. Let me try to back up what I claim, not what you're trying to strawman me.
I'm not. You said light bends towards the denser medium according to Snell's law. You're correlating that to the air.
No, I'm correlating that. When I said a denser, I mean with the bigger refractive index. That's just a more colloquial way to say that. But what I'm referring to is that it bends towards the medium with the bigger index of refraction. Correct?
Bends towards the normal, but you can call it towards the other medium if you want. It bends towards the normal.
Yeah, that's all I was trying to get a yes for.
Yeah,
I'm not making any claims about the array, right?
In general, that's true.
Sure.
It depends. Listen, it depends on what. Like, I'm not going to get into in general cases, if the relative refractive index are great enough, it will deflect. I won't call it bending because that's idiotic. There will be a deflection in its direction of travel. That is the most accurate.
Okay, sure. But you can still just try to apply Snell's law to a gradient if you split the gradient into lots of layers of different.
That don't work. Yeah, that don't work.
It does. Why
it doesn't.
That work?
And I actually have a published paper that shows that it doesn't work.
Oh, can you link me that?
Yeah. So, you guys, why would you think it would work? I'm going to ask you this. Why would you think it would work? I know what you're saying. We're going to put the air into infinite freaking layers, and then we're going to,
Okay, so does it work? Does it work if I have?
It doesn't preserve it. It doesn't preserve the angles. So, I'll just find it real quick.
Okay.
The whole point is, why would you think it works?
Why are you asking questions if you're not allowing me to answer? So I'm trying to answer that question.
Because because you're a Glober propagandist, I can already tell. Because you're trying to set this shit up. But if I ask you if you have any experimental data for the shit you're saying, you don't. So why are you saying it?
But I'm not claiming anything about that would require me to have experimental data.
You just brought up splitting the layer in a bunch of infinite atmospheres. That's a model. If I ask you, do you have any experimental validation for that shit you're saying?
I'm not claiming the model to be true. But I'm not claiming that model.
Then why are we talking about it?
Because you are making the claim that well, maybe not with these words, but you were pointing out inconsistencies from our side. And showing consistency in our side, it's not the same thing as proving it to be the case. And which is not what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to prove it to be the case. I'm trying to show that the inconsistency you're pointing out isn't there.
Okay, that's awesome. That's awesome. But you've made claims that this works on a globe, right? Right? Is that what you said? They assume sphere, they assume globe, and it works.
The trilateration assumes a globe, and it can give you a spot within about 20 miles.
Yeah, I highly doubt that. I think that's not anything that's ever been measured. I think that's just shit people say. There's a lot of these instances of just things people say that aren't true.
Sure.
They have never been tested. They've never been measured empirically. They're just stuff people say.
You can just get what
in between X, XYZ. Has anybody ever gone out into the world and tested that?
Sure. People when they're when people are navigating and they're
That would
trying
be
to find a
anecdotal.
specific.
But that would be
Okay.
anecdotal.
But if you want to pull their card, then what wouldn't be, right?
That's like someone that actually went out for that purpose. That's what wouldn't be anecdotal.
No, it's not
right?
what they. No.
Rigorous.
People when
rigorous
people are navigating, you can just get from people there that did that and ask them how it worked. Or
how do we determine if it worked or not? Like, did they die or not die?
That's what I'm trying to get to. So when they're approaching the land, if they're within, let's say, 20 miles or 25 miles, they can see the land they're going for if they're within the margin of error. Because that's if they're at that distance to their destination, they'll be able to see it. So at that point, it doesn't matter anymore. Their coordinate latitude and longitude. They're just gonna head towards what they see as the destination. But before they get there, when they're correcting for the course, they do that based on the celestial sphere. They do that based on the angles of stars, and they keep doing that to keep on the course. And if they are on the course and they are within 20 miles, they'll be able to see the destination when they're close enough. If they're away from the destination, if they're a different geographical position that they think they are, when they get to land, they're not going to see what they expect to see.
Okay. So, I mean, maybe I'm not making myself clear. So this is how I look at the problem. You have two ideas. You have the idea the Earth is flat, and you have the idea that the Earth is a ball. If I make them do celestial navigation based upon the idea that the Earth is a ball, I can reach my destination if I do all these little things, make multiple things, like multiple corrections, blah, 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 whatever, right? And I'll get there close enough so that when I get about 80 miles away, I see birds, so I know that I'm close enough. Maybe I'm off by a little bit, but who cares? Doesn't matter. On a flat Earth, what? What happens then? Is it your contention that, like, you sail off, like, fucking you end up dying, sailing up the edge or something? Like, what is your idea that, like, the flat Earth can't use the exact same techniques, arrive at the same places, using the same principles, right? And that somehow that, like, it doesn't work on both. Like, I don't understand.
Yeah,
like,
but I'm not sure. I'm not sure what your question is because I don't know what you mean when you're saying the same principles.
Does one exclude the other? That's my question.
Depends. If you're using when you're saying the same principles, you're referring to every calculation they're doing. Then sure, that would work either way. But that calculation is globe based. Even though you can find a flat Earth model that can make those calculations work, they're still globe based because they're not basing that on the flat surface. And what I really doubt we can have.
Not really globe based though.
You're actually wrong.
Because think about this. Is it really globe based?
Yes.
Think about it. Because
when
you have two concentric, right? You have two concentric spheres, and two concentric spheres are the same thing as two parallel lines.
Yeah, but you're still using distances on that sphere to get your position.
You're not actually measuring these distances.
You're not. I agree.
And I proved that by asking you about the radius, how you can change the radius. And shit just change. Like, if you use any assumption of distance.
No. If you change the radius, you'd still keep the proportions between distances, which is what gives you your position. So, of course, you can claim that we are not measuring these distances. I'm not saying we are measuring the distance. I'm not saying we know this distance to be the correct ones.
How do you just go from arguing we know it's spheres because of the distance, and then you just backpedal to something else?
I didn't say we know it's a sphere. I said it's globe-based. That's what I'm saying. And it's globe-based because if you...
That's a distinction without a difference, man. It's globe-based, but it's not a sphere.
I'm not saying it's not a sphere.
Are you really saying that shit?
Of course not.
So what's a globe? Is a globe a sphere, or is it not a sphere?
Yeah, the globe is a sphere. I'm not saying the Earth is a globe. I'm saying when people navigate, they assume that.
You just committed a category error and demonstrated for everyone what you're actually doing. You're interchanging a model for reality.
No.
Yes, you are.
I'm saying that. No, I'm not making claims about reality. I'm not making claims about reality.
We're not making claims. It seems like
he hasn't been making claims the whole time. He's literally not claiming. He's trying to convince me that everybody assumes that the Earth is a globe when they use celestial navigation, when the mathematics don't say that.
It does. That's my point. That's exactly my point.
I've been
The
listening all
mathematics do say
morning.
that.
Okay, show us where exactly. Show us where, Bacon.
What the
It's when you're
system
doing
of
position
nautical
fixing.
miles position. What?
Tony, chill for a second. Chill for a second. All right, check it out. I've been listening all morning.
No, you can go ahead. Yeah, because I'm actually sick of talking. I got shit to do, man. I've
And
been on here way too long.
basically, what these
Someone else
are
take over.
doing is they're interchanging models with reality, and they're trying to basically make you doubt that reality can actually be acquired by pushing the concepts into philosophy. So basically, what they're doing is dithering. Bacon, don't overtalk me. They're dithering that they have a model of reality and we have a model of reality, and there's no real way to know. That's why he lacks the confidence to make a claim that the Earth is definitely a globe because of this reasoning. Now, he'll say the globe all the time, but when he says that, he's referring to the globe model. So I'm going to go eat my lunch since I just devoured his soul.
Well, that wasn't my claim at all. My whole claim is they're using globe-based math. That's all my claim.
They aren't. No, they aren't.
Oh, goodness, dude. Good. I got to go eat my lunch. Don't make me vomit before I go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, whoever is saying that they're not using, can you tell me how position fixing is done?
Using a modelic projection, just as I already explained.
Using what?
And you don't have the confidence to make a claim. You keep backing into this "I'm not making a claim" nonsense. So
No,
good on you,
I am making a claim. I am making a claim. I'm just not making the claim you want me to make. I'm just not making the claim you want me to make because you're strawmanning me.
No, you are making that claim. No, you are making that claim. You go back and listen to yourself when Indio was telling you. You literally said, "I'm saying they use globe math, but I'm not saying the Earth is a globe."
Exactly.
So, Bazinga, you screwed yourself.
Why?
There you go.
Why is that a
Holy
problem?
crap, dude. Oh. Hey, somebody else explain to him how that's a problem of philosophy.
Can't people argue different subjects at a time? A single subject at a time? Why do I have to argue for two things at once?
Dude.
That's what you're doing, Bacon.
Yep. You're using a category error.
The whole subject I'm trying to argue for is that they use globe math. The math is globe based. And if you want to make claims about what the Earth looks like, that's a different subject.
Show us how, Bacon.
Yeah, when you're doing position fixing, you get.
I want to see a citation in the live stream voice text of what you're saying.
Sure, just any book or any reference on Slack.
I don't care what it is. You're making a claim. I want you to put the citation of what you're saying in the live stream from an official navigational reference.
Sure. How do I know if it's official? Just so I don't give you one that you're going to hand wave?
You're making a statement. You're asking me about your claim?
Yeah, because that's your requirement. You want it to be official.
Figure out what official navigation reference is. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. Have you ever navigated on a ship before?
Of course not.
I have.
Great.
Yeah.
And how do you do? Oh, so you do know how to do a position fixing, right?
You don't know. All I know is you don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, don't I? So you do know how to do position fixing, right? So you do know how to do a position fixing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so explain me how it's done.
I don't need to explain anything to you.
Yeah, I don't think you know. That's my claim. You don't know.
You don't know.
Prove me wrong.
No, you don't know.
No, I can explain.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so now I'm going to teach you a guy he's claiming actually say.
I'm not teaching us anything. What kind of charts do they use in navigation?
Well, there are multiple charts. There are charts to...
Bullshit.
What do you mean?
Navigational charts? There's multiple types? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, there are charts for side reduction, right?
You're out of your mind. I'm talking you're on a ship and navigating. What kind of chart is used?
I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. I suggest
we can do a position fixing.
I guess you better just sit back because you're out of your mind. You don't know what you're talking about.
Well, I can do a position fixing. If you give me the angles of...
Okay, fixing, yeah, I'll tell you how it's done. Your position fixing you're talking about is done on a flat coordinate chart. The squares on the chart are not...
Sure, but they're local.
The squares on the chart are perfectly square.
Sure, and they're local, right?
That's a flat Earth.
Yeah, and no, that's not a flat Earth because that's local.
Yeah. Yeah, because when you
No,
find your
let me give you an
position
example.
when you find your position on the map and you have something you can triangulate your position with, let's say shore sightings, lighthouses, radio beacons, you can find out if it's correct or not.
Okay, but
And what happens when you do your navigation with a flat horizontal datum so you can measure elevation angles? That's the only way it can be done. How do you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
We're not trying to. We're getting from the horizon to the celestial body, and then we correct for dipping. Right?
Yeah. You're just putting your foot in your mouth.
No, that's just how it's done. You correct for dipping, and that's it. There you have an elevation angle.
You said you didn't do it before. Now you're telling us how it's done?
Sure. Okay.
Go back to gamma.
So one second. Let me. You're claiming as you really know how to do. So I don't know how to do position fixing, right? As you're claiming, I'm not doing the way it's done on a chip. I've done it myself, not the way it's done on a chip. But apparently you do know, right?
So you have a problem because you're doing it how it's not done on a ship. That's
partially.
You're hilarious. You're funny.
Yeah, the only difference is I'm not starting with a guess position. I'm using an algorithm to do so. So I don't need a.
Okay, good. Is that how navigation is done on ships?
No, because they start with a guess position.
Oh, okay. So you don't know what you're talking
so the
about.
flex.
Yeah, you're not even in the same kind of navigation. You're on a theoretical navigation.
What did I say wrong?
You're on a theoretical navigation on your table with a piece of paper that is flat, by the way. I had to mute you because you just can't stop talking over people. Anyway, you don't know what you're talking about. You have no idea. I would never get on a ship with you thinking you could navigate.
Okay, so can you show you actually know how to do that? If I give you the angle to 3 stars, can you give me your position? That's all I want. I want you to prove you actually know how to do that. Sure, I don't know how to do that, how the way it's done on a ship. I do that my own way, which is partially uses the same thing. And the only thing that I'm not doing is I'm not starting with a guess position. So instead of doing star reduction on a chart, I just try to use a error minimizing algorithm. That's the only difference. And I tested it works. So I tested with real data. I tested with Stellarium. I tested with data from books, and it works. I even data from observatory. So what do you have?
What I have is that you don't have any kind of navigation that's done in reality on Earth.
Okay, but can you demonstrate you know how to do that?
Look, I don't have to qualify to you, buddy. You obviously have no idea.
If you don't want to, then say you don't want to.
You never navigated before. You don't know anything about elevation angles. You're in uncharted area here. You're over your head.
The first claim was true. I never navigated before. But you can't just claim that I know anything about it, about any elevation angle. There's nothing special about elevation angles. It's just the angle above the horizontal. It's just 90 degrees minus the zenith angle.
How do you have a horizontal on a curved surface?
You get from zenith. You can get it from zenith.
No, you don't get it from zenith.
You can get it from zenith. That's how bubble section work. Have
So
you never
look
heard
to
of
the
a bubble
sky.
section?
So look to the sky and not to the earth, huh?
That's one way you can get a horizontal. That's what
You don't set. So you don't know what you're talking about, man. Well, how do you
What's
set
wrong about
zero?
what?
Listen, how do you set 0 on your sextant?
Which one? The nautical sextant?
Oh my God! You don't even know what a sextant is.
I just mentioned 2. So which one you're asking for? Like I just mentioned the bubble sextant, which is you can use without even appealing to the
We're
horizontal.
talking about navigating on a ship on the ocean, okay?
Right,
We're not-
right. Sure.
Yeah, we're talking about a manual sextant. How do you set 0?
What do you mean?
How
Setting
do you
0.
set it for 0?
What is setting for 0?
Oh my God!
Yeah, that's a way to operate a section. I don't have a section. I don't know how to operate it. But you're not asking. I didn't make any claims about me knowing how to operate a section. I make a claim about what a horizontal angle is. The horizontal angle is elevation angle.
A horizontal angle on a curved surface?
No, I meant vertical elevation angle.
Elevation angle starts from where?
From the horizontal.
How do you have horizontal on a curved surface?
You can correct for dipping. You can get it from zenith.
No, you can't get it from zenith.
That's how auto levels work. That's how theodolites work. What do you mean? The zenith is by definition orthogonal to horizontal, right?
Okay, show me the navigational reference that says that you use zenith first.
No, I'm not saying that's not in navigation. You're asking how to get a horizontal. You can get a horizontal
I'm talking
from
about
zenith, not in
navigation. I'm talking about navigation.
Right, then you correct for dipping.
Why do you keep switching?
Then you correct for dipping.
Anyone else?
Yeah, if you want to get from the horizontal instead of the horizon, you have to correct for dipping. That's what the dipping is giving you. It's giving you the difference you would get if you measure directly from horizontal.
Are you adjusting for refraction?
You do that to the angle of the star, yeah.
Really? Too bad that's never done.
Well,
but that's not even.
I'm glad you're doing things that I'm glad you're doing things there, Bacon, that no navigator ever does. But
why is that not a common then? I mean, you can do it.
What you're saying is not true, because if you establish a horizontal from your zenith, then your horizon mathematically is 0. You have to make no dip correction in that case. What you are doing, because you've already established the horizontal, is doing height of eye correction, which is your height above the horizontal.
You're mixing two responses. You're mixing two responses I gave you.
I'm not mixing two responses.
Let me clarify.
No, Bacon, let finish.
I can go ahead and just post and cite where I'm getting my information from. I'm not getting anything mixed up. You said the horizontal from your zenith. That means you're talking about the tangent plane. At that point, you're not making any dip corrections. You
I agree.
already have a tangent plane.
That's why I'm saying you're mixing my responses, because I agree with that. If you're using a horizontal plane established from zenith, there's no dipping correction. And when I said that, he said there's no zenith. We're using we're talking about in the context of celestial navigation, and that's right. In celestial navigation, we're not using bubble sections.
In the context of celestial navigation, once you're operating on that plane, you then get a 90 degree to the GP of the star that's along that plane. No sphere involved.
What do you mean? A 90 degree to that GP? The angle we're measuring is between the horizontal and the celestial body. That's the angle, right? Where is the 90 you're referring to?
Hilarious.
Any answer?
Yeah.
The answer.
Hold on when I stop laughing.
Yeah, take your time.
People love their balls so much, they're willing to go in and try to change the way navigation is done. It's astonishing.
One thing I've noticed over the last few weeks of debating ballers in about 3 or 4 different servers is their unwavering commitment to theory without actually having any practical experience. Now, I'm not saying that I've got practical experience in celestial navigation, but that's why, frankly, I don't give my opinion on it. And I think if I were to give my opinion on it, you'd know damn well that I'd actually had some physical experience with it. I do find it interesting how a lot of these guys, they'll quote kind of theory and idea without any practical experience as if it's gospel. And the problem then is that anytime you point out that it doesn't necessarily work out that way in real life, they just don't accept it because they don't have the experience necessary to accept it, right? I just find that very interesting, and I think another way that I like to compare this to is like when you're programming, when you're like writing a program or you're writing a piece of music or you're doing anything practical that kind of exists both digitally and conceptually. The first time you try something, it never works out how you imagined. And then you have to try it again and again and again and again until you hit gold. You get to that point that you're actually looking for. And that's the bit where your brain starts to realize, oh, well, theoretically, I got that program spot on. I think I typed everything correctly. I think I got all my syntax correct. But then when you actually look at it, you've made 55 errors. Right. And so this is the thing. I don't think that they've actually ever had that experience with what they're talking about. So they don't understand that the practical reality isn't the same as the theory they think they know.
Well, I'd say I did a very similar as you just described, because that's how my trilateration app went. I didn't get it right at first. I made a number of mistakes, and I adjusted, and it's working now. Like you can just input angles, elevation angle of any 3 stars that are in the almanac, and it's going to output your GP. And you can use any data of anyone who sailed and input there, see if it works.
Okay, good. So good. Bacon. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you. Have you done this yourself? Have you actually gone out and navigated yourself?
No.
So then I don't know why you said any of that, because it doesn't speak to what I said.
Exactly, but you have a good point, Crypto. Though that's true. That's what they do, and usually they'll double down on the fallaciousness.
Yeah, anything that is particular to the practical of doing this, sure, you could ask for an authority to do so, right? But when you're evaluating the math that is being done, that's not dependent on your experience of it. So if you're using the Haversine formula,
it's being done on a plane.
If you're using a Haversine formula to get distance between 2 points, that's not a flat surface, that's a sphere, regardless of your experience.
Too bad physically. It's too bad that physically the surface doesn't apply. It doesn't conform to a ball because it's never been measured. So you have a certain method you're using, right? So you've never done this on board ship. You've never spoken to a ship's captain or a navigator, I'm assuming. So let's take it from there. So Bacon, how would you validate or verify that your calculations are correct on Earth itself to see if you're in the right location? How did you validate that?
I compared to data of people who actually navigated and recorded their sightings.
No, I want you to put your data on the Earth itself and see if you're in the right location.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sure.
You mean if you mean
sure is not an answer. How did you how did you validate that is correct on Earth after your calculation?
Because it used data from Earth.
Data. No, I want you to use Earth itself with your calculations and go out there and see if you're in the location that you claim to be.
Why my answer doesn't satisfy that? If I get angles that were measured in Y.
We're talking about data, not actuality.
Yeah, data that comes from measurement. What the data I'm referring to is angles of elevation.
Fine.
And time.
Take your calculations, go out on Earth, and show us how you're in the right location after you do this in reality compared to your calculations on your table.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm explaining that I did.
Do that, and then we'll talk.
That's exactly what I'm explaining that I did.
I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for you to do it in reality to see.
I just said I already did.
So you were out on a ship and you checked your calculations for location?
No.
Out in the ocean?
No.
Then how did you validate that is correct on Earth itself then?
Because I used from people that did.
So you're not on Earth. You're just using numbers that someone else wrote down. Okay, great. So that's
that
not.
were on Earth.
That's not
Okay,
what I'm
so
asking.
affecting every. Okay,
Not what
so
I'm-
since
No, you're just going to something that I'm not asking for.
okay, so since you are, I mean, you're a navigator, right? As you said, and you do know how to do celestial navigation, right?
That's right.
Okay. Do you have any recording of any position you have taken?
I haven't navigated since I was 21 years old, so that was 40 years ago.
Right. Do you still remember how to do that?
To do what? I'm not going through exercises
Position
with you
fixing.
of how navigation is done. You're here claiming that you know how to do it a different method. I'm telling you, I want to see how you put that on Earth itself to see if your calculations are correct. It has to be on the surface itself, not from someone else's data.
It gives the same result as the other method.
I don't care. You need to double check yourself to see if it's correct, not using some other data. You can gerrymander data all day long. It doesn't mean it's correct on the surface.
Well, those data are from the surface.
Good. I want to
Like,
see
I'm not-
you do it yourself. I want to see you do it yourself, and then tell us where your location if you don't run into some rocks.
Sure. So if I do that for my location, then are you going to accept that that works on the globe?
I want to see your calculations, and I want to see that as a template laid on Earth's surface to double check to see if your location is correct.
I think the point is, Bacon, is that this is a point I often
Not
make to
getting-
Globe. You don't know that what you're saying is correct. So
I do. I
to
just
even
explained why.
No, you don't. To even satisfy the curiosity that you don't have but should have, you should be going out and testing this yourself.
What do you mean
Instead
I don't have? I'm waiting for my sextant to get to my house so I can do that myself. What do you mean I'm not interested on that? I am very curious of doing that myself. But before I can do that myself.
Why are you talking over me? Why?
Sorry?
Why are you talking
Why
over
what?
me?
Oh,
Clearly
sorry, I
wasn't that-
didn't. I think when
And now you just carry on. The fuck?
Yeah, he just keeps on talking.
Just not listening, doesn't care really what we're saying, just wants to reassert the same thing that's in question for the 12th time and just walk past the point. So when I said earlier that you haven't got practical demonstration, he just goes, "Oh, but I know it's true." Okay, but without the practical demonstration, you can't know it's true, and he just walks past it and reasserts it again and again and again and again.
Yeah, Dunning-Kruger. Yeah, so bacon's cooked to a crisp. Anyway, there's a new person named Doidas, VC verified. Anyone talk with Doidas? Davidus. Davidus, are you there? No. Okay. There's a globe earther named Kessler. Hey, Kessler, how you doing? Are you there? Anything to add about celestial navigation, Kessler? King Mikey is got to listen.
No, I got nothing to add.
Pardon me?
I got nothing to add.
Okie doke. So I don't know if you guys want to toy with bacon some more. You know, we can unmute him if you want.
Yeah, go on, unmute him. I think my point's been made. If he keeps on reasserting that he's correct, then I can't really be bothered. Like, because at that point, I know that the point hasn't gone in and it's not going to go in, so I'm not going to.
Right.
Wait.
Should I unmute him, Crypto?
If you want, yeah, I don't.
Okay.
I don't because he's being respectful. Like,
Yeah,
I mean, he's messaged me saying he didn't know he was talking over me, which I think is fair. Maybe he didn't, and he's not calling anyone names or anything, so he's not
That's
being.
true. That's true. Yeah.
Um,
It's all right.
Yeah, thank you. whenever I speak, your volume drops, and then I can't notice you're speaking. So I think I started to speak at the same time with you, and then I just kept going. So
I was halfway through a sentence, and that just felt a bit annoying because I hadn't even made my point yet, and then it felt like you started speaking before I made my point. But it doesn't really matter. I was just kind of saying the same thing, so in a different way.
okay, so you said I mean I should be curious about testing it, and first time I did, I wanted to test with real data. First test I did was with Stellarium, and there are a number of reasons why people wouldn't accept it, and I understand those reasons. So I went and tried to find actual data because I can't have precise angles to stars. Right now I don't have a sextant or a theodolite, and then I got data from people that have, and it turned out it was giving their correct position. And then
How do you know that? How do you know that though, Bacon? Did you check it yourself?
No, I'm saying that they gave me the position that they were, and the sites that they took, right?
But how did they know where they were?
Well, one of those people is the uncle of my girlfriend. He has a theodolite. He's not very well where he lives, so he used the theodolite to get angles to Betelgeuse, Rigel, and I don't remember what was the third one.
So, so are you claiming this is how navigation is done?
No, I'm explaining. Okay, this is not. It has nothing to do with how navigation is done. I'm just explaining why I am curious of testing it, and that's why I'm waiting for my sextant to be delivered so I can do it myself. Well, until then, I relied on what other people did, and it's not fair to say that I'm not testing it, because even though I'm using other people's data, and you can just say, well, it doesn't count if it's other people, right? If you think that, fine. I'm gonna get my data soon enough.
Okay, so listen. So this data that you're talking about, these are This is navigational data.
Yes, some of them, yes.
Well, that's what we need. Some of them. We don't need to be mixing. We need navigational data, not mixed with something else. So I don't know what other something else you're using. But anyway, the data that they're using on board ship, is that the data you're using?
It's the elevation angles they got from stars.
On board ship?
Yep.
Good. How did they achieve the elevation angle?
Okay, let me see if I can find the book again here. One sec. But probably
so you're using navigators' data that are all using flat horizontal datum as their starting point for elevation angle. And you're putting that on a ball?
It's not based on flat surface.
Really? You said they're navigating.
Yep.
Yeah, they're navigating using horizontal datum. Who navigates using a ball?
The horizontal can be established over a ball. There's
how?
You aim at the horizon and you correct for dipping.
So where's the curve come in?
I already said that was incorrect.
It is incorrect.
You said that's incorrect if I'm using
but you agreed. You agreed.
No, that's not what I agreed. I agreed. Okay, let me explain. I agreed that if you're using a horizontal, there's no dipping. I said you aim at the horizon. If you aim at the horizon, that's not a horizontal line.
That is the horizontal.
Oh, that's your claim. Then why?
No, it's not my claim, bro. It's not my claim. It's the way it's done. This is the part you're missing, bro.
What do you mean?
You're missing. Listen, Bacon. You're missing the part of how this is actually. Think of that word. Actually done. How it is really done in real life on the surface of Earth. That's what you're missing.
Yeah, but they don't use the angle from the horizon. They
you're
correct for
wrong.
dipping first, right?
You're dead wrong.
Don't they do dipping first?
You're wrong.
They use. So why there's a dipping correction?
It doesn't matter. You set 0 on the horizon. You calculate for your dip angle based on your height. That's it. Period.
Yeah, the horizon. I agree.
Where is curvature then?
I'm not disagreeing that is measured from the horizon.
Where's the curvature come in then, please?
In the dipping.
The curvature comes in dipping because the dip angle is only your height above the water. So how is that curvature?
Because the way, I mean, if we had an infinitely big flat surface,
No.
it would rise to our level, right?
No,
So,
as soon as you say infinite, I'm stopping you. Bullshit. So we're not
You're
going to
doing an
infinite.
argument.
No, we're not going to infinite. No. Listen, so what you're telling me is the dip angle, which is your height above the water surface, is your curvature. So if I'm going up higher, does that mean the ball gets bigger?
no, but it got slower.
That's what you said. And that's what you said.
No, but
Yes. Yes.
I'm
you
not
did.
saying the value.
You said
the
it.
val-
We can rewind it. That's what you said. I asked you this simply, where does the curvature come in? You said from the dip angle. So now I'm asking, what if you're at a higher angle? Does the curvature change?
No.
That's well, you're contradicting yourself
No, because I didn't say
the angle was based on your height above the water.
Yeah,
You told me
it's not only based on that.
You said that's the curvature.
No, you asked it where is
Yes,
the curvature.
Stop saying no. You're lying now because you did say yes, that it is the curvature. I asked you directly about, we were talking about dip angle. I said, where's the curvature? You said it's the dip angle.
Not that the dip angle is the same value as the curvature. Like, first of all, I don't understand very well the question. I just give you the answer that I think would be closest to answer that.
Because you don't know, because that's why you have to give these little answers, because you don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what you're asking.
You don't
When you're saying
know
where
how
is the
this is,
curvature.
you don't know how this is done, and you're apparently stuck in this globe Earth thing, so you can't get that out of your mind.
Okay, let me give you the same question back to you then. So if I put a camera, right, on a basketball and measure the angle between the basketball.
We're not talking about basketballs.
I am.
And
Let
we're
me
not
make an
talking
argument.
about cameras. We're talking about a freaking sextant and the horizon.
Yes, that's why I'm trying to make it.
Bacon, in that instance, you've already set it up so that it's definitely a ball, which is the thing in question. So you can't just assert that the thing is a ball, which is the thing in question, and therefore we're going to look at a ball and therefore assume that the Earth is a ball. This is the thing in question. You
Sure,
can't
yeah,
keep
I can drop that if you want to. Okay, so let's just be completely agnostic on why there's dipping correction. So when he asks where's the curvature, my answer is I don't know. I'm not using any curvature there, right? Because we don't know what's the dipping correcting for.
Well, he just said it's the
can we
angle.
leave that as a no for a while?
Well, it would be the angle above the surface, regardless of the shape of the Earth.
It's not the angle above the surface, the angle below the horizon. The horizontal, I mean. So if you get a bubble sextant, let's say you're on the beach.
Hold on. There is no angle below the horizon. Continue.
If you're on a beach and you have two sextants, you have a bubble sextant and a nautical sextant, right? So you use the bubble sextant to measure the zenith angle of a star. Let's say that measures 45 degrees. Now you use the nautical sextant, and then you aim. It has two lines of sight instead of one. I mean, the bubble sextant gives you a sight to the bubble, which is just on the instrument, and one side to the celestial body. So you have the angles between those two. The nautical sextant gives you the angle between two sights you're taking. So you can sight at the horizon and you can sight to the celestial body. And that's not going to be exactly 45 degrees. That's going to be a little bit more than 45 degrees, right? Does that agree?
It's going to be about 90.
No, I'm talking about the celestial body in which you measure the zenith angle to be 45 degrees.
Zenith is straight up. We're not talking 45 degrees. The horizon is horizontal.
I'm talking about celestial body. I'm talking about the angle.
Body, if it's at your zenith, is directly above you at that
It's
point.
not
the
at my zenith.
horizon is 90 degrees from you.
I didn't say the celestial body is at my zenith. Just pay attention.
You said it was the zenith.
No, I said I'm measuring from the zenith to be 45 degrees. That's what I said. I said a celestial body, the zenith angle to be 45 degrees. That's exactly what I said.
Great. So you're using a zenith. You're not sighting anything to calculate your zenith. So what are you using to calculate your zenith without a star there?
I'm not calculating it. I'm referring to a bubble sextant. I'm using a bubble sextant to measure the zenith angle of a celestial body.
Is this
And I'm
how
saying-
is this how navigation is done?
No.
Oh, so you're not even in the same category.
Oh, so you're gonna dismiss the point?
No, you're just not talking about the same topic.
We are.
No, you're not.
But not every sentence I make has to be
You're
description of.
claiming that you know how navigation is done. You're using the wrong step first. You got that part?
But I'm not claiming that's used. Bubble sextant used in navigation. I think you're just deflecting from the point I'm trying to make.
No, you just don't know what you're talking about, and I don't suffer idiocy very well. That's all.
Actually, the point is about horizontal planes. The point now is horizontal planes. So regardless of celestial navigation, I'm explaining how a bubble
We're
sextant.
talking about celestial navigation is what we're talking about.
Yes, and then we branched that.
Stop changing
not-
to different types of sextants in the same sentence is not talking about the same subject.
Yeah, but we branch to horizontals, right? We want to establish premises. We want to agree with premises. We need to have common ground to be able to talk about something.
No, listen. You are the one that needs to agree with premises, not I.
Sure. So then I'm trying to bring see if we can agree where we agree and where we disagree about what horizontal plane
We're
is.
not going to agree because you think the surface is curved, which has never been verified.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking.
That is what we're talking about.
All I'm asking is if I measure the zenith angle of an object with a bubble sextant and compare that to a nautical sextant, are they going to add up to 90 degrees?
Who cares? Who cares?
Maybe if you answer, you know.
Who cares?
That's an important point.
No, it isn't. You're sitting there talking about checking the zenith on two different sextants. That's not what we're talking about.
Why do you think I'm saying that?
I don't know, because I think you're saying
I know
that
you don't know.
You don't have any idea of what this topic is. You don't know what you're talking about.
So why are you trying to prevent the point?
Sonny, hold on a second, bro. It's okay. Like, if he wants to use this example, it's not good for him. I mean, he's being a dick, but go ahead. I mean, we can use two different sextants. At the end of the day, if your zenith angle is going to be 45 degrees, because it has to be, because the baseline is flat for 1,000 miles, yeah, it's the same. You have to correct that. That's what the dip correction is, to make the baseline flat. It's like another death blow to the globe. I mean, how many different kind of sextants you want to use, Bacon? What's your next one? Yeah, we'll correct
only
it.
two.
We'll correct the dip. Okay,
Only
fine.
two.
We're going to correct the dip. We're gonna go from the top of the bird's nest or the owl's nest on the ship or whatever, and get down to the level of the water. That's the dip correction for the horizon. It gives you a flat level plane for thousands of miles, and you got the right distance because of the angle. Fine. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Why is that a welcome to flat Earth?
Because it is.
Because
that is compatible with the globe. That will happen the same on the globe. If you have your eyes.
So you're telling me for thousands of miles to have a flat plane is compatible with the globe? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I'm talking about the angle. We don't use the distance to the horizon. We don't use the distance when you're using a sextant, you don't get the distance to the horizon. You just get the angle from the horizon.
No one said you were finding the distance.
Okay, so what is it? Is bullshit or no one said? Because you guys seem to be going against each other.
No, we're not.
No. We're not. Every time, I want you
clarify.
to know that every time you say angle, I'm going to welcome you to Flat Earth. Every time you say it. Just say angle again. Do it.
Why?
You use a sextant to get a what? To get an angle?
Sure.
Is that what a sextant does? Okay, welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Why angles can't be measured upon a circle surface?
Really? Do you have a right angle that has a curved adjacent?
I'm not claiming that.
I have okay, welcome to Flat Earth. I mean, that's
it's a pretty simple claim. We have a sextant. A sextant gives you two sides, and it gives you the angle between those two sides. Whatever it is, whatever it is you're pointing to. If you're pointing to your mom and your father using those different sides, it's going to give you the angle between those two.
Now we're talking about navigating between mom and dad. No,
you can point to. You're deflecting the point. The point is you can put You can
It's
point those
okay.
two
Straight
sides.
lines. Yep, straight
You can.
lines to mom and dad. Welcome to Flat
I'd
Earth. Go
like to
ahead. Keep
finish
going.
my sentence. Yeah,
Go
you
ahead.
can point. Then allow me. You can point those two sides to whatever two things you want, and it's going to give you an angle, regardless of the shape of the surface. And what you're doing is one point you're choosing is at the horizon, the other point is at the celestial body. Regardless of the shape of the Earth, you're always going to be able to do that.
Okay, well, you're finding your location on the surface of Earth.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I don't know what you're talking about. So you have to delete that part about it being on the surface of Earth because you think it's curved. It's not curved. Now, in your form of navigation, are you using a right triangle?
No.
Bye-bye.
Why?
Bye-bye ball.
Why?
They have to deny that 90 degree. But he just told us zenith earlier, which is 90. So yes, he is. He's lying again. Why are you
Zenith
lying,
is
dude?
just a no. Zenith is just a point. It is 90 from horizontal. Wait.
What is that point? Is it directly above a geographic
Exactly.
location? Okay, so that's your 90 degrees. Thank you. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
That's 90 to the horizon, right?
Welcome
the
to Flat Earth.
horizontal.
Exactly.
Welcome
It's
to
a
Flat
right
Earth.
triangle.
Thank you very much.
Why?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Right
Why?
triangle. Thanks.
That's not a right
Either
triangle.
you're
That's
just-
right angle.
A right angle based on a right triangle. Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, not based on a right triangle. There's a line and there's a plane, and the line is orthogonal to the plane, which means there's a 90-degree angle between them.
A
There's
90
no
degree.
triangle
Welcome
there.
to Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. 90 degrees. Thanks.
That's your argument. Let's
No, it's not my
just
argument.
repeat
No.
that claim.
No, we're just using your statements. It's a right triangle. You're admitting it. Thanks. Welcome to Flat Earth.
How does that imply a flat Earth? Tell me.
You just said you didn't need 90 before, and then you told us you needed 90 because the zenith angle of the star right above the geographical location is a 90-degree angle. So you
He asked about 90 degrees angle, a right triangle, and I'm not using any triangle. I'm using a 90-degree angle if I'm referring to horizontal and vertical. But I don't have to.
If you want to argue ticky-tack words like angle, triangle, it doesn't matter. You have a 90 degree in there. You have to get the angle that you're looking for, to get to the location you're trying to get to. You have to. So it doesn't matter what words you use. There's a 90 degree, and then there's an angle to the zenith, and welcome to Flat Earth. Just you can either just stop lying to yourself and the rest of us about this, or we can go to a whole nother topic. It's basically Bacon. Why do you need the ball so bad? That's what the next question is. You're just denying the reality of the world that you live in. So why do you need the fairy tale so bad? Can you tell me?
That makes just zero sense to say that if there's a 90-degree angle.
Why can't you just answer the question he asked?
Because he said multiple things. I don't want to just stay with the last one.
No, he didn't. He asked you one thing.
Yeah, but before he asked that, he made a bunch of responding to the first of them.
Bro, why are you clinging on to this ball fairy tale? That's the question. Why are you holding on to this ball so hard?
I'm just addressing wrong claims. That's all I'm doing.
So you can't answer the question.
I just did.
You're refusing to answer the question. Everybody's heard it.
People come in here, you and many like you will say, I just want to have an honest conversation. But then we'll have an honest conversation to a point, and then because you need the ball so bad, you'll start to lie, right, to yourself. You'll lie to us. You'll say, I don't need a 90, but I need a 90. I don't need a 90, but I need a 90. I need an angle, but we don't need an angle on a ball. We can't make an angle on a ball. We need an angle. It's just this big circular argument. And it's old for us.
90 degree. It's the 90-degree angle of a triangle.
Yeah, it's too simple. So then I have to ask, are you lying to yourself for a reason, or is this this was on Nathan's show earlier today?
Did he say I don't know? I mean, did he say no? No, just
he said
now
he didn't need
a
90.
He was about to. What he say? Let him say it.
I'll let him go.
I said I don't know. Did I say something?
What?
I don't know. Are you asking
I'm
me?
lost now.
It's it's a right angle of a triangle.
No, it's the angle between the horizontal and the vertical is just a right angle. There's no triangle. You can make one.
Well,
if you want to.
right here it says the angle measured with the sextant is in reality one corner of a right triangle formed by you, the celestial body, at its geographical position on Earth. That's what this says right here.
Where? Let me take a look.
Figure 2.
All right, yeah, I think that would be in agreement to what you're saying. I'll disagree with that, but that is also in disagreement to the shape of it, right? Because you can see a curved surface right there.
No duh.
Yeah, so this
it
text that you just sent is basically contradicting itself, right?
No,
What is
but
exactly
which line is the line of travel?
No, it's not. It's not contradicting itself. It's stating how the method is actually used, and then your belief is contradictory to what it's stating.
Okay, let's go on then. Can you give me the full citation so I can see where it goes to?
You never provided
I
a
have
full
to get it from
citation
somewhere.
of he never provided a full citation of anything he said. So you're asking us for a full citation.
No, but he already has a citation. I
That's
just
very
want to be
interesting, Bacon. You said you had citation too. We haven't seen one of them. None.
What? Citation of what?
Citation for your reference material that you're apparently using. You said you had data. Where's the citation?
For what data?
Exactly. Welcome to Flat Earth. What data? Exactly.
That's your question.
Yeah, my question is what data? I haven't seen it. I don't think you have any.
Okay, sure, I'll give you that if you want to. I just want to see where that comes from.
So you just called yourself out on lying the whole
No,
time.
I am
about
saying
your
I'll
data.
give you that if you want to.
You did.
No, I just preventing you from deflecting of what I'm asking. I'm asking
you
like
said before. You said you had data before, and now you're saying no, you don't.
Well,
so
I
you
mean,
lied.
the bottom
giving you
line,
that.
the bottom line is they're using a horizontal plane, and it has nothing to do with the sphere. Now, when we went through this and I said that the first time, it was because, well, effectively, when you're already at the point where the zenith is the 90, well, the horizontal plane is your reference right there. And mathematically, there is no horizon. You've already established the plane and you have an angle, and that angle is a part of a right triangle.
This is how
horizontal.
This is how navigation is done, Bacon. Yeah, you talk about zenith, you're talking about horizon. Those are all part of a right triangle. When you travel a certain distance, you measure the angle to the star again. You do that several times. You have circles that you use on a flat horizontal datum, like the chart, that are flat, and the Earth's surface that is flat. You have intersecting circles of equal altitude after doing this several times. You can triangulate exactly within very close region where you are located physically. This cannot be done on a curved surface.
It does. It can.
Okay, show us how
that's how I do it.
Show us how someone is doing this right now.
Oh, you said it can't be done, right? Of course it can.
No, you said it can be, so where's your citation? I want to see where physically somebody is using this method you're talking about So navigating with only a curved surface. Go.
I never said you can navigate with that. It's not precise enough to navigate, but that can be done, yeah. Like circles of equal altitude can intersect on a sphere. Claiming they can't is just false.
No. No.
Do you
And by
have
the
to
way,
cut that
Elijah,
sphere off like a watermelon to
That's
get
Elijah.
those circles of equal altitude?
That's
Hold on.
ridiculous. So you think that you're going to find your location with a floppy pancake circle of equal altitude? How is it equal? If it's on a curved surface, how is that
Because
equal?
the angle is equal. Because the angle would be equal.
Equal elevation. You got that
Exactly.
part? Elevation. How
Yeah,
is the
that's the elevation
elevation on a
angle.
circle on a ball equal?
The elevation angle is equal.
To
what? To the one you measured. Everywhere on the circle we measure the same elevation angle. That's why it's called the circle equal elevation.
You don't even get basic 5th grade geometry, bro.
That's exactly what it
And you're
means.
trying to tell us how navigation works.
That's exactly what it means. Okay, if I don't get basic geometry, then how can I get that work? Can you get that working? If I give you, say you
No,
know
I want you to
geometry
show
better
me
than
how you
me.
get an elevation angle from a circle that's on a sphere.
Because all of them have the same angle to the celestial body.
How is it equal elevation on at a floppy? You take a ball and put a pancake on a ball. Tell me how you get equal elevation or equal altitude.
It's not equal elevation. It's equal elevation angle. It's not
No,
the
it
elevation that is
isn't.
equal.
No, it's called a circle of equal altitude.
Yes, because the altitude, that altitude is referring to is the elevation angle.
From your location on a ball, you're in the center of a circle. How do you get equal altitude on a circle on the surface of a spherical ball?
It's every point that measures that same altitude or elevation
Is that
angle.
radius curved on a circle of equal altitude? Is that radius curved?
The surface radius, yes, it is.
Yes, so not a straight line then.
No one's using that as a straight line.
So
No.
so the flat bottom, right, of the baseline is a curved line then. Is that what you're saying?
Circle?
No,
Referring to the
I'm
circle?
saying, right, Elijah posted this image, right, where it shows 90 degrees, but with a flat baseline underneath it, right? So in your head, the circle of equal altitude has a curved radius, right? That wouldn't be that. How would you get an angle measurement from a curved surface? That wouldn't
The way
be
it's on the
possible, right?
picture, as you can see on the picture, he has an
So-
angle
so-
measured between that curved surface and the side of a star. Like if you look at the picture, you can see there's
So
a
this line goes through Earth. Then is that it?
No, as you can.
Okay.
Oh, the baseline of
goes
the
over
triangle that
Earth.
is there. Yes, yeah, that would be the chord line that goes through Earth. Yeah, we're not
So
using
not a
that,
straight
hardly.
line then, not a straight baseline then, right? How would you get a
The straight
90
baseline for what?
underneath? How would you get a 90 underneath the GP if it's a curved line?
We're not using the 90 below the GP.
So what do you subtract from when you used your sextant and sighted a star? What number?
The 90 isn't about the GP. The 90
So
is,
the 90, right? Then okay.
yeah, which is the sum of your elevation angle and your zenith angle, right? Because if you go to if you want to get the distance to the star, you don't use the elevation angle. Use the zenith angle.
What angle is underneath the star then?
In that example,
In all examples.
what do you mean? What angle? The name.
So
of the angle?
underneath
The
the GP, right? Underneath the GP of the star, what angle do you have there?
to the horizontal of that position will be a 90.
Oh,
which is
so
different from
it,
your.
It doesn't. So it is a 90 then.
Yeah.
How would you
but
get
I'm-
how would you get a 90 degrees from a curved surface then?
Because it's a 90 to the tangent of the surface.
Yeah, but you don't have you don't have a geometric horizon, right? All lines are bent in your model. So
Sure. Yeah.
okay.
But I agree.
So
that adds
so there's no
accuracy.
there's no straight line then. Again,
There is. It's
right?
just less accurate. Yeah.
So again, no straight line which you can get a 90 degrees from, right? Or even an elevation angle.
What do you mean you can't? Of course you can. It's refraction is just going to add inaccuracy to that, right?
So getting an elevation angle from a curved surface, how would that be possible then?
Come again? What's the question?
How can you have an elevation angle, right, sighting the star from a curved surface? You need that straight baseline, right?
Yeah, the angle doesn't come from the surface.
Okay, so I'm having my sextant in my hand and I'm aligning it with the horizon. Is that a straight line?
The direction of the horizon is straight, yeah.
Okay, but it's not, right, in your model, because all lines are bent. Black
yeah,
swan.
the path of line. Yeah, the path of light won't
So
be...
it's not a straight line then. So how would you get an elevation angle from a curved surface?
Well, let's do one at a time. So there's two things there. One is straight, the other isn't. The path of light from the horizon to your eye.
No, in your model.
Yeah,
in your model, there are no straight lines, right? So the horizon can be 10 times further and it's bent over the hump of water. So it's not a straight line, right?
There are straight lines. That's not one.
No.
But yeah, there are straight lines.
No.
What do you mean
when
no?
we look at the black swan, you see the horizon 10 times further. In your mind, that horizon has moved up, right? It's moved further and further, right? So it's not a straight line anymore. It's a line that was bent to your eye. So it's not a straight line.
Yeah, but we're not using the line.
Now you're not using the line.
Roger.
Okay, let me clarify. If you allow me to clarify, I think you might understand my point.
Yeah, but you're double speaking. Yeah,
I'm not. If you let me clarify,
and
if you let me clarify,
I'm going to hop off. So one last thing. So I will vote for stop wasting time and tell us why. Because I know where this is going to end, right? So your only shtick will be that nautical miles only work on a globe. That is the only thing you will have at this moment, right?
Roger.
Yeah.
He almost told you that there's a straight line from the horizon to your eye, but you stopped him.
But it's not in his mind because that is a bent line.
Okay, let me clarify all that. I think if I'm wrong, it's even better for you to prove me wrong if you allow me to clarify my position. So the light that reaches your eye comes from the horizon and reaches your eye. That point isn't that the path of the light isn't straight, but the direction that the light enters your eye is a straight line, and that's the direction of your sight. So when you're sighting to the horizon, the direction you're pointing to is a straight line. It's not exactly the same as the path of light. The light wouldn't have done a straight trajectory. So if you try to make a straight line to what you're seeing, you're not going to actually...
Nonsense.
How's that nonsense?
Talking about looking at something that's physically there, but mathematically, physically there is in a physical position. But when we're physically looking at the position of the horizon be 10 miles in the distance, you say, well, it's because it's not coming in at a straight line. You're not looking directly at the geometric horizon. Because the geometric horizon, if you were directly looking at it, theoretically speaking, you'd be looking in front of the oil rigs where 1.2 miles are at. But that's not what you're doing. You're looking beyond at a different angle.
Sure.
So, no.
Isn't that agreeing with what I said?
No, I'm saying what you're saying is contradictory to itself.
No, what I said exactly explain that. So if there's two things. The line of the direction of what you're saying. So if you're pointing to where you see a star, for example, you're just pointing with your finger to that star. The direction you're pointing to is a straight line. Every direction is a straight line. But the light that is coming from the star is going through the atmosphere and refracting. So the star isn't at the direction you're pointing to. It will be lower if you take into account refraction. So you have two lines. One is the path of light, that's a curved one. And you have the direction you see the star, that's a straight one. And we don't require the straight one and the curved one to be the same. So they're different things. And when you're talking about the refracted horizon or all those things, of course, those lines are going to be curved because light is curving, but the direction of that, the direction is a straight line. You don't have curved directions. So, for example, if a car is making curves and it
Yeah, I
reaches a
get it.
person,
And for example, if you had a straight line to the geometric horizon, then you'd be looking straight at in front of the oil rigs where the horizon is not. So no, you can't be
but
saying that there's
I
two
agree.
things, but it explains the same thing. You can't
No,
say
no,
you're
no.
agreeing because you're trying to say, well, you're looking directly at the horizon. Well, if you're looking directly at the horizon, then it's not geometrically or angularly where the geometric one would be.
Exactly. And the line I'm saying is straight isn't the line to the geometrical. It's the line that points to the apparent.
Because there's no such thing, because what you're actually doing when you're using the sextant is just establishing a level horizontal. Because
Yeah,
it's
when you
parallel
correct for
with
dipping.
it's parallel with the horizontal ground.
Yeah, but if it was parallel, you wouldn't be dipping. 'Cause then, if it was
No,
parallel,
it
that
is
wouldn't affect the
parallel.
angle.
No, it is parallel.
Then why the dipping then? Then you actually be reading a lower angle than the actual angle, right?
No, because you have an acute angle, theoretically, right? So what you want to do is get your eye mathematically to the ground instead of where your height of eye is actually at. So you're not doing a dip correction, you're doing a height of eye correction. As
Yeah,
I
but
can as not yet, but I was almost done. Exactly what I'm saying, which is refuting your point, so there is no yeah, but I can post a citation for that.
it's not refuting the point because if the horizon
Your
that you
point
see
is
is
you said that
horizontal,
you had to take a dip, and I'm saying you're incorrect. And there is no yeah, but you're incorrect. So either you're telling me that I'm incorrect, which means you're going to provide something that backs up what you're saying, or I'm going to prove that you're incorrect by providing what I have. That's the only
sure,
way that we fix this.
sure. Let me see if I understand your point then, so I don't strawman you. So you're
No, you
saying
said
that
this dip. This is my point. You said that's when you correct for dip. No, that's incorrect verbiage. Actually, you're correcting for your height of eye above the horizontal plane. The one you're saying.
okay, so let me see if we agree on something about what you just said. So you're saying it's a correction for the height of your eye, right? That's what the dipping is, correct?
No, that's not what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You're incorrect for saying.
So you're not saying that dipping is a correction about the
No,
eye of the eye?
that's what you're saying, and I'm saying that's incorrect. But you were about to say how that's incorrect, but it's actually your position.
How is that my position?
Because you just said so. I'm saying, but it's really what you're saying.
How am I saying that?
Because that is what you're saying. You're saying that you're correcting for the dip, and I'm saying no, that's incorrect.
Well, what? You said that what I said is that when I said that dipping is at the height of the eye. You said I said that.
You don't know.
And then when we rephrased me,
I
you
don't
didn't
really
say
have
it. You said
time
something
to.
else. Like I'm
I
not
don't
getting
really
what
have
you're.
time. I know. It's all right. I don't really have time. You don't know what you're talking about clearly, and I'm eating and I gotta go. This isn't fun for me anymore. Have a good one.
Well, I just feel like if the
Yeah.
like you
Again,
don't.
right? So you will concede that you need a straight baseline for an elevation angle, right?
In the sense that the elevation is angle is yeah.
Yeah. So
You don't
that's
have to.
why
One
that's why
sec. Let me
you want to
let
go
me be
to the
more
horizon
precise.
and
Let me be more precise on my answer. So the elevation angle is an angle from the horizontal, which is a straight line.
Yeah.
And the celestial body, right? But that's not
Okay.
the angle we measured. We only get that angle after we correct it for dipping, right?
Yeah. So that dip will bring
Incorrect.
I was getting there.
Incorrect.
Yeah. Yeah, it's an height of eye correction because you need that straight baseline. You need it straight, right? Not in an angle to the GP. So when you're standing on a boat 20 feet up, I don't know, on the bridge 30 feet up, then you need to subtract that to get your sighting to the floor, to the ocean, the sea level, right? To get that straight baseline. And at the GP of the star will be at 90 degrees, right? So you will concede that that's necessary because you will say, well, yeah, that's why we aim at the tangent, right? Correct?
What do you mean? We aim at the tangent.
You only get that straight line if you side your sextant to the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So we will say there are no straight lines on the ball, and you will say, well, we're sighting the tangent point, right? That's the straight line, right?
Okay, yeah.
And then comes out the almanac, and then you will say, well, nautical miles only work on a globe, so and you will need a Mercator map. That's a globe projection, right? So it's all a waste of time, right? This whole argument.
No, I wouldn't make that argument.
No.
So I mean, if you respond to what I'm saying, I think that they'll be more productive. So, when I said that if you measure the angle from the horizon and celestial body, I said that that's not the elevation angle. You have to correct for dipping. You said incorrect, and then you said that the dipping is just the correction for the height of the eye, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So if you don't correct for the height of the eye, that angle is going to be different than if you have corrected, right?
Yeah, it's not a 90 anymore at the GP, right? You need a straight baseline.
No, we're not talking about the GP. Just the angle you're measuring with the sextant. So if you were able to go put your eye at the ground and measure the celestial body, you wouldn't need dipping correction, right? The dipping
Correct.
would be zero.
Or a bubble sextant, right?
Right. So if you go above, let's say you go some feet above the ground, and you do that again, that's not going to give you the same angle, right? It's going to give you a bigger angle, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you have to make that correction for dipping, which makes the angle a little bit smaller, and that smaller angle is actually what the elevation angle is, right?
Yes, because you need a straight baseline for the 90 under the GP, right?
Okay.
Of the star.
So that's what I was saying when you said incorrect. I was saying that you don't get elevation angle before you make the dip correction, regardless of what that is. You only get the elevation angle after you do the dip correction, right?
Because you need a straight baseline. If it's not straight, then you. Sorry.
Incorrect. What he's saying is incorrect. It's not what we're saying.
Well, but when I said that before, he agreed that if you measure from the ground, you get an angle. If you measure above the ground, you get a bigger angle. And the dipping correction, or what we call dipping correction, is the correction that corrects for that. He agreed to that. I don't understand. And when I just said, well, so you have to make the correction to get the elevation angle, I don't get how is that incorrect if that's just a restatement of what I just said that he agrees with. Like, I don't understand how you can agree with one.
I think the contention is about the word dip.
It's a height of eye. It's a height of eye correction, not a dip correction.
Yeah, I think there's
on the name.
So I think there's a bit of, because dip implies that the horizon is falling down, right? It's not when you're looking at the horizon, the globe Earth, say, well, it's falling down, right? It's moving down to where you're standing, right? Because a ball, if you go higher up,
in that case, they would be correcting to make that into the plane that they need. That would be a parallel to the surface. They need to make it actually flat in that scenario. But what he's talking about is the height of eye, which is not dip correction. It's height of eye above a horizontal plane. The end.
Okay, so let's call that the eye correction then. I get that you're objecting to how I'm calling it, but I'm just referring to that heading that we make. So I'm not gonna call that dip because, of course, calling dipping assume is something you guys disagree with. But we both agree that that's what you have to do to get the elevation angle. You have to make that
off of a horizontal plane,
okay.
an established horizontal plane.
Okay.
But you've already taken the angle elevation measurement. Obviously, there's no way you're going to tell me that the elevation angle measurement is taken second. The first thing you do is take the measurement and record the time that you took the measurement.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm gonna hop off now. Thank you, Bacon.
Later, Roger.
Oh, yeah, anytime.
Bacon, are you under the assumption that the dip has anything to do with curvature?
It can, yeah. I mean, we both agree that in
We
reality,
both agree nothing. I haven't spoken to you yet. So I asked you, are you under the impression that the dip correction has anything to do with curvature?
yes.
How so?
Because if you're sighting the horizon on a spherical surface, the higher you get, the lower that the line will be. So that would increase your angle. And because you want the elevation angle, which you wouldn't change, you have to make that subtraction.
So the difference between the surface of the water and the bridge of a ship, how much is the surface or the horizon, which changes based on atmospheric conditions, how much is that changing?
It doesn't. The horizon doesn't play a role in this at all. That's the point that I'm trying to make.
Exactly.
So what was the question?
My question is
The
how
horizon doesn't even play a role in this.
But you measured using the horizon, don't you?
No, not when you're measuring the angle. When you're subtracting for the height of eye, it has nothing to do with the horizon at that point.
But you're measuring from the celestial body to the horizon, that gives you an angle, and then you make a correction.
No, no, from the celestial to the horizontal plane.
Yeah, and you set at horizontal, you set at horizontal first. You don't cite the star first.
Sure, actually, you can do both ways. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you don't.
Decide first.
It's never done though. So okay, I don't know where you're getting your information.
Why would that be different?
I'm going to look at the star, everything else in reverse. You have to set 0 at the horizon first.
Yeah, but what difference does that make? If I start
difference that it makes is because your dip angle is only using the height of the eye to flatten it down so that you're actually related to the flat horizontal datum or surface that you're traveling on to get a correct elevation angle.
That's not what I'm asking. If I aim at A and then at B,
you never stop to listen. You start talking before anyone's finished. I see you doing this all the time.
well, actually, I was in the middle of the question when you.
I wasn't even done talking. How could you be in the middle of a question when I was the one talking?
Because you started talking when I was in the middle of the question.
Holy shit!
I was about to ask you something.
You're really fucking aggravating, man.
Oh, I was asking you something, and then when I was in the middle, you started answering.
How could you be asking me something when I was in the middle of my sentence when you started talking?
No, I wasn't. When I started talking, I started to ask you a question, and then you started speaking over me. Then I waited, and then I started answering you. And that time, I might be speaking over you, but the first time I started answering, it wasn't speaking over you. So the question was, if I aim, I have two sides of the section. If I aim one at A and the other at B, and read an angle, and if I start by aiming one at B and the other at A and read an angle, why would the angle be different, given which one I'm aiming first?
It's just not the way it's done. That's all.
Actually, boats are usually swinging, and when they're singing.
Wait a minute. Did you say boats are doing something? What did you say?
Yes, boats are swinging. with the water, right? We have
Boats are
waves.
doing what? Boats are doing what?
Swinging. I mean, not
swinging.
I think that's the right. Okay, maybe I'm misphrasing it. Let me.
Listing,
Boats are
whatever.
floating.
No,
Yeah,
like
so they're listing. They're moving around, right, left to right.
not just
up and
moving.
down.
I'm referring to.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not referring to them moving. I'm referring to them like a. Maybe I'm picking the wrong word here. 1 second.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Yeah, they swing back and forth, right? Like,
The
as
rock.
waves.
Yeah, boats are rocking. Yes.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. So.
Rock.
Hey, Miggy.
Rock.
Yeah, so boats are rocking, and when that's the case, you have to keep moving what's aiming at the horizon while you try to fix the arm to the star.
Hey, this
No, wrong.
No,
Once again, wrong. That's
Hey,
not the sequence. Listen, that's not the sequence that's used in reality, Bacon.
I'm not talking about the sequence.
You set the horizon first. That's your 0 point. Your dip angle is only to make your position to calculate so it's a flat horizontal datum, so you have a horizontal datum of the right triangle to go by first. That's established first.
hey,
Sure.
Indy,
I'm
this is
not
the
disagreeing with
second
that necessarily right now.
time, with the sextant questions. We had walking eggshells or whatever his name was. I don't know if Indio's here or not, but he was dealing with a chap earlier, and they were on about the sextant. It was about the same kind of rhetoric that this guy Bacon is talking about. So I haven't really talked to you, Bacon, but you guys coming in here with the sextant questions, do you realize that you're using right angles to actually, when you're speaking of what you're thinking is supporting the point for the globe, it's actually not? I don't
Yeah,
know
I don't see how it's not like
that are not this ain't going into this. I'm not sure if you're contemplating that or not. And how are you going to make right angles on a curved surface, sir?
the angle is between the horizontal and the vertical.
Well, you can't have
that's fine.
horizontal on a curve. Once again, horizontal you can't have on a curved surface, can you?
You can. They're just not going to be the surface.
No, when you draw a line, does it have a curve? Does the line curve?
If it's
Think
a
about
curved
it.
line, yes. If it's a straight line,
No,
no.
there's no such thing as a curved line, sir. It's only a curve
What do
or
you
a
mean?
line. Yeah,
Yeah.
so when you draw a circle, it's a circle. It's not a curve. I mean, it's not a line. So, like,
Why?
if you're looking
Yes,
at a
it is.
horizontal, okay, so I don't know who's teaching you this, but like when you're applying the geometry that you're actually talking about, right angles, right? So if you're
Mhm.
using that right angle, you can't use it on a curved surface. You can't do it. So like your argument is self-defeating.
But
You're
I'm trying
starting off
to.
your premise is faulty, basically. So when you're
But
coming
that's not
in
my
here,
premise. It's
well,
just
you're talking
experiment.
about well, I know, but you're talking about a sextant, like you're applying it to something that's going to back the understanding the Earth is a globe. You're the second guy that's come in here with this today, and it doesn't seem like this argument. It's already your DOA, bro. Like right out the beginning, you can't use geometry like on a curved surface. You're gonna those right angles that you're trying to make. You can't do it on a curved surface. How are you gonna make a right angle on something that's a curve? That doesn't apply. The
Because
math is
it's
it's
right
faulty.
angle to the vertical. Because it's a right angle to the vertical.
The vertical what? Like what are you making a right angle to?
Vertical axis.
Okay,
Vertical axis.
so everything that you're applying right now, this math formula that you might have in your head, it's on a presupposition that the Earth is a globe, correct?
Sure.
Okay. So if it's a presupposition that the Earth is a globe, you've already started with a faulty premise. I just finished
Mhm.
telling you that. Now, if you're going to start with something that's already founded in true knowledge, like you already understand the Earth is a globe, then you have to tell us how you got to that point, and then apply the formula. Otherwise, you're not working off of something you understand. You're basically working off something you think you know by secondhand information. You don't know if the Earth is a globe or not, and that's not what you're trying to figure out. It seems like you're working on top of the idea, the presupposition that it is a globe. Do you see where
But
you're
my
starting?
whole claim. No, my whole claim is not that this proves a globe. My whole claim is that
Why would you even start in on a conversation between the flat Earth and the globe Earth, thinking that there's any kind of weight that you're going to bring towards the the conversation. I mean, what is it you're trying to talk about? Because if it's not that the Earth is a globe, or is it already a globe in your mind, you're not even arguing that. You're just talking about what flat Earth is saying, or what is your point here? Is what I'm trying to get to. Because I'm listening to you talk about something.
I can answer if you stop at some point.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Right. So my point is that celestial navigation assumes it's here. That's my point. Regardless of that proving the globe or not.
That it really don't slow down, because you don't fast talk. Just explain it so everybody can understand. Go ahead.
Yeah, celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be spherical.
Okay, assumes, right? And that implies that it's an assumption. Now, we don't like working on assumptions, right? How can we make sure that what you're saying, that statement that you just made, is true? We can't verify it. The assumption is what you're basing your worldview on is completely faulty because you can't verify it. So you're trying to get in a conversation right here with the gentleman, about something you're assuming to know. Do you understand what I'm talking? Psychologically, you're already defeated. You can't come. You can't come at.
Let me answer you.
Go ahead. I don't understand how you're gonna come back from what I just said.
Okay, so let me speak. You might not understand. So there's the argument. There was the argument that the way celestial navigation works proves a flat surface. It only works on a flat surface. And when you took a look at it, it doesn't seem to be the case.
As a flat surface.
It seems to assume.
Listen to the slip of the.
I was in the middle of my answer. You have
listen to the slip of the verbiage. It utilizes a flat plane.
Let me answer him. I was in the middle of my answer. So.
Well, I mean, your premise is false again. I mean, that's basically what he told you.
Let me finish speaking, please. So there was the argument that it only works on a flat surface, right? And when I looked at the whole concept, when I looked to the oh my fucking god, let me finish a sentence. When I looked to the concept of what celestial navigation, how it works, what are the concepts behind it? It assumes the Earth to be spherical, and the way I did to test that, if it actually assumes the Earth to be spherical, I did my spherical model of the Earth and my calculations. I didn't look to the calculations. I just started doing mine, just assuming the Earth to be spherical, and then I checked that against what they actually do in navigation, and they matched. That's what I'm arguing for. That they actually do.
Here's the thing, man. It doesn't matter if it's a red lobster that you're assuming the Earth is. I don't assume that it is. You need to provide the evidencer of what it is before you actually start to go in on a claim. Because if
that is not my claim.
You just finished saying it's all an assumption, and you made your own model based upon what the celestial navigation is all about, and then you made your own spherical model, and then you drew up a conclusion of like, well, since they assumed it and I can assume it, and my model proves that what they're assuming is correct, then we're correct. No, incorrect.
That's not my argument.
Doesn't work.
That's not my argument. That's just a straw man.
All right, Bacon. Look, you just finished saying that you made a model, right? I have to walk you through this because you're not understanding your own statement. You made a model, correct? Yes or no? Okay. So that model to you specifically details how you figured out what their assumptions are correct because you made a model. So your model of the Earth being a sphere is correct with the celestial navigation that you're talking about. Yes or no?
It matches it, yes.
Okay. We're at the point where I'm telling you that you did all of that for nothing, because I can assume, and I'm going to use something really ridiculous, that the Earth is a red lobster. Right? Now, my red lobster model of the Earth can actually predict the celestial navigation is correct, just like you can. What does that actually tell us about the Earth? That it's a red lobster?
Yeah, I don't think that's the case. I don't think you can model. Okay. Wait.
You want
let me just answer you.
Just because their assumptions match your model of assumptions, that we can now assume that everything we can model as an assumption is a correct thing that we can just base our reality on.
Two things. I'm not claiming that because I can model it, then it's right. But I don't think you can model the Earth to be a lobster and have that working for celestial navigation.
Well, how do you know? Have you done it? Have you done it?
No, but the geometry just changes. So if the geometry changes, wait. Okay,
you don't know.
One second. No, I do know that the distance between points let me finish. I know that the distance between points on the surface of a lobster are not going to match the distance between points on the surface of a sphere because they're different geometries, right? So the distances are not going to match.
I made a ridiculous claim because yours is very ridiculous, Bacon. I made a ridiculous
but the
claim.
point is actually very.
That's providing you a bit of insight as to how you're providing us this statement that you just made. It sounds ridiculous because we're coming back and then telling you, okay, your model says whatever, right? Your assumption, because these guys are saying they assume the Earth is a sphere and their celestial navigations provided more evidence that it is. So then you made the conclusion that you did your own model and it came out with the same thing. So obviously the Earth is a sphere. Now I'm telling you
that's not my claim.
Okay, so you didn't say that the Earth was a sphere because you modeled it like they were assuming, and it matched celestial navigations. Now you're not saying that. Is that what do you do? You're going back.
I'm not. No. I did the model to test if the concepts that I understood to be used in celestial navigation actually match the sphere, and they do match a sphere. And now you're saying that it can match. Wait. Now you're saying that it can match any other model. It could even match a shape of a lobster. And wait. Let me just finish. I don't think it will be a problem just for a lobster. I think you have the same problems trying to use a lobster than trying to use a flat Earth, because the same way you would have the distance between points on the surface being changed relatively in relation to each other.
Okay,
and that would break the formulas.
Listen, and you don't have to go into it. I understand what you mean, but what I'm telling you is because the ridiculousness of your claim. The ridiculousness of your claim is that you're working on assumption. That is what I'm pointing out to you. You somehow are bypassing this and then going into how I just provided, like, it couldn't be a red lobster. And I'm not even talking about that, right? I just use that as a ridiculous claim that I made so that you can see how ridiculous it is for you to propose that because an assumption was made, that your assumption is also made, and then therefore you concluded that of course it must be because it matches the assumption that they made. That's not, you can't go based upon that. You have to actually go and verify the thing in reality. You have to go out into the world and go verify
that's not the discussion we're having. The discussion we're having is if people actually assume it. It's not whether or not this assumption proves
who cares, Bacon? Like
if you don't care about this discussion, fine.
No, I care. Listen, I care about the truth. But when you're coming in here saying that we need to care about assumptions, then
I didn't say that.
Yeah, you're making it sound like, well, if you don't care about people making this conversation about assumptions, listen, when you come into this server, people here want to know truth. Then they want you to demonstrate and verify the thing you're talking about. Now, you're going on and on about having a conversation in here about assumptions. That is not what you need to come in here for. You need to test and verify, okay? And the thing that you're talking about hasn't done any of that. You just made some model of what you think the Earth is. Whoop-de-doo. Great for you, whatever. I mean, you want a star, a cookie, what? You need to go into what we're telling you, right? And verify the thing that you're proposing the Earth to be. Now, once you've done that, you can come
Let's
back.
have a conversation, not into monologues.
The reason I'm monologuing is because you're filling it with nonsense. You're coming in here and showing everybody that you don't have nothing to provide. Okay, what do you have to provide?
But you're disagreeing. If you're accepting that they're assuming a sphere, you're in disagreement with the people from your side, because that's exactly what's the point of the debate here. We were discussing if they actually assume the Earth to be a sphere, and you're saying that it's the assumption. It doesn't matter. So you tell them that. You don't tell me that.
What do you mean tell who that? I'm telling you that you're the one coming in here making models and assuming that the guy who assumed that the Earth was a globe because of celestial navigation is correct because you made a model. I don't care. So what?
People from your side.
Look, no, you're interrupting me now, Bacon. The people in here, they're not assuming anything. I'm like, know that 100%. Nobody in here is assuming anything. So you're projecting that on all the people in here, the truthers in here.
I'm not saying you're assuming anything.
You just finished saying that you're disagreeing with people in here. I'm disagreeing with you because you're coming in here stating that assumptions are the way we need to.
No, I never said that. You're completely strawmanning me. Not at
How
all
is
what
that?
I'm arguing for.
You just declared it, Bacon.
No,
Think
I
about
declared that to be an assumption. I didn't declare
it.
the
Okay.
assumption to prove
Where
the
am I
Earth is a
wrong?
sphere.
Where am I wrong?
If you allow me to answer, you might know that. So I'm not. Okay, there's the claim that people assume the Earth to be flat when they're doing celestial navigation, and I'm claiming the opposite. They assume the Earth to be spherical when they're doing celestial navigation. You come here said there's no assumption. Okay, so why are we debating this here? I mean, there are people here who make the claim that celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be a sphere, and I'm claiming the opposite.
No. That's where you're. See, here's where you're misunderstanding. You're talking about the Earth as a whole. The people that are talking about the Earth are as working as their area, in their area, what they see the Earth to be as per what they are experiencing. Now you're telling us that the Earth as a whole, because of celestial navigations, is a sphere. And what they're saying is that they're working on celestial navigation on a plane surface. They're not talking about what the Earth is entirely. Okay, that's different of what you're saying. So now you need to make the clear distinction of what you're talking about, because we're not talking about assumptions of what the Earth is entirely. You are. Do you see the difference?
Yeah, wait. When you're dealing, yeah, I understand, but I understand that. But when you're dealing with celestial navigation, and you take a side of 45 degrees, you know how far that is from the GP of the star? There's no local map. There's no local map. They're going to allow you to draw circles of. Let me finish what I'm saying. There are no local maps. They're going to allow you to draw circles of equal altitude with that distance as a radius.
Why are you avoiding Miggy's question?
I answered the question, and then I'm
I made
clarifying it.
Yeah, I made it. No, I clarify. I made it very clear. Okay, that with the thing that you're making it. Here's where you were misguided on. You were thinking that the people in here that are talking about the Earth being flat, is saying that we're working on an entire model like you are. No, that's not what any celestial navigation is. Not taking into consideration what the entire Earth is. The way you pointed it out on your side, which is the globe, is saying that yes, you can. And what we're saying is we're not assuming the entire Earth to be anything. We're just saying what we're working on. It's what it is. It's a plain surface. Okay.
I disagree with that because no. I don't think that's the case. That if you're saying that that's just working locally, if you just get one example of distances, they're just too far. If there's no way you can work with that locally with distances of that magnitude.
What are you talking about?
Listen, Bacon here, dude. How else can you work if it's not locally, man? Do you think the people are like the people from long ago were working with celestial navigation with distances of like somebody from far away, and he got him on a phone or radio and said, "Hey, man, I'm over here, you're over there. We got two different." There, of course, it's local, man. What are you talking about? It's not local.
What are you talking about? That's not a depiction of how celestial navigation is done. People don't call people to ask where they are.
Okay, so I'm giving that example because you're making it sound like
that's not analogous. That's simply not an analogous example.
How else is navigation done if not locally? If the person that's navigating is doing based upon what their perspective of the Earth is at their current location.
Because they use the GPS of the stars, and the GPS of the stars aren't close. No, not at their current location. GPS is not. The GPS of the stars are not at their location. It's very far from them.
Okay, you're talking about distances now. Distances to the stars and what?
No, to the star, to the GP.
Which is at a right angle to you, the observer, which couldn't be.
That's your claim.
Let me finish. If the surface of the Earth was curved from the GP of the star to you, the observer, you for damn sure wouldn't have a 90-degree angle to it. That's my claim. I read that to you, and you asked me to provide where I was getting that from. Well, it's in every manual, pretty much.
The thing you sent just shows the straight line going through the Earth, through a curved surface.
Yeah, too bad the curved surface doesn't exist.
Yeah, exactly. That's
well, it's in his citation.
No, listen.
And I asked it for the link of it so I can read.
We came back full circle.
He won't provide it.
It doesn't matter. Okay, so like to you, it should matter, right? because we're talking about that what the Earth is not, and you should be coming in here like, well, no, the Earth absolutely is a globe, and you need to provide evidence for that claim. But it seems like every time you want to go around that and be like, I'm not talking about if the Earth is a globe or not. Well, it's already set in your mind that it is.
Yeah,
So
I know you want me to make the claim that the Earth is spherical, so you can
You just
shift the burden. So you can let me finish. So you can shift the burden of proof, and then keep asking me for evidence.
I'm
But-
out. No, it's never been shifted. It always rested upon the one who makes the claim. Now the claim
Yes, exactly.
is, now
And
the claim is, Bacon, that the Earth is a globe. So
That's
the
not the
burden
claim.
of proof, yes, it is. The burden of
No.
proof is the one who makes the claim. So do you think that people are born in this world and they automatically think the Earth is a globe? No. The claim is that it is a globe, and it was taught to everyone that it is. So the burden
That's
of
not
proof
my
is
claim.
to those. And did I ever say it was your claim? No. I said the Earth is claimed to be a globe, and whoever that is being taught, the burden of proof lies on the one who's claiming it. So if I said the Earth is a globe, it is my job to inform you how it's a globe. Now, whoever informed you that it's a globe, it was their job to provide the evidence to you that it actually is a globe. Now, this is the
Yeah, but that's not
problem.
the subject. Okay, wait, can you
Absolutely.
stop for a
Listen,
second?
hang on, Bacon, because you're
We're
in
just
a
monologuing. I wanna respond. You're just monologuing.
I'm not monologuing. It's this information right here is the basis of your argument coming in. It should be anyway. It should be about the Earth being a globe or not. So it shouldn't be about little ideas that you think what the Earth is. You need to come in here with some hard evidence, right? The claim is that the Earth is a globe. Now, if you start there and say, "I got this information," you can verify it. Go and check it out for yourself. But you don't have any of that, right? Am I not correct? Because if you do, please
No.
bring some evidence.
Yeah, but I'm willing to give evidence to whatever I'm claiming, right? So if you want me to claim something else, if you want me to claim something else, you can ask for evidence for something else.
No, I want you
Yeah,
to
I'm
claim.
not interested on that. Okay, okay, you speak for almost half an. Dude, just let me answer you. You're just long and you're not letting me to finish any answer. So
Yeah?
Yeah, well, we can fix that. I got a little button over here. So now maybe you can finish there, Miggy.
I just feel like, okay, he's coming in here saying that he doesn't want to talk about the Earth being a globe because it's damning to him, because he started making models and whatnot about people's assumptions and celestial navigation. Well, he made a model of the Earth being a sphere. Now to him it's a reality. I guess it checks out, right? Mind. So what he's saying, and when I kind of shift the burden to the one who makes the claim that the Earth is a globe, I'm like, okay, well, if somebody taught you the Earth is a globe, now it's your time to provide the evidence. And he's like, well, I don't want to do that. He's basically saying, I don't want to do that because I can't. That's what he's telling me. And I know because I've been around these conversations. So, and Bacon, is he still in here? If he's still in here, then that's exactly what I'm.
Yeah, he's still here. I'll unmute him. No, he went on deafen.
That's basically. See, here's the like Bacon and the other chap that was in here, eggshells or whatever. They're going on about this, providing evidence of the celestial navigation through a sextant, and they don't ever want to get back to the idea that they have verified information the Earth is a globe. They don't want to come to you. Kind of corner them and say, okay, so what you're saying is the Earth is a globe, right? With this argument that you brought in, they don't ever want to like pinpoint and say that. They want to dance around the topic and say, "Oh, I'm not saying that. That's not what I'm saying." Oh, that's
because
what somebody
we
else.
have we can try to one subject at a time. So this can be celestial navigation can be a premise that leads to the conclusion of the Earth being spherical, right? So we have to first to settle this out. This is an argument for the shape of the Earth. Celestial navigation is being brought up as an argument for the shape of the Earth, and the premise is celestial navigation.
Who brought it up? Who brought
A
it up?
lot of people bring it up to argue for the shape of the Earth. What do you mean?
Did you
in this
bring
conversation?
Okay. Well,
No, when I got here, people were already talking about this, and I just started to address things that I knew.
That's incorrect.
What's
That's
incorrect? What's incorrect?
What you just said.
Which is?
Nobody uses this argument to prove the shape of the Earth.
No one uses celestial navigation to argue that the Earth is flat.
Flat and a shape.
Come on. I mean, there are hours and hours of videos from Kiwi doing that.
Again, I have to make the Bacon. I have to make the distinction because you're bringing up something you don't understand. Flat is not a shape. It's a description. It's not the shape of something. It's just showing you that if my table is the tabletop is flat, it's not telling you the shape of the table.
Yeah, but then it's not a ball, right?
Listen,
if the surface if I have a flat surface, that cannot be a sphere, can it?
Well, of course not. So what I'm saying though,
there you go.
Yeah, but it could be a cube, right?
Sure.
So
exactly.
All right. So the point is, we're not talking about the shape of anything, and that's what Elijah was saying. We're not talking about. You're saying that flat earthers are coming back and saying it's the shape of something. It's not. We're not talking about a shape. A globe, on the other hand, is claiming shape because of celestial navigation.
Okay, so when you say it's flat because celestial navigation, I say it's a sphere because celestial navigation. I'm not claiming. I'm claiming sphere, and you're not. I'm claiming shape, and you're not, because flat is not a shape. Is that your argument?
No, that's not the idea. That we're talking about two different things, and you're actually saying that because we're arguing the fact that it's flat, and then you're saying it's a sphere, that we're talking about two ideas of shapes, and it's not. Like, that's what I'm telling you.
Okay.
So we don't.
Yeah. Wait, how's that relevant? It's not a discussion about shape.
You're saying that we're arguing like two sides of the same thing. Like, we're saying that it's a shape over here, and you're saying it's a shape over here, and we're arguing two shapes, so we're not.
Okay. So, but okay, you can say that, but at the same time, you have people saying that the Earth is flat because of that. You can say, well, that's not a shape, but who cares?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing.
Everybody cares.
Right, but I'm not saying. Okay, it's just semantics. If you're consider that to be a claim of shape or not.
Listen, because you think that because you're going to be able to say that the Earth is entirely a sphere because of celestial navigations, and we're going to tell you, okay, now provide the evidence. I keep telling you that at the same time, you want to come in here and say that you don't want to talk about the shape of the Earth, but yet you want to provide evidence that it is a globe or a sphere. I don't understand. Like, do you want to talk about the shape of the Earth and support the claim that it is a sphere or not? Or you just want to be in here, having conversations about how your day is? Like, I need to know what your purpose of the conversation you're trying to have it. If it's not fruitful for the discussion, then why do you want to have it in here? Because people in here want to know truth. They don't want to sit around these assumptions or ideas of what you follow me? You know what I'm saying?
Can I answer you? Yeah. So when people make the claim that celestial navigation proves the Earth to be flat, right? And I say, well, actually, if you take a look at it, they're assuming the Earth to be spherical. Isn't that a valid argument to make, if that's the case?
No, that's not a valid argument because you would just be factually incorrect. A flat plane is actually assumed because they use a baseline, which is a zero angle, which is aligned to the GP, which is where the star is, and then a vertical to the zenith.
Yeah, but that line isn't the surface of the Earth.
Which forms a right angle.
Yeah, but that line isn't the surface of the Earth, is it?
So when you said that they assume that the Earth's a sphere, no, they do not. They assume it's a plane.
The baseline of the triangle isn't assumed to be the surface of the Earth.
Yes, it is.
It's not assumed to be the surface of the Earth.
Okay, right here. In simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it, the Earth's surface at the GP, and ourselves. Grade school geometry tells us that the two angles and a right angle triangle must equal 90.
That's not disagreeing with what I said. The point is on the surface.
It is,
No,
it
it's
is
saying,
disagreeing with what you said.
Let me clarify that. It's saying that the point. It's saying that the point is on the surface of the Earth. It doesn't say that the line is the surface of the Earth. And if you look at your own citation, the line goes through the surface of the Earth. It's not the surface of the Earth.
No, dum-dum. If you were standing, taking a measurement with the sextant, then listen, if you have a tangent plane from that position alone, if there were a point that somebody could hypothetically take along that chord to the GP, it wouldn't be at the same angle you were at.
That's why we made a subtraction.
That's because you can't get a right angle off of a curved surface. That's the point.
Yeah.
But we don't use that angle. We make a subtraction before, so that basically solves the problem.
No. The subtraction is your height above the plane.
But that's not an angle.
The
That's
subtraction is the
How you get
angle is
from a
acute,
length to
and
an
the angle is acute until you subtract and make it right. But the bottom line is, you're not arguing with me. This right here says, in simplified terms, when we take a sextant altitude of the sun, we're creating a right angle triangle between it, the Earth's surface, and ourselves. Between these 3 points. And obviously, an angle is 2 lines. You can't have a line going through. Matter of fact, you saying that the line goes straight through the surface means that you're already conceding that they're using a flat plane, disregarding the surface.
No, because if you look at the citation, the drawing of the angle.
I'm sorry. Before you continue, I don't want to mute you, so I'm dead serious. No, what? When you say no, what exactly about what I said are you saying no to, so that I know what you're responding to?
The assumption that you just said about the line going through implies that we're not caring about the surface. We are, because if you look at your own citation and you see the angle right below the side of the section, it doesn't go to the line; it goes to the surface. So the angle isn't the angle of the triangle; the angle to the surface, which is different from the angle to the triangle. So you need to take into account of the surface, because the angle you're taking. Yeah. So the angle
you
you're
don't
taking.
even hear what you're saying.
The
You're
angle
saying
you're
the
taking.
angle to the surface, if it were curved, if you were taking into account the curved Earth, would be a different angle than from the plane. Exactly, because you can't get the 90 off of the curved surface. That's why
you
it's
make
wrong.
a subtraction.
That's why the diagram is wrong.
But we are not using that.
That's why the little hump. That's why the little hump there is not really real, and that's why every other depiction just shows a plane, because that's what they use. You know, that's what they use. That's why there's a straight line to the vertical, forming a 90-degree angle between you, because there's nothing in between. Because you're not on a curved surface, because then you wouldn't have a 90-degree angle to that thing if it were technically on the surface, like you just said. The angles wouldn't be the same, like you just said.
Like I told you, Bacon, at the very beginning, there's nothing here for you to look at when it concerns to the discussion that you're trying to bring up, that you can provide evidence for the Earth being a globe. It's really not going to help your case any to continue forward with it, man. So I would say, you got anything else?
He's still trying to address it.
What do you? He just laid.
Why you're? Your friend is trying to address my point. You're saying shouldn't be having this conversation.
He laid it out for you. It was very simple, very basic for you to understand. So I don't see why you can't comprehend what he just told you. It was very easy to understand. So now I'm telling you, because of in light of what he just said, why can't you just say, okay, well, maybe I'm incorrect with what I just finished saying. I can come back with a different argument, because this one, it doesn't seem to support the case that the Earth is a globe.
Well, don't agree with that.
Well, then you haven't provided the evidence that because you are using whatever navigation, you can provide evidence that the Earth is a globe, because we're already telling you it's not going to be able to be done, because you're building your whole argument on a presupposition. And you cannot assume you have to. Huh?
That presupposition is not my argument.
It's the premise in which you're building your argument.
Nope.
My whole argument is that because of celestial navigation, Earth globe.
Nope.
Then what is it telling us? What is celestial navigation telling us then, Bacon, if not a globe? What are you talking about? What is your driving point here? If not to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe? Are you just want
I
to talk
already answered that multiple times.
fun to do on the Earth? Like what
I
is it?
already answered that multiple times.
Well, tell me what the point is. Because if it's not about that the Earth is a globe because of it, then why are you bringing it up?
Because even though it's not about that, what I'm making the claim about is still being denied. So there's still discussion to be made.
No. Exactly say what I told you, Bacon. Is it providing evidence that the Earth is a globe? Yes or no? I'll make it more simple for you. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so now let's get to it. Because now you're saying that it's providing evidence that the Earth is a globe. The man just told you that it is not, and he laid it out for you. And it was very clear. Why don't you realize that you can't work on a curved surface? Because you have to have, at first, a curved surface. You haven't provided evidence for that curved surface. You're only telling us that you're assuming that it's curved, therefore it works.
You let me know when you have a question. I can answer.
Do you hear what I just said?
I'm hearing everything you're saying. I'm waiting till you can ask me something so I can answer you, because you're just monologuing.
Curved surface, provide evidence, go.
Yeah, first, so premise 1. Celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be a sphere. We're good with premise 1, so I can continue.
Incorrect.
Yeah, there we go. Now we have to discuss premise 1. That's what we're doing right now.
I already told you it was incorrect.
Yeah, that's what the discussion lies about. So we are discussing this premise, which is very important, and our friend
but I
here
already cited
don't want
sources
us
already.
to.
There's no debate.
Yeah, but I don't think. No, I don't think your sources are actually depicting how it's being conducted. There's no use of that
It doesn't
chord
matter
line.
what you think.
So why are you talking to me if you don't care about what I think?
No, what you think has nothing to do with information.
Sure. Yeah, I've seen number
Like if
of
I'm providing
manuals.
you
Wait.
information and you're talking about something that's not related to it, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I saw a number of manuals of celestial navigation, and most
But you're
of
not
them, almost
providing
all of
anything.
them. Okay, well, I can just send like the first 10 I found on Google Images or Google Search.
Is it a page from a navigational manual?
Or you wanna something printed and then scan?
I don't know. I'm asking you what you already said you had. I'm asking you what it is.
I said I can send you the first 10 Google results of celestial navigation manuals.
I don't need that. I just need you to provide how a sphere is assumed. That's all I need. With the method, the actual method that they utilize. Talking
Yeah, the
about the math,
trilateration.
the coordinate system, all of this.
Yeah, the
I just
position
need you to
fixing,
show me.
trilateration.
All right, I need you to show me. To get it's triangulation, not trilateration.
How is that triangulation? Okay, so show me one being done.
Well,
Show me one triangulation.
I already read it. I already read it out to you.
That's not showing triangulation of your position. Do you have any example of celestial navigation being done to triangulate a position? Do you have a single example of that? Yeah,
Is it a trigonometric function that you're utilizing? Okay.
That's not what I'm asking.
Okay, so remember when you said it had nothing to do with triangles, and then I read
didn't say
out
there's nothing to
that,
do with triangles.
and then I read out, and then yes, you did, and then I read out that the star in the GP, is creating the right angle of a triangle.
Well, what
Remember
about
that? All right.
We need some confirmation there, Bacon.
Sorry, could you say that again?
Yeah, that's what I thought. You're not listening, are you? You're basically hearing white noise when he's speaking. That is why we have
No, sorry. One sec. I mean, I'm here for more than an hour. There are things going on in my house. Sometimes I get distracted. I'm sorry for that. Can you repeat the question? Elijah, can you repeat the question?
It's probably working,
No,
man.
I just told you you were incorrect. I didn't ask you a question.
So why were you expecting an answer?
To see if you
You said you made the claim that they assume that the Earth is a sphere for navigation. I said that's incorrect. Then I said, well, I already cited how you're
Put in
incorrect,
track.
and you didn't provide anything.
Yeah, but your citation doesn't assume the Earth to be flat. Someone's breaking up.
Yeah, someone's hot micing.
That's AI. That's AI.
Yes, I just
So
searched the chat
encyclopedia
for
right
you.
here, an encyclopedia, not
Can you
even
link
an
that?
in-depth search. A sextant is a navigational instrument that uses a telescope and an angular scale to calculate latitude and longitude. The observer can thereby calculate his or her position of latitude by using a trigonometric operation known as triangulation.
Can you link that?
So you just said that was incorrect.
Yeah, I am saying that's incorrect. I'm asking you to an example of that being done.
How is that incorrect?
Because that's not. I mean, I've took a look at how
What
it's done.
about it is incorrect? You measure the angle between your horizontal plane
And the
and
celestial body.
the object in the sky, right? And then you refer to a navigational chart after you've taken your time and your degree measurement, and then you do the math and you figure out a point on a line of position, the circle of equal altitude. And if you have a second star, well, then you're going to have another chord that's going to have to be parallel with the first chord from the other star, which obviously, if the surface was curving, would be doubly impossible. It's kind of redundant at this point.
No, it's not impossible. You can work very well on the sphere.
But you're not providing
circles-
anything. Like, I'm refuting you with what I'm saying. You're not saying anything to tell me how
Well,
I'm
you're
incorrect.
not. I mean, you claim there's triangulation is being done, right? Triangulation is used to get a position. Do you know the difference between triangulation and trilateration?
One second. AI, I think you're hot micing AI. Or wanted to interject, but you're roboting and hot micing, I guess. AI.
Sounds like we hear the same thing, Roger. I think he's trying to get in here.
I don't know.
Yeah, but I heard Bacon kind of shift the argument a little bit to now telling the difference between those two, where he was actually pointed out how was Elijah's point wrong, and he skipped over that. He didn't address it, and he went straight into something else.
What do you mean? I was in the middle of addressing
Well,
that.
what he said was, do you know the difference between triangulation and trilateration? Because about 10 minutes ago, he said that it was trilateration, and I said, no, it's triangulation. And he said, who uses that? And then, well, I just read from the encyclopedia. Well, there you go, that it's triangulation. And then he said, do you know the difference between triangulation and trilateration? Well, this here from Siler.net is saying traditionally, triangulation is the process of determining the location of a point by measuring angles to it from known points at either end of a fixed baseline, rather than measuring distances to the point directly.
Exactly, and
which
when
would probably be the method for trilateration. The thing that you're saying is the case, but it's not.
What people do with the angle to the celestial bodies? What do they do with the angle in celestial navigation? This is something we all should know about, because that's the first thing you do, and it's something very basic and requires no complicated math. You measure the angle. What do you do with that angle?
Yeah, who cares, man? How is it providing?
That's the whole point, because he's saying it's not trilateration, it's triangulation. And according to his own source, if he does what people do when they get the angle, he'll realize that he's wrong.
That's great. That's great, man. I'm surprised you can look on Google and find some information in 2022.
I'm not.
That's great. Listen, but you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is curved. Now, going back to that point, because you're on and on about this as you got to be in your bonnet about.
I'm trying to get there.
Triangulation. Who cares? Did you tell everybody here how you verified that the Earth is a curved surface and that's how you're working out the celestial navigation? Or are you just talking about celestial navigation because it's a cool topic? I once again want to point out to you and the audience listening that you're not getting to the crux of the argument, because you're talking about this whole argument that you've been here for an hour and a half now, that the Earth has to be a ball because of what you're talking about of triangulation, and you're on and on about nonsense. Really, I want you to point to the Earth and then say, look, it's curving, and I know how. This is how you can verify the Earth is curving, and then I could work my celestial navigation based upon that information. But you're not doing that, are you? Now let's get back to that point.
Yeah,
because
I can get there.
Round and round we go with your idea of thinking that, no, I want to talk about my topic. But the is, you're coming into a flat Earth server. You need to provide evidence that you think the,
Not
if
just
the
me, except for you. Everyone that was responding to me was within that topic. You're the only one that is objecting to that topic.
Because I'm not going to be sitting here for another hour and a half talking about what your definitions are of something. If you're not providing evidence that the Earth is a globe, sir, you are wasting everyone's time, because that is what we want, the truth about what the Earth is. And by God, at some point, you're going to realize that that's what the conversation should be, and not
It is
talking
about
about what?
It fundamentally will be about it, because what we're discussing is the premise of the argument. Well, let me finish. Let me finish. Let me finish my answer.
Let's skip all the bull. Let's skip
let
all
me
the bull.
finish.
Right? Let's cut through the crap cake that we got in front of us, and let's talk about the elephant in the room, which is that the Earth is a globe according to you, but you're not telling us how it is a globe. You're dancing around the topic. You're doing the cha-cha, the mamba.
Yeah, that's a premise of an argument. Can you wait?
So that's the only thing we want.
Give me 20 seconds. Give me 20 seconds to
20 seconds to tell me that the Earth is a globe. Go.
The argument is about the shape of the Earth, but the premise is stop speaking over me. Let me answer you.
Tell me how it's curved.
Go. Celestial navigation is the premise of the argument. It's the premise of the argument. If you want to skip premise,
and you know what?
How can
annoying. It's annoying, I know. It's annoying, and I know. But listen, you know what's more annoying? How you're dancing around the topic. Now, the Earth is curving.
We're debating a premise.
The Earth is curving according to you. Let's bring it back. The Earth is curving according to you. Now, inquiring minds want to know how it's curving, Bacon. And by God, you got some information right now that's going to tell us how it's curving. Now, I don't want to hear any more of this thing that you're pointing to the stars and you're looking up and telling us how the celestial bodies look and how measurements to them are. I don't care. I'm looking at the ground in which we all stand upon, which you think it's a ball, a sphere, a spheroid, no blades, whatever. I don't care. Now, we're getting to the point that you're dancing around and you're going to tell us exactly how it's curving. Where is the measurement of that curve? Now, that is what I'm interested in, and I'm pretty sure everybody else is here too, because you got to be in your bonnet about the celestial navigation that really nobody cares about. We want to know how you know.
It doesn't sound like nobody cares about, since they're talking about that to me for the past 2 hours.
Yeah, because the point is, it doesn't provide evidence of it being a globe.
It does.
That is the point everybody was engaging you on.
It does.
But so we let you go for a while, and your conversation keeps coming back to, well, I was just assuming at the very beginning. Who cares, right? Because that was your assumption. That celestial navigation is worked out as, the Earth being a globe. No, I don't care. I want to talk about how you found out that Earth is curving. That's what I want to know.
Sure. Premise one. Sure. Premise one is celestial navigation assumes a sphere. That's the premise one of the argument, right? And people are disagreeing with premise one, so I can't get to the conclusion of the argument, which is the Earth is spherical, if you can't get past the premise.
You're not going to provide evidence that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, was.
Just like everyone else, right? You fall to the wayside. You fall to the wayside like everybody else, because you and every Joe Schmo out there comes into this server thinking, well, I got the evidence. This is how I'm going to provide evidence. No, it's not, because you're working on a faulty premise. And that's been pointed out to you many, many times. We just want to hear.
Yeah, prove the premise is faulty. That's
the truth, right? The lovely sound of truth is, I have the evidence. You can verify.
My God, you have to pause for a second. Otherwise, it's just you talking for hours.
Well,
So
if Ben
wait.
ramble on about how you think celestial navigation and triangulation. Who cares, dude? Go back to the Earth being a globe. Now go ahead. Provide evidence the Earth is a globe. Go.
Yeah, you're saying my premise is faulty, right?
No, I'm saying your argument.
No, you said that. You said multiple times that the premise is faulty.
Your argument is DOA, is dead on arrival. That's what the acronym for DOA. Dead.
But you don't know the argument. Yeah, I didn't even give you the whole argument. I just give you a premise, and you don't want to talk about. Okay, wait. That's the premise of the argument, and you don't want to talk about the premise of the argument. You just want the conclusion. But the conclusion starts with premises, and you want to skip that. I'm not going to do that.
Well, then why don't we just give him 1 minute to state his case so we can then just move on from this then? How about that?
He had
completely over him.
To state his case. And he was shown about 3 or 4 times by people in here that he's incorrect, yet he still wants to state his case. So I'm going to stop him short, and he's going to have to provide. Now it's time for evidence. Evidence now, please.
Yep. So again, premise 1 is that the celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be a sphere. That's premise 1.
Incorrect.
I can get how. Yeah. So that's her goal. He's disagreeing with my premise, and we can debate it. That's it.
No, not debate it. It's your premise. So instead of the premise being assumed, why don't you just justify your premise by providing some evidence or some information?
Yeah, when I looked up celestial navigation, it all looks.
Did you provide it?
Sphere-based.
Did you provide it?
Yeah. 1 second.
That's what I asked.
Dude, that was asked over an hour ago.
And I keep it.
Yeah, what we're really on now is what Miggy asked was we need verification of how he found it's a globe in the first place to verify or justify your premise.
That's
no, the premise. No. The premise is not assuming the Earth to be a globe.
You said it's assumed. You've said it numerous times.
My argument of the Earth being spherical isn't assuming Earth to be a sphere.
Your premise 1 was that celestial navigation assumes spherical
exactly,
Earth. So
exactly.
That is your premise.
No,
your premise is the assumption.
No. My premise is not that the Earth is spherical. My premise is that celestial navigation assumes the Earth to be spherical.
Okay, show us where, and show us the calculations where someone's assuming a spherical Earth when they're doing navigation. Please, show us a citation. When was this actually done?
What do you mean?
When was it actually done the way you are claiming? When was it actually done the way you're claiming? That's it.
You still haven't posted
every time people do celestial navigation.
Okay, so you can't answer the question. I guess.
Just
so let's go back to what Mickey asked. Can you show us proof that the globe is a curved surface on Earth? Where's your proof?
Yeah, just bring us proof. That's it. That's all you got to do.
When was Earth's curvature measured ever in history? When was it measured, Bacon?
Directly? The curvature, you mean like the water?
Measurement is directly. There's no other way. There's no other way to measure something other than directly.
Can you measure speed?
All right, we're talking about.
Don't change the subject. I'm not letting you change.
I'm not changing the subject.
Where's your verification of curvature? When was it measured?
No, you're just making a claim.
When was curvature of Earth measured ever in history? Go.
Make one claim at a time so I can respond to the thing.
Okay, the claim is you made the claim that Earth is a ball. So we need to know how you verified this with the actual curvature measurement.
I didn't do it with curvature measurement. There are other ways to know.
We need a measurement. No, there isn't. We need a measurement. It has to be direct. It has to be physical.
Sure, it has to be physical.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be direct.
Yes, it does.
Measurements aren't
That's
direct.
the very definition of measurement is direct, physical. Energy exchange. It has to be direct. Wow. How do you have an energy exchange and a measurement if you're not doing it directly or physically?
Wow. There are other forms of measurement.
Right, but they're not direct measurements having to do with geometry, though, are they?
Yeah, but when we talk about the black swan, that's not direct in the way you're defining it either.
It is actually.
No, it's not.
Well, I don't know how it's not, but we could discuss
Well,
this.
you said physical energy. You're not. That's not what you're doing. You're not physically taking a unit of measure and doing anything. It's
Okay,
a little different.
well, maybe I have a slight disagreement with that, but okay. But we can move on. We're still looking for.
Disagree where?
Because when the gentleman puts his camera at a known location, he points it at another object at a known location with his observation height. These distances and height is a direct measurement.
Not in the way that you defined it. I'm not saying it's not a measurement. I'm saying the way you define direct measurement wouldn't be that.
Well, okay. I can recede on that point.
Thank you.
Yep. Because he didn't take an actual physical, let's say, measuring device and went from point to point. So yeah, I got your point.
But I mean, nobody's done what we're doing, and they're not talking about doing what we're doing to measure the Earth anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
they don't have any kind of form of measurement.
Right. So Bacon, why don't you go out and try to find out or try to verify that the surface of Earth is curved in the first place? That way you wouldn't have to make a premise. You would know for sure.
How could I measure it?
If you
How
measured
could I measure
Earth's surface, if you measured Earth's surface to be curving, you wouldn't have to use that as supposition anymore, right? Because you had measured.
Sure.
it.
How can I measure
You know
that?
for sure.
How can I measure that?
I don't know. That's your problem, not ours.
That's not my claim. Well, that's what you're saying. I should do that.
Well,
And
how else are you?
I actually looked to how to do that, and it seems to be very, very complicated to get an accurate measurement of that. So there are other ways that are more approachable to measure how the shape of the Earth looks like. And you're specifically asking me to prove of curvature, which I would say is one of the hardest way to prove the shape of the Earth. And then you're saying, well, just do that.
He said, "Do you know how it was measured?" That's all he asked.
No,
If you don't,
he
then you
didn't
don't.
say that. He saying asking if I did that, and I'm asking, well, how can I do that? So if it's as easy as
What was your question, Sonny?
No, that's not what I asked, Bacon. Stop changing people's words. I asked
What
you
was your question?
when in history was Earth's curvature physically measured?
That wasn't the question I was answering to.
That is the question. Yes, it is.
That's the question now. That's not what you're
No, that
asking
was the
for.
question. Rewind the tape.
You just okay? Yeah. How can I do that?
Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube Live and rewind the tape. I asked the same
Alright.
question I just asked.
Sure. 1 sec.
When, where, and how was Earth's curvature measured physically?
That seems like some shit he would say too.
Crickets, please.
Nah, he muted himself to watch the live stream. So loading screen, not cricket.
What up?
Apparently, he's more interested in arguing everything than just
Okay, I rewinded the tape, and
whatsoever.
the question was, the question was, Bacon, why don't you go and verify that the Earth is curved? That was the question. And I'm asking, how can I do that? So it's not the question that Elijah said. It's a different question. It has a different answer.
We've asked you both, and you haven't answered either.
Yeah, in the first one, I'm trying to ask you to be more specific on how do you suggest I can do that? Because it's extremely hard to measure curvature.
It's your claim that it's curved. Wouldn't you know how to measure curvature?
Yeah,
no, my claim isn't that it's curved. That is implied by my claim. No, I can claim. Wait. I can claim.
What are we talking about then?
I can claim it's a sphere if you want to. I can claim the Earth is spherical if you want to, and that would imply
you've already done
that would imply a curve, but that's not the same thing as just claiming a curve. If I claim the curve, it makes sense to ask me. Sure. So if they're the same thing,
Sphere,
instead of
therefore curve. So where's the curve?
I can show you where's the sphere.
Really? Show us where it was measured? Where, when, and how was it measured?
Well, there's plenty.
Well, you
there's
said,
different.
well, Bacon, hold on. You said it's extremely difficult to measure the curvature on Earth.
Yeah, the
You must be
curvature.
basing,
Yeah.
you must be basing that on some information where someone tried. So how do you know it's difficult unless you're basing it on someone? So when did they try that you're basing this knowledge of it being hard?
No, I was just trying to find experiments that could be able to measure it, and they're extremely hard to do.
So you're
For
making
example,
shit up.
for
So
example,
you
no, I'm
made
not
shit
making
up
shit up.
about it being hard. Because
No, I'm not making shit up. No, I'm not making shit up.
You said it's very difficult to measure the curvature of Earth. What are you basing that on?
I said when I looked it up, it seems a very very difficult way to measure it. So if there's a easy way to do it, please tell me how. I'll do it right now for you.
No, I want to know how it was done in the past because obviously you're using 3,959 in any of your globe calculations. We want to know how they validated or measured that in order for it to be a thing.
Sure, one way is with
No, not one way. I asked how they actually did it. Not
yeah,
how you
they
could.
did it many times. No,
Not how you
that's what
could.
I'm answering you. That's
Not
what I'm
how you
answering.
could- Not how you could do it. I want to know
Which is
how
what
they
I'm saying.
actually did it in reality. Thanks.
Which is what I'm saying. Which is what I'm saying. If you allow me to finish a sentence, I said one way they did it is with spherical axis. That's one way. You can use the fact that the angle drops from zenith of a celestial body a degree every 6 nautical miles. That's also a way you can
Hang
get.
Bacon, your accent is kind of a bit tough to hear. Did he say axis?
Excess.
Yeah, spherical axis.
Okay, so you're implying fear, right?
No, that
No?
the results. No, that concludes the sphere. That doesn't assume a sphere.
Implied it. It sounded like what you just said implied sphere. Using spherical axis. That's how you started your statement. Using spherical axis.
Well, no, he says spherical excess.
Well, it's a sphere according to you, and that's how you're using that measurement that you're talking about.
Yeah, if it's not a sphere, you have no access. I mean, excess. I think excess would be the way to pronounce it.
That's the thing, though. If you're not using it, but how are you using it?
I'm saying if it's not a sphere, try to measure spherical excess, you're not gonna get excess. You're gonna get triangles forming 180 degrees. If it is a sphere, vertical lines are gonna diverge. That's going to increase the angles, and you can get a radius out of that.
It depends on your assumption, doesn't it?
No.
Yep, sure does.
How does that depends on?
You're assuming it's a ball. Otherwise, your numbers wouldn't fit on a ball if you weren't assuming it.
Actually, no.
Right. Well, Mickey asked you.
Nope. Because if it's not a ball.
Well, right here, spherical excess. The amount by which the sum of three angles of a triangle on a sphere exceeds 180.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And on a flat surface, they don't. So that measurement can be used to distinguish between a spherical surface and a flat surface.
I don't get what you mean by that. What does that have to do with celestial navigation?
The question wasn't about celestial navigation.
What does this have to do with anything? As a matter of fact,
that's my point.
Because that's what it was asking me. They asked me. It doesn't make sense to ask me things and then I answer you. Ask what does that have to do with anything?
That's not a measurement of anything.
It is. It measures the radius of the Earth.
No, it's not.
Yes, it measures how much degrees excess 180 degrees when you make a triangle on the surface.
A surface? On the surface? You can make a triangle on a curved surface? Really? Show me how I can do that. Because that'd be interesting.
Just get a pen and draw it. You can't. You can't draw.
I can draw a triangle on a curved surface. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, a spherical one. Yeah.
One has a straight line. One doesn't.
It's a spherical triangle, not just a Euclidean triangle.
A triangle?
No,
sir.
It's based on a theoretical ellipsoid. Like it has, again, it's not a measurement of anything.
It is, because if it wasn't an ellipsoid, but if it wasn't an ellipsoid, if it was a flat surface, they would not measure axis. They would all
Yeah,
sum up to 180
you're not.
degrees.
You're not. That's the problem. You're not measuring anything. That's the point.
You are. You're measuring plumb divergency. You're measuring how
No. It's
much plums diverge.
It's a calculation. You're not measuring anything.
You are. You're measuring how bigger the angle are from 180 degrees. That's what you're measuring.
No, you're not.
How am I not?
No, you're not.
That's exactly what they measure. They measure how plums diverge.
But no, that's assuming that plum is diverged. Because after you
No,
diverge
because
it,
you're measuring it. You're not
after
assuming.
you have to put the plots on a sphere, you have to calculate the divergence. Liar.
No, you measure the angle. You don't calculate the angle. You measure it.
Well,
And if they don't
plum
add
is
up to
plum is always perpendicular to the horizontal. So what are you talking about? So what are you
and they
talking about?
diverge, and they measurably diverge.
The only way you can think they diverge, because if you're taking a measurement, which is a vertical measurement, and someone else has a vertical measurement, right? The only way to say how much they diverge is to assume how much curvature there is between point A and point B, which you will be assuming the Earth is curved.
No, I can just
how
measure.
much?
I can just measure azimuth
Bro,
angles.
you've been busted about 7, 8, 9, 10 times. Like
on your mind, sure. But can you
take a break?
Can you address what I'm saying? Can I?
Spherical triangles. I mean, come on. Let's get real here. Spherical triangles.
It's pretty simple. You don't have to rely on that. It's pretty simple. You have 3 poles on Earth. And they're vertical.
And
you go to
I said it before, Bacon. I'll say it again. You got to come up with something better than this, man. This is not doing it for you.
This is evidence of Earth curvature. What do you mean?
It's not, sir. It's not evidence of anything, and we've already pointed it out to you. But you keep thinking
you're doing just a semantical argument.
No, you're using assumptions of what you think the Earth is. And here I go again with this. I'm pointing this out to you. You can't keep saying no, you're not. When you rewind,
let me explain why you're not. Let me explain.
When you rewind the tape, you're gonna go back. You're gonna go back to where you hear yourself say, it's an assumption. It's an assumption about 30, 40 times back in this.
But I didn't say that about a circle axis. You don't have to assume the Earth to be a sphere. You're just measuring if plums diverge. That's all you measure.
You think well, I know that great circles have to is in some way linked to celestial navigation, where spherical excess comes in, right? It's bullshit, because again, no, you're using angles, and you can't get 90 degrees or any elevation angle off of a curved surface. That's just nonsense. You know that. That's why you agreed with me when I was talking about everything that I talked about coming from the manuals. Well, they utilize a plane. They utilize a plane. The only contention you said was, why do you say that this is proof that the Earth is flat shaped? And I said, well, flat isn't a shape.
Yeah, but the plane isn't used as an assumption of what the surface is, so that doesn't.
So what's it? So what's an equatorial plane then? What's an equatorial plane?
It's the plane that cuts the the celestial sphere in half.
Okay. So we can go ahead and hypothetically, theoretically disregard the curved bit and use a plane.
That works. Use a plane for what? Use a plane for what?
Oh my god, dude! Keep up with what do
we use planes. I'm not disagreeing that we use planes. We use a horizontal plane to establish the elevation angle, for example. So if you're saying we can use a plane, sure, we already use a plane. What's your point with that?
That the sphere doesn't come into play at all.
And then it does when you're. That's what it points out. It invalidates your argument, so it voids it, makes it null. So
the sphere comes to play. The sphere comes to play.
Bacon, you can't use it. Once again, you can't use it for your argument. You have to let it go, okay? Because it's not working. It invalidates.
If you listen for a second, you realize that I think you realize that it does relate to, because
we think we should realize. It doesn't mean we're going to be like, oh, on second thought, Bacon, you made a good point. No, we invalidated your argument. That should be okay. Time to move on.
No, you didn't.
We did.
No, you think you did. If you allow an answer, why instead of just
on this whole
restating?
ridiculous argument.
Stop restating that I'm refuted. That
You are.
doesn't do anything.
Well, it
Yeah,
should,
but you have to demonstrate that, not just claim it.
because he told you it can work on a plane, and you're
Yeah,
like,
he
yeah,
told,
okay,
but
then there
he's
you
wrong.
go.
That plane isn't the surface of the earth. If you allow me to speak,
It
if you
invalidated
stop
your argument.
monologuing over me, I'll be able to answer him.
The only thing that should matter right now is that it invalidated your argument. That's the only thing that should matter right now.
It didn't. Let me explain why it didn't validate my argument. Because he said the sphere isn't used. We use a plane. When it comes to the part in which you fix your position, you don't use a plane. When you get the difference between the angle you measured and the angle you expect to measure, that comes from spherical geometry. That's when the sphere comes in. Using a surface or using a plane would not give you the same distances. You use Haversine formula. You use Pythagorean theorem to get distance to the stars. No, the GPs.
No, you don't use. We're not trying to get the distance to the stars in celestial navigation. I don't know whoever told you that.
To the GP, I said. To the GP of the star.
No, you said
The
to the
GP,
distance.
the star doesn't have a GP.
You said that.
What do you mean?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. You said the distance to the star.
Yeah, I meant the GP of the star. I misspoke.
Oh, okay, fine. So you weren't talking about the opposite, right? Because that's not what we are looking for.
Sure.
I just said it invalidated your argument because it provided evidence that it doesn't have to be what you say it is, and we already showed you that. But you can say it doesn't validate my argument.
When you're fixing a position, a plane won't do it. You might do the correction on a plane because the correction is smaller than the distance of the star, so it's locally flat. It works well enough. But when you're getting the angle you expect to see compared to the angle you see, that comes from spherical geometry.
You're just gonna hold on to this argument, huh? And think that it provides evidence for the Earth being the sphere, but it's
that's true.
Well, I know it's true because you're in here keeps restating the same old recycled argument that everybody has coming in here and standing on this, really ridiculous argument. But it's I mean, for you to care about engaging in it means that you think that you got a point, which I don't know why you want to continue when it doesn't really matter. And you haven't provided evidence that the Earth is actually curving. You're just talking about celestial navigation and
Which is the premise. Yeah, that's the premise of the argument.
Does not. You just, based upon what everybody else has been taught, that the Earth is a globe, and they're working off this idea that it is, and then they're applying idea over the world that they live in, which is what you're doing right now. Exactly what you're doing. You're superimposing the Earth being a sphere and everything that comes along with it because it fits some model that you made. Like I told you before.
Not because of that, but it's not just because of that. It's because people manage to get their position using distance to the GP of a star and comparing that to their elevation angle.
Doesn't mean because they're using an assumption they are correct to say that the Earth is a globe. That is you're basing your whole idea and understanding of the world based upon that. Because somebody figured out that if you use the Earth being a sphere as a way to navigate, then it must be a sphere. Because it can be used as...
It's not just because you're using. It's because you're using and it's working.
Like I said, it works on the plane, but you keep saying that it doesn't, but you haven't provided evidence that it can.
Yo,
you
Miggy.
Okay, so if you give me if you tell me how it's done how the position is fixed on a flat surface, I'll give you angles and elevation